Section 1 of 1916, First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. 1916, First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 1, Windy McPherson's Son by Sherwood Anderson. At the beginning of the long twilight of a summer evening, Sam McPherson, a tall, big-boned boy of 13, with brown hair, black eyes, and an amusing little habit of tilting his chin in the air as he walked, came upon the station platform of the little corn-shipping town of Caxton in Iowa. It was a board platform, and the boy walked cautiously, lifting his bare feet and putting them down with extreme deliberateness on the hot, dry, cracked planks. Under one arm he carried a bundle of newspapers. A long black cigar was in his hand. In front of the station he stopped, and Jerry Donlin, the baggage man, seeing the cigar in his hand, laughed, and slowly drew the side of his face up into a labored wink. "What is the game tonight, Sam?" he asked. Sam stepped to the baggage room door, handed him the cigar, and began giving directions, pointing into the baggage room, intent and businesslike in the face of the Irishman's laughter. Then, turning, he walked across the station platform to the main street of the town, his eyes bent on the ends of his fingers on which he was making computations with his thumb. Jerry looked after him, grinning so that his red gums made a splash of color on his bearded face. A gleam of paternal pride lit his eyes, and he shook his head and muttered admiringly. Then, lighting the cigar, he went down the platform to where a wrapped bundle of newspapers lay against the building, under the window of the telegraph office, and taking it in his arm disappeared, still grinning, into the baggage room. Sam McPherson walked down Main Street, past the shoe store, the bakery, and the candy store kept by Penny Hughes, toward a group lounging at the front of Geiger's drugstore. Before the door of the shoe store he paused a moment, and taking a small notebook from his pocket, ran his finger down the pages, then, shaking his head, continued on his way, again absorbed in doing sums on his fingers. Suddenly, from among the men by the drugstore, a roaring song broke the evening quiet of the street, and a voice, huge and guttural, brought a smile to the boy's lips. "He washed the windows and he swept the floor, and he polished up the handle of the big front door. He polished that handle so carefully that now he's the ruler of the Queen's Navy." The singer, a short man with grotesquely wide shoulders, wore a long flowing mustache and a black coat covered with dust that reached to his knees. He held a smoking briar pipe in his hand, and with it beat time for a row of men sitting on a long stone under the store window and pounding on the sidewalk with their heels to make a chorus for the song. Sam's smile broadened into a grin as he looked at the singer, Freedom Smith, a buyer of butter and eggs, and past him at John Telfer, the orator, the dandy, the only man in town, except Mike McCarthy, who kept his trousers creased. Among all the men of Caxton, Sam most admired John Telfer, and in his admiration had struck upon the town's high light. Telfer loved good clothes and wore them with an air, and never allowed Caxton to see him shabbily or indifferently dressed, laughingly declaring that it was his mission in life to give tone to the town. John Telfer had a small income left him by his father, once a banker in the town, and in his youth he had gone to New York to study art, and later to Paris, but lacking ability or industry to get on, had come back to Caxton, where he had married Eleanor Millis, a prosperous milliner. They were the most successful married pair in Caxton, and after years of life together they were still in love, were never indifferent to each other, and never quarreled. Telfer treated his wife with so much consideration and respect, as though she were a sweetheart or a guest in his house, and she, unlike most of the wives in Caxton, never ventured to question his comings and goings, but left him free to live his own life in his own way while she attended to the millinery business. At the age of 45 John Telfer was a tall, slender, fine-looking man, with black hair and a little black pointed beard, and with something lazy and carefree in his every movement and impulse. Dressed in white flannels, with white shoes, a jaunty cap upon his head, eyeglasses hanging from a gold chain, and a cane lightly swinging from his hand, he made a figure that might have passed unnoticed on the promenade before some fashionable summer hotel, but that seemed a breach of the laws of nature when seen on the streets of a corn-shipping town in Iowa. And Telfer was aware of the extraordinary figure he cut. It was a part of his programme of life. Now, as Sam approached, he laid a hand on Freedom Smith's shoulder to check the song, and, with his eyes twinkling with good humour, began thrusting with his cane at the boy's feet. "He will never be the ruler of the Queen's Navy," he declared, laughing, and following the dancing boy about in a wide circle. "He is a little mole that works underground, intent upon worms. The trick he has of tilting up his nose is only his way of smelling out stray pennies. I have it from Banker Walker that he brings a basket of them into the bank every day. One of these days he will buy the town and put it into his vest pocket." Circling about on the stone sidewalk and dancing to escape the flying cane, Sam dodged under the arm of Valmore, a huge old blacksmith with shaggy clumps of hair on the back of his hands, and sought refuge between him and Freedom Smith. The blacksmith's hand stole out and lay upon the boy's shoulder. Telfer, his legs spread apart and the cane hooked upon his arm, began rolling a cigarette. Geiger, a yellow-skinned man with fat cheeks and with hands clasped over his round paunch, smoked a black cigar, and as he sent each puff into the air, grunted forth his satisfaction with life. He was wishing that Telfer, Freedom Smith, and Valmore, instead of moving on to their nightly nest at the back of Wildman's grocery, would come into his place for the evening. He thought he would like to have the three of them there night after night, discussing the doings of the world. Quiet once more settled down upon the sleepy street. Over Sam's shoulder Valmore and Freedom Smith talked of the coming corn crop and the growth and prosperity of the country. "Times are getting better about here, but the wild things are almost gone," said Freedom, who in the winter bought hides and pelts. The men sitting on the stone beneath the window watched with idle interest Telfer's labours with paper and tobacco. "Young Henri Kearns has got married," observed one of them, striving to make talk. "He has married a girl from over Parkertown way. She gives lessons in painting, china painting. Kind of an artist, you know." An ejaculation of disgust broke from Telfer, His fingers trembled, and the tobacco that was to have been the foundation of his evening smoke rained on the sidewalk. "An artist!" he exclaimed, his voice tense with excitement. "Who said artist? Who called her that?" He glared fiercely about. "Let us have an end to this blatant misuse of fine old words. To say of one that he is an artist is to touch the peak of praise." Throwing his cigarette paper after the scattered tobacco, he thrust one hand into his trouser pocket. With the other he held the cane, emphasizing his points by ringing taps upon the pavement. Geiger, taking the cigar between his fingers, listened with open mouth to the outburst that followed. Valmore and Freedom Smith dropped their conversation, and with broad smiles upon their faces gave attention. And Sam McPherson, his eyes round with wonder and admiration, felt again the thrill that always ran through him under the drum beats of Telfer's eloquence. "An artist is one who hungers and thirsts after perfection, not one who dabs flowers upon plates to choke the gullets of diners," declared Telfer, setting himself for one of the long speeches with which he loved to astonish the men of Caxton, and glaring down at those seated upon the stone. "It is the artist who, among all men, has the divine audacity. Does he not hurl himself into battle in which is engaged against him all of the accumulative genius of the world?" Pausing, he looked about for an opponent upon whom he might pour the flood of his eloquence, but on all sides smiles greeted him. Undaunted, he rushed again to the charge. "A business man, what is he?" he demanded. "He succeeds by outwitting the little minds with which he comes in contact. A scientist is of more account. He pits his brains against the dull unresponsiveness of inanimate matter, and 100 weight of black iron he makes do the work of 100 housewives. But an artist tests his brains against the greatest brains of all times. He stands upon the peak of life and hurls himself against the world. A girl from Parkertown who paints flowers upon dishes to be called an artist. Ugh! Let me spew forth the thought. Let me cleanse my mouth. A man should have a prayer upon his lips who utters the word artist." "Well, we can't all be artists, and the woman can paint flowers upon dishes for all I care," spoke up Valmore, laughing good naturedly. "We can't all paint pictures and write books." "We do not want to be artists. We do not dare to be," shouted Telfer, whirling and shaking his cane at Valmore. "You have a misunderstanding of the word." He straightened his shoulders and threw out his chest, and the boy standing beside the blacksmith threw up his chin, unconsciously imitating the swagger of the man. "I do not paint pictures. I do not write books. Yet am I an artist," declared Telfer proudly. "I am an artist practicing the most difficult of all arts, the art of living. Here in this western village I stand and fling my challenge to the world. On the lip of not the greatest of you, I cry, has life been more sweet?" He turned from Valmore to the men upon the stone. "Make a study of my life," he commanded. "It will be a revelation to you. With a smile I greet the morning. I swagger in the noontime and in the evening, like Socrates of old. I gather a little group of you benighted villagers about me and toss wisdom into your teeth, striving to teach you judgment in the use of great words. "You talk an almighty lot about yourself, John," grumbled Freedom Smith, taking his pipe from his mouth. "The subject is complex, it is varied, it is full of charm," Telfer answered, laughing. Taking a fresh supply of tobacco and paper from his pocket, he rolled and lighted a cigarette. His fingers no longer trembled. Flourishing his cane, he threw back his head and blew smoke into the air. He thought that in spite of the roar of laughter that had greeted Freedom Smith's comment, he had vindicated the honor of art, and the thought made him happy. To the newsboy who had been leaning against the store front lost in admiration, it seemed that he had caught in Telfer's talk an echo of the kind of talk that must go on among men in the big outside world. Had not this Telfer traveled far? Had he not lived in New York and Paris? Without understanding the sense of what had been said, Sam felt that it must be something big and conclusive. When from the distance there came the shriek of a locomotive, he stood unmoved, trying to comprehend the meaning of Telfer's outburst over the lounger's simple statement. "There's the 7:45!" cried Telfer sharply. "Is the war between you and Fatty at an end? Are we going to lose our evening's diversion? Has Fatty bluffed you out, or are you growing rich and lazy like Papa Geiger here?" Springing from his place beside the blacksmith and grasping the bundle of newspapers, Sam ran down the street, Telfer, Valmore, Freedom Smith, and the loungers following more slowly. When the evening train from Des Moines stopped at Caxton, a blue-coated train news merchant leaped hurriedly to the platform and began looking anxiously about. "Hurry, Fatty!" rang out Freedom Smith's huge voice. "Sam's already half through one car." The young man called Fatty ran up and down the station platform. "Where's that bundle of Omaha papers, you Irish loafer?" he shouted, shaking his fist at Jerry Donlin, who stood upon a truck at the front of the train, upending trunks into the baggage car. Jerry paused with a trunk dangling in midair. "In the baggage room, of course. Hurry, man! Do you want the kid to work the whole train?" An air of something impending hung over the idlers upon the platform, the train crew, and even the traveling men who began climbing off the train. The engineer thrust his head out of the cab. The conductor, a dignified-looking man with a gray mustache, threw back his head and shook with mirth. A young man with a suitcase in his hand and a long pipe in his mouth ran to the door of the baggage room, calling, "Hurry, hurry, Fatty! The kid is working the entire train. You won't be able to sell a paper." The fat young man ran from the baggage room to the platform and shouted again to Jerry Donlin, who was now slowly pushing the empty truck along the platform. From the train came a clear voice calling, "Latest Omaha papers! Have your change ready! Fatty, the train newsboy, has fallen down a well! Have your change ready, gentlemen!" Jerry Donlin, followed by Fatty, again disappeared from sight. The conductor, waving his hand, jumped upon the steps of the train. The engineer pulled in his head, and the train began to move. The fat young man emerged from the baggage room, swearing revenge upon the head of Jerry Donlin. "There was no need to put it under a mail sack," he shouted, shaking his fist. "I'll be even with you for this." Followed by the shouts of the travelling men and the laughter of the idlers upon the platform, he climbed upon the moving train and began running from car to car. Off the last car dropped Sam McPherson, a smile on his lips, the bundle of newspapers gone, his pocket jingling with coins. The evening's entertainment for the town of Caxton was at an end. John Telfer, standing by the side of Valmore, waved his cane in the air and began talking. "Beat him again, by gad!" he exclaimed. "Bully for Sam! Who says the spirit of the old buccaneers is dead? That boy didn't understand what I said about art, but he is an artist just the same." End of Section 1. Windy McPherson's Son, by Sherwood Anderson. Recording by John Burlinson.
Section 2 of 1916, First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Pierard. 1916, First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 2, Light, by Henri Barbusse. Translated by Fitzwater Ray. Chapter 1. Myself. All the days of the week are alike, from their beginning to their end. At 7 in the evening one hears the clock strike gently, and then the instant tumult of the bell. I close the desk, wipe my pen, and put it down. I take my hat and muffler, after a glance at the mirror, a glance which shows me the regular oval of my face, my glossy hair and fine moustache. It is obvious that I am rather more than a workman. I put out the light and descend from my little glass-partitioned office. I cross the boiler house, myself in the grip of the thronging, echoing peal which has set it free, from among the dark and hurrying crowd which increases in the corridors and rolls down the stairways like a cloud. Some passing voices cry to me, "Good night, Monsieur Simon," or, with less familiarity, "Good night, Monsieur Pauline." I answer here and there, and allow myself to be borne away by everybody else. Outside, on the threshold of the porch, which opens on the naked plain and its pallid horizons, one sees the squares and triangles of the factory, like a huge black background of the stage, and the tall, extinguished chimney, whose only crown now is the cloud of falling night. Confusedly, the dark flood carries me away. Along the wall which faces the porch, women are walking, like a curtain of shadow which yields glimpses of their pale and expressionless faces. With nod or word we recognize each other from the mass. Couples are formed by the quick hooking of arms. All along the ghostly avenue one's eyes follow the toilers' scrambling flight. The avenue is a wan track cut across the open fields. Its course is marked afar by lines of puny trees, sooty as snuffed candles, by telegraph posts and their long spider webs, by bushes or by fences, which are like the skeletons of bushes. There are a few houses. Up yonder a strip of sky still shows palely yellow above the meagre suburb where creeps the muddy crowd detached from the factory. The west wind sets quivering their overalls, blue or black or khaki, excites the woolly tails that flutter from muffled necks, scatters some evil odors, attacks the sightless faces so deep drowned beneath the sky. There are taverns anon which catch the eye. Their doors are closed, but their windows and fanlights shine like gold. Between the taverns rise the fronts of some old houses, tenantless and hollow, others in ruins, cut into this gloomy valley of the homes of men with notches of sky. The iron-shod feet all around me on the hard road sound like the heavy rolling of drums, and then on the paved footpath like dragged chains. It is in vain that I walk with head bent. My own footsteps are lost in the rest. I cannot hear them. We hurry, as we do every evening. At that spot in the inky landscape where a tall and twisted tree seems to writhe as if it had a soul, we begin suddenly to descend, our feet plunging forward. Down below we see the lights of Viviers sparkle. These men, whose day is worn out, stride towards those earthly stars. One hope is like another in the evening, as one weariness is like another. We are all alike. I, also. I go towards my light, like all the others, as on every evening. When we have descended for a long time, the gradient ends. The avenue flattens out like a river, and widens as it pierces the town. Through the latticed boughs of the old plane trees, still naked on this last day of March, one glimpses the workmen's houses, upright in space, hazy and fantastic chessboards, with squares of light dabbed on in places, or like vertical cliffs in which our swarming is absorbed, scattering among the twilight colonnade of the trees. These people engulf themselves in the heaped up lodgings and rooms. They flow together in the cavity of doors, they plunge into the houses, and there they are vaguely turned into lights. I continue to walk, surrounded by several companions who are foremen and clerks, for I do not associate with the workmen. Then there are handshakes, and I go on alone. Some dimly seen wayfarers disappear. The sounds of sliding locks and closing shutters are heard here and there. The houses have shut themselves up. The night-bound town becomes a desert profound. I can hear nothing now but my own footfall. Viviers is divided into two parts, like many towns, no doubt. First, the rich town, composed of the main street, where you find the grand café, the elegant hotels, the sculptured houses, the church, and the castle on the hilltop. The other is the lower town, which I am now entering. It is a system of streets reached by an extension of that avenue which is flanked by the workmen's barracks and climbs to the level of the factory. Such is the way which it has been my custom to climb in the morning and to descend when the light is done, during the 6 years of my clerkship with Messrs. Gozlan and Company. In this quarter I am still rooted. Some day I should like to live yonder, but between the two halves of the town there is a division, a sort of frontier, which has always been and will always be. In the Rue Verte I meet only a street lamp, and then a mouse-like little girl who emerges from the shadows and enters them again without seeing me, so intent is she on pressing to her heart, like a doll, the big loaf they have sent her to buy. Here is the Rue de l'État, my street. Through the semi-darkness a luminous movement peoples the hairdresser's shop, and takes shape on the dull screen of his window. His transparent door, with its arched inscription, opens just as I pass, and under the soap dish, whose jingle summons customers, Monsieur Justin Pocard himself appears, along with a rich gust of scented light. He is seeing a customer out, and improving the occasion by the utterance of certain sentiments, and I had time to see that the customer, convinced, nodded assent, and that Monsieur Pocard, the oracle, was caressing his white and ever-new beard with his luminous hand. I turn round the cracked walls of the former tinplate works, now bowed and crumbling, whose windows are felted with grime or broken into black stars. A few steps farther I think I saw the childish shadow of my little Antoinette, whose bad eyes they don't seem to be curing. But not being certain enough to go and find her, I turn into my court, as I do every evening. Every evening I find Monsieur Crillon at the door of his shop at the end of the court, where all day long he is fiercely bent upon trivial jobs, and he rises before me like a post. At sight of me, the kindly giant nods his big shaven face and the square cap on top, his huge nose and vast ears. He taps the leather apron that is hard as a plank. He sweeps me along to the side of the street, sets my back against the porch and says to me, in a low voice, but with heated conviction, "That Petrarch chap, he's really a bad lot." He takes off his cap, and while the crescendo nodding of his bristly head seems to brush the night, he adds, "I've mended him his purse. It had become percolated. I put him a patch on that, cost me 30 centimes, and I've resewn the edge with braid and all the lot. They're expensive, them jobs. Well, when I open my mouth to talk about that matter of his sewing machine that I'm interested in and that he can't use himself, he becomes congealed." He recounts to me the mad claims of Trompson in the matter of his new soles, and the conduct of Monsieur Becret, who, though old enough to know better, had taken advantage of his good faith by paying for the repair of his spout with a knife that would cut anything it sees. He goes on to detail for my benefit all the important matters in his life. Then he says, "I'm not rich, I'm not, but I'm conscientious. If I'm a botcher, it's 'cause my father and my grandfather were botchers before me. There's something that's for making a big stir in the world. There are. I don't hold with that idea. What I does, I does." Suddenly a sonorous tramp persists and repeats itself in the roadway, and a shape of uncertain equilibrium emerges and advances towards us by fits and starts, a shape that clings to itself and is impelled by a force stronger than itself. It is Brisbille, the blacksmith, drunk as usual. Espying us, Brisbille utters exclamations. When he has reached us he hesitates, and then, smitten by a sudden idea, he comes to a standstill, his boots clanking on the stones, as if he were a cart. He measures the height of the curb with his eye, but clenches his fists, swallows what he wanted to say, and goes off reeling, with an odor of hatred and wine, and his face slashed with red patches. "That anarchist," said Crillon, in disgust. "Loathsome notions, now, aren't they? Ah, who'll rid us of him and his alcoholytes?" he adds, as he offers me his hand. "Good night. I'm always saying to the town council, 'You must give 'em clink,' I says, 'that gang of Bolshevists, for the slightest infractionment of the laws against drunkenness.' Yes, indeed. There's that Jean Latrouille in the town council, eh? They talk about keeping order, but as soon as it's a question of a doing of it, they seem like a cold draught." The good fellow is angry. He raises his great fist and shakes it in space like a medieval mace, pointing where Brisbille has just plunged floundering into the night. He says, "That's what socialists are. The conquering people what can't stand up on their legs. I may be a botcher in life, but I'm for peace and order. Good night, good night. Is she well, Aunt Josephine? I'm for tranquillity and liberty and order. That's why I've always kept clear of their crowd. A bit since, I saw her trotting past, as vivacious as a young girl. But there, I talk and I talk." He enters his shop, but turns on his heel and calls me back, with a mysterious sign. "You know they've all arrived up yonder at the castle?" Respect has subdued his voice. A vision is absorbing him of the lords and ladies of the manor, and as he leaves me he bows instinctively. His shop is a narrow glass cage which is added to our house like a family relation. Within I can just make out the strong, plebeian framework of Crillon himself, upright beside a serrated heap of ruins, over which a candle is enthroned. The light which falls on his accumulated tools and on those hanging from the wall makes a decoration obscurely golden around the picture of this wise man, this soul all innocent of envious demands, turning again to his botching, as his father and grandfather botched. I have mounted the steps and pushed our door, the grey door whose only relief is the key. The door goes in grumblingly and makes way for me into the dark passage, which was formerly paved, though now the traffic of souls has kneaded it with earth and changed it into a footpath. My forehead strikes the lamp, which is hooked on the wall. It is out, oozing oil, and it stinks. One never sees that lamp, and always bangs it. And though I had hurried so, I don't know why, to get home, at this moment of arrival I slow down. Every evening I have the same small and dull disillusion. I go into the room which serves us as kitchen and dining room, where my aunt is lying. This room is buried in almost complete darkness. "Good evening, ma'am." A sigh, and then a sob arise from the bed crammed against the pale celestial squares of the window. Then I remember that there was a scene between my old aunt and me after our early morning coffee. Thus it is 2 or 3 times a week. This time it was about a dirty window pane, and on this particular morning, exasperated by the continuous gush of her reproaches, I flung an offensive word and banged the door as I went off to work. So Mame has had to weep all the day. She has fostered and ruminated her spleen, and sniffed up her tears, even while busy with household duties. Then, as the day declined, she put out the lamp and went to bed, with the object of sustaining and displaying her chagrin. When I came in, she was in the act of peeling invisible potatoes. There are potatoes scattered over the floor, everywhere. My feet kick them, and send them rolling heavily among odds and ends of utensils, and a soft deposit of garments that are lying about. As soon as I am there my aunt overflows with noisy tears. Not daring to speak again, I sit down in my usual corner. Over the bed I can make out a pointed shape, like a mounted picture, silhouetted against the curtains, which slightly blacken the window. It is as though the quilt were lifted from underneath by a stick, for my Aunt Josephine is leanness itself. Gradually she raises her voice and begins to lament. "You've no feelings. No, you're heartless. That dreadful word you said to me. You said, 'You and your jawing.' Ah! People don't know what I have to put up with. Ill-natured cart-horse." In silence I hear these tear-streaming words that fall and founder in the dark room from that obscure blot on the pillow which is her face. I stand up. I sit down again. I risk saying, "Come now, come, that's all done with." She cries, "Done with? Ah! It will never be done with." With the sheet that night is begriming, she muzzles herself and hides her face. She shakes her head to left and to right violently, so as to wipe her tears and signify dissent at the same time. "Never! A word like that you said to me breaks the heart forever. But I must get up and get you something to eat. You must eat. I brought you up when you were a little one." Her voice capsizes. "I've given up all for you, and you treat me as if I were an adventuress." I hear the sound of her skinny feet as she plants them successively on the floor, like 2 boxes. She is seeking her things, scattered over the bed or slipped to the floor. She is swallowing sobs. Now she is upright, shapeless in the shadow, but from time to time I see her remarkable leanness outlined. She slips on a camisole and a jacket, a spectral vision of garments which unfold themselves about her handle-like arms and above the hollow framework of her shoulders. She talks to herself while she dresses, and gradually all my life history, all my past comes forth from what the poor woman says, my only near relative on earth, as it were my mother and my servant. She strikes a match. The lamp emerges from the dark and zigzags about the room like a portable fairy. My aunt is enclosed in a strong light. Her eyes are level with her face. She has heavy and spongy eyelids, and a big mouth which stirs with ruminated sorrow. Fresh tears increase the dimensions of her eyes, make them sparkle and varnish the points of her cheeks. She comes and goes with undiminished spleen. Her wrinkles form heavy moldings on her face, and the skin of chin and neck is so folded that it looks intestinal, while the crude light tinges it all with something like blood. Now that the lamp is alight, some items become visible on the dismal super chaos in which we are walled up. the piece of bed ticking fastened with 2 nails across the bottom of the window because of draughts, the marble-topped chest of drawers with its woolen cover, and the door lock stopped with a protruding plug of paper. The lamp is flaring, and as Mame does not know where to stand it among the litter, she puts it on the floor and crouches to regulate the wick. There rises from the medley of the old lady, vividly variegated with vermilion and night, a jet of black smoke, which returns in parachute form. Mame sighs, but she cannot check her continual talk. "You, my lad, you who are so genteel when you like and earn 180 francs a month, you're genteel, but you're short of good manners. It's that, chiefly, I find fault with you about. So you spat on the window pane, I'm certain of it. May I drop dead if you didn't. And you're nearly 24. And to revenge yourself because I'd found out that you'd spat on the window, you told me to stop my jawing, for that's what you said to me. After all, ah, vulgar fellow that you are, the factory gentlemen are too kind to you. Your poor father was their best workman. You are more genteel than your poor father, more English, and you preferred to go into business rather than go on learning Latin. And everybody thought you quite right, but for hard work you're not much good. Ah la la! Confess that you spat on the window. For your poor mother!" The ghost of Mame goes on, as she crosses the room with a wooden spoon in her hand. "One must say that she had good taste in dress. That's no harm, no. But certainly they must have the wherewithal. She was always a child. I remember she was 26 when they carried her away. Ah, how she loved hats! But she had handsome ways, for all that. When she said, 'Come along with us, Josephine,' so I brought you up. I did, and sacrificed everything." Overcome by the mention of the past, Mame's speech and action both cease. She chokes, and wags her head and wipes her face with her sleeve. I risk saying gently, "Yes, I know it well." A sigh is my answer. She lights the fire. The coal sends out a cushion of smoke, which expands and rolls up the stove, falls back, and piles its muslin on the floor. Mame manipulates the stove with her feet in the cloudy deposit, and the hazy white hair which escapes from her black cap is also like smoke. Then she seeks her handkerchief and pats her pockets to get the velvet coal dust off her fingers. Now, with her back turned, she is moving casseroles about. Monsieur Crillon's father, she says, old Dominic, had come from County Cher to settle down here in '66 or '67. He's a sensible man, seeing he's a town councillor. We must tell him nicely to take his buckets away from our door. Monsieur Bonien is very rich, and he speaks so well, in spite of his bad neck. You must show yourself off to all these gentlemen. You're genteel, and you're already getting 180 francs a month, and it's vexing that you haven't got some sign to show that you're on the commercial side, and not a workman, when you're going in and out of the factory." "That can be seen easily enough." "I'd rather you had a badge." Breathing damply and forcefully, she sniffs harder and quicker, and looks here and there for her handkerchief. She prowls with the lamp. As my eyes follow her, the room awakens more and more. My groping gaze discovers the tiled floor, the conference of chairs backed side by side against the wall, the motionless pallor of the window in the background above the low and swollen bed, which is like a heap of earth and plaster, the clothes lying on the floor like molehills, the protruding edges of tables and shelves, pots, bottles, kettles, and hanging clouts, and that Locke with the cotton wool in its ear. "I like orderliness so much," says Mame, as she tacks and worms her way through this accumulation of things, all covered with a downy layer of dust like the corners of pastel pictures. According to habit, I stretch out my legs and put my feet on the stool, which long use has polished and glorified till it looks new. My face turns this way and that towards the lean phantom of my aunt, and I lull myself with the sounds of her stirring and her endless murmur. And now, suddenly, she has come near to me. She is wearing her jacket of grey and white stripes, which hangs from her acute shoulders. She puts her arm around my neck and trembles as she says, "You can mount high, you can, with the gifts that you have. Some day, perhaps, you will go and tell men everywhere the truth of things. That has happened. There have been men who were in the right above everybody. Why shouldn't you be one of them, my lad, you one of these great apostles?" And with her head gently nodding, and her face still tear‐stained, she looks afar and sees the streets attentive to my eloquence. Hardly has this strange imagining in the bosom of our kitchen passed away when Mame adds, with her eyes on mine, "My lad, mind you, never look higher than yourself. You are already something of a home bird. You have already serious and elderly habits. That's good. Never try to be different from others." "No danger of that, Mame." "No, there is no danger of that. I should like to remain as I am. Something holds me to the surroundings of my infancy and childhood, and I should like them to be eternal. No doubt I hope for much from life. I hope. I have hopes, as every one has. I do not even know all that I hope for, but I should not like too great changes. In my heart I should not like anything which changed the position of the stove, of the tap, of the chestnut wardrobe, nor the form of my evening rest, which faithfully returns. The fire alight, my aunt warms up the stew, stirring it with the wooden spoon. Sometimes there spurts from the stove a mournful flame, which seems to illumine her with tatters of light. I get up to look at the stew. The thick brown gravy is purring. I can see pale bits of potato, and it is uncertainly spotted with the mucosity of onions. Mame pours it into a big white plate. "That's for you," she says. "Now, what shall I have?" We settle ourselves each side of the little swarthy table. Mame is fumbling in her pocket. Now her lean hand, lumpy and dark, unroots itself. She produces a bit of cheese, scrapes it with a knife which she holds by the blade, and swallows it slowly. By the rays of the lamp which stands beside us, I see that her face is not dry. A drop of water has lingered on the cheek that each mouthful protrudes and glitters there. Her great mouth works in all directions, and sometimes swallows the remains of tears. So there we are, in front of our plates, of the salt which is placed on a bit of paper, of my share of jam which is put into a mustard pot. There we are, narrowly close, our foreheads and hands brought together by the light, and for the rest but poorly clothed by the huge gloom. Sitting in this jaded armchair, my hands on this ill-balanced table, which, if you lean on one side of it, begins at once to limp, I feel that I am deeply rooted where I am, in this room, disordered as an abandoned garden, this worn-out room where the dust touches you softly. After we have eaten, our remarks grow rarer. Then Mame begins again to mumble. Once again she yields to emotion under the harsh flame of the lamp, and once again her eyes grow dim in her complicated Japanese mask that is crowned with cotton wool, and something dimly shining flows with them. The tears of the sensitive old soul plash on that lip so voluminous that it seems a sort of heart. She leans towards me. She comes so near that I feel sure she is touching me. I have only her in the world to love me really. In spite of her humours and her lamentations, I know well that she is always in the right. I yawn, while she takes away the dirty plates and proceeds to hide them in a dark corner. She fills the big bowl from the pitcher and then carries it along to the stove for the crockery. Antonia has given me an appointment for 8 o'clock, near the kiosk. It is 10 past 8. I go out. The passage, the court. By night all these familiar things surround me, even while they hide themselves. A vague light still hovers in the sky. Crillon's prismatic shop gleams like a garnet in the bosom of the night, behind the riotous disorder of his buckets. There I can see Crillon. He never seems to stop. filling something, examining his work close to a candle which flutters like a butterfly ensnared, and then reaching for the glue pot which steams on a little stove. One can just see his face, the engrossed and heedless face of the artificer of the good old days, the black plates of his ill-shaven cheeks, and, protruding from his cap, a visor of stiff hair. He coughs, and the window panes vibrate. In the street, shadow and silence. In the distance are venturing shapes, people emerging or entering, and some light echoing sounds. Almost at once, on the corner, I see Monsieur Joseph Bonnier vanishing, stiff as a ramrod. I recognize the thick white kerchief which consolidates the boils on his neck. As I pass the hairdresser's door it opens, just as it did a little while ago, and his agreeable voice says, "That's all there is to it in business." "Absolutely," replies a man who is leaving. In the oven of the street one can see only his littleness. He must be a considerable personage, all the same. Monsieur Pocard is always applying himself to business and thinking of great schemes. A little farther, in the depths of a cavity, stoppered by an iron grilled window, I divine the presence of old Udo, the bird of ill omen, the strange old man who coughs, and has a bad eye, and whines continually. Even indoors he must wear his mournful cloak and the lampshade of his hood. People call him a spy, and not without reason. Here is the kiosk. It is waiting quite alone, with its point in the darkness. Antonia has not come, for she would have waited for me. I am impatient first, and then relieved. A good riddance. No doubt Antonia is still tempting when she is present. There is a reddish fever in her eyes, and her slenderness sets you on fire. But I am hardly in harmony with the Italian. She is particularly engrossed in her private affairs, with which I am not concerned. Big Victorine, always ready, is worth 100 of her, or Madame Lacaille, the pensively vicious, though I am equally satiated of her too. Truth to tell, I plunge unreflectingly into a heap of amorous adventures, which I shortly find vulgar. But I can never resist the magic of a first temptation. I shall not wait. I go away. I skirt the forge of the ignoble Breville. It is the last house in that chain of low hills which is the street. Out of the deep dark, the smithy window flames with vivid orange behind its black tracery. In the middle of that square ruled page of light, I see transparently outlined the smith's eccentric silhouette, now black and sharp, now softly huge, spectrally through the glare, and in blundering frenzy he strives and struggles and fumbles horribly on the anvil. Swaying, he seems to rush to right and to left, like a passenger on a hell-bound ferry. The more drunk he is, the more furiously he falls upon his iron and his fire. I return home. Just as I am about to enter, a timid voice calls me. "Simon!" It is Antonia. So much the worse for her. I hurry in, followed by the weak appeal. I go up to my room. It is bare and always cold. Always I must shiver some minutes before I shake it back to life. As I close the shutters I see the street again, the massive, slanting blackness of the roofs and their population of chimneys clear cut against the minor blackness of space. Some still waking, milk-white windows, and at the end of a jagged and gloomy background the blood-red, stumbling apparition of the mad blacksmith. Farther still I can make out in the cavity the cross on the steeple, and again, very high and blazing with light, on the hilltop, the castle, a rich crown of masonry. In all directions the eye loses itself among the black ruins which conceal their hosts of men and of women, all so unknown and so like myself. End of Section 2. Light, by Henri Barbusse, translated by Fitzwater Ray.
Section 3 of 1916, First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. 1916. First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 3. Rinkitink in Oz by L. Frank Baum. The Prince of Pingaree by L. Frank Baum. Chapter 1. If you have a map of the Land of Oz handy, you will find that the great Nonestic Ocean washes the shores of the kingdom of Rinkitink, between which and the Land of Oz lies a strip of the country of the Gnome King and a sandy desert. The kingdom of Rinkitink isn't very big and lies close to the ocean, all the houses and the king's palace being built near the shore. The people live much upon the water, boating and fishing, and the wealth of Rinkitink is gained from trading along the coast and with the islands nearest it. 4 days' journey by boat to the north of Rinkitink is the island of Pingaree, and as our story begins here, I must tell you something about this island. At the north end of Pingaree, where it is widest, the land is a mile from shore to shore, but at the south end it is scarcely half a mile broad. Thus, although Pingaree is 4 miles long from north to south, it cannot be called a very big island. It is exceedingly pretty, however, and to the gulls who approach it from the sea, it must resemble a huge green wedge lying upon the waters, for its grass and trees give it the color of an emerald. The grass came to the edge of the sloping shores. The beautiful trees occupied all the central portion of Pingaree, forming a continuous grove where the branches met high overhead, and there was just space beneath them for the cozy houses of the inhabitants. These houses were scattered everywhere throughout the island, so that there was no town or city unless the whole island might be called a city. The canopy of leaves, high overhead, formed a shelter from sun and rain, and the dwellers in the grove could all look past the straight tree trunks and across the grassy slopes to the purple waters of the Nonestic Ocean. At the big end of the island, at the north, stood the royal palace of King Kitticut, the lord and ruler of Pingaree. It was a beautiful palace, built entirely of snow-white marble and capped by domes of burnished gold, for the king was exceedingly wealthy. All along the coast of Pingaree were found the largest and finest pearls in the whole world. These pearls grew within the shells of big oysters, and the people raked the oysters from their watery beds, sought out the milky pearls, and carried them dutifully to their king. Therefore, once every year, His Majesty was able to send 6 of his boats with 60 rowers and many sacks of the valuable pearls to the kingdom of Rinkitink, where there was a city called Gilgad, in which King Rinkitink's palace stood on a rocky headland and served, with its high towers, as a lighthouse to guide sailors to the harbor. In Gilgad, the pearls from Pingaree were purchased by the king's treasurer, and the boats went back to the island laden with stores of rich merchandise and such supplies of food as the people and the royal family of Pingaree needed. The Pingaree people never visited any other land but that of Rinkitink, and so there were few other lands that knew there was such an island. To the southwest was an island called the Isle of Phreex, where the inhabitants had no use for pearls, and far north of Pingaree, 6 days' journey by boat, it was said, were twin islands named Regos and Coregos, inhabited by a fierce and warlike people. Many years before this story really begins, 10 big boatloads of those fierce warriors of Regos and Coregos visited Pingaree, landing suddenly upon the north end of the island. There they began to plunder and conquer, as was their custom, but the people of Pingaree, although neither so big nor so strong as their foes, were able to defeat them and drive them all back to the sea, where a great storm overtook the raiders from Regos and Coregos and destroyed them and their boats. not a single warrior returning to his own country. This defeat of the enemy seemed the more wonderful because the pearl fishers of Pingaree were mild and peaceful in disposition, and seldom quarrelled even among themselves. Their only weapons were their oyster rakes. Yet the fact remains that they drove their fierce enemies from Regos and Corrigos from their shores. King Kitticut was only a boy when this remarkable battle was fought, and now his hair was grey, but he remembered the day well, and during the years that followed, his one constant fear was of another invasion of his enemies. He feared they might send a more numerous army to his island, both for conquest and revenge, in which case there could be little hope of successfully opposing them. This anxiety on the part of King Kitticut led him to keep a sharp lookout for strange boats, one of his men patrolling the beach constantly. But he was too wise to allow any fear to make him or his subjects unhappy. He was a good king, and lived very contentedly in his fine palace, with his fair Queen Garee and their one child, Prince Inga. The wealth of Pingaree increased year by year, and the happiness of the people increased too. Perhaps there was no place outside the land of Oz where contentment and peace were more manifest than on this pretty island, hidden in the bosom of the Nonestic Ocean. Had these conditions remained undisturbed, there would have been no need to speak of Pingaree in this story. Prince Inga, the heir to all the riches and the kingship of Pingaree, grew up surrounded by every luxury, but he was a manly little fellow, although somewhat too grave and thoughtful, and he could never bear to be idle a single minute. He knew where the finest oysters lay hidden along the coast, and was as successful in finding pearls as any of the men of the island, although he was so slight and small. He had a little boat of his own, and a rake for dragging up the oysters, and he was very proud indeed when he could carry a big white pearl to his father. There was no school upon the island, as the people of Pingaree were far removed from the state of civilization that gives our modern children such advantages as schools and learned professors. But the king owned several manuscript books, the pages being made of sheepskin. Being a man of intelligence, he was able to teach his son something of reading, writing, and arithmetic. When studying his lessons, Prince Inga used to go into the grove near his father's palace, and climb into the branches of a tall tree, where he had built a platform with a comfortable seat to rest upon, all hidden by the canopy of leaves. There, with no one to disturb him, he would pore over the sheepskin, on which were written the queer characters of the Pingaree's language. King Kitticut was very proud of his little son, as well he might be, and he soon felt a high respect for Inga's judgment, and thought that he was worthy to be taken into the confidence of his father in many matters of state. He taught the boy the needs of the people, and how to rule them justly, for some day he knew that Inga would be king in his place. One day he called his son to his side, and said to him, "Our island now seems peaceful enough, Inga, and we are happy and prosperous. But I cannot forget those terrible people of Regos and Corrigos. My constant fear is that they will send a fleet of boats to search for those of their race whom we defeated many years ago, and whom the sea afterwards destroyed. If the warriors come in great numbers, we may be unable to oppose them, for my people are little trained to fighting at best. They surely would cause us much injury and suffering." "Are we then less powerful than in my grandfather's day?" asked Prince Inga. The king shook his head thoughtfully. "It is not that," said he. "That you may fully understand that marvelous battle, I must confide to you a great secret. I have in my possession 3 magic talismans, which I have ever guarded with utmost care, keeping the knowledge of their existence from any one else. But lest I should die, and the secret be lost, I have decided to tell you what these talismans are and where they are hidden. Come with me, my son." He led the way through the rooms of the palace until they came to the great banquet hall. There, stopping in the center of the room, he stooped down and touched a hidden spring in the tiled floor. At once one of the tiles sank downward, and the king reached within the cavity and drew out a silken bag. This bag he proceeded to open, showing Inga that it contained 3 great pearls, each one as big around as a marble. One had a blue tint, and one was of a delicate rose color, but the third was pure white. "These 3 pearls," said the king, speaking in a solemn, impressive voice, "are the most wonderful the world has ever known. They were gifts to one of my ancestors from the Mermaid Queen, a powerful fairy whom he once had the good fortune to rescue from her enemies. In gratitude for this favor, she presented him with these pearls. Each of the 3 possesses an astonishing power, and whoever is their owner may count himself a fortunate man. This one having the blue tint will give to the person who carries it a strength so great that no power can resist him. The one with the pink glow will protect its owner from all dangers that may threaten him, no matter from what source they may come. The third pearl, this one of pure white, can speak, and its words are always wise and helpful." "What is this, my father?" exclaimed the prince, amazed. "Do you tell me that a pearl can speak? It sounds impossible." "Your doubt is due to your ignorance of fairy powers," returned the king gravely. "Listen, my son, and you will know that I speak the truth." He held the white pearl to Inga's ear, and the prince heard a small voice say distinctly, "Your father is right. Never question the truth of what you fail to understand, for the world is filled with wonders." "I crave your pardon, dear father," said the prince, "for clearly I heard the pearl speak, and its words were full of wisdom." "The powers of the other pearls are even greater," resumed the king. "Were I poor in all else, these gems would make me richer than any other monarch the world holds." "I believe that," replied Inga, looking at the beautiful pearls with much awe. "But tell me, my father, why do you fear the warriors of Regos and Coregos, when these marvelous powers are yours?" "The powers are mine only while I have the pearls upon my person," answered King Kitticut, "and I dare not carry them constantly for fear they might be lost. Therefore I keep them safely hidden in this recess. My only danger lies in the chance that my watchmen might fail to discover the approach of our enemies and allow the warrior invaders to seize me before I could secure the pearls. I should in that case be quite powerless to resist. My father owned the magic pearls at the time of the great fight, of which you have so often heard, and the pink pearl protected him from harm, while the blue pearl enabled him and his people to drive away the enemy. Often have I suspected that the destroying storm was caused by the fairy mermaids, but that is a matter of which I have no proof." "I have often wondered how we managed to win that battle," remarked Inga thoughtfully. "But the pearls will assist us in case the warriors come again, will they not?" "They are as powerful as ever," declared the king. "Really, my son, I have little to fear from any foe. But lest I die and the secret be lost to the next king, I have now given it into your keeping. Remember that these pearls are the rightful heritage of all kings of Pingaree. If at any time I should be taken from you, Inga, guard this treasure well, and do not forget where it is hidden." "I shall not forget," said Inga. Then the king returned the pearls to their hiding place, and the boy went to his own room to ponder upon the wonderful secret his father had that day confided to his care. End of Section 3. The Prince of Pingaree. Chapter 1 by L. Frank Baum. Section 4 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. 1916. First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 4. The Beasts of Tarzan by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Chapter 1. Kidnapped. The entire affair is shrouded in mystery, said D'Arnot. I have it on the best of authority that neither the police nor the special agents of the General Staff have the faintest conception of how it was accomplished. All they know, all that anyone knows, is that Nicholas Rokoff has escaped. John Clayton, Lord Greystoke, he who had been Tarzan of the Apes, sat in silence in the apartments of his friend, Lieutenant Paul D'Arnot, in Paris, gazing meditatively at the toe of his immaculate boot. His mind revolved many memories, recalled by the escape of his arch enemy from the French military prison to which he had been sentenced for life upon the testimony of the ape-man. He thought of the lengths to which Rokoff had once gone to compass his death, and he realized that what the man had already done would doubtless be as nothing by comparison with what he would wish and plot to do now that he was again free. Tarzan had recently brought his wife and infant son to London to escape the discomforts and dangers of the rainy season upon their vast estate in Uzery, the land of the savage Waziri warriors, whose broad African domains the ape-man had once ruled. He had run across the Channel for a brief visit with his old friend, but the news of the Russian's escape had already cast a shadow upon his outing, so that though he had but just arrived, he was already contemplating an immediate return to London. "It is not that I fear for myself, Paul," he said at last. "Many times in the past I thwarted Rokoff's designs upon my life, but now there are others to consider. Unless I misjudge the man, he would more quickly strike at me through my wife or son than directly at me, for he doubtless realizes that in no other way could he inflict greater anguish upon me. I must go back to them at once, and remain with them until Rokoff is recaptured or dead." As these two talked in Paris, two other men were talking together in a little cottage upon the outskirts of London. Both were dark, sinister-looking men. One was bearded, but the other, whose face wore the pallor of long confinement within doors, had but a few days' growth of black beard upon his face. It was he who was speaking. "You must needs shave off that beard of yours, Alexis," he said to his companion. "With it he would recognize you on the instant. We must separate here in the hour, and when we meet again upon the deck of the Kincaid, let us hope that we shall have with us two honored guests who little anticipate the pleasant voyage we have planned for them. In 2 hours I should be upon my way to Dover with one of them, and by tomorrow night, if you follow my instructions carefully, you should arrive with the other, provided, of course, that he returns to London as quickly as I presume he will. There should be both profit and pleasure, as well as other good things to reward our efforts, my dear Alexis. Thanks to the stupidity of the French, they have gone to such lengths to conceal the fact of my escape for these many days that I have had ample opportunity to work out every detail of our little adventure so carefully that there is little chance of the slightest hitch occurring to mar our prospects. And now, good-bye and good luck." 3 hours later a messenger mounted the steps to the apartment of Lieutenant D'Arnot. "A telegram for Lord Greystoke," he said to the servant who answered his summons. "Is he here?" The man answered in the affirmative, and signing for the message carried it within to Tarzan, who was already preparing to depart for London. Tarzan tore open the envelope, and as he read his face went white. "Read it, Paul," he said, handing the slip of paper to D'Arnot. "It has come already." The Frenchman took the telegram and read, "Jack stolen from the garden through complicity of new servant. Come at once. Jane." As Tarzan leaped from the roadster that had met him at the station and ran up the steps to his London town house, he was met at the door by a dry-eyed but almost frantic woman. Quickly, Jane Porter Clayton, narrated all that she had been able to learn of the theft of the boy. The baby's nurse had been wheeling him in the sunshine on the walk before the house when a closed taxicab drew up at the corner of the street. The woman had paid but passing attention to the vehicle, merely noting that it discharged no passenger, but stood at the curb with the motor running as though waiting for a fare from the residence before which it had stopped. Almost immediately the new houseman, Karl, had come running from the Greystoke house, saying that the girl's mistress wished to speak with her for a moment, and that she was to leave little Jack in his care until she returned. The woman said that she entertained not the slightest suspicion of the man's motives until she had reached the doorway of the house, when it occurred to her to warn him not to turn the carriage so as to permit the sun to shine in the baby's eyes. As she turned about to call this to him, she was somewhat surprised to see that he was wheeling the carriage rapidly toward the corner, and at the same time she saw the door of the taxicab open and a swarthy face framed for a moment in the aperture. Intuitively the danger to the child flashed upon her, and with a shriek she dashed down the steps and up the walk toward the taxicab, into which Karl was now handing the baby to the swarthy one within. Just before she reached the vehicle, Karl leaped in beside his confederate, slamming the door behind him. At the same time, the chauffeur attempted to start his machine, but it was evident that something had gone wrong, as though the gears refused to mesh, and the delay caused by this, while he pushed the lever into reverse and backed the car a few inches before again attempting to go ahead, gave the nurse time to reach the side of the taxicab. Leaping to the running board, she had attempted to snatch the baby from the arms of the stranger, and here, screaming and fighting, she had clung to her position even after the taxicab had got under way, nor was it until the machine had passed the Greystoke residence at good speed that Karl, with a heavy blow to her face, had succeeded in knocking her to the pavement. Her screams had attracted servants and members of the families from residences near by, as well as from the Greystoke home. Lady Greystoke had witnessed the girl's brave battle, and had herself tried to reach the rapidly passing vehicle, but had been too late. That was all that any one knew, nor did Lady Greystoke dream of the possible identity of the man at the bottom of the plot, until her husband had told her of the escape of Nicholas Rokoff from the French prison where they had hoped he was permanently confined. As Tarzan and his wife stood planning the wisest course to pursue, the telephone bell rang in the library at their right. Tarzan quickly answered the call in person. "Lord Greystoke?" asked a man's voice at the other end of the line. "Yes." "Your son has been stolen," continued the voice, "and I alone may help you to recover him. I am conversant with the plot of those who took him. In fact, I was a party to it, and was to share in the reward. But now they are trying to ditch me, and to be quits with them, I will aid you to recover him on condition that you will not prosecute me for my part in the crime. What do you say?" "If you lead me to where my son is hidden," replied the ape man, "you need fear nothing from me." "Good," replied the other, "but you must come alone to meet me, for it is enough that I must trust you. I cannot take the chance of permitting others to learn my identity." "Where and when may I meet you?" asked Tarzan. The other gave the name and location of a public house on the waterfront at Dover, a place frequented by sailors. "Come," he concluded, "about 10 o'clock tonight. It would do no good to arrive earlier. Your son will be safe enough in the meantime, and I can then lead you secretly to where he is hidden. But be sure to come alone, and under no circumstances notify Scotland Yard, for I know you well and shall be watching for you. Should any other accompany you, or should I see suspicious characters who might be agents of the police, I shall not meet you, and your last chance of recovering your son will be gone." Without more words, the man rang off. Tarzan repeated the gist of the conversation to his wife. She begged to be allowed to accompany him, but he insisted that it might result in the man's carrying out his threat of refusing to aid them if Tarzan did not come alone. And so they parted, he to hasten to Dover, and she, ostensibly to wait at home until he should notify her of the outcome of his mission. Little did either dream of what both were destined to pass through before they should meet again, or the far distant. But why anticipate? For 10 minutes after the ape man had left her, Jane Clayton walked restlessly back and forth across the silken rugs of the library. Her mother heart ached. Bereft of its firstborn, her mind was in anguish of hopes and fears. Though her judgment told her that all would be well were her Tarzan to go alone in accordance with the mysterious stranger's summons, her intuition would not permit her to lay aside suspicion of the gravest dangers to both her husband and her son. The more she thought of the matter, the more convinced she became that the recent telephone message might be but a ruse to keep them inactive until the boy was safely hidden away or spirited out of England. Or it might be that it had been simply a bait to lure Tarzan into the hands of the implacable Rokoff. With the lodgment of this thought she stopped in wide-eyed terror. Instantly it became a conviction. She glanced at the great clock ticking the minutes in the corner of the library. It was too late to catch the Dover train that Tarzan was to take. There was another later, however, that would bring her to the Channel port in time to reach the address the stranger had given her husband before the appointed hour. Summoning her maid and chauffeur, she issued instructions rapidly. 10 minutes later she was being whisked through the crowded streets toward the railway station. It was 9:45 that night that Tarzan entered the squalid pub on the waterfront in Dover. As he passed into the evil-smelling room, a muffled figure brushed past him toward the street. "Come, my lord," whispered the stranger. The ape man wheeled about and followed the other man into the ill-lit alley, which custom had dignified with the title of thoroughfare. Once outside, the fellow led the way into the darkness, nearer a wharf where high-piled bales, boxes, and casks cast dense shadows. Here he halted. "Where's the boy?" asked Greystoke. "On that small steamer whose lights you can just see yonder," replied the other. In the gloom, Tarzan was trying to peer into the features of his companion, but he did not recognize the man as one whom he had ever before seen. Had he guessed that his guide was Alexis Paulvitch, he would have realized that naught but treachery lay in the man's heart, and that danger lurked in the path of every move. "He is unguarded now," continued the Russian. "Those who took him feel perfectly safe from detection, and with the exception of a couple of members of the crew whom I furnished with enough gin to silence them effectually for hours, there is none aboard the Kincaid. We can go aboard, get the child, and return without the slightest fear." Tarzan nodded. "Let's be about it, then," he said. His guide led him to a small boat moored alongside the wharf. The two men entered, and Paulvitch pulled rapidly toward the steamer. The black smoke issuing from her funnel did not at the time make any suggestion to Tarzan's mind. All his thoughts were occupied with the hope that in a few moments he would again have his little son in his arms. At the steamer's side they found a monkey ladder dangling close above them, and up this the two men crept stealthily. Once on deck, they hastened aft to where the Russian pointed to a hatch. "The boy is hidden there," he said. "You had better go down after him, as there is less chance that he will cry in fright than he should find himself in the arms of a stranger. I will stand on guard here." So anxious was Tarzan to rescue the child that he gave not the slightest thought to the strangeness of all the conditions surrounding the Kincaid. That her deck was deserted, though she had steam up, and from the volume of smoke pouring from her funnel was all ready to get under way, made no impression upon him. With the thought that in another instant he would fold that precious little bundle of humanity in his arms, the ape man swung down into the darkness below. Scarcely had he released his hold upon the edge of the hatch than the heavy covering fell clattering above him. Instantly he knew that he was the victim of a plot, and that far from rescuing his son, he had himself fallen into the hands of his enemies. Though he immediately endeavored to reach the hatch and lift the cover, he was unable to do so. Striking a match, he explored his surroundings. Finding that a little compartment had been partitioned off from the main hold, with the hatch above his head, the only means of ingress or egress, it was evident that the room had been prepared for the very purpose of serving as a cell for himself. There was nothing in the compartment and no other occupant. If the child was on board the Kincaid, he was confined elsewhere. For over 20 years, from infancy to manhood, the ape-man had roamed his savage jungle haunts without human companionship of any nature. He had learned at the most impressionable period of his life to take his pleasures and his sorrows as the beasts take theirs. So it was that he neither raved nor stormed against fate, but instead waited patiently for what might next befall him, though not by any means without an eye to doing the utmost to succor himself. To this end he examined his prison carefully, tested the heavy planking that formed its walls, and measured the distance of the hatch above him. And while he was thus occupied, there came suddenly to him the vibration of machinery and the throbbing of the propeller. The ship was moving. Where to and to what fate was it carrying him? And even as these thoughts passed through his mind, there came to his ears above the din of the engines that which caused him to go cold with apprehension. Clear and shrill from the deck above him rang the scream of a frightened woman. End of section 4. The Beasts of Tarzan by Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Section 5 of 1916 First Chapters collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters collection, Section 5, Virginia by Ellen Glasgow. The System. Toward the close of a May afternoon in the year 1884, Miss Priscilla Batt, having learned by heart the lesson in physical geography she would teach her senior class on the morrow, stood feeding her canary on the little square porch of the Dinwiddie Academy for Young Ladies. The day had been hot, and the fitful wind, which had risen in the direction of the river, was just beginning to blow in soft gusts under the old mulberry trees in the street, and to scatter the loosened petals of syringa blossoms in a flowery snow over the grass. For a moment Miss Priscilla turned her flushed face to the scented air, while her eyes rested lovingly on the narrow walk, edged with pointed bricks and bordered by cowslips and wallflowers, which led through the short garden to the 3 stone steps and the tall iron gate. She was a shapeless yet majestic woman of some 50 years, with a large mottled face in which a steadfast expression of gentle obstinacy appeared to underlie the more evanescent ripples of thought or of emotion. Her severe black silk gown, to which she had just changed from her morning dress of alpaca, was softened under her full double chin by a knot of lace and a cameo brooch bearing the helmeted profile of Pallas Athena. On her head she wore a 3-cornered cap trimmed with a ruching of organdie, and beneath it her thin gray hair still showed a gleam of faded yellow in the sunlight. She had never been handsome, but her prodigious size had endowed her with an impressiveness which had passed in her youth and among an indulgent people for beauty. Only in the last few years had her fleshiness, due to rich food which she could not resist and to lack of exercise for which she had an instinctive aversion, begun seriously to inconvenience her. Beyond the wire cage in which the canary spent his involuntarily celibate life, an ancient microphylla rosebush with a single imperfect bud blooming ahead of summer amid its glossy foliage clambered over a green lattice to the gabled pediment of the porch, while the delicate shadows of the leaves rippled like lacework on the gravel below. In the miniature garden, where the small spring blossoms strayed from the prim beds into the long feathery grasses, there were syringa bushes a little overblown, crape myrtles not yet in bud, a holly tree veiled in bright green near the iron fence, a flowering almond shrub in late bloom against the shaded side of the house, and where a west wing put out on the left, a bower of red and white roses was steeped now in the faint sunshine. At the foot of the 3 steps ran the sunken moss-edged bricks of High Street, and across High Street there floated, like wind-blown flowers, the figures of Susan Treadwell and Virginia Pendleton. Opening the rusty gate, the 2 girls tripped with carefully held flounces up the stone steps and between the cowslips and wallflowers that bordered the walk. Their white lawn dresses were made with the close-fitting sleeves and the narrow waists of the period, and their elaborately draped overskirts were looped on the left with graduated bows of light blue ottoman ribbon. They wore no hats, and Virginia, who was the shorter of the 2, had fastened a Jacqueminot rose in the thick, dark braid which was wound in a wreath about her head. Above her arched black eyebrows, which lent an expression of surprise and animation to her vivid oval face, her hair was parted, after an earlier fashion, under its plaited crown, and allowed to break in a mist of little curls over her temples. Even in repose there was a joyousness in her look, which seemed less the effect of an inward gaiety of mind than of some happy outward accident of form and colour. Her eyes, very far apart and set in black lashes, were of a deep, soft blue, the blue of wild hyacinths after rain. By her eyes, and by an old-world charm of personality which she exhaled like a perfume, it was easy to discern that she embodied the feminine ideal of the ages. To look at her was to think inevitably of love. For that end, obedient to the powers of life, the centuries had formed and coloured her, as they had formed and coloured the wild rose with its whirl of delicate petals. The air of a spoiled beauty which rested not ungracefully upon her was sweetened by her expression of natural simplicity and goodness. For an instant she stood listening in silence to the querulous pipes of the bird and the earnest exhortations of the teacher on the joys of cage life for both bird and lady. Then, plucking the solitary early bud from the macrophylla rosebush, she tossed it over the railing of the porch on the large and placid bosom of Miss Priscilla. "Do leave Dickie alone for a minute," she called in a winning soprano voice. At the sound, Miss Priscilla dropped the bit of cake she held and turned to lean delightedly over the walk, while her face beamed like a beneficent moon through the shining cloud of rose leaves. "Why, Jenny, I hadn't any idea that you and Susan were there." Her smile included Virginia's companion, a tall, rather heavy girl with intelligent gray eyes and fair hair cut in a straight fringe across her forehead. She was the daughter of Cyrus Treadwell, the wealthiest and therefore the most prominent citizen of the town. And she was also as intellectual as the early '80s and the 21,000 inhabitants of Dinwiddie permitted a woman to be. Her friendship for Virginia had been one of those swift and absorbing emotions which come to women in their school days. The stronger of the 2, she dominated the other, as she dominated every person or situation in life, not by charm, but by the force of an energetic and capable mind. Though her dress matched Virginia's in every detail, from the soft folds of tulle at the neck to the fancy striped stockings under the bouffant draperies, the different shapes of the wearers gave to the one gown an air of decorous composure, and to the other a quaint and appealing grace. Flushed, ardent, expectant, both girls stood now at the beginning of womanhood. Life was theirs, it belonged to them, this veiled, radiant thing that was approaching. Nothing wonderful had come as yet, but tomorrow, the day after, or next year, the miracle would happen, and everything would be different. Experience floated in a luminous mystery before them. The unknown, which had borrowed the sweetness and the colour of their illusions, possessed them like a secret ecstasy, and shone, in spite of their shyness, in their startled and joyous look. "Father asked me to take a message over to General Goode," explained Virginia, with a little laugh as gay as the song of a bird. "But I couldn't go by without thanking you for the cherry bounce. I made mother drink some of it before dinner, and it almost gave her an appetite." "I knew it was what she needed," answered Miss Priscilla, showing her pleasure by an increasing beam. "It was made right here in the house, and there's nothing better in the world, my poor mother used to say, to keep you from running down in the spring. But why can't you and Susan come in and sit a while?" "We'll be straight back in a minute," replied Susan, before Virginia could answer. "I've got a piece of news I want to tell you before any one else does. Oliver came home last night." Oliver, repeated Miss Priscilla, a little perplexed. You don't mean the son of your Uncle Henry who went out to Australia? I thought your father had washed his hands of him because he had started play acting or something. Curiosity, that devouring passion of the middle-aged, worked in her breast, and her placid face grew almost intense in expression. Yes, that's the one, replied Susan. They went to Australia when Oliver was 10 years old, and he's now 22. He lost both his parents about 3 years ago, she added. I know. His mother was my cousin, returned Miss Priscilla. I lost sight of her after she left Dinwiddie. But somebody was telling me the other day that Henry's investments all turned out badly, and they came down to real poverty. Sarah Jane was a pretty girl, and I was always very fond of her, but she was one of the improvident sort that couldn't make two ends meet without tying them into a bow knot. Then Oliver must be just like her. After his mother's death, he went to Germany to study, and he gave away the little money he had to some student he found starving there in a garret. That was generous, commented Miss Priscilla thoughtfully, but I should hardly call it sensible. I hope some day, Jinny, that your father will tell us in a sermon whether there is biblical sanction for immoderate generosity or not. But what does he say? Asked Virginia softly, meaning not the rector, but the immoderate young man. Oh, Oliver says that there wasn't enough for both, and that the other student is worth more to the world than he is, answered Susan. Then, of course, when he got so poor that he had to pawn his clothes or starve, he wrote father an almost condescending letter, and said that as much as he hated business, he supposed he'd have to come back and go to work. Only, he added, for God's sake, don't make it tobacco. Wasn't that dreadful? It was extremely impertinent, replied Miss Priscilla sternly, and to Cyrus, of all persons. I am surprised that he allowed him to come into the house. Oh, father doesn't take any of his talk seriously. He calls it starvation foolishness, and says that Oliver will get over it as soon as he has a nice little bank account. Perhaps he will. He is only 22, you know. But just now his head is full of all kinds of new ideas he picked up somewhere abroad. He's as clever as he can be, there's no doubt about that. And he'd be really good looking, too, if he didn't have that crooked nose of the Treadwells. Virginia has seen him only once in the street, but she's more than half in love with him already. Do come, Susan, remonstrated Virginia, blushing as red as the rose in her hair. It's past 6 o'clock, and the general will have gone if we don't hurry. And turning away from the porch, she ran between the flowering syringa bushes down the path to the gate. Having lost his bit of cake, the bird began to pipe shrilly, while Miss Priscilla drew a straight wicker chair, she never used rockers, beside the cage, and stretching out her feet in their large cloth shoes with elastic sides, counted the stitches in an afghan she was knitting in narrow blue and orange strips. In front of her the street trailed between cool, dim houses, which were filled with quiet, and from the hall at her back there came a whispering sound as the breeze moved like a ghostly footstep through an alcove window. With that strange power of reflecting the variable moods of humanity which one sometimes finds in inanimate objects, the face of the old house had borrowed from the face of its mistress the look of cheerful fortitude with which her generation had survived the agony of defeat and the humiliation of reconstruction. After 19 years, the Academy still bore the scars of war on its battered front. Once it had watched the spectre of famine stalk over the grass-grown pavement, and had heard the rattle of musketry and the roar of cannon borne on the southern breeze that now wafted the sounds of the saw and the hammer from an adjacent street. Once it had seen the flight of refugees, the overflow of the wounded from hospitals and churches, the panic of liberated slaves, the steady conquering march of the army of invasion. And though it would never have occurred to Miss Priscilla that either she or her house had borne any relation to history, which she regarded strictly as a branch of study and visualized as a list of dates or as a king wearing his crown, she had in fact played a modest yet effective part in the rapidly changing civilization of her age. But events were powerless against the genial heroism in which she was armored, and it was characteristic of her, as well as of her race, that while she sat now in the midst of encircling battlefields, with her eyes on the walk over which she had seen the blood of the wounded drip when they were lifted into her door, she should be brooding not over the tremendous tragedies through which she had passed, but over the lesson in physical geography she must teach in the morning. Her lips moved gently, and a listener, had there been one, might have heard her murmur, "The four great alluvial plains of Asia, those of China and of the Amu Darya in temperate regions, of the Euphrates and Tigris in the warm temperate, of the Indus and Ganges under the tropic, with the Nile Valley in Africa, were the theaters of the most ancient civilizations known to history or tradition." As she ended, a sigh escaped her, for the instruction of the young was for her a matter not of choice, but of necessity. With the majority of maiden ladies left destitute in Dinwiddie after the war, she had turned naturally to teaching as the only nice and respectable occupation which required neither preparation of mind nor considerable outlay of money. The fact that she was the single surviving child of a gallant Confederate general who, having distinguished himself and his descendants, fell at last in the battle of Gettysburg, was sufficient recommendation of her abilities in the eyes of her fellow citizens. Had she chosen to paint portraits or to write poems, they would have rallied quite as loyally to her support. Few indeed were the girls born in Dinwiddie since the war who had not learned reading, penmanship, up to the right, down to the left, my dear, geography, history, arithmetic, deportment, and the fine arts in the Academy for Young Ladies. The brilliant military record of the general still shed a legendary luster upon the school, and it was earnestly believed that no girl, after leaving there with a diploma for good conduct, could possibly go wrong or become eccentric in her later years. To be sure, she might remain a trifle weak in her spelling, Miss Priscilla having, as she confessed, a poor head for that branch of study. But after all, as the rector had once remarked, good spelling was by no means a necessary accomplishment for a lady. And for the rest, it was certain that the moral education of a pupil of the Academy would be firmly rooted in such fundamental verities as the superiority of man and the aristocratic supremacy of the Episcopal Church. From charming Sally Goode, now married to Tom Peachy, known familiarly as Honest Tom, the editor of the Dinwiddie Bee, to lovely Virginia Pendleton, the mark of Miss Priscilla was ineffaceably impressed upon the daughters of the leading families. Remembering this now, as she was disposed to do whenever she was knitting without company, Miss Priscilla dropped her long wooden needles in her lap, and leaning forward in her chair, gazed out upon the town with an expression of childlike confidence, of touching innocence. This innocence, which belonged to the very essence of her soul, had survived both the fugitive joys and the brutal disillusionments of life. Experience could not shatter it, for it was the product of a courage that feared nothing except opinions. Just as the town had battled for a principle without understanding it, so she was capable of dying for an idea, but not of conceiving one. She had suffered everything from the war except the necessity of thinking independently about it, and though in later years memory had become so sacred to her that she rarely indulged in it, she still clung passionately to the habits of her ancestors under the impression that she was clinging to their ideals. Little things filled her days, the trivial details of the classroom and of the market, the small domestic disturbances of her neighbors, the moral or mental delinquencies of her two colored servants, and even her religious veneration for the Episcopal Church had crystallized at last into a worship of customs. Today, at the beginning of the industrial awakening of the South, she, who was but the embodied spirit of her race, stood firmly rooted in all that was static, in all that was obsolete and outgrown in the Virginia of the 80s. Though she felt as yet merely the vague uneasiness with which her mind recoiled from the first stirrings of change, she was beginning dimly to realize that the car of progress would move through the quiet streets before the decade was over. The smoke of factories was already succeeding the smoke of the battlefields, and out of the ashes of a vanquished idealism, the spirit of commercial materialism was born. What was left of the old was fighting valiantly but hopelessly against what had come of the new. The two forces filled the streets of Dinwiddie. They were embodied in classes, in individuals, in articles of faith, in ideals of manners. The symbol of the one spirit was the memorial wreaths on the battlefields. Of the other, it was the prophetic smoke of the factories. From where she stood in High Street, she could see this incense to Mammon rising above the spires of the churches, above the houses and the hovels, above the charm and the provincialism which made the Dinwiddie of the 80s. And this charm, as well as this provincialism, appeared to her to be so inalienable a part of the old order, with its intrepid faith in itself, with its militant enthusiasm, with its courageous battle against industrial evolution, with its strength, its narrowness, its nobility, its blindness, that looking ahead she could discern only the arid stretch of a civilization from which the last remnant of beauty was banished forever. Already she felt the breaking of those bonds of sympathy which had held the 21,000 inhabitants of Dinwiddie, as they had held the entire South, solidly knit together in a passive yet effectual resistance to the spirit of change. Of the world beyond the borders of Virginia, Dinwiddians knew merely that it was either Yankee or foreign, and therefore to be pitied or condemned according to the evangelical or the Calvinistic convictions of the observer. Philosophy they regarded with the distrust of a people whose notable achievements have not been in the direction of the contemplative virtues, and having lived comfortably and created a civilization without the aid of science, they could afford not unreasonably to despise it. It was a quarter of a century since the origin of species had changed the course of the world's thought, yet it had never reached them. To be sure, there was an old gentleman in Tabb Street whose title, the Professor, had been conferred in public recognition of peaceful pursuits, but since he never went to church, his learning was chiefly effective when used to point a moral from the pulpit. There was also a tradition that General Good had been seen reading Plato before the Battle of Seven Pines, and this picturesque incident had contributed the distinction of the scholar to the more effulgent glory of the soldier. But for purely abstract thought, for the thought that did not construct an heroic attitude or a concrete image, there was as little room in the newer industrial system as there had been in the aristocratic society which preceded it. The world still clung to the belief that the business of humanity was confined to the preservation of the institutions which existed in the present moment of history, and Dinwiddie was only a quiet backwater into which opinions, like fashions, were borne on the current of some tributary stream of thought. Human nature in this town of 21,000 inhabitants differed from human nature in London or in the desert of Sahara mainly in the things that it ate and the manner in which it carried its clothes. The same passions stirred its heart, the same instincts moved its body, the same contentment with things as they are, and the same terror of things as they might be, warped its mind. The canary fluted on, and from beyond the mulberry trees there floated the droning voice of an aged negress in tatters and a red bandana turban, who persuasively offered strawberries to the silent houses. I's got sweet berries, I's got sweet berries, yes, I got sweet berries, dey's from de country. Then suddenly, out of nothing, it seemed to Miss Priscilla, a miracle occurred. The immemorial calm of High Street was broken by the sound of rapidly moving wheels, not the jingling rattle of market wagons, nor the comfortable roll of doctors' buggies, and a strange new vehicle belonging to the Dinwiddie livery stables and containing a young man with longish hair and a flowing tie turned the corner by St. James Church and passed over the earthen roadbed in front of the green lattice. As the young man went by, he looked up quickly, smiled with the engaging frankness of a genial nature, and lifting his hat with a charming bow, revealed to Miss Priscilla's eyes the fact that his hair was thick and dark as well as long and wavy. While he looked at her, she noticed also that he had a thin, high-colored face lighted by a pair of eager, dark eyes, which lent a glow of impetuous energy to his features. The Treadwell nose she recognized, but beneath the Treadwell nose there was a clean-shaven, boyish mouth which belied the Treadwell nature in every sensitive curve and outline. I'd have known him anywhere from Susan's description, she thought, and added suspiciously, I wonder why he peered so long around that corner. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if those girls were coming back that way. Impelled by her morning excitement, she leaned forward until the ball of orange-colored yarn rolled from her short lap and over the polished floor of the porch. Before she could stoop to pick it up, she was arrested by the reappearance of the two girls at the corner beyond which Oliver had gazed so intently. Then, as they drew nearer, She saw that Virginia's face was pink and her eyes starry under their lowered lashes. An inward radiance shone in the girl's look and appeared to shape her soul and body to its secret influence. Miss Priscilla, who had known her since the first day she came to school, with her lunch from which she refused to be parted tightly tied up in a red and white napkin, felt suddenly that she was a stranger. A quality which she had never realized her pupil possessed had risen supreme in an instant over the familiar attributes of her character. So quickly does emotion separate the individual from the inherent soul of the race. Susan, who was a little in advance, came rapidly up the walk, and the older woman greeted her with the words, "My dear, I have seen him." "Yes, he just passed us at the corner, and I wondered if you were looking. Do tell us what you think of him." She sat down on a low chair by the teacher's side while Virginia went over to the cage and stood gazing thoughtfully at the singing bird. "Well, I don't think his nose spoils him," replied Miss Priscilla after a minute, "but there's something foreign looking about him, and I hope Cyrus isn't thinking seriously about putting him into the bank." "That was the first thing that occurred to father," answered Susan, "but Oliver told me last night while we were unpacking his books he has a quantity of books, and he kept them even when he had to sell his clothes that he didn't see, to save his life, how he was going to stand it." "Stand what?" inquired Miss Priscilla a trifle tartly, for after the vicissitudes of her life it was but natural that she should hesitate to regard so stable an institution as the Dinwiddie Bank as something to be stood. "Why, I thought a young man couldn't do better than get a place in the bank. Jenny's father was telling me in the market last Saturday that he wanted his nephew John Henry to start right in there if they could find room for him." "Oh, of course, it's just what John Henry would like," said Virginia, speaking for the first time. "Then if it's good enough for John Henry, it's good enough for Oliver, I reckon," rejoined Miss Priscilla. "Anybody who has mixed with beggars oughtn't to turn up his nose at a respectable bank." "But he says it's because the bank is so respectable that he doesn't think he could stand it," answered Susan. Virginia, who had been looking with her rapt gaze down the deserted street, quivered as the words as if they had stabbed her. "But he wants to be a writer, Susan," she protested. "A great many very nice people are writers." "Then why doesn't he go about it in a proper way, if he isn't ashamed of it?" asked the teacher, and she added reflectively, after a pause, "I wish he'd write a good history of the war, one that doesn't deal so much with the North. I've almost had to stop teaching United States history because there's hardly one written now that I would let come inside my doors." "He doesn't want to write histories," replied Susan. "Father suggested to him at supper last night that if he would try his hand at a history of Virginia and be careful not to put in anything that might offend anybody, he could get it taught in every private school in the state. But he said he'd be shot first." "Perhaps he's a genius," said Virginia in a startled voice. "Geniuses are always different from other people, aren't they?" "I don't know," answered Susan doubtfully. "He talks of things I've never heard of before, and he seems to think that they are the most important things in the world." "What things?" asked Virginia breathlessly. "Oh, I can't tell you, because they are so new. But he seems on fire when he talks of them. He talks for hours about art and its service to humanity, and about going down to the people and uplifting the masses." "I hope he doesn't mean the Negroes," commented Miss Priscilla suspiciously. "He means the whole world, I believe," responded Susan. "He quotes all the time from writers I've never heard of, and he laughs at every book he sees in the house. Yesterday he picked up one of Mrs. Southworth's novels on mother's bureau and asked her how she could allow such immoral stuff in her room. She had got it out of the bookcase to lend to Miss Willie Whitlow, who was there making my dress, but he scolded her so about it that at last Miss Willie went off with Mill's Essay on Liberty, and mother burned all of Mrs. Southworth's that she had in the house. Oliver's been so nice to mother that I believe she would make a bonfire of her furniture if he asked her to do it." "Is he really trying to unsettle Miss Willie's mind?" questioned the teacher anxiously. "How on earth could she go out sewing by the day if she didn't have her religious convictions?" "That's just what I asked him," returned Susan, who besides being dangerously clever had a remarkably level head to keep her balanced. "But he answered that until people got unsettled they would never move, and when I wanted to find out where he thought poor little Miss Willie could possibly be moved to, he only got impatient and said that I was trying to bury the principle under the facts. We very nearly quarreled over Miss Willie, but of course she took the book to please Oliver and couldn't worry through a line of it to save her soul." "Did he say anything about his work, what he wants to do, I mean?" asked Virginia. and her voice was so changed with feeling that it gave an emotional quality to the question. "He wants to write," replied Susan. "His whole heart is in it, and when he isn't talking about reaching the people, he talks about what he calls technique." "Are you sure it isn't poetry?" inquired Miss Priscilla, humming back like a bee to the tempting sweets of conjecture. "I've always heard that poetry was the ruination of Poe." "No, it isn't poetry, not exactly, at least. It's plays," answered Susan. "He talked to me till 12 o'clock last night while we were arranging his books, and he told me that he meant to write really great dramas, but that America wasn't ready for them yet, and that was why he had had to sell his clothes. He looked positively starved, but he says he doesn't mind starving a while if he can only live up to his ideal." "Well, I wonder what his ideal is," remarked Miss Priscilla grimly. "It has something to do with his belief that art can grow only out of sacrifice," said Susan. "I never heard anybody, not even Jinny's father in church, talk so much about sacrifice." "But the rector doesn't talk about sacrifice for the theatre," retorted the teacher, and she added with crushing finality, "I don't believe there is a particle of sense in it. If he's going to write, why on earth doesn't he sit straight down and do it? Why, when little Miss Amanda Shepherd was left at 60 without a roof over her head, she began at once, without saying a word to anybody, to write historical novels." "It does seem funny until you talk with him," admitted Miss Susan, "but he is so much in earnest that when you listen to him you can't help believing in him. He is so full of convictions that he convinces you in spite of yourself." "Convictions about what?" demanded Miss Priscilla. "I don't see how a young man who refuses to be confirmed can have any convictions." "Well, he has, and he feels just as strongly about them as we do about ours." "But how can he possibly feel as strongly about a wrong conviction as we do about a right one?" insisted the older woman stubbornly, for she realized vaguely that they were approaching dangerous ground and set out to check their advance in true Dinwiddie fashion, which was strictly prohibitive. "I like a man who has opinions of his own and isn't ashamed to stand up for them," said Virginia with a resolution that made her appear suddenly taller. "Not false opinions, Jinny," rejoined Miss Priscilla, and her manner carried them with a bound back to the schoolroom, for her mental vision saw in a flash the beribboned diploma for good conduct which her favorite pupil had borne away from the academy on commencement day 2 years ago, and a shudder seized her lest she should have left a single unprotected breach in the girl's mind through which an unauthorized idea might enter. Had she trusted too confidently to the fact that Virginia's father was a clergyman and therefore spiritually armed for the defense and guidance of his daughter? Virginia, in spite of her gaiety, had been what Miss Priscilla called a docile pupil, meaning one who deferentially submitted her opinions to her superiors, and to go through life perpetually submitting her opinions was, in the eyes of her parents and her teacher, the divinely appointed task of woman. Her education was founded upon the simple theory that the less a girl knew about life, the better prepared she would be to contend with it. Knowledge of any sort, except the rudiments of reading and writing, the geography of countries she would never visit, and the dates of battles she would never mention, was kept from her as rigorously as if it contained the germs of a contagious disease. And this ignorance of anything that could possibly be useful to her was supposed to, in some mysterious way, to add to her value as a woman and to make her a more desirable companion to a man who, either by experience or by instinct, was expected to know his world. Unlike Susan, who in a community which offered few opportunities to women outside of the nursery or the kitchen, had been born with the inquiring spirit and would ask questions, Virginia had until today accepted with humility the doctrine that a natural curiosity about the universe is the beginning of infidelity. The chief object of her upbringing, which differed in no essential particular from that of every other well-born and well-bred Southern woman of her day, was to paralyze her reasoning faculties so completely that all danger of mental unsettling or even movement was eliminated from her future. To solidify the forces of mind into the inherited mold of fixed beliefs was, in the opinion of the age, to achieve the definite end of all education. When the child ceased to wonder before the veil of appearances, the battle of orthodoxy with speculation was over, and Miss Priscilla felt that she could rest on her victory. With Susan she had failed because the daughter of Cyrus Treadwell was one of those inexplicable variations from ancestral stock over which the naturalists were still waging their merry war. But Virginia, with a line of earnest theologians and of saintly self-effacing women at her back, offered as little resistance as some exquisite plastic material in the teacher's hands. Now, as if the same lightning flash which had illuminated the beribboned diploma in Miss Priscilla's mind had passed to Virginia also, the girl bit back a retort that was trembling on her lips. "I wonder if she can be getting to know things," thought the older woman as she watched her, and she added half resentfully, "I've sometimes suspected that Gabriel Pendleton was almost too mild and easy-going for a clergyman. If the Lord hadn't made him a saint, heaven knows what would have become of him." "Don't try to put notions into Jinny's head, Susan," she said after a thoughtful pause. "If Oliver were the right kind of young man, he'd give up this nonsense and settle down to some sober work. The first time I get a chance I'm going to tell him so." "I don't believe it will be any use," responded Susan. "Father tried to reason with him last night, and they almost quarreled." "Quarreled with Cyrus?" gasped the teacher. "At one time I thought he'd walk out of the house and never come back," pursued Susan. "He told father that his sordid commercialism would end by destroying all that was charming in Dinwiddie. Afterward he apologized for his rudeness, but when he did so he said, 'I meant every word of it.'" "Well, I never," was Miss Priscilla's feeble rejoinder. "The idea of his daring to talk that way when Cyrus had to pay his fare down from New York." "Of course father brought it on," returned Susan judicially. "You know he doesn't like anybody to disagree with him, and when Oliver began to argue about its being unscrupulous to write history the way people wanted it, he lost his temper and said some angry things about the theatre and actors." "I suppose a great man like your father may expect his family to bow to his opinions," replied the teacher, for so obscure was her mental connection between the construction of the future and the destruction of the past that she could honestly admire Cyrus Treadwell for possessing the qualities her soul abhorred. The simple awe of financial success which occupies in the American mind the vacant space of the monarchical cult had begun already to generate the myth of greatness around Cyrus, and like all other myths this owed its origin less to the willful conspiracy of the few than it did to the confiding superstition of the many. "I hope Oliver won't do anything rash," said Susan, ignoring Miss Priscilla's tribute. "He is so impulsive and headstrong that I don't see how he can get on with father." At this Virginia broke her quivering silence. "Can't you make him careful, Susan?" she asked, and without waiting for an answer bent over and kissed Miss Priscilla on the cheek. "I must be going now or mother will worry," she added before she tripped ahead of Susan down the steps and along the palely shining path to the gate. Rising from her chair, Miss Priscilla leaned over the railing of the porch and gazed wistfully after the girls' vanishing figures. "If there was ever a girl who looked as if she were cut out for happiness, it is Jenny Pendleton," she said aloud after a minute. A tear welled in her eye and, rolling over her cheek, dropped on her bosom. From some obscure corner of her memory, undevastated by war or by ruin, her own youth appeared to take the place of Virginia's. She saw herself as she had seen the other an instant before, standing flushed and expectant before the untrodden road of the future. She heard again the wings of happiness rustling unseen about her, and she felt again the great hope which is the challenge that youth flings to destiny. Life rose before her, not as she had found it, but as she had once believed it to be. The days when little things had not filled her thoughts returned in the fugitive glow of her memory, for she also, middle-aged, obese, cumbered with trivial cares, had had her dream of a love that would change and glorify the reality. The heritage of woman was hers as well as Virginia's, and for the first time, standing there, she grew dimly conscious of the portion of suffering which nature had allotted to them both from the beginning. Was it all waiting, waiting as it had been while battles were fought and armies were marching? Did the future hold this for Virginia also? Would life yield nothing more to that radiant girl than it had yielded to her, or to the other women whom she had known? Strange how the terrible innocence of youth had moved her placid middle age as if it were sadness. End of section number 5, Virginia, Chapter 1, The System, by Ellen Glasgow. Section 6 of the 1916 First Chapters collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters collection by Various. Section 6, The Winged Victory by Sarah Grand. Chapter 1, The Corner House in the Side Street. The train ran into the great London terminus as if it meant to leap the end platform and make a dash for liberty through the waiting rooms out into the world beyond. But it pulled up just in time and with a jerk, as if it had suddenly changed its mind. The huge engine, still panting and snorting with excitement, stood breasting the buffers proudly, the winner of a great race, a race against time. And elderly, affluent, fidgety gentlemen of a punctual habit, returning their watches to their pockets, congratulated themselves and each other on a splendid run from Closeminster. Standing on the platform, awaiting the arrival of the train, was a man answering to this description in every respect save one. A man of 40, he looked elderly, though not old. His whole appearance proclaimed him affluent, and the time of his arrival, with a few minutes to spare, vouched for a punctual habit. But he was not fidgety. Decided and eminently discreet are the words which best describe him. On entering the station he had placed himself so that any one arriving by the expected train must pass him on the way out. Standing where he did, there was no possibility of missing the person he had come to meet if he knew that person by sight. And having taken up this position, he stood with his hands resting on the handle of his neat umbrella, glancing about him indifferently. Not a flicker of expression disturbed his face. The most intelligent observer, versed in the subtle signs by which the inner man is apt involuntarily to make evident the workings of his mind and betray his feelings, would have been at fault. There was no clue to be seized upon for a guide to this man's thoughts. His long, thin nose twitched frequently, an indication, as it seemed, of some physical discomfort, like the switching of a cow's tail when the flies are troublesome on a hot day. That he was waiting was evident, but that was all. He waited impassively, as a middle-aged family butler waits between the courses when the guests have been served. You only discover that he has been watching you when he brings you something which he must have seen that you lacked. A family butler might have looked like this gentleman, but this gentleman did not look like a family butler. He was a serving man, but not of the servant class, a money-maker, but paid in fees, not in wages. This gentleman did not take orders. He was instructed. He was one to be approached with flattering deference to his knowledge and opinion, and if he were subservient, it would only be in the way of business. In domestic matters he was one to rule, but by tact and subtlety. All vulgar emphasis he carefully eschewed. His tall hat, neither in nor out of the fashion, his well-cut black morning coat and dark gray trousers, his neat boots, his neutral-tinted tie, pinned with the most modest of jewels, a pearl, which had the inestimable charm of great price without the drawback of display, his chevrette gloves, his neat umbrella. All his appointments proclaimed him a man of substance, well laid out, and his confident bearing furthermore proclaimed him a man of assured position in his own walk of life, a professional man, without doubt, doctor or lawyer. As a matter of fact, he was a lawyer, Mr. Aloysius Blimber Bosque by name, ruling partner in the old and eminent firm of Bosque, Blimber, and Screen. Length without breadth summarizes the salient effect of Mr. Bosque's appearance. His feet were long and narrow, his legs and body long and thin. So also was his clean-shaven face, and his long, thin nose shadowed a long, thin-lipped mouth. His head and hair were the surprise of his appearance. Figuratively speaking, his head was certainly long, but outwardly the breadth of it betokened an ample case for a well-balanced brain. To be in harmony with his general appearance, his hair should have been long, thin, lanky, and neutral tinted, but it was short, thick, crisp, and a bright black, sparsely sprinkled with gray. Strength showed in his hair, and power in the shape of his head. There could be nothing neurotic in such a man with such hair. Texture, color, and abundance vouched for his health and vigor. It was decorative, too, an afterthought of nature's, or a careless experiment in a mixture of styles. Setting well round his forehead, it enriched with its wavy luxuriance his otherwise attenuated appearance, and in the brightness of his deep-set, keen, grey-green eyes also vitality shone, but discreetly veiled by the shadow of his thick, black, overhanging eyebrows. His mother, who was ruling partner in the firm of Mr. and Mrs. Bosque, had him christened Aloysius Blimber, Aloysius for his patron saint, she being a good Catholic, Blimber partly because it was her maiden name, partly because of the letter B. She admired the fine alliterative effect of Blimber Bosque, also and lastly because ABB stood for what he was in her opinion from the moment of his birth till the day of her death, a beautiful boy. Parents have no conscience in the christening of their children, their own pleasure of the moment being their one consideration. Many are burdened for life with names they detest, and handicapped besides, like the brothers Philip Ignatius and David Oliver Goodman, P.I.G. and D.O.G. At school, because of his argumentativeness, Mr. Bosque's initials gained him the title of a blithering beast or a beastly bore, but these aspersions fell from him in after life as inappropriate. Among his professional brethren he was known as Affable or Adaptable Bosque. The terms are interchangeable. Adaptation to the varying humors of mankind connotes affability, and professional acuteness was not at fault. Affability was the secret of Mr. Bosque's success. Mr. Bosque stooped slightly from the shoulders as he stood, a habit he had acquired by bending forward to listen to confidential communications, but he could be upright enough when uprightness was the better attitude for his purpose, and as the train came thundering in he straightened himself, and his keen grey-green eyes quickened to attention. In an instant all was confusion, steam roaring, voices shouting, passengers pouring from the carriages swirl by, jostling him, porters carrying packages or pushing trucks piled high with luggage made for him direct, shouting, "By your leaves, please!" But he stood his ground, a human rock in that eddying human current, until the train had apparently emptied itself, and of the crowd only some few individuals collected about the luggage van remained. It seemed that the object of his vigil had not arrived, but to make sure he screwed up his eyes in an effort to focus them, and looked along the train, and as he did so he saw at the end farthest from him a young woman alight from a third-class carriage. But she did not look like a third-class passenger. Her dress was simple enough, a blue serge coat and skirt, and all else black. But it was not cheap simplicity. It was the dress of a lady, worn with distinction. A porter, hurrying up, asked if she had any luggage. "I am to be met," she said, revealing herself in 5 words as sweet-voiced, gentle, and courteous. She looked about her composedly, but with large-eyed interest. This was her first experience of a London terminus. The waiting porter looked at her, and as he looked his spirits rose. He felt jolly, like dancing a jig. The legal gentleman did not know her by sight, and the only guide he had to her appearance was a remark let fall by the client for whom he was acting. "Something unusual about her, don't you know? Sort of girl you don't see every day." As a compact indication, however, it covered the ground for the business man with a completeness which no amount of detail could have accomplished. The girl who got out of the third-class carriage was certainly not the sort of girl you see every day. Distinguished-looking, Mr. Bosque labeled her from a distance. As he approached near enough to see her distinctly, this first impression was more than confirmed. She is very beautiful, he thought, and wondered at the restraint of his client's indication. The porter saw him approaching. "That'll be the gent as is comin' to meet you, perhaps, miss," he said. He expected a gent to meet this exhilarating young lady. Her father, he supposed, and felt relieved. Even a railway porter likes to know that the lists are still open. Beauty involuntarily exacts homage, which it is a pleasure to pay. Mr. Bosque did homage with his hat, and gravely. The effect of exceeding beauty is solemnizing. It appeals to the highest in the better nature of a man as something sacred. He does not greet it, as he does mere prettiness, with the lip service of a smile. Mr. Bosque addressed this girl with bent body and uncovered head. Extreme deference came naturally at the moment, and he was not aware that it was extreme. He became aware of it afterwards, however, when analyzing his impressions of the meeting. The girl had no rank, she was a lace-maker of humble extraction, yet he had honored her as he would have honored a crowned head, and with good reason, since she wore the crown honored of all men universally, the crown of beauty, jeweled with good repute. On reflection, Mr. Bosque was content with himself. It is good to be a lawyer of ability, but it is better to be a man with all that being a man imports. Miss Ella Banks, I believe, he said. I am Mr. Bosque, representative of the Duchess of Castlefield Say. I preferred to meet you myself. Thank you, Ella answered, but she did not understand the distinction conferred by this personal attention on the part of the ruling member of the old and eminent firm of Bosque, Blimber and Screen, and this was obvious to Mr. Bosque, who noted the fact with a twitch of his sensitive nose. Luggage, sir? The porter put in, touching his cap. Yes, see to it, Mr. Bosque replied. How many, lady? 1 box. Buff, compressed cane, initials E.B., Ella answered categorically, making the prosaic details musical by the timbre of her voice. Her even, unhasting utterance, gentle but decided, giving to each word full weight, produced on Mr. Bosque an impression of sureness, sincerity, and strength. Smiling, he observed, a practical young lady. I am a working woman, she replied. Perhaps you do not know. I do know. He caught her up. If you will follow me, he led the way. We legal men have to know. If I may say it without irreverence, from us no secrets are hid. There are no secrets in my case. It is simple enough, Ella answered. The lawyer compressed his lips. I am to have the pleasure of seeing you comfortably settled, he said. You are very kind, she thanked him quietly. Her whole demeanour was the demeanour of a well-bred woman, graceful, simple, composed. As she walked beside him, Mr. Bosque discreetly observed her with his air of noticing nothing. Certainly she was not the sort of girl you see every day. A close carriage and pair was waiting in the courtyard of the station. The servants were quietly liveried in black. The whole turnout was quiet, conspicuously quiet it would have looked to the experienced eye of one who knows what it costs to be sumptuously inconspicuous. The carriage groom who stood by the door opened it and touched his hat as they approached. Ella stepped in. Mr. Bosque, having discreetly tipped the porter, followed her. He noted Ella's composure. It was as if she had expected to be met by a man of means and position with a perfectly appointed carriage and pair. Would a clerk and a cab have surprised her, he wondered? Yet he understood now what, before he saw her, he had considered the extravagant lavishness of the arrangements his client had insisted upon. He would have done as much himself. I began to think that you had not come, he remarked, as they drove off. I did not know that I had arrived, she explained. I sat still when the train stopped until I saw that everybody else was getting out. Your first visit to London? My first visit to London. Your impressions will be interesting, if they do not suffer from overcrowding and obliterate each other. Ah, neat, he said. The neatness gave him an opening. Adaptable Bosque. I always congratulate people who have left themselves something to learn as they grow older, he observed. The experiences of youth find us fresh, but they do not find us appreciative. But there must always be something to learn, she thought. I am speaking of what learning teaches us, he explained, of what we learn from new experiences, personal experiences. I was so fortunate myself as not to have made the acquaintance of certain well-known books until I grew up. Novels, for instance. I only lately read George Eliot for the first time. That was a great experience. Had I made the acquaintance of her wonderful mind earlier, I must have failed to appreciate her genius. I should not have known enough myself to gauge the extent of her powers by comparison. I think I see what you mean, Ella answered with interest. You tested her knowledge of the world by your own. Precisely, and added to my own. Then an impression is a story without a moral. An experience teaches us something, Ella suggested. I shall have impressions enough, stories minus morals, I suppose. She sighed. I come to London without knowledge of the world. If you are ever at a loss, my knowledge is at your service, he assured her. You are kind, she said, and smiled upon him. He had a dry way of speaking, a way of compressing his thin lips and of looking at you out of his grey-green eyes that made you feel yourself nothing to him but a matter of business. His clients relied on his business capacity. They rarely appealed to his feelings. As a rule, they did not realize that he had any. They were mostly people great in the matter of social position who knew him only as a capable lawyer. As a human being who might have home ties and family affection, he did not exist for the nobility and gentry. He was only a part of the machinery of the law to them, not a human being at all. But long intercourse with these people had not dulled his senses or sapped his manhood. Responding to their expectation, he had grown in working hours to be more of a machine than of a man, yet for all that he remained man enough to be capable of answering to other kinds of expectation. This inexperienced girl had taken him at his word, and it pleased him because she pleased him, as she had pleased the porter at the railway station. In this respect there was no difference between the great London lawyer and the railway porter. In her exhilarating presence the porter felt that he could dance a jig. The lawyer discovered that he wanted to be kind to her. The kindnesses of men to women are nicely regulated by the pleasure received. Mr. Bosque had not intended to be kinder than self-interest made advisable. He had used the formula in the conventional sense only. But under the influence of Ella's smile he became aware of a strange, pleasant sensation. And when she said, "You are kind," he felt the intention genuine, and his whole being expanded in the desire to serve her disinterestedly. If he had been a dog he would have wagged his tail, although he would not have been the kind of dog that is given to wagging its tail. Nose twitching and eyes blinking, he sat looking out of the window at nothing, but his inward eye was open. He was intent upon his companion, not criticizing, well pleased, his judgment held in suspense. They were in a crowded thoroughfare, a main artery of traffic, fashionable and commercial. Smart carriages, omnibuses, tradesmen's carts, heavy drays, some fast, some slow, some stationary, some causing eddies to swirl in the traffic by pulling up suddenly, surrounded them. And on the pavements and in and out among the close-packed vehicles, foot passengers crowded, jostling each other, hurrying, loitering, stopping, darting across the road, in orderly confusion, playing the game of life, in which each individual has a separate and independent part, yet is at the same time, in combination with every other individual, engaged in the game, each and all playing both for themselves and for each other according to rule. A great van, towering high above the carriage, came lumbering down upon it as if determined to annihilate it. For a breathless instant the wheels grazed each other. Mr. Bosque glanced at Ella out of the corner of his eye. She did not flinch. "How do you feel in this crowd?" he asked. "It strikes me that there is no confusion," she answered. "That was a near shave," he remarked. "Yes," she agreed, "and not the sort of death I should have chosen. Our remains would have been picked up and cleared away, and all would have gone on again in a few minutes, as if nothing had happened, I suppose. Is it nothing to you, all ye that pass by?" "A moral!" Mr. Bosque exclaimed. "An experience, then, not mere impression," she rejoined. "Mere impressions are for the shallow," he said, with another sidelong glance at her. She inclined her head slightly, but whether she perceived the compliment implied or was merely politely acknowledging the remark he could not tell. They had turned up a side street out of the roar of the traffic, a street of handsome family mansions of irregular build, suggestive of individual taste and the means to indulge it in their owners. The resulting effect was picturesque. Looking up the street, it appeared to be a cul-de-sac, but at the top it branched off sharply to the right. The corner house at the projecting angle looked both ways. Architecturally it was the plainest, and on that account the least arresting to the eye, but in point of size it was one of the best in the street. It was at the door of the corner house that the carriage stopped. The carriage groom ran up the steps and rang. The door was opened immediately by an elderly bearded man in a dark uniform with several metal ribbons on his breast. Mr. Bosque alighted and offered his hand to Ella. "Here we are," he said. Ella saw wrought iron railings, broad stone steps, a deep portico, and massive pillars, the typical entrance to a handsome family mansion. "This is not a shop," she said. "No," he answered in his dry way, "shops are not allowed in this street." This required explanation, for she had come to open a shop, but she asked no questions, made no remark. The elderly bearded man stood to attention and touched his uniform cap. "Your commissionaire," Mr. Bosque explained, "Beveridge. He has the privilege of wearing a beard as well as a mustache because he was a pioneer." Ella held out her hand. Beveridge was surprised and responded awkwardly with his eyes gravely intent on the smile she gave him. Mr. Bosque also noted that smile as likely to be captivating. Not being for him, it did not penetrate the armor of his profession, which he was wearing on his heart at the moment, but it won the old soldier's loyal allegiance, heart and soul. "I am a pioneer too," she said. "Indeed, my lady," Beveridge responded, and ever afterwards he stuck to my lady or my young lady, the lady of his humble devotion. What Mr. Bosque thought of this episode no one could have guessed. He closed it abruptly. "We will inspect the house, with your permission," he said. "The entrance hall is good." Ella obediently began to inspect. It was in fact a fine entrance hall, paved with black and white marble and panelled. A broad staircase on the left led up to a gallery which ran round three sides of it. "It was last inhabited by Lady Alicia Brabant, a sister of the present Duke," Mr. Bosque proceeded, "and is just as she left it when she died. Chinese ebony, you see, topped with coloured marble and handsomely carved. Sombre certainly, but admirable both in taste and tone." Ella nodded, but made no other sign. At the end of the hall, opposite the entrance, there were high double doors. Ella looked at these, curious to know what was beyond. Mr. Bosque signed to Beveridge. Beveridge flung wide the doors, and Ella's eyes opened wide also, momentarily. She entered in advance of Mr. Bosque. "The ballroom," he said. My client thought it would answer your purpose. 18th century, Van Leusen Bouchers inset in the gilded panels. The ceiling, often mistaken for Grindling Gibbons by people who are shaky in their dates, is Adam at his best. Consoles, chairs, settees, Louis XV, or is it Louis XVI? Mr. Bosque smiled at his own shakiness. "Notice the fine silk tapestry and the seats, and these splendid hanging lustres with cut glass pendants, also the sconces on the walls, the branching candelabra. The whole room, in fact, is in perfect 18th century taste, and that, to my mind, in grace and beauty, cannot be surpassed." Ella walked away from him. She looked up at the ceiling. She looked at lustres, sconces, pilasters, and panels, at gilt consoles and graceful settees, and nodded a silent comment on each. Shallow steps led up to a dais at the end of the room. Above was a musician's gallery supported by marble pillars. She mounted the steps and stood between the pillars. She knew nothing of 18th century art, but the whole effect delighted her, and she took the vast apartment to her heart. Mr. Bosque stood where she had left him, hat and umbrella in hand, watching her with discreetly veiled attention, nose twitching, eyes blinking, his modernity the one discordant note. Ella returned to him. "It is a beautiful room," she said. "Where does that door lead to?" The door she indicated did not challenge attention. It was on the same side of the room as the entrance from the hall. "I will show you," he said, and going forward he opened the door and stood aside for her to pass in. "The house has been untouched since Lady Alicia Brabant died," Mr. Bosque repeated. "Everything is just as she left it. My client thought you might perhaps like to exercise your own taste." You can alter anything you like. This room, for instance. It was Lady Alicia's morning room. It is old-fashioned, of course." Ella thought it charming. "My client decided, subject to your approval, that it would be highly convenient for you." "But I do not understand," she interrupted. "I expected to be put into a shop. This house," Mr. Bosque explained, "used to be the dower house of the family, the Brabant family. The present Duke lent it to his sister, the Lady Alicia, for life, there being no dowager Duchess to occupy it. He has made other arrangements for the present Duchess in case he predeceases her. The house is now yours, just as it stands, with everything in it, to do as you like with, or, I should say, it will be yours when you have gone through the formality of signing a document. There is only one condition attached. The house must not be made to look like a shop, or in any way be advertised as a shop." Ella had flushed as he spoke. Now her countenance fell. She had pictured to herself a shop window full of lace. "Then how are people to know about my business?" she objected. "You may safely leave all that to me," he replied in a tone of finality. "That can be arranged. But the first thing to be done, if I may venture to suggest, is to get you settled in and all ready. Your ideas are to be carried out to the letter. You have only to order. I am further instructed to remind you that I am acting on behalf of the Duchess of Castlefield, say." Ella was feeling overwhelmed. She could not speak, only her eyes answered him. But the legal gentleman had to make sure. "You understand that it is the Duchess who is doing all this for you," he insisted. "I understand," she said. "The Duchess is setting me up in business. The Duchess is munificent." He acknowledged this with a bow on the Duchess's behalf. "The rich and great are the natural guardians of art," he said. "In former days they were called the patrons of art, but times have changed. Patronage has become an offense. Therefore we now say guardians of art. And it must be remembered that it is one of the pleasures of the rich and great, as well as one of their privileges, to be the guardians of art, a pleasure which any artist may accord them without loss of dignity. Shall we decide about this room?" He looked round, eyes blinking, nose twitching. "My client," he pursued, "thought you would like to begin by exercising your individual taste on your own special sanctum, if you decide to make this room your own special sanctum, and it has everything to recommend it. You would be on the spot here, so to speak, and also in complete privacy. You see there are 3 doors." He went to each and opened it as he spoke. "One leading into the ballroom, your show room which is to be, one into the hall, and the third into this passage where there is a black staircase leading direct to your sleeping apartment and other parts of the house. Means of escape in plenty without appearing in public. The dining room and library are on this floor," he added. "The drawing rooms are upstairs." Ella, who had recovered herself, nodded comprehension gravely. Her composure began to annoy Mr. Bosque because it was puzzling. Here was a girl fresh from a small farmhouse in the depths of the country, who had hitherto had no greater convenience for social intercourse or privacy than the parlour of a humble tenant farmer with a large family could afford, nodding her understanding of the advantage of having the means of escape from her sitting room like any woman of the world, unimpressed by an allusion to drawing rooms, and in fact taking it altogether for granted that she should find herself suddenly installed the possessor of a mansion fit for the daughter of a duke. Had she expected it? No, Mr. Bosque was sure she had not. Then whence her composure? Mr. Bosque concluded that it was inability to comprehend. This was natural enough in an inexperienced country girl. Mr. Bosque's annoyance passed off. He had already gone through several alternations of mood since he made the acquaintance of Miss Ella Banks, and he was destined to go through several more. Ella stood peering about her intently, with an expression of inquiry on her face. Curious to know what it meant, Mr. Bosque remarked, "Something strikes you?" Her answer was surprising. "It strikes me," she said, and paused, looking about her again wonderingly. "It strikes me that I have been here before." Her eyes raised to his invited explanation. Not an unprecedented experience, he replied cautiously. There is a scientific explanation. One lobe of the brain is said to hang fire, as it were, and afterwards it repeats a first impression, so that it seems a recollection. I'm not clear about it. I must look it up. But you may have seen photographs or heard the place described. No, she answered, and stood a moment, her eyes fixed but unseeing, intent on some thought. I shall feel at home here, she said at last, rousing herself. It is all delightful. It was in the old days, he answered, and can easily be made so again. Of course this room wants modernizing. Satin damask for the walls, I suppose. I will have some patterns sent in. Ladies generally choose a scheme of color to suit their complexion, but if I may say so, any color would suit your complexion. Ella ignored the compliment. Mr. Bosque noted for future guidance that personalities were distasteful. Satin damask for the walls, he repeated. Any pictures you like, gilded chairs and sofas, deep-seated, with the easiest springs, big down cushions and an Aubusson carpet. That is the kind of thing for a lady's boudoir. The kind of thing for a bonbon box, Ella observed placidly. Not a gracious speech, as it appears to the eye, but as she uttered it, with the parting of exquisite lips and an exquisite smile, it had the effect of provoking a smile. But adaptable Bosque was nonplussed, as a man is apt to be who adjusts his attitude towards a modern woman by the light of some ancient generalization. For quite a minute he was silent. Here was a novelty, a new departure in the way of young womanhood. Better let her commit herself. I am here to receive your orders, he said at last. What is your idea? My idea is to have the best conditions for work. Air and light and space, she answered, her tone, as always, gently decided. My room must look healthy and fresh. Everything in it must be cleanable. It must be clean before everything, and not made stuffy and enervating with a surplus of cushions and curtains and easy chairs. Your taste agrees with that of your predecessor, he said, glancing round. There is not much to alter. I do not want to alter, she said. I want to preserve. There is only one thing I should like, a little addition, more accommodation for books. Ah! The word came out like a cork from an overcharged bottle of soda water. You know what you want, he said with approval. Yes, always, she answered, but I do not always know how to get what I want. In that case, in this case, I rely upon Mr. Bosque, she replied with a glance that raised him in his own estimation. Ah, good, he exclaimed, very good indeed. In this case, Mr. Bosque will do his best. Do his best, you know. He stood for a little, smiling, blinking, twitching his nose, looking about him, considering, convincingly doing his best. To look healthy and fresh, he observed meditatively. Yes, I see. And books. Light, air, space, and books. I see. He dropped from the meditative to the practical voice. What do you say, he asked, to a dado of books at the end of the room? What is a dado? Ella asked. Affable Bosque was thankful to find that there was something she did not know. He explained, and she was pleased to consider the suggestion. Thus they arrived at an understanding, and as the young lady must require rest and refreshment after her journey, and no more could be done that day, Mr. Bosque prepared to take his leave. Before I go, he said, is there anything you immediately want? Yes, she answered instantly. Clothes, if you please. Ah, to be sure. He beamed. The little trunk, looking forlorn on the top of the carriage, recurred to his mind. I ought to have thought of that. Where is the woman who does not want clothes? Well, let me see. There are plenty of shops where a royal trousseau can be obtained ready-made. Ella's fastidious upper lip indicated her opinion of the ready-made. Adaptable Bosque accused himself of a solecism and hurriedly recanted. But of course you scorn the ready-made. Well, he reflected. I know what to do, he exclaimed. I cannot advise you myself, but I know a lady of taste, French taste, who can and will. With your permission, I will ask her to call on you at your earliest convenience. Thank you, Ella answered. My earliest convenience will be the lady's earliest convenience tomorrow morning. May I ask who the lady is? The lady, Mr. Bosque replied impressively, is my mother. The announcement brought the subject to a full stop. Ella did not know what to say. looking at Mr. Bosque, long, lean, and dry. She pictured a mother for him also long, lean, and dry, and not at all the type of woman to be a criterion of taste in dress. She did not dare to refuse the offer of her guidance, and she was afraid to accept it. If their tastes clashed, Ella would be bound to hold to her own, and that would probably give offense and make difficulties. One thing, however, was reassuring. Mr. Bosque himself was well dressed. On this hopeful, though slight indication, she managed to express conventional thanks. Mr. Bosque remembered one thing more. Mrs. Pounce. Mrs. Pounce was waiting in the hall, it appeared. He called her in. "Mrs. Pounce is your housekeeper," he said to Ella by way of introduction. "Mrs. Pounce, this is your young lady, Miss Ella Banks." Mrs. Pounce was a most respectable-looking elderly woman, of medium height, medium figure, medium coloring. She stood with folded hands and downcast eyes, the personification of servile humility. Mrs. Pounce curtsied. "I'm glad to see you, miss," she said. "I 'ope to give satisfaction." But there was neither gladness nor hope in voice or face. Mrs. Pounce looked as if she had resigned herself in advance to every sort of misfortune. Only having spoken, she glanced out of the corner of her eye at Mr. Bosque, a fleeting glance, but shrewd. It indicated to Ella that Mrs. Pounce was acting with an eye to Mr. Bosque's opinion. Ella did not feel at all inclined to shake hands with her. Mrs. Pounce was Mr. Bosque's parting injunction. "You will see to the lady's comfort in every respect." Mr. Bosque's departure was signaled by the closing of the hall door. The sound produced a curious change of demeanor in Mrs. Pounce. Her humility vanished. She brisked up and altered the position of a chair, as if hers were the right to arrange. Ella, looking at her to see what she had to deal with, caught a shrewd sidelong glance at herself from the small, penetrating eyes that were cunning when they were not cast down in professional humility. The eyes were instantly averted. Ella would naturally have treated her housekeeper with kindly consideration, but this attitude, she perceived, would not do. Mrs. Pounce was an epitome of the world itself. The world is not to be conciliated, it must be mastered. Ella found herself forced to fight her first round with the world in the person of Mrs. Pounce. Mrs. Pounce struck first. "I'm busy downstairs," she said in an offhand way, "but I'll just show you to your room." "My room?" Ella answered, slightly raising her eyebrows. "I have not yet chosen my room." Mr. Bosque's orders were, Mrs. Pounce was beginning to dictate. "First, I must see the house," Ella interrupted quietly but decidedly. Mrs. Pounce changed her tactics. "You better have a rest after your journey, and that," she advised with ingratiating familiarity. "First, I must see the house," Ella repeated without emphasis. "I will give you your orders with regard to my room when I have decided which I will have." Mrs. Pounce had lived in the best families hitherto, and taken her orders from ladies of title. She had flattered herself that this young person from the country, what was nothing but a shopkeeper come to sell lace, would be easily managed, and had indeed joyfully accepted the situation on this erroneous supposition. She was undeceived. The young person had come to town prepared to be head of an establishment, and the fact that the establishment proved to be a large one instead of the small one she had expected surprised but did not disconcert her. She was equal to the responsibility, but it was her method of making her authority felt that undeceived Mrs. Pounce, the manner she knew so well, unperemptory because expecting instant, unquestioning obedience. In Mrs. Pounce's experience, if it were not instant, unquestioning obedience, it would be short shrift. She had cringed to that manner for gain all her life, and she cringed now involuntarily. "You might put that chair back in its place, please," Ella added. Mrs. Pounce hastily replaced the chair. "Thank you." Ella surveyed the room reflectively, a last look round. "Now for the house," she said. "You lead the way." Mrs. Pounce curtsied and led the way. End of section 6 of The Winged Victory, Chapter 1, The Corner House in the Side Street, by Sarah Graham. Section 7 of 1916 First Chapters collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters collections by various. Section 7, Maria Chapdelaine, A Tale of the Lake St. John Country by Louis Hemon, Chapter 1, Parabanca. Ite missa est. The door opened and the men of the congregation began to come out of the church at Parabanca. A moment earlier it had seemed quite deserted, this church set by the roadside on the high bank of the Parabanca, whose icy, snow-covered surface was like a winding strip of plain. The snow lay deep upon road and fields, for the April sun was powerless to send warmth through the gray clouds, and the heavy spring rains were yet to come. This chill and universal white, the humbleness of the wooden church and the wooden houses scattered along the road, the gloomy forest edging so close that it seemed to threaten, these all spoke of a harsh existence in a stern land. But as the men and boys passed through the doorway and gathered in knots on the broad steps, their cheery salutations, the chaff flung from group to group, the continual interchange of talk, merry or sober, at once disclosed the unquenchable joyousness of a people ever filled with laughter and good humor. Cleophas Pesant, son of Thady Pesant, the blacksmith, was already in light-colored summer garments and sported an American coat with broad padded shoulders, though on this cold Sunday he had not ventured to discard his winter cap of black cloth with hair-lined ear-laps for the hard felt hat he would have preferred to wear. Beside him, Egide Simard and others who had come a long road by sleigh fastened their long fur coats as they left the church, drawing them in at the waist with scarlet sashes. The young folk of the village, very smart in coats with otter collars, gave deferential greeting to old Nazaire Larouche, a tall man with gray hair and huge bony shoulders, who had in no wise altered for the mass his everyday garb. Short jacket of brown cloth lined with sheepskin, patched trousers, and thick woolen socks under moose-hide moccasins. "Well, Mr. Larouche, do things go pretty well across the water?" "Not badly, my lads, not so badly." Every one drew his pipe from his pocket, and the pig's bladder filled with tobacco leaves cut by hand, and after the hour and a half of restraint began to smoke with evident satisfaction. The first puffs brought talk of the weather, the coming spring, the state of the ice on Lake St. John and the rivers, of their several doings and the parish gossip, after the manner of men who, living far apart on the worst of roads, see one another but once a week. "The lake is solid yet," said Cleophas Pesant, "but the rivers are no longer safe. The ice went this week beside the sandbank opposite the island, where there have been warm spring holes all winter." Others began to discuss the chances of the crops before the ground was even showing. "I tell you that we shall have a lean year," asserted one old fellow. "The frost got in before the last snows fell." At length the talk slackened, and all faced the top step, where Napoleon Laliberté was making ready, in accord with his weekly custom, to announce the parish news. He stood there motionless for a little while, awaiting quiet, hands deep in the pockets of the heavy lynx coat, knitting his forehead and half closing his keen eyes under the fur cap pulled well over his ears, and when silence fell he began to give the news at the full pitch of his voice, in the manner of a carter who encourages his horses on a hill. "The work on the wharf will go forward at once. I have been sent money by the government, and those looking for a job should see me before vespers. If you want this money to stay in the parish instead of being sent back to Quebec, you had better lose no time in speaking to me." Some moved over in his direction, others, indifferent, met his announcement with a laugh. The remark was heard in an envious undertone, "And who will be foreman at $3 a day? Perhaps good old La Liberty." But it was said jestingly rather than in malice, and the speaker ended by adding his own laugh. Hands still in the pockets of his big coat, straightening himself and squaring his shoulders as he stood there upon the highest step, Napoleon Laliberté proceeded in loudest tones: "A surveyor from Roberval will be in the parish next week. If anyone wishes his land surveyed before mending his fences for the summer, this is to let him know." The item was received without interest. Parabanca farmers are not particular about correcting their boundaries to gain or lose a few square feet, since the most enterprising among them have still 2/3 of their grants to clear, endless acres of woodland and swamp to reclaim. He continued, "Two men are up here with money to buy furs. If you have any bear, mink, muskrat, or fox, you will find these men at the store until Wednesday, or you can apply to François Paradis of Mistassini, who is with them. They have plenty of money and will pay cash for first-class pelts." His news finished, he descended the steps. A sharp-faced little fellow took his place. "Who wants to buy a fine young pig of my breeding?" he asked, indicating with his finger something shapeless that struggled in a bag at his feet. A great burst of laughter greeted him. They knew them well, these pigs of Hormidas raising, no bigger than rats and quick as squirrels to jump the fences. 25 cents, one young man bid chaffingly. 50 cents, $1. Don't play the fool, Gene. Your wife will never let you pay $1 for such a pig as that. Gene stood his ground. $1. I won't go back on it. Hormidas Berube, with a disgusted look on his face, awaited another bid, but only got jokes and laughter. Meantime, the women in their turn had begun to leave the church. Young or old, pretty or ugly, nearly all were well clad in fur cloaks or in coats of heavy cloth. For honoring the Sunday Mass, sole festival of their lives, they had doffed coarse blouses and homespun petticoats, and a stranger might well have stood amazed to find them habited almost with elegance in this remote spot. Still French to their fingertips in the midst of the vast lonely forest and the snow, and as tastefully dressed, these peasant women, as most of the middle-class folk in provincial France. Cleophas Passant waited for Louisa Tremblay, who was alone, and they went off together along the wooden sidewalk in the direction of the house. Others were satisfied to exchange jocular remarks with the young girls as they passed, in the easy and familiar fashion of the country, natural enough, too, where the children have grown up together from infancy. Pete Gaudreau, looking toward the door of the church, remarked, "Maria Chapdelaine is back from her visit to St. Prime, and there is her father come to fetch her." Many in the village scarcely knew the Chapdelaines. "Is it Samuel Chapdelaine who has a farm in the woods on the other side of the river above Honfleur?" "That's the man, and the girl with him is his daughter, Maria." "Yes, she has been spending a month at St. Prime with her mother's people. They are Bouchards, related to Wilfrid Bouchard of St. Gideon." Interested glances were directed toward the top of the steps. One of the young people paid Maria the countryman's tribute of admiration. "A fine, hearty girl," said he. "Right you are, a fine, hearty girl, and one with plenty of spirit, too. A pity that she lives so far off in the woods. How are the young fellows of the village to manage an evening at their place, on the other side of the river and above the falls, more than a dozen miles away, and the last of them with next to no road?" The smiles were bold enough as they spoke of her, this inaccessible beauty, but as she came down the wooden steps with her father and passed near by, they were taken with bashfulness and awkwardly drew back, as though something more lay between her and them than the crossing of a river and 12 miles of indifferent woodland road. Little by little the groups before the church dissolved. Some returned to their houses after picking up all the news that was going. Others, before departing, were for spending an hour in one of the two gathering places of the village, the Kerr's house or the general store. Those who came from the back concession stretching along the very border of the forest, one by one untied their horses from the row and brought their sleighs to the foot of the steps for their women and children. Samuel Chapdelaine and Maria had gone but a little way when a young man halted them. "Good day to you, Mr. Chapdelaine." "Good day, Miss Maria. I'm in great luck at meeting you, since your farm is so high up the river, and I don't often come this way myself." His bold eyes travelled from one to the other. When he averted them, it seemed by a conscious effort of politeness. Swiftly they returned, and their glance, bright, keen, full of honest eagerness, was questioning and disconcerting. "François Paradis!" exclaimed Chapdelaine. "This is indeed a bit of luck, for I haven't seen you this long while, François. And your father dead too. Have you held on to the farm?" The young man did not answer. He was looking expectantly at Maria, with a frank smile, awaiting a word from her. "You remember François Paradis of Mistassini, Maria? He has changed very little." "Nor have you, Mr. Chapdelaine. But your daughter, that is a different story. She is not the same yet. I should have known her at once." They had spent the last evening at St. Michael de Mistassini, viewing everything in the full light of the afternoon. The great wooden bridge, covered in and painted red, not unlike an amazingly long Noah's Ark, the high hills rising almost from the very banks of the river, the old monastery crouched between the river and the heights, the water that seethed and whitened, flinging itself in wild descent down the staircase of a giant. But to see this young man after 7 years, and to hear his name spoken, aroused in Maria memories clearer and more lively than she was able to evoke of the events and sights of yesterday. "François Paradis! Why, surely, father, I remember François Paradis." And François, content, gave answer to the questions of a moment ago. "No, Mr. Chapdelaine, I have not kept the farm. When the good man died, I sold everything, and since then I have been nearly all the time in the woods, trapping or bartering with the Indians or Lake Mistassini and the Riviere aux Foins. I also spent a couple of years in the Labrador." His look passed once more from Samuel Chapdelaine to Maria, and her eyes fell. "Are you going home today?" he asked. "Yes, right after dinner." "I am glad that I saw you, for I shall be passing up the river near your place in 2 or 3 weeks, when the ice goes out. I am here with some Belgians who are going to buy furs from the Indians. We shall push up so soon as the river is clear, and if we pitch a tent above the falls close to your farm, I will spend the evening with you." "That is good, François. We will expect you." The alders formed a thick and unbroken hedge along the river Peribonka, but the leafless stems did not shut away the steeply sloping bank, the levels of the frozen river, the dark hem of the woods, crowding to the farther edge, leaving between the solitude of the great trees, thick-set and erect, and the bare desolateness of the ice-only room for a few narrow fields, still for the most part uncouth, with stumps, so narrow indeed that they seemed to be constrained in the grasp of an unkindly land. To Maria Chapdelaine, glancing inattentively here and there was nothing in all this to make one feel lonely or afraid. Never had she shown other prospect from October to May, save those still more depressing and sad, farther yet from the dwellings of man and the marks of his labour. And moreover, all about her that morning had taken on a softer outline, was brighter with a new promise, by virtue of something sweet and gracious that the future had in its keeping. Perhaps the coming springtime, perhaps another happiness that was stealing toward her, nameless and unrecognized. Samuel Chapdelaine and Maria were to dine with their relative, Azalma Larouche, at whose house they had spent the night. No one was there but the hostess, for many years a widow, and old Nazaire Larouche, her brother-in-law. Azalma was a tall, flat-chested woman, with the undeveloped features of a child, who talked very quickly, and almost without taking breath, while she made ready the meal in the kitchen. From time to time she halted her preparations and sat down opposite her visitors, less for the moment's repose than to give some special emphasis to what she was about to say. But the washing of a dish or the setting of the table speedily claimed her attention again, and the monologue went on amid the clatter of dishes and frying pans. The pea soup was soon ready and on the table. While eating, the two men talked about the condition of their farms and the state of the spring ice. "You should be safe enough for crossing this evening," said Nazaire Larouche, "but it will be touch and go, and I think you will be about the last. The current is strong below the fall, and already we have had 3 days of rain." "Everybody says that the ice will hold for a long time yet," replied his sister-in-law. "Better sleep here again tonight, and after supper the young folks from the village will drop in and spend the evening. It is only fair that Maria should have a little more amusement before you drag her off into your woods up there." "She has had plenty of gaiety at St. Prime, singing and games almost every night. We are greatly obliged to you, but I am going to put the horse in immediately after dinner, so as to get home in good time." Old Nazir Larouche spoke of the morning sermon, which had struck him as well reasoned and fine. Then, after a spell of silence, he exclaimed abruptly, "Have you baked?" His amazed sister-in-law gaped at him for a moment before it stole upon her that this was his way of asking for bread. A little later he attacked her with another question: "Is your pump working well?" which signified that there was no water on the table. Azalma rose to get it, and behind her back the old fellow sent a sly wink in the direction of Maria. "I assault her with parables," chuckled he. "It's politer." On the blank walls of the house were pasted old newspapers, and calendars hung there, such as the manufacturers of farm implements or grain merchants scatter abroad, and also prints of a religious character, a representation in crudest colour and almost innocent of perspective of the Basilica at St. Anne de Beaupré, a likeness of Pope Pius X, a chromo where the palely smiling Virgin Mary disclosed her bleeding heart encircled with a golden nimbus. "This is nicer than our house," thought Maria to herself. Nazir Larouche kept directing attention to his wants with dark, saying, "Was your pig very lean?" he demanded, or perhaps, "Fond of maple sugar, are you? I never get enough of it." And then Azalma would help him to a second slice of pork or fetch the cake of maple sugar from the cupboard. When she wearied of these strange table manners and bade him help himself in the usual fashion, he smoothed her ruffled temper with good-humoured excuses. "Quite right, quite right. I won't do it again. But you always loved a joke, Azalma. When you have youngsters like me at dinner, you must look for a little nonsense." Maria smiled to think how like he was to her father, both tall and broad, with grizzled hair, their faces tanned to the colour of leather, and shining from their eyes the quenchless spirit of youth, which keeps alive in the countryman of Quebec his imperishable simple-heartedness. They took the road almost as soon as the meal was over. The snow, thawed on top by the early rains and frozen anew during the cold nights, gave an icy surface that slipped away easily beneath the runners. The high blue hills on the other side of Lake St. John, which closed the horizon behind them, were gradually lost to view as they returned up the long bend of the river. Passing the church, Samuel Chapdelaine said thoughtfully, "The Mass is beautiful. I'm often very sorry that we live so far from churches. Perhaps not being able to attend to our religion every Sunday hinders us from being just so fortunate as other people." "It is not our fault," sighed Maria. "We are too far away." Her father shook his head regretfully. The imposing ceremonial, the Latin chants, the lighted tapers, the solemnity of the Sunday Mass never failed to fill Erne with exultation. In a little he began to sing: "J'irai la voir un jour, m'asseoir près de son trône, recevoir ma couronne, et régner à mon tour." His voice was strong and true, and he used the full volume of it, singing with deep fervour, but ere long his eyes began to close and his chin to drop toward his breast. Driving always made him sleepy, and the horse, aware that the usual drowsiness had possession of his master, slackened his pace and at length fell to a walk. "Get up there, Charles Eugene." He had suddenly waked and put his hand out for the whip. Charles Eugene resigned himself and began to trot again. Many generations ago a Chapdelaine cherished a long feud with a neighbour who bore these names, and had forthwith bestowed them upon an old, tired, lame horse of his, that he might give himself the pleasure every day, when passing the enemy's house, of calling out very loudly, "Charles Eugene, ill-favoured beast that you are! Wretched, badly brought-up creature, get along, Charles Eugene." For a whole century the quarrel was dead and buried, but the Chapdelaines ever since had named their successive horses Charles Eugene. Once again the hymn rose in clear ringing tones, intense with feeling: "Au ciel, au ciel, au ciel, j'irai la voir un jour." And again sleep was master. The voice died away, and Maria gathered up the reins dropped from her father's hand. The icy road held alongside the frozen river. The houses on the other shore, each surrounded with its patch of cleared land, were sadly distant from one another. Behind the clearings and on either side of them to the river's bank it was always forest, a dark green background of cypress against which a lonely birch tree stood out here and there, its bole naked and white as the column of a ruined temple. On the other side of the road the strip of cleared land was continuous and broader. The houses, set closer together, seemed an outpost of the village, but ever behind the bare fields marched the forest, following like a shadow, a gloomy frieze without end between white ground and grey sky. Charles Eugene, get on there." Chapdelaine woke and made his usual good-humoured feint toward the whip. By the time the horse slowed down after a few livelier paces, he had dropped off again, his hands lying open upon his knees, showing the worn palms of the horse-hide mittens, his chin resting upon the coat's thick fur. After a couple of miles, the road climbed a steep hill and entered the unbroken woods. The houses, standing at intervals in the flat country all the way from the village, came abruptly to an end, and there was no longer anything for the eye to rest upon but a wilderness of bare trunks rising out of the universal whiteness. Even the incessant dark green of balsam, spruce, and gray pine was rare. The few young and living trees were lost among the endless dead, either lying on the ground and buried in snow, or still erect but stripped and blackened. 20 years before, great forest fires had swept through, and the new growth was only pushing its way amid the standing skeletons and the charred down timber. Little hills followed one upon the other, and the road was a succession of ups and downs scarcely more considerable than the slopes of an ocean swell from trough to crest, from crest to trough. Maria Chapdelaine drew the cloak about her, slipped her hands under the warm robe of gray goatskin, and half closed her eyes. There was nothing to look at. In the settlements, new houses and barns might go up from year to year, or be deserted and tumble into ruin. But the life of the woods is so unhurried that one must needs have more than the patience of a human being to await and mark its advance. Alone of the three travelers, the horse remained fully awake. The sleigh glided over the hard snow, grazing the stumps on either hand level with the track. Charles Eugene accurately followed every turn of the road, took the short pitches at a full trot, and climbed the opposite hills with a leisurely pace, like the capable animal he was, who might be trusted to conduct his masters safely to the doorstep of their dwelling without being annoyed by guiding word or touch of rein. Some miles farther, and the woods fell away again, disclosing the river. The road descended the last hill from the higher land and sank almost to the level of the ice. 3 houses were dotted along the mile of bank above, but they were humbler buildings than those of the village, and behind them scarcely any land was cleared, and there was little sign of cultivation built there. They seemed to be only in witness of the presence of man. Charles Eugene swung sharply to the right, stiffened his forelegs to hold back on the slope, and pulled up on the edge of the ice. Chapdelaine opened his eyes. "Here, father," said Maria, "take the reins." He seized them, but before giving his horse the word, took some moments for a careful scrutiny of the frozen surface. "There is a little water on the ice," said he, "and the snow has melted, but we ought to be able to cross all the same. Get up, Charles Eugene." The horse lowered his head and sniffed at the white expanse in front of him, then adventured upon it without more ado. The ruts of the winter road were gone. The little firs which had marked it at intervals were nearly all fallen and lying in the half-thawed snow. As they passed the island, the ice cracked twice without breaking. Charles Eugene trotted smartly toward the house of Charles Lindsay on the other bank, but when the sleigh reached midstream below the great fall, the horse had perforce to slacken pace by reason of the water which had overflowed the ice and wetted the snow. Very slowly they approached the shore. There remained only some 30 feet to be crossed when the ice began to go up and down under the horse's hoofs. Old Chapdelaine, fully awake now, was on his feet. His eyes beneath the fur cap shone with courage and quick resolve. "Go on, Charles Eugene, go on there," he roared in his big voice. The wise beast dug his calked shoes through the deep slush and sprang for the bank, throwing himself into the collar at every leap. Just as they reached land, a cake of ice tilted beneath their weight and sank, leaving a space of open water. Samuel Chapdelaine turned about. "We are the last to cross this year," said he, and he halted the horse to breathe before putting him at the hill. After following the main road a little way, they left it for another, which plunged into the woods. It was scarcely more than a rough trail, still beset with roots, turning and twisting in all directions to avoid boulders and stumps, rising to a plateau where it wound back and forth through burnt lands. It gave an occasional glimpse of steep hillside, of the rocks piled in the channel of the frozen rapid, the higher and precipitous opposing slope above the fall, and at the last resumed a desolate way amid fallen trees and blackened rampikes. The little stony hillocks they passed through seemed to close in behind them. The burnt lands gave place to darkly crowding spruces and firs. Now and then they caught momentary sight of the distant mountains on the Riviere Alec, and soon the travelers discerned a clearing in tile forest, a mounting column of smoke, the bark of a dog. "They will be glad to see you again, Maria," said her father. "They have been lonesome for you, every one of them." End of section 7. Chapter 1, Parabanca, from Maria Chapdelaine, A Tale of the Lake St. John Country, by Louis Hemon. Section 8 of 1916 First Chapters collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters collection, Section 8, Leatherwood God, by William Dean Howells. A storm of the afternoon before had cleared the mid-August air. The early sun was hot, but the wind had carried away the sultry mists and infused fresh life into the day. Where Matthew Braille sat smoking his corncob pipe in the covered porchway between the rooms of his double-log cabin, he insensibly shared the common exhilaration and waited comfortably for the breakfast of bacon and coffee which his wife was getting within. As he smoked on, he inhaled with the odors from her cooking the dense, rich smell of the ripening corn that stirred in the morning breeze on three sides of the cabin, and the fumes of the yellow tobacco which he had grown and cured and was now burning. His serenity was a somewhat hawk-like repose, but the light that came into his narrowed eyes was of rather amused liking, as a man on a clay-bank horse rode up before the cabin in the space where alone it was not hidden by the ranks of the tall corn. The man sat astride a sack with a grist of corn in one end, balanced by a large stone in the other, and he made as if he were going on to the mill without stopping, but he yielded apparently to a temptation from within, since none had come from without. "Whoa!" he shouted at the claybank, which the slightest whisper would have stayed, and then he called to the old man on the porch. "Fine mornin', Squire." Braille took out his pipe and spat over the edge of the porch before he called back, "Won't you light and have some breakfast?" "Well, no thank you, Squire," the man said, and at the same time he roused the claybank from an instant repose and pushed her to the cabin steps. "I'm just on my way down to Brother Hingston's mill, and I reckon Sally don't want me to have any breakfast till I bring back the meal for her to get it with. Anyway, that's what she said when I left." Braille answered nothing, and the rider of the claybank added, with a certain uneasiness, as if for the effect of what he was going to say, "I was up putty late last night, and I reckon I overslept," he parleyed. Then, as Braille remained silent, he went on briskly, "I was wondering if you hearn about the curious doin's last night at the camp meetin'." Braille said without ceasing to smoke, "You're the first one I've seen this morning, except my wife. She wasn't at the camp meeting." His aquiline profile, which met close at the lips from the loss of his teeth, compressed itself further in leaving the whole burden of the affair to the man on the claybank, and his narrowed eyes were a line of mocking under the thick gray brows that stuck out like feathers above them. "Well, sir, it was great doin's," the other said, wincing a little under the old man's indifference. Braille relented so far as to ask, "Who was at the bellows?" The other answered with a certain inward deprecation of the grin that spread over his face and the responsive levity of his phrase, "There was a change of hands, but the one that kept the fire going the hardest and the hottest was Elder Grove." Braille made honk in the scornful guttural which no English spelling can represent. "Yes, sir," the man on the claybank went on, carried forward by his own interest, but helpless to deny himself the guilty pleasure of falling in with Braile's humor. "He had 'em going lively about midnight, now I tell you, whooping and yelling and ripping and staving and falling down with the jerks and pulling and hauling at the sinners to get 'em up to the mourner's bench, and hurrahing over 'em as fast as they was knocked down and drug out. I never seen the beat of it in all my born days." "You don't make out anything very strange, Abel Reverdy," Braille said, putting his pipe back into his mouth and beginning to smoke it again into a lost activity. "Well, I hain't come to it yet," Reverdy apologized. I reckon there never was a bigger meetin' in Leatherwood bottom anywhere. Folks there from 20 miles round just slathers. I reckon there was 1,000 if there was one. Haunch! Braille would not trouble to take out his pipe and making the sound now. The smoke got into his lungs and he coughed. Reverdy gained courage to go on, but he went on in the same strain, whether in spite of himself or not. There was as many as 4 exhorters keeping her up at once to different tunes and praying and singing everywhere so you couldn't hear yourself think. Every exhorter had a mourner's bench in front of him, and I counted as many as 80 mourners on 'em at one time. The most of them was setting under Elder Grove, and he was pounding the kingdom into 'em good and strong. When the spirit took him he roared so that he had the hounds just flaxed out. You couldn't catch a yelp from 'em. Many hounds? Braille asked, in a sort of cold sympathy with the riotous outlaws known to the religious by that name. Mount been 'fore I got there, but by that time I reckon they was most of 'em on the mourners' benches. They ought to tar and feather some of them fellers or ride 'em on a rail anyway, coming round and making trouble on the edge of camp meetings. I didn't hear but one toot from their horns last night, and either because the elder had shamed 'em back into the shadow of the woods or brought 'em forwards into the light, there wasn't a hound, not to call a hound, anywheres. I tell you it was a sight. Squire, you ought to have been there yourself. Reverdy grinned at this notion. They had 8 campfires going instead of 4 on top of the highest stagin's yit, so the whole place was lit up as bright as day, and when the elder stopped short and sudden, and the other exhorters held back their tommyhawks, and all the saints and sinners left on their groaning and jerking to see what was coming. Now it was a great sight, I tell you, Squire. The elder, he put up his hand, and says he, let us pray, and the blaze from all them stagin's seemed to turn itself right onto him, and the smoke and the leaves hung like a big red cloud over him, and everybody had their eyes fastened tight on his face like they couldn't turn 'em anywhere else if they tried. But he didn't begin praying straight off. He seemed to stop, and then says he, what shall we pray for? And just then there came a kind of a snort, and a big voice shouted out, salvation! And then there come another snort, hoof! Like there was a scared horse got loose right in there among the people, and some of 'em jumped up from their seats and tumbled over the benches, and some of 'em bounced off and fell into fits, and the women screeched and fainted thick as flies. It give me about the worst feeling I ever had in my life. Went through me like a axe. Another said the same. Some of 'em said it was like being scared in the dark, or more like when you think you're just going to die. Abel Reverdy stopped for the effect on Braille, who had been smoking tranquilly throughout, and who now asked quietly, and what was it? What was it? A man, a stranger that nobody seen before and nobody suspicioned was there till they hearn him give that kind of snort. And they seen him standing right in front of the mourner's bench under Elder Grove's pulpit. He was in his bare head, and he had a suit of long, glossy, jet black hair hanging down back of his ears clean to his shoulders. He was kind of pale-like and sad-looking, and he had a Roman nose, some like yours, and eyes like 2 coals, just black fire, kind of. He was pretty thick set round the shoulders, but he slimmed down towards his legs, and he stood about 6 feet high. But the thing of it, Reverdy urged, seeing that Braille remained outwardly unmoved, was the way he was dressed. I suppose the rest, being all in brown jeans and linsey woolsey, made us notice it more. He was dressed in the slickest kind of black broadcloth, with a long frock coat and a white cravat. He had on a ruffled shirt and a tall beaver hat, the color of the fur, and a pair of these here high boots with his breeches strapped down under 'em. Braille limbered himself from his splint-bottomed chair and came forward to the edge of the porch, as if to be sure of spitting quite under the claybank's body. Not until he had folded himself down into his seat again and tilted it back did he ask, "Going to order a suit?" "Oh, well," said Reverdy, with a mingling of disappointed hope, hurt vanity, and involuntary pleasure. If he had been deeply moved by the incident which he had tried to make Braille see with his own sense of its impressiveness, it could not have been wholly with the hope of impressing Braille that he had stopped to tell it. His notion might have been that Braille would ridicule it, and so help him throw off the lingering hold which it had upon him. His pain and his pleasure both came from Braile's leaving the incident alone and turning the ridicule upon him. That was cruel and yet funny, Reverdy had inwardly to own, as it touched the remoteness from a full suit of black broadcloth represented by his hickory shirt and his butternut trousers held up by a single suspender passing over his shoulder and fastened before and behind with wooden pegs. His straw hat, which he had braided himself and his wife had sewed into shape the summer before, was ragged round the brim, and a tuft of his yellow hair escaped through a break in the crown. It was as far from a tall hat of fur-colored beaver as his bare feet were from a pair of high boots such as the stranger at the camp meeting had worn, though his ankles were richly shaded in three colors from the road, the field, and the barnyard. He liked the joke so well that the hurt of it could hardly keep him from laughing as he thumped his mare's ribs with his naked heels and bade her get up. She fetched a deep sigh, but she did not move. "Better light," Braille said. "You wouldn't get that corn ground in time for breakfast now." "I reckon," Reverdy said aloud, but to himself rather than Braille, and with his mind on his wife in the log cabin where he had left her in high rebellion, which she promised him nothing but a bag of cornmeal could reduce, "she don't need to wait for me exactly. She could grate herself some of the new corn, and she's got some bacon anyway." "Better light," Braille said again. The sound of frying, which had risen above their voices within, had ceased, and after a few quick movements of feet over the puncheon floor, with some clicking of knives and dishes, the feet came to the door opening on the porch, and a handsome elderly woman looked out. She was neatly dressed in a home-woven linsey-woolsey gown, with a blue check apron reaching to its hem in front, and a white cloth passed round her neck and crossed over her breast. She had a cap on her iron-gray hair. Braille did not visibly note her presence in saying, "The woman will want to hear about it." "Hear about what?" his wife asked, and then she said to Reverdy, "Good morning, Abel. Won't you light and have breakfast with us? It's just ready. I reckon Sally will excuse you." "Well, she will if you say so, Mrs. Braille." Reverdy made one action of throwing his leg over the claybank's back to the ground and slipping the bridle over the smooth peg left from the limb of the young tree trunk which formed one of the posts of the porch. "My," he said as he followed his hostess indoors, "you do have things nice. I never come here without wanting to have my old shanty whitewashed inside like yourn is, and the logs plastered outside. The mud and moss of that chinking and daubing keeps falling out and letting all the kinds of weather there is in on us, and Sally, she's at me about it too. She's wuss than I am, if anything. I reckon if she had her say, we'd have a two-room cabin too, and a loft over both parts like you have, Miss Braille, or a frame house even. But I don't believe anybody but you could keep this floor so clean. Them knots in the puncheons just shine. And that chimney piece with that plaster of Paris Samuel praying in it, well, if Sally's asked me for a Samuel once, I reckon she has 100 times. And that clock, it's a picture." He looked about the interior as he took the seat offered him at the table, and praised the details of the furnishing with a reference to the effect of each at home. In this he satisfied that obscure fealty of the husband who feels that such a connection of the absent wife with some actual experience of his is equivalent to their joint presence. It was not so much to praise Mrs. Braile's belongings to her as to propitiate the idea of Mrs. Reverdy that he continued his flatteries. In the meantime Braille, who came in behind him, stood easing himself from one foot to the other, with an ironical eye slanted at Reverdy from under his shaggy brows. He dropped his head now and began walking up and down the room, while he listened in a sort of sarcastic patience. "Ain't you going to have anything to eat, Mr. Braille?" his wife demanded with plaintive severity. Braille pulled at his cob pipe, which muttered responsively, "Not so long as I've got anything to smoke. Gets up," he explained to Reverdy, "and jerks it out of my mouth when we haven't got company." "I reckon Abel knows how much to believe of that," Mrs. Braille commented, and Reverdy gave the pleased chuckle of a social inferior raised above his level by amiable condescension. But as if he thought it safest to refuse any share in this intimacy, he ended his adulations with the opinion, "I should say that if these here 2 rooms was thowed together, they'd make half as much as the temple." Braille stopped in his walk and bent his frown on Reverdy, but not in anger. "This is the temple, temple of justice, justice of the peace. Do you people think there's only one kind of temple in Leatherwood?" Reverdy gave his chuckle again. "Well, Squire, I ought to know anyway. All the log rolling I done for you last 'lection time, I didn't hardly believe you'd get in, because they said you was a infidel." "Well, you couldn't deny it, could you?" Braille asked, with increasing friendliness in his frown. "No, I couldn't deny it, Squire, but the way I told 'em to look at it was, Miss Braille was Christian enough for the whole family. Said you knowed more law, and she knowed more gospel, than all the rest of Leatherwood put together." "And that was what elected the family, was it?" Braille asked. "Well, I hope Mrs. Braille won't refuse to serve," he said, and he began his walk again. "Tell her about that horse that broke into the meetin' last night and tried to play man." Reverdy laughed, shaking his head over his plate of bacon and reaching for the corn pone which Mrs. Braille passed him. "You do beat all, Squire, the way you take the shine off of religious experience." "Why," he addressed himself to Mrs. Braille, "it wasn't much, as fur as anybody could make out. It was just the queerness of the whole thing." Reverdy went over the facts again, beginning with deprecation for the Squire, but gathering respect for them in the interest they seemed to have for Mrs. Braille. She listened silently, and then she asked, "And what became of him?" "Well, that's where you got me, Mrs. Braille. Don't anybody know what become of him. Just kind of went out like a fire when the power was working the hardest, and wasn't there next time you looked where he been. Kind of throwed cold water on the meetin', and folks begun going home and breaking up and turning in. Well, it was pretty nigh sun up anyway by that time. I don't know. Made me feel all over it. Seemed like I'd been dreaming, and that man was a vision." Reverdy had lifted an enraptured face, but at sight of Braille pausing in sarcastic pleasure, he dropped his head with a snicker. "I know the Squire'll laugh, but that's the way it was." "He'll laugh the other side of his mouth some day if he keeps on," Mrs. Braille said with apparent reproof and latent pride. "Was Sally at the meetin' with you?" "Well, no, she wasn't," Reverdy began, and Braille asked, "And did you wake her up and tell her about it?" "Well, no, I didn't, Squire, that's a fact. She woke me up. I just crep in quiet and felt out the soft side of a punchin' for a nap, and the first thing I know was Sally having me by the shoulder and wanting to know about getting that corn ground for breakfast. My, I don't know what she'll say when I do get back." Reverdy laughed a fearful pleasure, but his gaiety was clouded by a shadow projected from the cabin door. "Well, I might 'a' knowed it," a voice at once fond and threatening called to Reverdy's quailing figure. The owner of the voice was a young woman, unkempt as to the pale hair which escaped from the knot at her neck and stuck out there and dangled about her face in spite of the attempts made to gather it under the control of the high horn comb holding its main strands together. The lankness of her long figure showed in the calico wrapper which seemed her sole garment, and her large features were respectably lank in their way, nose and chin and high cheekbones. Her eyes wobbled in their sockets with a sort of inquiring laughter that spread her wide, loose mouth. She was barefooted, like Reverdy, on whom her eyes rested with a sort of burlesque menace, so that she could not turn them to Mrs. Braille in the attention which manners required of her, even when she added, "I just 'spicioned that he'd 'a' turned in here soon's I smelt your breakfast, Mis' Braille, and the dear knows whether I blame him so much, neither." "Then you'd better draw up too, Sally," Mrs. Braille said, without troubling herself to rise from her own chair and glancing toward another for Mrs. Reverdy. "Oh, no, I couldn't, Mrs. Braille. I only just meant how nice it smelt. I got me something at home before I left, and I ain't a bit hungry." "Well, then you eat breakfast for me. I'm hungry," the Squire said. "Sit down. You couldn't get Abel away now, not if you went on an hour. Don't separate families." "Well, just as you say, Squire." Mrs. Reverdy snickered, and she submitted to pull up the chair which Mrs. Braille's glance had suggested. "It beats all what a excitement there is in this time about the goings on at the camp meetin' last night. If I've heard it from one, I've heard it from a dozen. I s'pose Abel's told you." She addressed herself impartially to Mrs. Braille across the table and to the Squire tilted against the wall in his chair, smoking behind his wife. "Not a word," the Squire said, and his wife did not trouble herself to protest. Reverdy opened his mouth in a soundless laugh at the Squire's humor, and then filled it with bacon and corn pone and ducked his head in silence over his plate. "What goin's on?" "Why, that man that came in while Elder Grove was snatching the brands from the burning and snorted like a horse. But I know Abel's told you. I just like one of your jokes, Squire Braille, ain't it, Mrs. Braille?" Sally referred herself to one and the other. "You won't get either of us to say, Sally," Mrs. Braille let the Squire answer for both. "You'd better go on. I couldn't hear too often about a man that snorted like a horse, if Abel did tell. What did the horses hitched back of the tents think about it? Any of them try to shout like a man?" "Well, you may laugh, Squire Braille," Sally said with a toss of her head for the dignity she failed of. She slumped forward with a laugh, and when she lifted her head she said through the victual that filled her mouth, "I dunno what the horses thought, but the folks believe it was a apostle or something." "Who said so, Abel?" "Oh, pshaw, do you suppose I believe anything Abel Reverdy says?" And this gave Reverdy a joy which she shared with him. He tried to impart it to Mrs. Braille, impassively pouring him a third cup of coffee. "I just met Miss Leonard coming up the crossroad, and she told me she saw our claybank hitched here, and I suspicioned Abel wasn't fur off, and that's why I stopped." The husband and wife looked across the table in feigned fear and threat that gave them pleasure beyond speech. "She didn't say it was your claybank that snorted?" the Squire gravely inquired. "Squire Braille, you surely will kill me." And the husband joined the wife in a shout of laughter. "Now I can't hardly get back to what she did say, but I can tell you it wasn't nothin' to laugh at. Plenty of 'em keeled over where they sot, and a lot bounced up and down like it was a earthquake, and pretty near all the women screamed. But he stood there, straight as a ramrod, and never moved a eye winker. She said his face was something awful, just as solemn and still. He never spoke after that one word, salvation, but every once in a while he snorted. Nobody seen him come in or ever seen him before till he first snorted, and then they didn't see anybody else. The preacher, he preached along and tried to act like as if nothing had happened, but it was no use. Nobody didn't hardly pay no attention to him, 'ceptin' the stranger himself. He never took his eyes off Elder Grove. Some thought he was trying to charm him like a snake does a bird, but it didn't faze the elder." "Elder too old a bird," the Squire suggested. "Yes, I reckon he mought be," Sally innocently assented. "And when he gave the benediction, the snorter disappeared in a flash with a strong smell of brimstone, I suppose." "Why, that was the thing of it, Squire. He just stayed and shook hands with everybody, pleasant as a basket of chips. And he went home with David Gillespie. He was just as polite to the poorest person there, but it was the big bugs that took the most to him." "Well," the Squire summed up, "I don't see but what your reports agree, and I reckon there must be some truth in 'em. Who's that up there at that pike crossing?" He did not trouble himself to do more than frown heavily in the attempt to make out the passer. Mrs. Reverdy jumped from her chair and ran out to look. "Well, as sure as I'm alive, if it ain't that Gillespie girl. I bet she'll know all about it. I'll just catch up with her and get the news out of her, if there is any. Say, Jane," she called to the girl, and she ran up the road with the cow-like gait which her swirling skirt gave her. The girl stopped for her, then in apparent haste she moved on again, and Sally moved with her out of sight. Her voice still made itself heard in uncouth cries and laughter. Braille called into the kitchen, where Reverdy had remained in the enjoyment of Mrs. Braile's patient hospitality. "Here's your chance, Abel." "Chance?" Reverdy questioned back with a full mouth. "To get that corn of yours ground and beat Sally home." "Well, Squire," Reverdy said, "I reckon you're right." He came out into the open space where Braille sat. "Well, I won't forget this breakfast very soon." He offered his gratitude to Mrs. Braille over his shoulder as he passed through the door. "You're welcome, Abel," she answered kindly, and when he had made his manners to the impassive Squire, mounted his claybank, and thumped the horse into motion with his naked heels, she came out into the porch and said to her husband, "I don't know as I liked your hinting him out of the house that way." Braille did not take the point up, but remained thoughtfully smiling in the direction his guest had taken. "The idea is that most people marry their opposites," he remarked, "and that gives the children the advantage of inheriting their folly from two kinds of fools. But Abel and Sally are a perfect pair, mental and moral twins. The only thing they don't agree in is their account of what became of that snorting exhorter. But the difference there isn't important. If an all-wise Providence has kept them from transmitting a double dose of the same brand of folly to posterity, that's one thing in favor of Providence." He took up his wife's point now. "If I hadn't hinted him away he'd have stayed to dinner. You wouldn't have hinted him away if he'd stayed to supper." "Well, are you going to have some breakfast?" his wife asked. "I'll get you some fresh coffee." "Well, I would like a little, with the head on, Martha, that's a fact. Have I got time for another pipe?" "No, I don't reckon you have," his wife said. and she passed into the kitchen again, where she continued to make such short replies as Braile's discourse required of her. He knocked his pipe out on the edge of his still up-tilted chair as he talked. "One fool like Abel I can stand, and I was just going to come in when Sally came in sight. And then I knew that two fools like Abel would make me sick, so I waited till the Creator of heaven and earth could get a minute off and help me out. But he seemed pretty busy with the solar system this morning, and I had about given up when he sent that Gillespie girl in sight. I knew that would fetch Sally, but it was an inspiration of my own to suggest Abel's chance to him. I don't want to put that on your maker, Martha." "It was your inspiration to get him to stay in the first place," Mrs. Braille said within. "No, Martha, that was my unfailing obedience to the sacred laws of hospitality. I didn't expect to fall into their condemnation a second time, though." Mrs. Braille did not answer, and by the familiar scent from within, Braille knew that his coffee must be nearly ready. As he dropped his chair forward, he heard a sound of frying, and "Pshaw, Martha," he called, "you're not getting me some fresh bacon." "Did you suppose there'd be some left?" she demanded, while she stepped to and fro at her labors. Her steps ceased, and she called, "Well, come in now, Matthew, if you don't want everything to get cold like the pone is." Braille obeyed, saying, "Oh, I can stand cold pone." And at sight of the table with the coffee and bacon renewed upon it, he mocked tenderly, "Now, just to reward you, Martha, I've got half a mind to go with you to the next meeting in the temple." "I don't know as I'm going myself," she said, pouring the coffee. "I wish you would, just to please me," he teased. End of section 8. Leatherwood God by William Dean Howells. Chapter 1.
Section 9 of 1916 First Chapters Collection, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 9. A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man by James Joyce. Et ignotas animum dimitit in artes. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 8:18. Chapter 1. Once upon a time, and a very good time it was, there was a moo cow coming down along the road, and this moo cow that was coming down along the road met a nice's little boy named Baby Tuckoo. His father told him that story. His father looked at him through a glass. He had a hairy face. He was Baby Tuckoo. The moo cow came down the road where Betty Byrne lived. She sold lemon platt. Oh, the wild rose blossoms on a little green place. He sang that song. That was his song. Oh, the green war the both of. When you wet the bed, first it is warm, then it gets cold. His mother put on the oil sheet. That had the queer smell. His mother had a nicer smell than his father. She played on the piano the sailor's hornpipe for him to dance. He danced. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la-dee, tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la. Uncle Charles and Dante clapped. They were older than his father and mother, but Uncle Charles was older than Dante. Dante had two brushes in her press. The brush with the maroon velvet back was for Michael Davitt, and the brush with the green velvet back was for Parnell. Dante gave him a cashew every time he brought her a piece of tissue paper. The Vances lived in number 7. They had a different father and mother. They were Eileen's father and mother. When they were grown up, he was going to marry Eileen. He hid under the table. His mother said, "Oh, Stephen will apologize." Dante said, "Oh, if not, the eagles will come and pull out his eyes, pull out his eyes, apologize, apologize, pull out his eyes, apologize, pull out his eyes, pull out his eyes, apologize." The wide playgrounds were swarming with boys. All were shouting, and the prefects urged them on with strong cries. The evening air was pale and chilly, and after every charge and thud of the footballers the greasy leather orb flew like a heavy bird through the grey light. He kept on the fringe of his line, out of sight of his prefect, out of the reach of the rude feet, feigning to run now and then. He felt his body small and weak amid the throng of the players, and his eyes were weak and watery. Rody Kickham was not like that. He would be captain of the third line, all the fellows said. Rody Kickham was a decent fellow, but Nasty Roche was a stink. Rody Kickham had greaves in his number and a hamper in the refectory. Nasty Roche had big hands. He called the Friday pudding dog in the blanket. And one day he had asked, "What is your name?" Stephen had answered, "Stephen Dedalus." Then Nasty Roche had said, "What kind of a name is that?" And when Stephen had not been able to answer, Nasty Roche had said, "What is your father?" Stephen had answered, "A gentleman." Then Nasty Roche had asked, "Is he a magistrate?" He crept about from point to point on the fringe of his line, making little runs now and then. But his hands were bluish with cold. He kept his hands in the side pockets of his belted grey suit. That was a belt round his pocket. And belt was also to give a fellow a belt. One day a fellow said to Cantwell, "I'd give you such a belt in a second." Cantwell had answered, "Go and fight your match. Give Cecil Thunder a belt. I'd like to see you. He'd give you a toe in the rump for yourself." That was not a nice expression. His mother had told him not to speak with the rough boys in the college. Nice mother! The first day in the hall of the castle when she had said goodbye she had put up her veil double to her nose to kiss him, and her nose and eyes were red. but he had pretended not to see that she was going to cry. She was a nice mother, but she was not so nice when she cried. And his father had given him 2 5-shilling pieces for pocket money. And his father had told him, if he wanted anything, to write home to him, and whatever he did, never to peach on a fellow. Then at the door of the castle the rector had shaken hands with his father and mother, his soutane fluttering in the breeze, and the car had driven off with his father and mother on it. They had cried to him from the car, waving their hands, "Goodbye, Stephen! Goodbye!" "Goodbye, Stephen! Goodbye!" He was caught in the whirl of a scrimmage and, fearful of the flashing eyes and muddy boots, bent down to look through the legs. The fellows were struggling and groaning, and their legs were rubbing and kicking and stamping. Then Jack Lawton's yellow boots dodged out the ball, and all the other boots and legs ran after. He ran after them a little way and then stopped. It was useless to run on. Soon they would be going home for the holidays. After supper in the study hall he would change the number pasted up inside his desk from 77 to 76. It would be better to be in the study hall than out there in the cold. The sky was pale and cold, but there were lights in the castle. He wondered from which window Hamilton Rowan had thrown his hat on the ha-ha, and had there been flower beds at that time under the window? One day when he had been called to the castle, the butler had shown him the marks of the soldiers' slugs in the wood of the door, and had given him a piece of shortbread that the community ate. It was nice and warm to see the lights in the castle. It was like something in a book. Perhaps Leicester Abbey was like that. And there were nice sentences in Dr. Cornwall's spelling book. They were like poetry, but they were only sentences to learn the spelling from. Wolsey died in Leicester Abbey, where the abbots buried him. Canker is a disease of plants. Cancer, one of animals. It would be nice to lie on the hearthrug before the fire, leaning his head upon his hands, and think on those sentences. He shivered as if he had cold slimy water next his skin. That was mean of Wells to shoulder him into the square ditch because he would not swop his little snuff-box for Wells's seasoned hacking chestnut, the conqueror of 40. How cold and slimy the water had been! A fellow had once seen a big rat jump into the scum. Mother was sitting at the fire with Dante, waiting for Bridget to bring in the tea. She had her feet on the fender, and her jewelly slippers were so hot and they had such a lovely warm smell. Dante knew a lot of things. She had taught him where the Mozambique Channel was, and what was the longest river in America, and what was the name of the highest mountain in the moon. Father Arnall knew more than Dante because he was a priest. but both his father and Uncle Charles said that Dante was a clever woman and a well-read woman. And when Dante made that noise after dinner and then put up her hand to her mouth, that was heartburn. A voice cried far out on the playground, "All in!" Then other voices cried from the lower and third lines, "All in! All in!" The players closed around, flushed and muddy, and he went among them, glad to go in. Rody Kickham held the ball by its greasy lace. A fellow asked him to give it one last, but he walked on without even answering the fellow. Simon Moonan told him not to because the prefect was looking. The fellow turned to Simon Moonan and said, "We all know why you speak. You are McGlade's suck." Suck was a queer word. The fellow called Simon Moonan that name because Simon Moonan used to tie the prefect's false sleeves behind his back and the prefect used to let on to be angry. But the sound was ugly. Once he had washed his hands in the lavatory of the Wicklow Hotel and his father pulled the stopper up by the chain after and the dirty water went down through the hole in the basin. And when it had all gone down slowly, the hole in the basin had made a sound like that, suck, only louder. To remember that and the white look of the lavatory made him feel cold and then hot. There were two cocks that you turned and water came out. Cold and hot. He felt cold and then a little hot and he could see the names printed on the cocks. That was a very queer thing. And the air in the corridor chilled him too. It was queer and wettish. But soon the gas would be lit and in burning it made a light noise like a little song. Always the same. And when the fellow stopped talking in the playroom you could hear it. It was the hour for sums. Father Arnall wrote a hard sum on the board and then said: "Now then, who will win? Go ahead, York. Go ahead, Lancaster." Stephen tried his best, but the sum was too hard and he felt confused. The little silk badge with the white rose on it that was pinned on the breast of his jacket began to flutter. He was no good at sums, but he tried his best so that York might not lose. Father Arnall's face looked very black, but he was not in a wax. He was laughing. Then Jack Lawton cracked his fingers and Father Arnall looked at his copybook and said: "Right. Bravo, Lancaster. The red rose wins. Come on now, York. Forge ahead." Jack Lawton looked over from his side. The little silk badge with the red rose on it looked very rich because he had a blue sailor top on. Stephen felt his own face red too, thinking of all the bets about who would get first place in Elements, Jack Lawton or he. Some weeks Jack Lawton got the card for first and some weeks he got the card for first. His white silk badge fluttered and fluttered as he worked at the next sum and heard Father Arnall's voice. Then all his eagerness passed away and he felt his face quite cool. He thought his face must be white because it felt so cool. He could not get out the answer for the sum, but it did not matter. White roses and red roses. Those were beautiful colours to think of. And the cards for first place and second place and third place were beautiful colours too. Pink and cream and lavender. Lavender and cream and pink roses were beautiful to think of. Perhaps a wild rose might be like those colours, and he remembered the song about the wild rose blossoms on the little green place. But you could not have a green rose. But perhaps somewhere in the world you could. The bell rang, and then the classes began to file out of the rooms and along the corridors towards the refectory. He sat looking at the two prints of butter on his plate, but could not eat the damp bread. The tablecloth was damp and limp, but he drank off the hot weak tea which the clumsy scullion, girt with a white apron, poured into his cup. He wondered whether the scullion's apron was damp too, or whether all white things were cold and damp. Nasty Roche and Saurin drank cocoa that their people sent them in tins. They said they could not drink the tea, that it was hogwash. Their fathers were magistrates, the fellows said. All the boys seemed to him very strange. They had all fathers and mothers and different clothes and voices. He longed to be at home and lay his head on his mother's lap, but he could not, and so he longed for the play and study and prayers to be over and to be in bed. He drank another cup of hot tea and Fleming said: —What's up? Have you a pain or what's up with you? —I don't know, Stephen said. Sick in your breadbasket, Fleming said, because your face looks white. It'll go away. Oh, yes, Stephen said, but he was not sick there. He thought that he was sick in his heart, if you could be sick in that place. Fleming was very decent to ask him. He wanted to cry. He leaned his elbows on the table and shut and opened the flaps of his ears. Then he heard the noise of the refectory every time he opened the flaps of his ears. It made a roar like a train at night, and when he closed the flaps the roar was shut off like a train going into a tunnel. That night at Dalkey the train had roared like that, and then when it went into the tunnel the roar stopped. He closed his eyes and the train went on roaring and then stopping, roaring, again stopping. It was nice to hear it roar and stop and then roar out of the tunnel again and then stop. Then the higher line fellows began to come down along the matting in the middle of the refectory. Paddy Rath and Jimmy Magee and the Spaniard who was allowed to smoke cigars, and the little Portuguese who wore the woolly cap, and then the lower line tables and the tables of the third line, and every single fellow had a different way of walking. He sat in a corner of the playroom pretending to watch a game of dominoes, and once or twice he was able to hear for an instant the little song of the gas. The prefect was at the door with some boys and Simon Moomin was knotting his false sleeves. He was telling them something about Tullabeg. Then he went away from the door and Wells came over to Stephen and said: —Tell us, Dedalus, do you kiss your mother before you go to bed? Stephen answered, I do. Wells turned to the other fellows and said: —Oh, I say, here's a fellow says he kisses his mother every night before he goes to bed. The other fellows stopped their game and turned round laughing. Stephen blushed under their eyes and said: I do not. Wells said: —Oh, I say, here's a fellow says he doesn't kiss his mother before he goes to bed. They all laughed again. Stephen tried to laugh with them. He felt his whole body hot and confused in a moment. What was the right answer to the question? He had given two and still Wells laughed. But Wells must know the right answer, for he was in third of grammar. He tried to think of Wells's mother, but he did not dare to raise his eyes to Wells's face. He did not like Wells's face. It was Wells who had shouldered him into the square ditch the day before because he would not swap his little snuff-box for Wells's seasoned hacking chestnut, the conqueror of 40. It was a mean thing to do. All the fellows said it was. And how cold and slimy the water had been. And a fellow had once seen a big rat jump plop into the scum. The cold slime of the ditch covered his whole body, and when the bell rang for study and the lines filed out of the playrooms he felt the cold air of the corridor and staircase inside his clothes. He still tried to think what was the right answer. Was it right to kiss his mother or wrong to kiss his mother? What did that mean, to kiss? You put your face up like that to say good night and then his mother put her face down. That was to kiss. His mother put her lips on his cheek. Her lips were soft and they wetted his cheek and they made a tiny little noise. Kiss. Why did people do that with their two faces? Sitting in the study hall he opened the lid of his desk and changed the number pasted up inside from 77 to 76. But the Christmas vacation was very far away. But one time it would come because the earth moved round always. There was a picture of the earth on the first page of his geography, a big ball in the middle of clouds. Fleming had a box of crayons and one night during free study he had coloured the earth green and the clouds maroon. That was like the two brushes in Dante's press, the brush with the green velvet back for Parnell and the brush with the maroon velvet back for Michael Davitt. But he had not told Fleming to colour them those colours. Fleming had done it himself. He opened the geography to study the lesson, but he could not learn the names of places in America. Still, they were all different places that had different names. They were all in different countries, and the countries were in continents, and the continents were in the world, and the world was in the universe. He turned to the flyleaf of the geography and read what he had written there, himself, his name, and where he was. Stephen Dedalus, Class of Elements, Clongowes Wood College, Salins, County Kildare, Ireland, Europe, the world, the universe. That was in his writing, and Fleming one night for a cod had written on the opposite page: Stephen Dedalus is my name, Ireland is my nation, Clongowes is my dwelling place, and heaven my expectation. He read the verses backwards, but then they were not poetry. Then he read the flyleaf from the bottom to the top till he came to his own name. That was he, and he read down the page again. What was after the universe? Nothing. But was there anything round the universe to show where it stopped before the nothing place began? It could not be a wall, but there could be a thin, thin line there all round everything. It was very big to think about everything and everywhere. Only God could do that. He tried to think what a big thought that must be, but he could only think of God. God was God's name, just as his name was Stephen. Dieu was the French for God, and that was God's name too. And when anyone prayed to God and said Dieu, then God knew at once that it was a French person that was praying. But though there were different names for God in all the different languages in the world, and God understood what all the people who prayed said in their different languages, still God remained always the same God, and God's real name was God. It made him very tired to think that way. It made him feel his head very big. He turned over the flyleaf and looked wearily at the green round earth in the middle of the maroon clouds. He wondered which was right, to be for the green or for the maroon, because Dante had ripped the green velvet back off the brush that was for Parnell one day with her scissors, and had told him that Parnell was a bad man. He wondered if they were arguing at home about that. That was called politics. There were two sides in it. Dante was on one side, and his father and Mr Casey were on the other side, but his mother and Uncle Charles were on no side. Every day there was something in the paper about it. It pained him that he did not know well what politics meant, and that he did not know where the universe ended. He felt small and weak. When would he be like the fellows in poetry and rhetoric? They had big voices and big boots, and they studied trigonometry. That was very far away. First came the vacation, and then the next term, and then vacation again, and then again another term, and then again the vacation. It was like a train going in and out of tunnels, and that was like the noise of the boys eating in the refectory when you opened and closed the flaps of the ears. Term, vacation, tunnel, out, noise, stop. How far away it was! It was better to go to bed to sleep. Only prayers in the chapel and then bed. He shivered and yawned. It would be lovely in bed after the sheets got a bit hot. First they were so cold to get into. He shivered to think how cold they were first. But then they got hot and then he could sleep. It was lovely to be tired. He yawned again. Night prayers and then bed. He shivered and wanted to yawn. It would be lovely in a few minutes. He felt a warm glow creeping up from the cold shivering sheets, warmer and warmer till he felt warm all over, ever so warm, and yet he shivered a little and still wanted to yawn. The bell rang for night prayers and he filed out of the study hall after the others and down the staircase and along the corridors to the chapel. The corridors were darkly lit and the chapel was darkly lit. Soon all would be dark and sleeping. There was cold night air in the chapel and the marbles were the colour the sea was at night. The sea was cold day and night, but it was colder at night. It was cold and dark under the seawall beside his father's house, but the kettle would be on the hob to make punch. The prefect of the chapel prayed above his head and his memory knew the responses. O Lord, open our lips, and our mouths shall announce thy praise. Incline unto our aid, O God. O Lord, make haste to help us. There was a cold night smell in the chapel, but it was a holy smell. It was not like the smell of the old peasants who knelt at the back of the chapel at Sunday mass. That was a smell of air and rain and turf and corduroy. But they were very holy peasants. They breathed behind him on his neck and sighed as they prayed. They lived in Clane, a fellow said. There were little cottages there and he had seen a woman standing at the half door of a cottage with a child in her arms as the cars had come past from Salins. It would be lovely to sleep for one night in that cottage before the fire of smoking turf, in the dark, lit by the fire, in the warm dark, breathing the smell of the peasants, air and rain and turf and corduroy. But oh, the road there between the trees was dark. You would be lost in the dark. It made him afraid to think of how it was. He heard the voice of the prefect of the chapel saying the last prayers. He prayed it too against the dark outside under the trees. Visit, we beseech thee, O Lord, this habitation and drive away from it all the snares of the enemy. May thy holy angels dwell herein to preserve us in peace, and may thy blessings be always upon us through Christ our Lord. Amen. His fingers trembled as he undressed himself in the dormitory. He told his fingers to hurry up. He had to undress and then kneel and say his own prayers and be in bed before the gas was lowered, so that he might not go to hell when he died. He rolled his stockings off and put on his nightshirt quickly and knelt trembling at his bedside and repeated his prayers quickly, fearing that the gas would go down. He felt his shoulders shaking as he murmured: God bless my father and my mother and spare them to me. God bless my little brothers and sisters and spare them to me. God bless Auntie and Uncle Charles and spare them to me. He blessed himself and climbed quickly into bed and, tucking the end of the nightshirt under his feet, curled himself together under the cold white sheets, shaking and trembling. But he would not go to hell when he died, and the shaking would stop. A voice bade the boys in the dormitory good night. He peered out for an instant over the coverlet and saw the yellow curtains round and before his bed that shut him off on all sides. The light was lowered quietly. The prefect's shoes went away. Where? Down the staircase and along the corridors, or to his room at the end? He saw the dark. Was it true about the black dog that walked there at night with eyes as big as carriage lamps? They said it was the ghost of a murderer. A long shiver of fear flowed over his body. He saw the dark entrance hall of the castle. Old servants in old dress were in the ironing-room above the staircase. It was long ago. The old servants were quiet. There was a fire there, but the hall was still dark. A figure came up the staircase from the hall. He wore the white cloak of a marshal. His face was pale and strange. He held his hand pressed to his side. He looked out of strange eyes at the old servants. They looked at him and saw their master's face and cloak and knew that he had received his death wound. But only the dark was where they looked. Only dark, silent air. Their master had received his death wound on the battlefield of Prague, far away over the sea. He was standing on the field. His hand was pressed to his side. His face was pale and strange, and he wore the white cloak of a marshal. Oh, how cold and strange it was to think of that! All the dark was cold and strange. There were pale strange faces there, great eyes like carriage lamps. They were the ghosts of murderers, the figures of marshals who had received their death wounds on battlefields far away over the sea. What did they wish to say that their faces were so strange? Visit, we beseech thee, O Lord, this habitation and drive away from it all. Going home for the holidays, that would be lovely. The fellows had told him. Getting up on the cars in the early wintry morning outside the door of the castle. The cars were rolling on the gravel. Cheers for the rector! Hooray! 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 The cars drove past the chapel and all caps were raised. They drove merrily along the country roads. The drivers pointed with their whips to Bodenstown. The fellows cheered. They passed the farmhouse of the jolly farmer. Cheer after cheer after cheer. Through Clane they drove, cheering and cheered. The peasant women stood at the half-doors. The men stood here and there. The lovely smell there was in the wintry air. The smell of Clane, rain and wintry air and turf smouldering and corduroy. The train was full of fellows, a long, long chocolate train with cream facings. The guards went to and fro, opening, closing, locking, unlocking the doors. They were men in dark blue and silver. They had silvery whistles. and their keys made a quick music, click, 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 click. And the train raced on over the flat lands and past the hill of Allen. The telegraph poles were passing, passing. The train went on and on. It knew. There were lanterns in the hall of his father's house and ropes of green branches. There were holly and ivy round the pierglass and holly and ivy, green and red, twined round the chandeliers. There were red holly and green ivy round the old portraits on the walls. Holly and ivy for him and for Christmas. Lovely! All the people. Welcome home, Stephen. Noises of welcome. His mother kissed him. Was that right? His father was a marshal now, higher than a magistrate. Welcome home, Stephen. Noises. There was a noise of curtain rings running back along the rods of water being splashed in the basin. There was a noise of rising and dressing and washing in the dormitory. A noise of clapping of hands as the prefect went up and down, telling the fellows to look sharp. A pale sunlight showed the yellow curtains drawn back, the tossed beds. His bed was very hot, and his face and body were very hot. He got up and sat down on the side of his bed. He was weak. He tried to pull on his stocking. It had a horrid rough feel. The sunlight was queer and cold. Fleming said, "Are you not well?" He did not know, and Fleming said, "Get back into bed. I'll tell McGlade you're not well." "He's sick." "Who is?" "Tell McGlade. Get back into bed." "Is he sick?" A fellow held his arms while he loosened the stocking clinging to his foot and climbed back into the hot bed. He crouched down between the sheets, glad of their tepid glow. He heard the fellows talk among themselves about him as they dressed for mass. It was a mean thing to do to shoulder him into the square ditch, they were saying. Then their voices ceased. They had gone. A voice at his bed said, "Dedalus, don't spy on us. Sure you won't?" Wells's face was there. He looked at it and saw that Wells was afraid. "I didn't mean to. Sure you won't?" His father had told him, whatever he did, never to peach on a fellow. He shook his head and answered no, and felt glad. Wells said, "I didn't mean to, honour bright. It was only for cod. I'm sorry." The face and the voice went away. Sorry because he was afraid that it was some disease. Canker was a disease of plants and cancer one of animals or another different. That was a long time ago when out on the playgrounds in the evening light, creeping from point to point on the fringe of his line, a heavy bird flying low through the grey light. Leicester Abbey lit up. Wolsey died there. The abbots buried him themselves. It was not Wells's face, it was the prefect's. He was not foxing. No, no, he was sick, really. He was not foxing. And he felt the prefect's hand on his forehead, and he felt his forehead warm and damp against the prefect's cold, damp hand. That was the way a rat felt, slimy and damp and cold. Every rat had two eyes to look out of, sleek, slimy coats, little feet tucked up to jump, black slimy eyes to look out of. They could understand how to jump. but the minds of rats could not understand trigonometry. When they were dead they lay on their sides. Their coats dried them. They were only dead things. The prefect was there again, and it was his voice that was saying that he was to get up, that Father Minister had said he was to get up and dress and go to the infirmary. And while he was dressing himself as quickly as he could, the prefect said, "We must pack off to Brother Michael because we have the collywobbles." He was very decent to say that. That was all to make him laugh, but he could not laugh because his cheeks and lips were all shivery, and then the prefect had to laugh by himself. The prefect cried, "Quick, march! Hayfoot, Strawfoot!" They went together down the staircase and along the corridor and past the bath. As he passed the door he remembered with a vague fear the warm turf-coloured bog-water, the warm moist air, the noise of plunges, the smell of the towels, like medicine. Brother Michael was standing at the door of the infirmary, and from the door of the dark cabinet on his right came a smell like medicine. That came from the bottles on the shelves. The prefect spoke to Brother Michael, and Brother Michael answered and called the prefect sir. He had reddish hair mixed with grey and a queer look. It was queer that he would always be a brother. It was queer, too, that you could not call him sir because he was a brother and had a different kind of look. Was he not holy enough, or why could he not catch up on the others? There were two beds in the room, and in one bed there was a fellow, and when they went in he called out, "Hello, it's young Dedalus. What's up?" "The sky is up," Brother Michael said. He was a fellow out of the third of grammar, and while Stephen was undressing he asked Brother Michael to bring him a round of buttered toast. "Ah, do," he said. "Butter you up," said Brother Michael. "You'll get your walking papers in the morning when the doctor comes." "Will I?" the fellow said. "I'm not well yet." Brother Michael repeated, "You'll get your walking papers, I tell you." He bent down to rake the fire. He had a long back, like the long back of a tram-horse. He shook the poker gravely and nodded his head at the fellow out of third of grammar. Then Brother Michael went away, and after a while the fellow out of third of grammar turned in towards the wall and fell asleep. That was the infirmary. He was sick then. Had they written home to tell his mother and father? But it would be quicker for one of the priests to go himself to tell them, or he would write a letter for the priest to bring. "Dear Mother, I am sick. I want to go home. Please come and take me home. I am in the infirmary. Your fond son, Stephen." How far away they were! There was cold sunlight outside the window. He wondered if he would die. You could die just the same on a sunny day. He might die before his mother came. Then he would have a dead mass in the chapel, like the way the fellows had told him it was when Little had died. All the fellows would be at the mass dressed in black, all with sad faces. Wells too would be there, but no fellow would look at him. The rector would be there in a cope of black and gold, and there would be tall yellow candles on the altar and around the catafalque, and they would carry the coffin out of the chapel slowly, and he would be buried in the little graveyard of the community off the main avenue of limes, and Wells would be sorry then for what he had done, and the bell would toll slowly. He could hear the tolling. He said over to himself the song that Brigid had taught him. Ding dong the castle bell, farewell my mother, bury me in the old churchyard beside my eldest brother. My coffin shall be black, 6 angels at my back, 2 to sing and 2 to pray, and 2 to carry my soul away. How beautiful and sad that was! How beautiful the words were where they said, "Bury me in the old churchyard." A tremor passed over his body. How sad and how beautiful! He wanted to cry quietly, but not for himself, for the words so beautiful and sad, like music. The bell! The bell! Farewell! Oh, farewell! The cold sunlight was weaker, and Brother Michael was standing at his bedside with a bowl of beef tea. He was glad, for his mouth was hot and dry. He could hear them playing in the playgrounds, and the day was going on in the college just as if he were there. Then Brother Michael was going away, and the fellow out of the third of grammar told him to be sure and come back and tell him all the news in the paper. He told Stephen that his name was Athy, and that his father kept a lot of racehorses that were spiffing jumpers, and that his father would give a good tip to Brother Michael any time he wanted it, because Brother Michael was very decent and always told him the news out of the paper they got every day up in the castle. There was every kind of news in the paper: accidents, shipwrecks, sports and politics. "Now it is all about politics in the papers," he said. "Do your people talk about that too?" "Yes," Stephen said. "Mine too," he said. Then he thought for a moment and said: "You have a queer name, Dedalus, and I have a queer name too, Athy. My name is the name of a town. Your name is like Latin." Then he asked: "Are you good at riddles?" Stephen answered: "Not very good." Then he said: "Can you answer me this one? Why is the county of Kildare like the leg of a fellow's breeches?" Stephen thought what could be the answer and then said: "I give it up." "Because there is a thigh in it," he said. "Do you see the joke? Athy is the town in the county Kildare, and a thigh is the other thigh." "Oh, I see," Stephen said. "That's an old riddle," he said. After a moment he said: "I say!" "What?" asked Stephen. "You know," he said, "you can ask that riddle another way." "Can you?" said Stephen. "The same riddle," he said. "Do you know the other way to ask it?" "No," said Stephen. "Can you not think of the other way?" he said. He looked at Stephen over the bedclothes as he spoke. Then he lay back on the pillow and said: "There is another way, but I won't tell you what it is." Why did he not tell it? His father, who kept the racehorses, must be a magistrate too, like Saurin's father and Nasty Roche's father. He thought of his own father, of how he sang songs while his mother played, and of how he always gave him a shilling when he asked for sixpence, and he felt sorry for him that he was not a magistrate like the other boys' fathers. Then why was he sent to that place with them? But his father had told him that he would be no stranger there, because his granduncle had presented an address to the Liberator there 50 years before. You could know the people of that time by their old dress. It seemed to him a solemn time, and he wondered if that was the time when the fellows in Clongowes wore blue coats with brass buttons and yellow waistcoats and caps of rabbit-skin and drank beer like grown-up people and kept greyhounds of their own to course the hares with. He looked at the window and saw that the daylight had grown weaker. There would be cloudy grey light over the playgrounds. There was no noise on the playgrounds. The class must be doing the themes. or perhaps Father Arnold was reading out of the book. It was queer that they had not given him any medicine. Perhaps Brother Michael would bring it back when he came. They said you got stinking stuff to drink when you were in the infirmary. But he felt better now than before. It would be nice getting better slowly. You could get a book then. There was a book in the library about Holland. There were lovely foreign names in it and pictures of strange-looking cities and ships. It made you feel so happy. How pale the light was at the window, but that was nice. The fire rose and fell on the wall. It was like waves. Someone had put coal on and he heard voices. They were talking. It was the noise of the waves, or the waves were talking among themselves as they rose and fell. He saw the sea of waves, long dark waves rising and falling, dark under the moonless night. A tiny light twinkled at the pierhead where the ship was entering, and he saw a multitude of people gathered by the water's edge to see the ship that was entering their harbour. A tall man stood on the deck, looking out towards the flat dark land, and by the light at the pierhead he saw his face, the sorrowful face of Brother Michael. He saw him lift his hand towards the people and heard him say in a loud voice of sorrow over the waters, "He is dead. We saw him lying upon the catafalque." A wail of sorrow went up from the people. "Parnell! Parnell! He is dead!" They fell upon their knees, moaning in sorrow. And he saw Dante in a maroon velvet dress and with a green velvet mantle hanging from her shoulders, walking proudly and silently past the people who knelt by the water's edge.
End of section 9. A portrait of the artist as a young man. Chapter 1, Part 1. By James Joyce. Section 9 of 1916 First Chapters Collection, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 9. A portrait of the artist as a young man by James Joyce. Chapter 1, Part 2.
A great fire, banked high and red, flamed in the grate, and under the ivy-twined branches of the chandelier the Christmas table was spread. They had come home a little late and still dinner was not ready, but it would be ready in a jiffy, his mother had said. They were waiting for the door to open and for the servants to come in, holding the big dishes, covered with their heavy metal covers. All were waiting. Uncle Charles, who sat far away in the shadow of the window, Dante and Mr Casey, who sat in the easy-chairs at either side of the hearth, Stephen, seated on a chair between them, his feet resting on the toasted boss. Mr Dedalus looked at himself in the pier-glass above the mantelpiece, waxed out his moustache ends, and then, parting his coat-tails, stood with his back to the glowing fire, and still from time to time he withdrew a hand from his coat‐tail to wax out one of his moustache ends. Mr Casey leaned his head to one side and, smiling, tapped the gland of his neck with his fingers. And Stephen smiled too, for he knew now that it was not true that Mr Casey had a purse of silver in his throat. He smiled to think how the silvery noise which Mr Casey used to make had deceived him. And when he had tried to open Mr Casey's hand to see if the purse of silver was hidden there, he had seen that the fingers could not be straightened out, and Mr Casey had told him that he had got those 3 cramped fingers making a birthday present for Queen Victoria. Mr Casey tapped the gland of his neck and smiled at Stephen with sleepy eyes, and Mr Dedalus said to him: —Yes, well now, that's all right. Oh, we had a good walk, hadn't we, John? Yes. I wonder if there's any likelihood of dinner this evening? Yes. Oh, well now, we got a good breath of ozone round the head today. Ah, bedad. He turned to Dante and said: —You didn't stir out at all, Mrs Riordan. Dante frowned and said shortly: —No. Mr Dedalus dropped his coat‐tails and went over to the sideboard. He brought forth a great stone jar of whisky from the locker and filled the decanter slowly, bending now and then to see how much he had poured in. Then, replacing the jar in the locker, he poured a little of the whisky into 2 glasses, added a little water, and came back with them to the fireplace. —A thimbleful, John, he said, just to whet your appetite. Mr Casey took the glass, drank, and placed it near him on the mantelpiece. Then he said: —Well, I can't help thinking of our friend Christopher manufacturing. He broke into a fit of laughter and coughing and added: manufacturing that champagne for those fellows. Mr Dedalus laughed loudly. —Is it Christy? He said. Oh, there's more cunning in one of those warts on his bald head than in a pack of jack-foxes. He inclined his head, closed his eyes, and licking his lips profusely, began to speak with the voice of the hotel-keeper. And he has such a soft mouth when he's speaking to you, don't you know? He's very moist and watery about the dewlaps. Oh, God bless him. Mr Casey was still struggling through his fit of coughing and laughter. Stephen, seeing and hearing the hotel-keeper through his father's face and voice, laughed. Mr Dedalus put up his eyeglass and, staring down at him, said quietly and kindly: —What are you laughing at, you little puppy, you? The servants entered and placed the dishes on the table. Mrs Dedalus followed and the places were arranged. —Sit over, she said. Mr Dedalus went to the end of the table and said: —Now, Mrs Riordan, sit over. John, sit you down, my hearty. He looked round to where uncle Charles sat and said: —Now then, sir, there's a bird here waiting for you. When all had taken their seats he laid his hand on the cover and then said quickly, withdrawing it: —Now, Stephen. Stephen stood up in his place to say the grace before meals. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which through thy bounty we are about to receive, through Christ our Lord. Amen. All blessed themselves, and Mr Dedalus, with a sigh of pleasure, lifted from the dish the heavy cover pearled around the edge with glistening drops. Stephen looked at the plump turkey which had lain, trussed and skewered, on the kitchen table. He knew that his father had paid a guinea for it in Dunn's of Dolier Street, and that the man had prodded it often at the breastbone to show how good it was, and he remembered the man's voice when he had said: —Take that one, sir. That's the real Ally Dally. Why did Mr Barrett in Clongowes call his pandybat a turkey? But Clongowes was far away. and the warm heavy smell of turkey and ham and celery rose from the plates and dishes, and the great fire was banked high and red in the grate, and the green ivy and red holly made you feel so happy, and when dinner was ended the big plum pudding would be carried in, studded with peeled almonds and sprigs of holly, with bluish fire running around it, and a little green flag flying from the top. It was his first Christmas dinner, and he thought of his little brothers and sisters who were waiting in the nursery as he had often waited till the pudding came. The deep low collar and the Eton jacket made him feel queer and oldish, and that morning when his mother had brought him down to the parlour dressed for mass his father had cried. That was because he was thinking of his own father, and Uncle Charles had said so too. Mr Dedalus covered the dish and began to eat hungrily. Then he said: "Poor old Christy, he's nearly lopsided now with roguery." "Simon," said Mrs Dedalus, "you haven't given Mrs Riordan any sauce." Mr Dedalus seized the saucepot. "Haven't I?" he cried. "Mrs Riordan, pity the poor blind." Dante covered her plate with her hands and said no thanks. Mr Dedalus turned to Uncle Charles. "How are you off, sir?" "Right as the mail, Simon." "You, John?" "I'm all right. Go on yourself." "Mary." "Here, Stephen. Here's something to make your hair curl." He poured sauce freely over Stephen's plate and set the boat again on the table. Then he asked Uncle Charles was it tender. Uncle Charles could not speak because his mouth was full, but he nodded that it was. "That was a good answer our friend made to the canon." "What?" said Mr Dedalus. "I didn't think he had that much in him," said Mr Casey. "I'll pay your dues, father, when you cease turning the house of God into a polling booth." "A nice answer," said Dante, "for any man calling himself a Catholic to give to his priest." "They have only themselves to blame," said Mr Dedalus suavely. "If they took a fool's advice they would confine their attention to religion." "It is religion," Dante said. "They are doing their duty in warning the people." "We go to the house of God," Mr Casey said, "in all humility to pray to our Maker and not to hear election addresses." "It is religion," Dante said again. "They are right. They must direct their flocks." "And preach politics from the altar, is it?" asked Mr Dedalus. "Certainly," said Dante. "It is a question of public morality. A priest would not be a priest if he did not tell his flock what is right and what is wrong." Mrs Dedalus laid down her knife and fork, saying, "For pity's sake and for pity's sake let us have no political discussion on this day of all days in the year." "Quite right, ma'am," said Uncle Charles. "Now, Simon, that's quite enough now. Not another word now." "Yes, yes," said Mr Dedalus quickly. He uncovered the dish boldly and said: "Now then, who's for more turkey?" Nobody answered. Dante said: "Nice language for any Catholic to use." "Mrs Riordan, I appeal to you," said Mrs Dedalus, "to let the matter drop now." Dante turned on her and said: "And am I to sit here and listen to the pastors of my church being flouted?" "Nobody is saying a word against them," said Mr Dedalus, "so long as they don't meddle in politics." "The bishops and priests of Ireland have spoken," said Dante, "and they must be obeyed." "Let them leave politics alone," said Mr Casey, "or the people may leave their church alone." "You hear?" said Dante, turning to Mrs Dedalus. "Mr Casey, Simon," said Mrs Dedalus, "let it end now." "Too bad, too bad!" said Uncle Charles. What? cried Mr Dedalus. Were we to desert him at the bidding of the English people? He was no longer worthy to lead, said Dante. He was a public sinner. We are all sinners and black sinners, said Mr Casey coldly. Woe be to the man by whom the scandal cometh, said Mrs Riordan. It would be better for him that a millstone were tied about his neck, and that he were cast into the depths of the sea, rather than that he should scandalize one of these, my least little ones. That is the language of the Holy Ghost. And very bad language, if you ask me, said Mr Dedalus coolly. Simon, Simon, said Uncle Charles, the boy. Yes, said Mr Dedalus. I was thinking about the bad language of the railway porter. Well, now, that's all right. Here, Stephen, show me your plate, old chap. Eat away now, here. He heaped up the food on Stephen's plate and served Uncle Charles and Mr Casey to large pieces of turkey and splashes of sauce. Mrs Dedalus was eating little, and Dante sat with her hands in her lap. She was red in the face. Mr Dedalus rooted with the carvers at the end of the dish and said, There's a tasty bit here we call the Pope's nose. If any lady or gentleman... He held a piece of fowl up on the prong of the carving fork. Nobody spoke. He put it on his own plate, saying, Well, you can't say but you were asked. I think I'd better eat it myself, because I'm not well in my health lately. He winked at Stephen and, replacing the dish cover, began to eat again. There was a silence while he ate. Then he said, Well now, the day kept up fine after all. There were plenty of strangers down too. Nobody spoke. He said again, I think there were more strangers down than last Christmas. He looked round at the others, whose faces were bent towards their plates, and receiving no reply, waited for a moment and said bitterly, Well, my Christmas dinner has been spoiled anyhow. There could be neither luck nor grace, Dante said, in a house where there is no respect for the pastors of the church. Mr Dedalus threw his knife and fork noisily on his plate. Respect, he said. Is it for Billy with the lip, or for the tub of guts up in a mouth? Respect. Princes of the church, said Mr Casey with slow scorn. Lord Leitrim's coachman, yes, said Mr Dedalus. They are the Lord's anointed, Dante said. They are an honour to their country. Tub of guts, said Mr Dedalus coarsely. He has a handsome face, mind you, in repose. You should see that fellow lapping up his bacon and cabbage of a cold winter's day. Oh, Johnny! He twisted his features into a grimace of heavy bestiality and made a lapping noise with his lips. Really, Simon, you should not speak that way before Stephen. It's not right. Oh, he'll remember all this when he grows up, said Dante hotly. The language he heard against God and religion and priests in his own home. Let him remember too, cried Mr Casey to her from across the table, the language with which the priests and the priests' pawns broke Parnell's heart and hounded him into his grave. Let him remember that too when he grows up. Sons of bitches, cried Mr Dedalus. When he was down they turned on him to betray him and rend him like rats in a sewer. Low-lived dogs. And they look it, by Christ they look it. They behaved rightly, cried Dante. They obeyed their bishops and their priests. Honour to them. Well, it is perfectly dreadful to say that not even for one day in the year, said Mrs Dedalus, can we be free from these dreadful disputes. Uncle Charles raised his hands mildly and said, Come now, come now, come now. Can we not have our opinions, whatever they are, without this bad temper and this bad language? It is too bad, surely. Mrs Dedalus spoke to Dante in a low voice, but Dante said loudly, "I will not say nothing. I will defend my church and my religion when it is insulted and spit on by renegade Catholics." Mr Casey pushed his plate rudely into the middle of the table, and resting his elbows before him, said in a hoarse voice to his host, "Tell me, did I tell you that story about a very famous spit?" "You did not, John," said Mr Dedalus. "Why then," said Mr Casey, "it is a most instructive story. It happened not long ago in the county Wicklow, where we are now." He broke off, and turning towards Dante, said with quiet indignation, "And I may tell you, ma'am, that I, if you mean me, am no renegade Catholic. I am a Catholic as my father was, and his father before him, and his father before him again, when we gave up our lives rather than sell our faith." "The more shame to you now," Dante said, "to speak as you do." "The story, John," said Mr Dedalus, smiling. "Let us have the story, anyhow." "Catholic, indeed!" repeated Dante ironically. "The blackest Protestant in the land would not speak the language I have heard this evening." Mr Dedalus began to sway his head to and fro, crooning like a country singer. "I am no Protestant, I tell you again," said Mr Casey, flushing. Mr Dedalus, still crooning and swaying his head, began to sing in a grunting nasal tone. "Oh, come all you Roman Catholics that never went to mass." He took up his knife and fork again in good humour and set to eating, saying to Mr Casey, "Let us have the story, John. It will help us to digest." Stephen looked with affection at Mr Casey's face, which stared across the table over his joined hands. He liked to sit near him at the fire, looking up at his dark fierce face. But his dark eyes were never fierce, and his slow voice was good to listen to. But why was he then against the priests? Because Dante must be right then. But he had heard his father say that she was a spoilt nun, and that she had come out of the convent in the Alleghenies when her brother had got the money from the savages for the trinkets and the chainies. Perhaps that made her severe against Parnell, and she did not like him to play with Eileen because Eileen was a Protestant, and when she was young she knew children that used to play with Protestants, and the Protestants used to make fun of the litany of the Blessed Virgin. Tower of Ivory, they used to say. House of Gold. How could a woman be a Tower of Ivory or a House of Gold? Who was right then? And he remembered the evening in the infirmary in Clongowes, the dark waters, the light at the pierhead, and the moan of sorrow from the people when they had heard. Eileen had long white hands. One evening when playing Tig she had put her hands over his eyes, long and white and thin and cold and soft. That was ivory, a cold white thing. That was the meaning of Tower of Ivory. "The story is very short and sweet," Mr Casey said. "It was one day down in Arklow, a cold bitter day, not long before the chief died, may God have mercy on him." He closed his eyes wearily and paused. Mr Dedalus took a bone from his plate and tore some meat from it with his teeth, saying, "Before he was killed, you mean?" Mr Casey opened his eyes, sighed and went on. "It was down in Arklow one day. We were down there at a meeting, and after the meeting was over we had to make our way to the railway station through the crowd. Such booing and barring, man, you never heard. They called us all the names in the world. Well, there was one old lady, and a drunken old harridan she was surely, that paid all her attention to me. She kept dancing along beside me in the mud, bawling and screaming into my face, 'Priest Hunter, the parish funds, Mr Fox, Kitty O'Shea.'" "And what did you do, John?" asked Mr Dedalus. I let her bawl away, said Mr Casey. It was a cold day, and to keep up my heart I had, saving your presence, ma'am, a quid of Tullamore in my mouth, and sure I couldn't say a word in any case because my mouth was full of tobacco juice. Well, John? Well, I let her bawl away to her heart's content, Kitty O'Shea, and the rest of it, till at last she called that lady a name that I won't sully this Christmas board or your ears, ma'am, nor my own lips by repeating. He paused. Mr Dedalus, lifting his head from the bone, asked, And what did you do, John? Do? Said Mr Casey. She stuck her ugly old face up at me when she said it, and I had my mouth full of tobacco juice, and I bent down to her, and Piff! Says I to her, like that. He turned aside and made the act of spitting. Piff! Says I to her, like that, right into her eye. He clapped his hand to his eye and gave a hoarse scream of pain. Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, says she, I'm blinded and drowned. He stopped in a fit of coughing and laughter, repeating, I'm blinded entirely. Mr Dedalus laughed loudly and lay back in his chair, while Uncle Charles swayed his head to and fro. Dante looked terribly angry and repeated while they laughed, Very nice. Oh, very nice. It was not nice about the spit in the woman's eye. But what was the name the woman had called Kitty O'Shea that Mr Casey would not repeat? He thought of Mr Casey walking through the crowds of people and making speeches from a wagonette. That was what he had been imprisoned for, and he remembered that one night Sergeant O'Neill had come to the house and had stood in the hall talking in a low voice with his father and chewing nervously at the chin-strap of his cap. And that night Mr Casey had not gone to Dublin by train, but a car had come to the door, and he had heard his father say something about the Cabinteely Road. He was for Ireland and Parnell, and so was his father, and so was Dante too. For one night at the band on the esplanade she had hit a gentleman on the head with her umbrella because he had taken off his hat when the band played God Save the Queen at the end. Mr Dedalus gave a snort of contempt. Ah, John, he said, it is true for them. We are an unfortunate priest-ridden race, and always were, and always will be till the end of the chapter. Uncle Charles shook his head, saying, A bad business, a bad business. Mr Dedalus repeated, A priest-ridden, God-forsaken race. He pointed to the portrait of his grandfather on the wall to his right. Do you see that old chap up there, John? He said. He was a good Irishman when there was no money in the job. He was condemned to death as a white boy. But he had a saying about our clerical friends that he would never let one of them put his 2 feet under his mahogany. Dante broke in angrily. If we are a priest-ridden race, we ought to be proud of it. They are the apple of God's eye. Touch them not, says Christ, for they are the apple of my eye. And can we not love our country then? Asked Mr Casey. Are we not to follow the man that was born to lead us? A traitor to his country, replied Dante. A traitor, an adulterer. The priests were right to abandon him. The priests were always the true friends of Ireland. Were they, faith? Said Mr Casey. He threw his fist on the table and, frowning angrily, protruded one finger after another. Didn't the bishops of Ireland betray us in the time of the Union when Bishop Lanigan presented an address of loyalty to the Marquess Cornwallis? Didn't the bishops and priests sell the aspirations of their country in 1829 in return for Catholic emancipation? Didn't they denounce the Fenian movement from the pulpit and in the confession box? And didn't they dishonour the ashes of Terence Bullough MacManus? His face was glowing with anger, and Stephen felt the glow rise to his own cheek as the spoken words thrilled him. Mr Dedalus uttered a guffaw of coarse scorn. "Oh, by God!" he cried. "I forgot little old Paul Cullen. Another apple of God's eye." Dante bent across the table and cried to Mr Casey, "Right, right! They were always right! God and morality and religion come first!" Mrs Dedalus, seeing her excitement, said to her, "Mrs Riordan, don't excite yourself answering them." "God and religion before everything!" Dante cried. "God and religion before the world!" Mr Casey raised his clenched fist and brought it down on the table with a crash. "Very well, then," he shouted hoarsely, "if it comes to that, no God for Ireland!" "John! John!" cried Mr Dedalus, seizing his guest by the coat sleeve. Dante stared across the table, her cheeks shaking. Mr Casey struggled up from his chair and bent across the table towards her, scraping the air from before his eyes with one hand, as though he were tearing aside a cobweb. "No God for Ireland!" he cried. "We have had too much God in Ireland. Away with God!" "Blasphemer! Devil!" screamed Dante, starting to her feet and almost spitting in his face. Uncle Charles and Mr Dedalus pulled Mr Casey back into his chair again, talking to him from both sides reasonably. He stared before him out of his dark flaming eyes, repeating, "Away with God, I say!" Dante shoved her chair violently aside and left the table, upsetting her napkin ring, which rolled slowly along the carpet and came to rest against the foot of an easy-chair. Mrs Dedalus rose quickly and followed her towards the door. At the door Dante turned round violently and shouted down the room, her cheeks flushed and quivering with rage, "Devil out of hell! We won! We crushed him to death! Fiend!" The door slammed behind her. Mr Casey, freeing his arms from his holders, suddenly bowed his head on his hands with a sob of pain. "Poor Parnell!" he cried loudly. "My dead king!" He sobbed loudly and bitterly. Stephen, raising his terror-stricken face, saw that his father's eyes were full of tears. The fellows talked together in little groups. One fellow said, "They were caught near the Hill of Leon." "Who caught them?" "Mr Gleeson and the minister." "They were on a car," the same fellow added. "A fellow in the higher line told me." Fleming asked, "But why did they run away? Tell us." "I know why," Cecil Thunder said. "Because they had fecked cash out of the rector's room." "Who fecked it?" "Kickham's brother, and they all went shares in it." "But that was stealing. How could they have done that?" "A fat lot you know about it, Thunder," Wells said. "I know why they scut." "Tell us why." "I was told not to," Wells said. "Oh, go on, Wells," all said. "You might tell us. We won't let it out." Stephen bent forward his head to hear. Wells looked round to see if anyone was coming. Then he said secretly, "You know the altar wine they keep in the press in the sacristy?" "Yes." "Well, they drank that, and it was found out who did it by the smell. And that's why they ran away, if you want to know." And the fellow who had spoken first said, "Yes, that's what I heard too from the fellow in the higher line." The fellows all were silent. Stephen stood among them, afraid to speak, listening. A faint sickness of awe made him feel weak. How could they have done that? He thought of the dark silent sacristy. There were dark wooden presses there, where the crimped surplices lay quietly folded. It was not the chapel, but still you had to speak under your breath. It was a holy place. He remembered the summer evening he had been there to be dressed as boat-bearer, the evening of the procession to the little altar in the wood. A strange and holy place. The boy that held the censer had swung it, lifted by the middle chain, to keep the coals lighting. That was called charcoal, and it had burned quietly as the fellow had swung it gently and had given off a weak sour smell. And then when all were vested he had stood holding out the boat to the rector, and the rector had put a spoonful of incense in it, and it had hissed on the red coals. The fellows were talking together in little groups here and there on the playground. The fellows seemed to him to have grown smaller. That was because a sprinter had knocked him down the day before, a fellow out of second of grammar. He had been thrown by the fellow's machine lightly on the cinder-path, and his spectacles had been broken in 3 pieces, and some of the grit of the cinders had gone into his mouth. That was why the fellows seemed to him smaller and farther away, and the goalpost so thin and far, and the soft grey sky so high up. But there was no play on the football grounds, for cricket was coming, and some said that Barnes would be prop, and some said it would be Flowers, and all over the playgrounds they were playing rounders and bowling twisters and lobs, and from here and from there came the sounds of the cricket bats through the soft grey air. They said pick, pack, pock, puck, little drops of water in a fountain slowly falling in the brimming bowl. Athy, who had been silent, said quietly: "You are all wrong." All turned towards him eagerly. "Why? Do you know? Who told you? Tell us, Athy." Athy pointed across the playground to where Simon Moonan was walking by himself, kicking a stone before him. "Ask him," he said. The fellows looked there and then said: "Why him? Is he in it?" Athy lowered his voice and said: "Do you know why those fellows scut? I will tell you, but you must not let on you know. Tell us, Athy. Go on. You might if you know." He paused for a moment and then said mysteriously: "They were caught with Simon Moonan and Tusker Boyle in the square one night." The fellows looked at him and asked: "Caught? What doing?" Athy said: "Smugging." All the fellows were silent and Athy said: "And that's why." Stephen looked at the faces of the fellows, but they were all looking across the playground. He wanted to ask somebody about it. What did that mean about the smugging in the square? Why did the 5 fellows out of the higher line run away for that? It was a joke, he thought. Simon Moonan had nice clothes, and one night he had shown him a ball of creamery sweets that the fellows of the football 15 had rolled down to him along the carpet in the middle of the refectory when he was at the door. It was the night of the match against the Bective Rangers, and the ball was made just like a red and green apple, only it opened, and it was full of the creamery sweets. And one day Boyle had said that an elephant had 2 tuskers instead of 2 tusks, and that was why he was called Tusker Boyle, but some fellows called him Lady Boyle because he was always at his nails, paring them. Eileen had long thin cool white hands too because she was a girl. They were like ivory, only soft. That was the meaning of Tower of Ivory, but Protestants could not understand it and made fun of it. One day He had stood beside her, looking into the hotel grounds. A waiter was running up a trail of bunting on the flagstaff, and a fox terrier was scampering to and fro on the sunny lawn. She had put her hand into his pocket where his hand was, and he had felt how cool and thin and soft her hand was. She had said that pockets were funny things to have, and then all of a sudden she had broken away and had run, laughing, down the sloping curve of the path. Her fair hair had streamed out behind it like gold in the sun. Tower of ivory, house of gold. By thinking of things you could understand them. But why in the square? You went there when you wanted to do something. It was all thick slabs of slate and water trickled all day out of tiny pinholes and there was a queer smell of stale water there. And behind the door of one of the closets there was a drawing in red pencil of a bearded man in a Roman dress with a brick in each hand, and underneath was the name of the drawing. Barbusse was building a wall. Some fellow had drawn it there for a cod. It had a funny face, but it was very like a man with a beard. And on the wall of another closet there was written in backhand in beautiful writing, Julius Caesar wrote the Calico Belly. Perhaps that was why they were there, because it was a place where some fellows wrote things for cod. But all the same it was queer what Athy said and the way he said it. It was not a cod because they had run away. He looked with the others across the playground and began to feel afraid. At last Fleming said, and we are all to be punished for what other fellows did. I won't come back, see if I do, Cecil Thunder said. 3 days' silence in the refectory and sending us up for 6 and 8 every minute. Yes, said Wales, and old Barrett has a new way of twisting the note so that you can't open it and fold it again to see how many feruli you are to get. I won't come back too. Yes, said Cecil Thunder, and the prefect of studies was in second of grammar this morning. Let us get up a rebellion, Fleming said. Will we? All the fellows were silent. The air was very silent, and you could hear the cricket bats, but more slowly than before, pick-pock. Wells asked, what is going to be done to them? Simon Moonan and Tusker are going to be flogged, Athy said, and the fellows in the higher line got their choice of flogging or being expelled. And which are they taking? Asked the fellow who had spoken first. All are taking expulsion except Corrigan, Athy answered. He's going to be flogged by Mr Gleeson. I know why, Cecil Thunder said. He is right and the other fellows are wrong, because a flogging wears off after a bit, but a fellow that has been expelled from college is known all his life on account of it. Besides, Gleeson won't flog him hard. It's best of his play not to, Fleming said. I wouldn't like to be Simon Moonan and Tusker, Cecil Thunder said, but I don't believe they will be flogged. Perhaps they will be sent up for twice 9. No, no, said Athy. They'll both get it on the vital spot. Wells rubbed himself and said in a crying voice, Please, sir, let me off. Athy grinned and turned up the sleeves of his jacket, saying, It can't be helped, it must be done, so down with your breeches and out with your bum. The fellows laughed, but he felt that they were a little afraid. In the silence of the soft grey air he heard the cricket bats from here and from there. Pop! That was a sound to hear, but if you were hit then you would feel a pain. The pandy bat made a sound too, but not like that. The fellows said it was made of whalebone and leather with lead inside, and he wondered what was the pain like. There were different kinds of sounds. A long thin cane would have a high whistling sound, and he wondered what was that pain like. It made him shivery to think of it and cold. And what Athy said too. But what was there to laugh at in it? It made him shivery, but that was because you always felt like a shiver when you let down your trousers. It was the same in the bath when you undressed yourself. He wondered who had to let them down, the master or the boy himself. Oh, how could they laugh about it that way? He looked at Athy's rolled-up sleeves and knuckly, inky hands. He had rolled up his sleeves to show how Mr Gleeson would roll up his sleeves, but Mr Gleeson had round shiny cuffs and clean white wrists and fattish white hands, and the nails of them were long and pointed. Perhaps he pared them too, like Lady Boyle, but they were terribly long and pointed nails, so long and cruel they were, though the white fattish hands were not cruel but gentle. And though he trembled with cold and fright to think of the cruel long nails and of the high whistling sound of the cane and of the chill you felt at the end of your shirt when you undressed yourself, yet he felt a feeling of queer quiet pleasure inside him to think of the white fattish hands, clean and strong and gentle. And he thought of what Cecil Thunder had said, that Mr Gleeson would not flog Corrigan hard, and Fleming had said he would not because it was best of his play not to, but that was not why. A voice from far out on the playground cried, "All in!" and other voices cried, "All in! All in!" During the writing lesson he sat with his arms folded, listening to the slow scraping of the pens. Mr Harford went to and fro, making little signs in red pencil, and sometimes sitting beside the boy to show him how to hold his pen. He had tried to spell out the headline for himself, though he knew already what it was, for it was the last of the book. Zeal without prudence is like a ship adrift. But the lines of the letters were like fine invisible threads, and it was only by closing his right eye tight and staring out of the left eye that he could make out the full curves of the capital. But Mr Harford was very decent and never got into a wax. All the other masters got into dreadful waxes. But why were they to suffer for what fellows in the higher line did? Wells had said that they had drunk some of the altar wine out of the press in the sacristy, and that it had been found out who had done it by the smell. Perhaps they had stolen a monstrance to run away with and sell it somewhere. That must have been a terrible sin, to go in there quietly at night, to open the dark press and steal the flashing gold thing into which God was put on the altar in the middle of flowers and candles at benediction, while the incense went up in clouds at both sides as the fellows swung the censer and Dominic Kelly sang the first part by himself in the choir. But God was not in it, of course, when they stole it. But still it was a strange and a great sin even to touch it. He thought of it with deep awe, a terrible and strange sin. It thrilled him to think of it in the silence when the pen scraped lightly. But to drink the altar wine out of the press and be found out by the smell was a sin too, but it was not terrible and strange. It only made you feel a little sickish on account of the smell of the wine. Because on the day when he had made his first Holy Communion in the chapel he had shut his eyes and opened his mouth and put out his tongue a little, and when the rector had stooped down to give him the Holy Communion he had smelt a faint winey smell off the rector's breath after the wine of the mass. The word was beautiful, wine. It made you think of dark purple because the grapes were dark purple that grew in Greece outside houses like white temples. But the faint smell of the rector's breath had made him feel a sick feeling on the morning of his first communion. The day of your first communion was the happiest day of your life, and once a lot of generals had asked Napoleon what was the happiest day of his life. They thought he would say the day he won some great battle or the day he was made an emperor, but he said Gentlemen, the happiest day of my life was the day on which I made my first Holy Communion. Father Arnall came in and the Latin lesson began, and he remained still, leaning on the desk with his arms folded. Father Arnall gave out the theme books, and he said that they were scandalous and that they were all to be written out again with the corrections at once. But the worst of all was Fleming's theme, because the pages were stuck together by a blot, and Father Arnall held it up by a corner and said it was an insult to any master to send him up such a theme. Then he asked Jack Lawton to decline the noun mare, and Jack Lawton stopped at the ablative singular and could not go on with the plural. You should be ashamed of yourself, said Father Arnall sternly. You, the leader of the class. Then he asked the next boy, and the next, and the next. Nobody knew. Father Arnall became very quiet, more and more quiet, as each boy tried to answer it and could not. But his face was black-looking, and his eyes were staring, though his voice was so quiet. Then he asked Fleming, and Fleming said that the word had no plural. Father Arnall suddenly shut the book and shouted at him. Kneel out there in the middle of the class. You are one of the idlest boys I ever met. Copy out your themes again, the rest of you. Fleming moved heavily out of his place and knelt between the two last benches. The other boys bent over their theme books and began to write. A silence filled the classroom, and Stephen, glancing timidly at Father Arnall's dark face, saw that it was a little red from the wax he was in. Was that a sin for Father Arnall to be in a wax, or was he allowed to get into a wax when the boys were idle, because that made them study better, or was he only letting on to be in a wax? It was because he was allowed, because a priest would know what a sin was and would not do it. But if he did it one time by mistake, what would he do to go to confession? Perhaps he would go to confession to the minister, and if the minister did it, he would go to the rector, and the rector to the provincial, and the provincial to the general of the Jesuits. That was called the order, and he had heard his father say that they were all clever men. They could all have become high-up people in the world if they had not become Jesuits. And he wondered what Father Arnall and Paddy Barrett would have become, and what Mr. McGlade and Mr. Gleeson would have become if they had not become Jesuits. It was hard to think what, because you would have to think of them in a different way, with different coloured coats and trousers, and with beards and moustaches and different kinds of hats. The door opened quietly and closed. A quick whisper ran through the class, the prefect of studies. There was an instant of dead silence, and then the loud crack of a pandybat on the last desk. Stephen's heart leapt up in fear. Any boys want flogging here? Father Arnall cried the prefect of studies. Any lazy idle loafers that want flogging in this class? He came to the middle of the class and saw Fleming on his knees. Ho, ho! He cried. Who is this boy? Why is he on his knees? What is your name, boy? Fleming, sir. Ho, ho, Fleming! An idler, of course. I can see it in your eyes. Why is he on his knees, Father Arnall? He wrote a bad Latin theme, Father Arnall said, and he missed all the questions in grammar. Of course he did, cried the prefect of studies. Of course he did, a born idler. I can see it in the corner of his eye. He banged his pandybat down on the desk and cried, Up, Fleming, up, my boy. Fleming stood up slowly. Hold out, cried the prefect of studies. Fleming held out his hand. The pandybat came down on it with a loud smacking sound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Other hand! The pandybat came down again in 6 loud quick smacks. "Kneel down!" cried the prefect of studies. Fleming knelt down, squeezing his hands under his armpits, his face contorted with pain. But Stephen knew how hard his hands were because Fleming was always rubbing rosin into them. But perhaps he was in great pain for the noise of the pandybat was terrible. Stephen's heart was beating and fluttering. "At your work, all of you!" shouted the prefect of studies. "We want no lazy, idle loafers here. Lazy, idle little schemers. At your work, I tell you. Father Dolan will be in to see you every day. Father Dolan will be in tomorrow." He poked one of the boys in the side with his pandybat, saying, "You boy, when will Father Dolan be in again?" "Tomorrow, sir," said Tom Furlong's voice. "Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow," said the prefect of studies. "Make up your minds for that. Every day, Father Dolan. Right away. You boy, who are you?" Stephen's heart jumped suddenly. "Dedalus, sir." "Why are you not writing like the others?" "My—" He could not speak with fright. "Why is he not writing, Father Arnall?" "He broke his glasses," said Father Arnall, "and I exempted him from work." "Broke? What is this I hear? What is this? Your name is?" said the prefect of studies. "Dedalus, sir." "Out here, Dedalus! Lazy little schemer! I see schemer in your face. Where did you break your glasses?" Stephen stumbled into the middle of the class, blinded by fear and haste. "Where did you break your glasses?" repeated the prefect of studies. "The cinder path, sir." "Ho, ho! The cinder path!" cried the prefect of studies. "I know that trick." Stephen lifted his eyes in wonder and saw for a moment Father Dolan's white-grey, not young face, his baldy white-grey head with fluff at the sides of it, the steel rims of his spectacles and his no-coloured eyes looking through the glasses. Why did he say he knew that trick? "Lazy, idle little loafer!" cried the prefect of studies. "Broke my glasses! An old schoolboy trick! Out with your hand this moment!" Stephen closed his eyes and held out in the air his trembling hand with the palm upwards. He felt the prefect of studies touch it for a moment at the fingers to straighten it, and then the swish of the sleeve of the soutane as the pandybat was lifted to strike. A hot burning stinging tingling blow like the loud crack of a broken stick made his trembling hand crumple together like a leaf in the fire. And at the sound and the pain scalding tears were driven into his eyes. His whole body was shaking with fright. His arm was shaking and his crumpled burning livid hand shook like a loose leaf in the air. A cry sprang to his lips, a prayer to be let off. But though the tears scalded his eyes and his limbs quivered with pain and fright, he held back the hot tears and the cry that scalded his throat. "Other hand!" shouted the prefect of studies. Stephen drew back his maimed and quivering right arm and held out his left hand. The soutane's sleeve swished again as the pandybat was lifted, and a loud crashing sound and a fierce maddening tingling burning pain made his hand shrink together with the palms and fingers in a livid quivering mass. The scalding water burst forth from his eyes and burning with shame and agony and fear. He drew back his shaking arm in terror and burst out into a whine of pain. His body shook with a palsy of fright and in shame and rage he felt the scalding cry come from his throat and the scalding tears falling out of his eyes and down his flaming cheeks. "Kneel down!" cried the prefect of studies. Stephen knelt down, quickly pressing his beaten hands to his sides. To think of them beaten and swollen with pain all in a moment made him feel so sorry for them, as if they were not his own but someone else's that he felt sorry for. And as he knelt, calming the last sobs in his throat and feeling the burning tingling pain pressed into his sides, he thought of the hands which he had held out in the air with the palms up and of the firm touch of the prefect of studies when he had steadied the shaking fingers, and of the beaten, swollen, reddened mass of palm and fingers that shook helplessly in the air. —Get at your work, all of you! Cried the prefect of studies from the door. Father Dolan will be in every day to see if any boy, any lazy idle little loafer, wants flogging. Every day. Every day. The door closed behind him. The hushed class continued to copy out the themes. Father Arnall rose from his seat and went among them, helping the boys with gentle words and telling them the mistakes they had made. His voice was very gentle and soft. Then he returned to his seat and said to Fleming and Stephen, "You may return to your places, you two." Fleming and Stephen rose and, walking to their seats, sat down. Stephen, scarlet with shame, opened a book quickly with one weak hand and bent down upon it, his face close to the page. It was unfair and cruel because the doctor had told him not to read without glasses, and he had written home to his father that morning to send him a new pair, and Father Arnall had said that he need not study till the new glasses came. Then to be called a schemer before the glass and to be pandied when he always got the card for first or second and was the leader of the Yorkists. How could the prefect of studies know that it was a trick? He felt the touch of the prefect's fingers as they had steadied his hand, and at first he had thought he was going to shake hands with him because the fingers were soft and firm, but then in an instant he had heard the swish of the soutane sleeve and the crash. It was cruel and unfair to make him kneel in the middle of the class then, and Father Arnall had told them both that they might return to their places without making any difference between them. He listened to Father Arnall's low and gentle voice as he corrected the themes. Perhaps he was sorry now and wanted to be decent. But it was unfair and cruel. The prefect of studies was a priest, but that was cruel and unfair, and his white-grey face and the no-coloured eyes behind the steel-rimmed spectacles were cruel-looking because he had steadied the hand first with his firm soft fingers, and that was to hit it better and louder. "It's a stinking mean thing, that's what it is," said Fleming in the corridor as the classes were passing out in file to the refectory, "to pandy a fellow for what is not his fault." "You really broke your glasses by accident, didn't you?" Nasty Roche asked. Stephen felt his heart filled by Fleming's words and did not answer. "Of course he did," said Fleming. "I wouldn't stand it. I'd go up and tell the rector on him." "Yes," said Cecil Thunder eagerly, "and I saw him lift the pandybat over his shoulder and he's not allowed to do that." "Did they hurt you much?" Nasty Roche asked. "Very much," Stephen said. "I wouldn't stand it," Fleming repeated, "from Baldyhead or any other Baldyhead. It's a stinking mean low trick, that's what it is. I'd go straight up to the rector and tell him about it after dinner." "Yes, do. Yes, do," said Cecil Thunder. "Yes, do. Yes, go up and tell the rector on him, Dedalus," said Nasty Roche, "because he said that he'd come in tomorrow again and pandy you." "Yes, yes, tell the rector," all said. And there were some fellows out of second of grammar listening, and one of them said the Senate and the Roman people declared that Dedalus had been wrongly punished. It was wrong, it was unfair and cruel, and as he sat in the refectory he suffered time after time in memory the same humiliation until he began to wonder whether it might not really be that there was something in his face which made him look like a schemer, and he wished he had a little mirror to see. But there could not be, and it was unjust and cruel and unfair. He could not eat the blackish fish fritters they got on Wednesdays in Lent, and one of his potatoes had the mark of the spade in it. Yes, he would do what the fellows had told him. he would go up and tell the rector that he had been wrongly punished. A thing like that had been done before by somebody in history, by some great person whose head was in the books of history. And the rector would declare that he had been wrongly punished because the Senate and the Roman people always declared that the men who did that had been wrongly punished. Those were the great men whose names were in Richmal Magnall's Questions. History was all about those men and what they did, and that was what Peter Parley's tales about Greece and Rome were all about. Peter Parley himself was on the first page in a picture. There was a road over a heath with grass at the side and little bushes, and Peter Parley had a broad hat like a Protestant minister and a big stick, and he was walking fast along the road to Greece and Rome. It was easy what he had to do. All he had to do was, when the dinner was over and he came out in his turn to go on walking, but not out to the corridor, but up the staircase on the right that led to the castle. He had nothing to do but that, to turn to the right and walk fast up the staircase, and in half a minute he would be in the low dark narrow corridor that led through the castle to the rector's room. And every fellow had said that it was unfair, even the fellow out of second of grammar who had said that about the Senate and the Roman people. What would happen? He heard the fellows of the higher line stand up at the top of the refectory, and heard their steps as they came down the matting. Paddy Rath and Jimmy Magee and the Spaniard and the Portuguese, and the fifth was big Corrigan, who was going to be flogged by Mr Gleeson. That was why the prefect of studies had called him a schemer and pandied him for nothing, and straining his weak eyes tired with the tears he watched big Corrigan's broad shoulders and big hanging black head passing in the file. But he had done something, and besides Mr Gleeson would not flog him hard, and he remembered how big Corrigan looked in the bath. He had skin the same colour as the turf-coloured bog-water in the shallow end of the bath, and when he walked along the side his feet slapped loudly on the wet tiles, and at every step his thighs shook a little because he was fat. The refectory was half empty, and the fellows were still passing out in file. He could go up the staircase because there was never a priest or a prefect outside the refectory door. But he could not go. The rector would side with the prefect of studies and think it was a schoolboy trick, and then the prefect of studies would come in every day the same, only it would be worse because he would be dreadfully waxy at any fellow going up to the rector about him. The fellows had told him to go, but they would not go themselves. They had forgotten all about it. No, it was best to forget all about it, and perhaps the prefect of studies had only said he would come in. No, it was best to hide out of the way, because when you were small and young you could often escape that way. The fellows at his table stood up. He stood up and passed out among them in the file. He had to decide. He was coming near the door. If he went on with the fellows he could never go up to the rector, because he could not leave the playground for that. And if he went and was pandied all the same, all the fellows would make fun and talk about young Dedalus going up to the rector to tell on the prefect of studies. He was walking down along the matting and he saw the door before him. It was impossible, he could not. He thought of the baldy head of the prefect of studies with the cruel no-coloured eyes looking at him, and he heard the voice of the prefect of studies asking him twice what his name was. Why could he not remember the name when he was told the first time? Was he not listening the first time, or was it to make fun out of the name? The great men in the history had names like that and nobody made fun of them. It was his own name that he should have made fun of if he wanted to make fun. Dolan. It was like the name of a woman who washed clothes. He had reached the door and, turning quickly up to the right, walked up the stairs, and before he could make up his mind to come back he had entered the low dark narrow corridor that led to the castle. And as he crossed the threshold of the door of the corridor he saw, without turning his head to look, that all the fellows were looking after him as they went filing by. He passed along the narrow dark corridor, passing little doors that were the doors of the rooms of the community. He peered in front of him and right and left through the gloom and thought that those must be portraits. It was dark and silent and his eyes were weak and tired with tears so that he could not see. But he thought they were the portraits of the saints and great men of the order who were looking down on him silently as he passed. Saint Ignatius Loyola holding an open book and pointing to the words Ad Majorem Dei Gloriam in it. Saint Francis Xavier pointing to his chest. Lorenzo Ricci with his beretta on his head like one of the prefects of the lines, the three patrons of holy youth, Saint Stanislaus Kostka, Saint Aloysius Gonzago and Blessed John Berchmans, all with young faces because they died when they were young, and Father Peter Kenny sitting in a chair wrapped in a big cloak. He came out on the landing above the entrance hall and looked about him. That was where Hamilton Rowan had passed and the marks of the soldiers' slugs were there, and it was there that the old servants had seen the ghost in the white cloak of a marshal. An old servant was sweeping at the end of the landing. He asked him where was the rector's room and the old servant pointed to the door at the far end and looked after him as he went on to it and knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again more loudly and his heart jumped when he heard a muffled voice say: —Come in. He turned the handle and opened the door and fumbled for the handle of the green baize door inside. He found it and pushed it open and went in. He saw the rector sitting at a desk writing. There was a skull on the desk and a strange solemn smell in the room like the old leather of chairs. His heart was beating fast on account of the solemn place he was in and the silence of the room, and he looked at the skull and at the rector's kind-looking face. —Well, my little man, said the rector, what is it? Stephen swallowed down the thing in his throat and said: —I broke my glasses, sir. The rector opened his mouth and said: —Oh! Then he smiled and said: —Well, if we broke our glasses we must write home for a new pair. —I wrote home, sir, said Stephen, and Father Arnall said I am not to study till they come. —Quite right, said the rector. Stephen swallowed down the thing again and tried to keep his legs and his voice from shaking. —But, sir... —Yes? —Father Dolan came in today and pandied me because I was not writing my theme. The rector looked at him in silence and he could feel the blood rising to his face and the tears about to rise to his eyes. The rector said: —Your name is Dedalus, isn't it? —Yes, sir. And where did you break your glasses? —On the cinderpath, sir. A fellow was coming out of the bicycle house and I fell and they got broken. I don't know the fellow's name. The rector looked at him again in silence. Then he smiled and said: —Oh, well, it was a mistake. I am sure Father Dolan did not know, but I told him I broke them, sir, and he pandied me. —Did you tell him that you had written home for a new pair? The rector asked. —No, sir. —Oh, well then, said the rector, Father Dolan did not understand. You can say that I excuse you from your lessons for a few days. Stephen said quickly, for fear his trembling would prevent him: —Yes, sir, but Father Dolan said he will come in tomorrow to pand me again for it. —Very well, the rector said. It is a mistake and I shall speak to Father Dolan myself. Will that do now? Stephen felt the tears wetting his eyes and murmured: —Oh, yes, sir, thanks. The rector held his hand across the side of the desk where the skull was and Stephen, placing his hand in it for a moment, felt a cool moist palm. —Good day now, said the rector, withdrawing his hand and bowing. —Good day, sir, said Stephen. He bowed and walked quietly out of the room, closing the doors carefully and slowly. But when he had passed the old servant on the landing and was again in the low narrow dark corridor, he began to walk faster and faster. Faster and faster he hurried on through the gloom excitedly. He bumped his elbow against the door at the end and, hurrying down the staircase, walked quickly through the two corridors and out into the air. He could hear the cries of the fellows on the playgrounds. He broke into a run and, running quicker and quicker, ran across the cinder path and reached the third line playground, panting. The fellows had seen him running. They closed round him in a ring, pushing one against another to hear. Tell us! Tell us! What did he say? Did you go in? What did he say? Tell us! Tell us! He told them what he had said and what the rector had said, and when he had told them, all the fellows flung their caps spinning up into the air and cried Hurroo! They caught their caps and sent them up again, spinning sky high, and cried again Hurroo! Hurroo! They made a cradle of their locked hands and hoisted him up among them and carried him along till he struggled to get free. And when he had escaped from them they broke away in all directions, flinging their caps again into the air and whistling as they went spinning up and crying Hurroo! And they gave 3 groans for Baldyhead Dolan and 3 cheers for Con Me, and they said he was the decentest rector that was ever in Clongowes. The cheers died away in the soft grey air. He was alone. He was happy and free, but he would not be anyway proud with Father Dolan. He would be very quiet and obedient, and he wished that he could do something kind for him to show him that he was not proud. The air was soft and grey and mild, and evening was coming. There was the smell of evening in the air, the smell of the fields in the country where they digged up turnips to peel them and eat them when they went out for a walk to Major Barton's, the smell there was in the little wood beyond the pavilion where the gallnuts were. The fellows were practising long shies and bowling lobs and slow twisters. In the soft grey silence he could hear the bump of the balls, and from here and from there through the quiet air the sound of the cricket bats, pick, pack, pock, puck, like drops of water in a fountain, falling softly in the brimming bowl.
End of section 9. A portrait of the artist as a young man. Chapter 1, Part 2, by James Joyce.
Section 10 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 10 The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. Chapter 1. One morning, as Gregor Samsa was waking up from anxious dreams, he discovered that in bed he had been changed into a monstrous verminous bug. He lay on his armor-hard back and saw, as he lifted his head up a little, his brown, arched abdomen divided up into rigid bow-like sections. From this height, the blanket, just about ready to slide off completely, could hardly stay in place. His numerous legs, pitifully thin in comparison to the rest of his circumference, flickered helplessly before his eyes. "What's happened to me?" he thought. It was no dream. His room, a proper room for a human being, only somewhat too small, lay quietly between the 4 well-known walls. Above the table, on which an unpacked collection of sample cloth goods was spread out, Samsa was a traveling salesman, hung the picture which he had cut out of an illustrated magazine a little while ago and set in a pretty gilt frame. It was a picture of a woman with a fur hat and a fur boa. She sat erect there, lifting up in the direction of the viewer a solid fur muff into which her entire forearm had disappeared. Gregor's glance then turned to the window. The dreary weather, the raindrops were falling audibly down on the metal window ledge, made him quite melancholy. Why don't I keep sleeping for a little while longer and forget all this foolishness, he thought. But this was entirely impractical, for he was used to sleeping on his right side, and in his present state he couldn't get himself into this position. No matter how hard he threw himself onto his right side, he always rolled again onto his back. He must have tried it 100 times, closing his eyes so that he would not have to see the wriggling legs, and gave up only when he began to feel a light, dull pain in his side, which he had never felt before. Oh God, he thought, what a demanding job I've chosen, day in, day out on the road. The stresses of selling are much greater than the work going on at head office, and in addition to that I have to cope with the problems of traveling, the worries about train connections, irregular, bad food, temporary and constantly changing human relationships, which never come from the heart. To hell with it all. He felt a slight itching on the top of his abdomen. He slowly pushed himself on his back closer to the bedpost so that he could lift his head more easily, found the itchy part, which was entirely covered with small white spots. He did not know what to make of them and wanted to feel the place with a leg, but he retracted it immediately, for the contact felt like a cold shower all over him. He slid back again into his earlier position. This getting up early, he thought, makes a man quite idiotic. A man must have his sleep. Other traveling salesmen live like harem women. For instance, when I come back to the inn during the course of the morning to write up the necessary orders, these gentlemen are just sitting down to breakfast. If I were to try that with my boss, I'd be thrown out on the spot. Still, who knows whether that mightn't be really good for me. If I didn't hold back for my parents' sake, I'd have quit ages ago. I would have gone to the boss and told him just what I think from the bottom of my heart. He would have fallen right off his desk. How weird it is to sit up at that desk and talk down to the employee from way up there. The boss has trouble hearing, so the employee has to step up quite close to him. Anyway, I haven't completely given up that hope yet. Once I've got together the money to pay off my parents' debt to him, that should take another 5 or 6 years. I'll do it for sure. Then I'll make the big break. In any case, right now I have to get up. My train leaves at 5 o'clock. He looked over at the alarm clock ticking away by the chest of drawers. Good God, he thought. It was 6:30, and the hands were going quietly on. It was past a half hour, already nearly 1:45. Could the alarm have failed to ring? One saw from the bed that it was properly set for 4 o'clock. Certainly it had rung, yes, but was it possible to sleep through that noise which made the furniture shake? Now it's true he'd not slept quietly, but evidently he'd slept all the more deeply. Still, what should he do now? The next train left at 7 o'clock. To catch that one, he would have to go in a mad rush. The sample collection wasn't packed up yet, and he really didn't feel particularly fresh and active. And even if he caught the train, there was no avoiding a blow-up with the boss, because the firm's errand boy would have waited for the 5 o'clock train and reported the news of his absence long ago. He was the boss's minion, without backbone or intelligence. Well, then, what if he reported in sick? But that would be extremely embarrassing and suspicious, because during his 5 years' service Gregor hadn't been sick even once. The boss would certainly come with the doctor from the health insurance company and would reproach his parents for their lazy son and cut short all objections with the insurance doctor's comments. For him, everyone was completely healthy but really lazy about work. And besides, would the doctor in this case be totally wrong? Apart from a really excessive drowsiness after the long sleep, Gregor in fact felt quite well and even had a really strong appetite. As he was thinking all this over in the greatest haste, without being able to make the decision to get out of bed, the alarm clock was indicating exactly 6:45. There was a cautious knock on the door by the head of the bed. "Gregor," a voice called. It was his mother. "It's 7:15. Don't you want to be on your way?" The soft voice. Gregor was startled when he heard his voice answering. It was clearly and unmistakably his earlier voice, but in it was intermingled, as if from below, an irrepressibly painful squeaking, which left the words positively distinct only in the first moment, and distorted them in the reverberation so that one didn't know if one had heard correctly. Gregor wanted to answer in detail and explain everything, but in these circumstances he confined himself to saying, "Yes, yes, thank you, mother, I'm getting up right away." Because of the wooden door, the change in Gregor's voice was not really noticeable outside, so his mother calmed down with this explanation and shuffled off. However, as a result of the short conversation, the other family members became aware that Gregor was unexpectedly still at home, and already his father was knocking on one side door, weakly but with his fist. "Gregor, Gregor," he called out, "what's going on?" And after a short while he urged him on again in a deeper voice, "Gregor, Gregor." At the other side door, however, his sister knocked lightly. "Gregor, are you all right? Do you need anything?" Gregor directed answers in both directions. "I'll be ready right away." He made an effort with the most careful articulation and by inserting long pauses between the individual words to remove everything remarkable from his voice. His father turned back to his breakfast. However, the sister whispered, "Gregor, open the door, I beg you." Gregor had no intention of opening the door, but congratulated himself on his precaution, acquired from traveling, of locking all doors during the night, even at home. First, he wanted to stand up quietly and undisturbed, get dressed, above all have breakfast, and only then consider further action. For he noticed this clearly. By thinking things over in bed, he would not reach a reasonable conclusion. He remembered that he had already often felt a light pain or other in bed, perhaps the result of an awkward lying position, which later turned out to be purely imaginary when he stood up, and he was eager to see how his present fantasies would gradually dissipate. That the change in his voice was nothing other than the onset of a real chill, an occupational illness of commercial travelers, of that he had not the slightest doubt. It was very easy to throw aside the blanket. He needed only to push himself up a little, and it fell by itself. But to continue was difficult, particularly because he was so unusually wide. He needed arms and hands to push himself upright. Instead of these, however, he had only many small limbs, which were incessantly moving with very different motions, and which, in addition, he was unable to control. If he wanted to bend one of them, then it was the first to extend itself, and if he finally succeeded doing what he wanted with this limb, in the meantime all the others, as if left free, moved around in an excessively painful agitation. "But I must not stay in bed uselessly," said Gregor to himself. At first he wanted to get out of bed with the lower part of his body, but this lower part, which, by the way, he had not yet looked at, and which he also couldn't picture clearly, proved itself too difficult to move. The attempt went so slowly. When, having become almost frantic, he finally hurled himself forward with all his force and without thinking, he chose his direction incorrectly, and he hit the lower bedpost hard. The violent pain he felt revealed to him that the lower part of his body was at the moment probably the most sensitive. Thus he tried to get his upper body out of the bed first, and turned his head carefully toward the edge of the bed. He managed to do this easily, and in spite of its width and weight, his body mass at last slowly followed the turning of his head. But as he finally raised his head outside the bed in the open air, he became anxious about moving forward any further in this manner, for if he allowed himself eventually to fall by this process, it would take a miracle to prevent his head from getting injured, and at all costs he must not lose consciousness right now. He preferred to remain in bed. However, after a similar effort, while he lay there again, sighing as before, and once again saw his small limbs fighting one another, if anything worse than earlier, and didn't see any chance of imposing quiet and order on this arbitrary movement, he told himself again that he couldn't possibly remain in bed, and that it might be the most reasonable thing to sacrifice everything if there was even the slightest hope of getting himself out of bed in the process. At the same moment, however, he didn't forget to remind himself from time to time of the fact that calm, indeed the calmest reflection, might be better than the most confused decisions. At such moments he directed his gaze as precisely as he could toward the window, but unfortunately there was little confident cheer to be had from a glance at the morning mist which concealed even the other side of the narrow street. "It's already 7 o'clock," he told himself at the latest striking of the alarm clock. "Already 7 o'clock, and still such a fog." And for a little while longer he lay quietly with weak breathing, as if perhaps waiting for normal and natural conditions to re-emerge out of the complete stillness. But then he said to himself, "Before it strikes 7:15, whatever happens, I must be completely out of bed. Besides, by then someone from the office will arrive to inquire about me, because the office will open before 7 o'clock." And he made an effort then to rock his entire body length out of the bed with a uniform motion. If he let himself fall out of the bed in this way, his head, which in the course of the fall he intended to lift up sharply, would probably remain uninjured. His back seemed to be hard. Nothing would really happen to that as a result of the fall. His greatest reservation was a worry about the loud noise which the fall must create, and which presumably would arouse, if not fright, then at least concern, on the other side of all the doors. However, it had to be tried. As Gregor was in the process of lifting himself half out of bed, the new method was more of a game than an effort. He needed only to rock with a constant rhythm. It struck him how easy all this would be if someone were to come to his aid. Two strong people, he thought of his father and the servant girl, would have been quite sufficient. They would have only had to push their arms under his arched back to get him out of the bed, to bend down with their load, and then merely to exercise patience and care that he completed the flip onto the floor, where his diminutive legs would then, he hoped, acquire a purpose. Now, quite apart from the fact that the doors were locked, should he really call out for help? In spite of all his distress, he was unable to suppress a smile at this idea. He had already got to the point where, by rocking more strongly, he maintained his equilibrium with difficulty, and very soon he would finally have to decide, for in 5 minutes it would be 7:15. Then there was a ring at the door of the apartment. "That's someone from the office," he told himself, and he almost froze, while his small limbs only danced around all the faster. For one moment everything remained still. "They aren't opening," Gregor said to himself, caught up in some absurd hope. But of course then, as usual, the servant girl, with her firm tread, went to the door and opened it. Gregor needed to hear only the first word of the visitor's greeting to recognize immediately who it was, the manager himself. Why was Gregor the only one condemned to work in a firm where at the slightest lapse someone immediately attracted the greatest suspicion? Were all the employees then collectively one and all scoundrels? Among them was there then no truly devoted person who, if he failed to use just a couple of hours in the morning for office work, would become abnormal from pangs of conscience and really be in no state to get out of bed? Was it really not enough to let an apprentice make inquiries, if such questioning was even necessary? Must the manager himself come? And in the process, must it be demonstrated to the entire innocent family that the investigation of this suspicious circumstance could be entrusted only to the intelligence of the manager? And more as a consequence of the excited state in which this idea put Gregor than as a result of an actual decision, he swung himself with all his might out of the bed. There was a loud thud, but not a real crash. The fall was absorbed somewhat by the carpet, and, in addition, his back was more elastic than Gregor had thought. For that reason the dull noise was not quite so conspicuous, but he had not held his head up with sufficient care, and had hid it. He turned his head, irritated and in pain, and rubbed it on the carpet. "Something has fallen in there," said the manager in the next room on the left. Gregor tried to imagine to himself whether anything similar to what was happening to him today could have also happened at some point to the manager. At least one had to concede the possibility of such a thing. However, as if to give a rough answer to this question, the manager now, with a squeak of his polished boots, took a few determined steps in the next room. From the neighboring room on the right the sister was whispering to inform Gregor. "Gregor, the manager is here." "I know," said Gregor to himself, but he did not dare make his voice loud enough so that his sister could hear. "Gregor," his father now said from the neighboring room on the left, "Mr. Manager has come and is asking why you have not left on the early train. We don't know what we should tell him. Besides, he also wants to speak to you personally, so please open the door. He will be good enough to forgive the mess in your room." In the middle of all this the manager called out in a friendly way, "Good morning, Mr. Samsa." "He is not well," said his mother to the manager, while his father was still talking at the door. "He is not well, believe me, Mr. Manager. Otherwise, how would Gregor miss a train? The young man has nothing in his head except business. I'm almost angry that he never goes out at night. Right now he's been in the city 8 days, but he's been at home every evening. He sits here with us at the table and reads the newspaper quietly or studies his travel schedules. It is quite a diversion for him to busy himself with fretwork. For instance, he cut out a small frame over the course of 2 or 3 evenings. You'd be amazed how pretty it is. It's hanging right inside the room. You'll see it immediately as soon as Gregor opens the door. Anyway, I'm happy that you're here, Mr. Manager. By ourselves, we would never have made Gregor open the door. He's so stubborn, and he's certainly not well, although he denied that this morning." "I'm coming right away," said Gregor slowly and deliberately, and didn't move, so as not to lose one word of the conversation. "My dear lady, I cannot explain it to myself in any other way," said the manager. "I hope it is nothing serious. On the other hand, I must also say that we business people, luckily or unluckily, however one looks at it, very often simply have to overcome a slight indisposition for business reasons. So can Mr. Manager come in to see you now?" asked his father impatiently, and knocked once again on the door. "No," said Gregor. In the neighboring room on the left a painful stillness descended. In the neighboring room on the right the sister began to sob. Why didn't his sister go to the others? She'd probably just gotten up out of bed now and hadn't even started to get dressed. Then why was she crying? Because he wasn't getting up and wasn't letting the manager in, because he was in danger of losing his position, and because then his boss would badger his parents once again with the old demands? Those were probably unnecessary worries right now. Gregor was still here and wasn't thinking at all about abandoning his family. At the moment he was lying right there on the carpet, and no one who knew about his condition would have seriously demanded that he let the manager in. But Gregor wouldn't be casually dismissed right away because of this small discourtesy, for which he would find an easy and suitable excuse later on. It seemed to Gregor that it might be far more reasonable to leave him in peace at the moment, instead of disturbing him with crying and conversation. But it was the very uncertainty which distressed the others and excused their behavior. "Mr. Samsa," the manager was now shouting, his voice raised, "what's the matter? You are barricading yourself in your room. Answer with only a yes and a no. Are making serious and unnecessary troubles for your parents and neglecting, I mention this only incidentally, your commercial duties in a truly unheard of manner. I am speaking here in the name of your parents and your employer, and I am requesting you in all seriousness for an immediate and clear explanation. I am amazed. I thought I knew you as a calm, reasonable person, and now you appear suddenly to want to start parading around in weird moods." The chief indicated to me earlier this very day a possible explanation for your neglect. It concerned the collection of cash entrusted to you a short while ago. But in truth, I almost gave him my word of honor that this explanation could not be correct. However, now I see your unimaginable pig-headedness, and I am totally losing any desire to speak up for you in the slightest, and your position is not at all the most secure. Originally, I intended to mention all this to you privately, but since you are letting me waste my time here uselessly, I don't know why the matter shouldn't come to the attention of your parents. Your productivity has also been very unsatisfactory recently. Of course, it's not the time of year to conduct exceptional business, we recognize that, but a time of year for conducting no business, there is no such thing at all, Mr. Samsa, and such a thing must never be. But Mr. Manager, called Gregor, beside himself and, in his agitation, forgetting everything else, I'm opening the door immediately, this very moment. A slight indisposition, a dizzy spell, has prevented me from getting up. I'm still lying in bed right now, but I'm quite refreshed once again. I'm in the midst of getting out of bed. Just have patience for a short moment. Things are not going as well as I thought, but things are all right. How suddenly can this overcome someone? Only yesterday evening everything was fine with me. My parents certainly know that. Actually, just yesterday evening I had a small premonition. People must have seen that in me. Why have I not reported that to the office? But people always think that they'll get over sickness without having to stay at home. Mr. Manager, take it easy on my parents. There is really no basis for the criticisms which you're now making against me, and really nobody has said a word to me about that. Perhaps you have not read the latest orders which I shipped. Besides, now I'm setting out on my trip on the 8 o'clock train. The few hours' rest have made me stronger. Mr. Manager, do not stay. I will be at the office in person right away. Please have the goodness to say that, and to convey my respects to the chief. While Gregor was quickly blurting all this out, hardly aware of what he was saying, he had moved close to the chest of drawers without effort, probably as a result of the practice he had already had in bed, and now he was trying to raise himself up on it. Actually, he wanted to open the door. He really wanted to let himself be seen by and to speak with the manager. He was keen to witness what the others, now asking about him, would say when they saw him. If they were startled, then Gregor had no more responsibility and could be calm. But if they accepted everything quietly, then he would have no reason to get excited, and if he got a move on, could really be at the station around 8 o'clock. At first he slid down a few times on the smooth chest of drawers, but at last he gave himself a final swing and stood upright there. He was no longer at all aware of the pains in his lower body, no matter how they might still sting. Now he let himself fall against the back of a nearby chair, on the edge of which he braced himself with his thin limbs. By doing this he gained control over himself and kept quiet, for he could now hear the manager. "Did you understand a single word?" the manager asked the parents. "Is he playing the fool with us? For God's sake," cried the mother, already in tears. "Perhaps he's very ill, and we're upsetting him." "Greta, Greta," she yelled at that point. "Mother," called the sister from the other side. They were making themselves understood through Gregor's room. "You must go to the doctor right away. Gregor is sick. Hurry to the doctor. Have you heard Gregor speak yet?" "That was an animal's voice," said the manager, remarkably quietly in comparison to the mother's cries. "Anna, Anna," yelled the father through the hall into the kitchen, clapping his hands. "Fetch a locksmith right away." The two young women were already running through the hall with swishing skirts. How had his sister dressed herself so quickly and yanked open the doors of the apartment? One couldn't hear the doors closing at all. They probably had left them open, as is customary in an apartment where a huge misfortune has taken place. However, Gregor had become much calmer. All right, people did not understand his words any more, although they seemed clear enough to him, clearer than previously, perhaps because his ears had gotten used to them. But at least people now thought that things were not all right with him and were prepared to help him. The confidence and assurance with which the first arrangements had been carried out made him feel good. He felt himself included once again in the circle of humanity, and was expecting from both the doctor and the locksmith, without differentiating between them with any real precision, splendid and surprising results. In order to get as clear a voice as possible for the critical conversation which was imminent, he coughed a little, and certainly took the trouble to do this in a really subdued way, since it was possible that even this noise sounded like something different from a human cough. He no longer trusted himself to decide any more. Meanwhile, in the next room it had become really quiet. Perhaps his parents were sitting with the manager at the table, whispering. Perhaps they were all leaning against the door, listening. Gregor pushed himself slowly towards the door with the help of the easy-chair, let go of it there, threw himself against the door, held himself upright against it. The balls of his tiny limbs had a little sticky stuff on them, and rested there momentarily from his exertion. Then he made an effort to turn the key in the lock with his mouth. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had no real teeth. How then was he to grab hold of the key? But to make up for that, his jaws were naturally very strong. With their help, he managed to get the key really moving. He didn't notice that he was obviously inflicting some damage on himself, for a brown fluid came out of his mouth, flowed over the key, and dripped onto the floor. "Just listen for a moment," said the manager in the next room. "He's turning the key." For Gregor that was a great encouragement, but they all should have called out to him, including his father and mother. "Come on, Gregor," they should have shouted. "Keep going, keep working on the lock." Imagining that all his efforts were being followed with suspense, he bit down frantically on the key with all the force he could muster. As the key turned more, he danced around the lock. Now he was holding himself upright only with his mouth, and he had to hang onto the key or then press it down again with the whole weight of his body, as necessary. The quite distinct click of the lock, as it finally snapped, really woke Gregor up. Breathing heavily, he said to himself, "So I didn't need the locksmith," and he set his head against the door handle to open the door completely. Because he had to open the door in this way, it was already open very wide without him yet being really visible. He first had to turn himself slowly around the edge of the door, very carefully, of course, if he didn't want to fall awkwardly on his back right at the entrance into the room. He was still preoccupied with this difficult movement, and had no time to pay attention to anything else when he heard the manager exclaim aloud, "Oh!" It sounded like the wind whistling, and now he saw him nearest to the door, pressing his hand against his open mouth and moving slowly back as if an invisible constant force was pushing him away. His mother, in spite of the presence of the manager, she was standing here with her hair sticking up on end, still a mess from the night, was looking at his father with her hands clasped. She then went 2 steps towards Gregor and collapsed right in the middle of her skirts, which were spread out all around her. Her face sunk on her breast, completely concealed. His father clenched his fist with a hostile expression, as if he wished to push Gregor back into his room, then looked uncertainly around the living room, covered his eyes with his hands, and cried so that his mighty breast shook. At this point Gregor did not take one step into the room, but leaned his body from the inside against the firmly bolted wing of the door, so that only half his body was visible, as well as his head, tilted sideways, with which he peeped over at the others. Meanwhile it had become much brighter. Standing out clearly from the other side of the street was a part of the endless grey-black house situated opposite. It was a hospital, with its severe regular windows breaking up the façade. The rain was still coming down, but only in large individual drops, visibly and firmly thrown down one by one onto the ground. The breakfast dishes were standing piled around on the table, because for his father breakfast was the most important meal time in the day, which he prolonged for hours by reading various newspapers. Directly across, on the opposite wall, hung a photograph of Gregor from the time of his military service. It was a picture of him as a lieutenant, as he, smiling and worry-free, with his hand on his sword, demanded respect for his bearing and uniform. The door to the hall was ajar, and since the door to the apartment was also open, one could see out into the landing of the apartment and the start of the staircase going down. "Now," said Gregor, well aware that he was the only one who had kept his composure, "I'll get dressed right away, pack up the collection of samples, and set off. You will allow me to set out on my way, will you not? You see, Mr. Manager, I am not pig-headed, and I am happy to work. Traveling is exhausting, but I couldn't live without it. Where are you going, Mr. Manager? To the office? Really? Will you report everything truthfully? A person can be incapable of work momentarily, but that's precisely the best time to remember the earlier achievements, and to consider that later, after the obstacles have been shoved aside, the person will work all the more eagerly and intensely. I am really so indebted to Mr. Chief. You know that perfectly well. On the other hand, I am concerned about my parents and my sister. I'm in a fix, but I'll work myself out of it again. Don't make things more difficult for me than they already are. Speak up on my behalf in the office. People don't like traveling salesmen, I know that. People think they earn pots of money and thus lead a fine life. People don't even have any special reason to think through this judgment more clearly, but you, Mr. Manager, you have a better perspective on what's involved than other people, even, I tell you in total confidence, a better perspective than Mr. Chairman himself, who in his capacity as the employer may let his judgment make casual mistakes at the expense of an employee. You also know well enough that the traveling salesman who is outside the office almost the entire year can become so easily a victim of gossip, coincidences, and groundless complaints against which it's impossible for him to defend himself, since for the most part he doesn't hear about them at all, and only then when he's exhausted after finishing a trip and at home gets to feel in his own body the nasty consequences, which can't be thoroughly explored back to their origins. Mr. Manager, don't leave without speaking a word telling me that you will at least concede that I'm a little in the right." But at Gregor's first words the manager had already turned away, and now he looked back at Gregor over his twitching shoulders with pursed lips. During Gregor's speech he was not still for a moment, but kept moving away towards the door without taking his eyes off Gregor, but really gradually, as if there was a secret ban on leaving the room. He was already in the hall, and given the sudden movement with which he finally pulled his foot out of the living room, one could have believed that he had just burned the sole of his foot. In the hall, however, he stretched his right hand out away from his body towards the staircase, as if some truly supernatural relief was waiting for him there. Gregor realized that he must not under any circumstances allow the manager to go away in this frame of mind, especially if his position in the firm was not to be placed in the greatest danger. His parents did not understand all this very well. Over the long years they had developed the conviction that Gregor was set up for life in his firm, and in addition they had so much to do nowadays with their present troubles that all foresight was foreign to them. But Gregor had this foresight. The manager must be held back, calmed down, convinced, and finally won over. The future of Gregor and his family really depended on it. If only the sister had been there. She was clever. She had already cried while Gregor was still lying quietly on his back. And the manager, this friend of the ladies, would certainly let himself be guided by her. She would have closed the door to the apartment and talked to him out of his fright in the hall. But the sister was not even there. Gregor must deal with it himself. Without thinking that, as yet, he didn't know anything about his present ability to move, and that his speech, possibly, indeed probably, had once again not been understood, he left the wing of the door, pushed himself through the opening, and wanted to go over to the manager, who was already holding tight onto the handrail with both hands on the landing in a ridiculous way. But as he looked for something to hold on to, with a small scream, Gregor immediately fell down onto his numerous little legs. Scarcely had this happened when he felt for the first time that morning a general physical well-being. The small limbs had firm floor under them. They obeyed perfectly, as he noticed to his joy, and strove to carry him forward in the direction he wanted. Right away he believed that the final amelioration of all his suffering was immediately at hand. But at the very moment when he lay on the floor, rocking in a restrained manner quite close and directly across from his mother, who had apparently totally sunk into herself, she suddenly sprang right up, with her arms spread far apart and her fingers extended, and cried out, "Help, for God's sake, help!" She held her head bowed down, as if she wanted to view Gregor better, but ran senselessly back, contradicting that gesture, forgetting that behind her stood the table with all the dishes on it. When she reached the table, she sat down heavily on it, as if absent-mindedly, and did not appear to notice at all that next to her coffee was pouring out onto the carpet in a full stream from the large overturned container. "Mother, mother," said Gregor quietly, and looked over towards her. The manager momentarily had disappeared completely from his mind. At the sight of the flowing coffee, Gregor couldn't stop himself snapping his jaws in the air a few times. At that his mother screamed all over again, hurried from the table, and collapsed into the arms of his father, who was rushing towards her. But Gregor had no time right now for his parents. The manager was already on the staircase. His chin level with the banister, the manager looked back for the last time. Gregor took an initial movement to catch up to him, if possible, but the manager must have suspected something, because he made a leap down over a few stairs and disappeared, still shouting, "Ha!" The sound echoed throughout the entire stairwell. Now, unfortunately, the flight of the manager also seemed to bewilder his father completely. Earlier he had been relatively calm, for instead of running after the manager himself, or at least not hindering Gregor from his pursuit, with his right hand he grabbed hold of the manager's cane, which he had left behind with his hat and overcoat on a chair. With his left hand his father picked up a large newspaper from the table, and stamping his feet on the floor, he set out to drive Gregor back into his room by waving the cane and the newspaper. No request of Gregor's was of any use, no request would even be understood. No matter how willing he was to turn his head respectfully, his father just stomped all the harder with his feet. Across the room from him, his mother had pulled open a window in spite of the cool weather, and leaning out with her hands on her cheeks, she pushed her face far outside the window. Between the alley and the stairwell a strong draught came up. The curtains on the window flew around, the newspaper on the table swished, and individual sheets fluttered down over the floor. The father relentlessly pressed forward, pushing out sibilants like a wild man. Now Gregor had no practice at all in going backwards. It was really very slow going. If Gregor only had been allowed to turn himself around, he would have been in his room right away. But he was afraid to make his father impatient by the time-consuming process of turning around, and each moment he faced the threat of a mortal blow on his back or his head from the cane in his father's hand. Finally, Gregor had no other option, for he noticed with horror that he did not understand yet how to maintain his direction going backwards. And so he began, amid constantly anxious sideway glances in his father's direction, to turn himself around as quickly as possible, although in truth this was only done very slowly. Perhaps his father noticed his good intentions, for he did not disrupt Gregor in this motion, but with the tip of the cane from a distance he even directed Gregor's rotating movement here and there. If only his father had not hissed so unbearably. Because of that, Gregor totally lost his head. He was already almost totally turned around, when always with this hissing in his ear, he just made a mistake and turned himself back a little. But when he finally was successful in getting his head in front of the door opening, it became clear that his body was too wide to go through any further. Naturally, his father, in his present mental state, had no idea of opening the other wing of the door a bit to create a suitable passage for Gregor to get through. His single fixed thought was that Gregor must get into his room as quickly as possible. He would never have allowed the elaborate preparations that Gregor required to orient himself and thus perhaps get through the door. On the contrary, as if there were no obstacle, and with a peculiar noise, he now drove Gregor forwards. Behind Gregor, the sound at this point was no longer like the voice of only a single father. Now it was really no longer a joke, and Gregor forced himself, come what might, into the door. One side of his body was lifted up. He lay at an angle in the door opening. His one flank was sore with the scraping. On the white door ugly blotches were left. Soon he was stuck fast and would have not been able to move any more on his own. The tiny legs on one side hung twitching in the air above, and the ones on the other side were pushed painfully into the floor. Then his father gave him one really strong, liberating push from behind, and he scurried, bleeding severely, far into the interior of his room. The door was slammed shut with the cane, and finally it was quiet. End of section 10. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. The Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. Chapter 1.
Section 11 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Pierard. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 11 Grace King. The Pleasant Ways of Saint Medard. Chapter 1 Introduction. Do you remember, you who can remember as much as 50 years ago, when your ears hardly reached above the dinner table, the stories your elders used to tell over the wine and nuts? Stories about their time and their people, their youth and their doings, their 10, 20, 40 years ago. What stupendous elders they were! Truly to the open eyes of the children looking up to them, they were, indeed, as mountains walking or talking. And what stupendous tales they told of those dim, prehistoric ages before our birth! What great things they had done in hunting and fishing, riding and electioneering, aye, in fighting too, with the Indians, with the British in 1812, with the Mexicans, with the Spaniards when they went filibustering to Cuba, even in the Revolutionary War, and with Napoleon, or escaping from the insurrection of the Negroes in San Domingo. For what they did not of themselves achieve, their fathers and grandfathers achieved, and it all seemed the same to them in their stories as it did to their listeners. Ah, what fathers and grandfathers they had, and what wonderful men and women they had known! The children who listened then have never met the likes of them in their long life since. Yet heaven knows how patiently they have looked for them, and how gladly they would have welcomed the sight of them. What a pleasant world that was, to be sure, into which we were born 50 years ago in New Orleans! What a natural, what a simple world! Then there was but one truth, one right, that of Papa, than whom alone the Father in heaven above was greater, but hardly more feared. That tall, dignified gentleman, to whom his wife said "Sir," and his servants "Master," whose frown was a terror to his children, and his caress an awesome favor, who descended every morning from his silent apartment as from a cloud, to breakfast in majesty alone, to whom there was but one easy means of approach, one sure intermediary, Mama, whose sweet nature and angelic presence so enfolded him that the sharp blade of his temper was as safely sheathed in it as his flashing sword in his ebony walking-stick. She was so pale and delicate looking in her ruffles and laces, with her mysterious retirements to her apartment, through whose hushed and dimmed atmosphere, wherein the furniture took vast and strange proportions, the frightened children, at stated intervals, were pushed and jerked by whispering nurses to the great lace-curtained bed, and made to kiss some baby or other, some loathsome red little baby. It was brought there, we knew, by that hideous, wrinkled purveyor of babies, old Madame Bonnet, who had a wart covered with long hairs on her chin, and whose only tooth stuck out from her upper gum. the very image of the evil fairy pictured in the Magazine des Enfants, the nursery authority then on fairies. Children would as soon have touched the devil as her, or her covered basket under the foot of the bed in which she had brought the baby. And so, after the mamma had given them some dreggies from the glass bowl on the table at the side of the bed, they would creep out of the room, shrinking as far as possible from the nefarious figure sitting in her low, squat chair. "And do you remember how those great papas of ours went to war, and how God did not act towards them as they would have acted towards Him, had they been God and He a Southern gentleman, and how they came back from the war, those that did come back, alas! so thin, dirty, ragged, poor, unlike any papas that respectable children had ever seen before? If they had strutted in buskins of yore, as they had been accused of doing by their enemies, rest assured they footed it now in bare soles. And do you remember what followed? Families unrooted from their past and dragged from country to city, and from city to country, in the attempt to find a foothold in the rushing tide of ruin sweeping over their land. Outlawed fathers traveling off to Egypt, Mexico, South America, in search of a living for wife and children, even into the enemy's own country, some of them with dazzling audacity, changing to the politics, or principles as politics were then called, of the conquerors, for the chance of sharing in their own spoliation, and these, in memory, seemed always to have travelled the farthest from us. Some fathers of families, however, did nothing more adventurous than to submit to the will of God and His conditions, assuming Him to have been their judge and the arbiter in the war. These merely changed their way of living to the new conditions, retiring with their families to the outskirts of the city, where houses were cheap, living simple, and the disturbing temptations of society out of the question. These were the ones, in truth, who had the most adventures afterwards in the quest for fortune. A living was a fortune then. Setting themselves to work in the primitive fashion of their forefathers, when they faced a new country and new conditions. But in the wilds of a virgin forest and surrounded by savage Indians, these had advantages that their descendants learned to envy. The fighting the papas had done in war was nothing to the fighting they did afterwards for bread and meat, and the bitterness of their defeat there was sweetness compared to the bitterness that came afterwards. Bayonet in hand was easier to them than hat in hand. And the delicate, luxurious mammas, who had been so given to the world, reading and weeping over fictional misfortunes, there were some of them who lived to weep for the security of food and shelter once possessed by their slaves. Saddest of all these memories, and not the least to be wondered at, the man who once had the most friends was the one who in need found the fewest. The old friends to whom we used to listen over the dinner table, who told such fine tales of adventure, courage, gallantry, wit, that we placed them in our hearts second only to our papa and third after God. Do you remember? But who does not remember? How in the struggle for life that followed the tempest of ruin, they yielded to the tide of self-interest, veering and swaying from their anchorage, often indeed cutting loose and sailing clear out of sight, leaving their crippled companions behind to shift for themselves? It was considered lucky when the deserter did not also turn betrayer and come back to act the pirate upon his old comrades. Starvation is a great dissolvent of friendship, as the shipwrecked have found more than once. Poverty is a land to which no one goes willingly, which all strive instinctively to avoid. There seems to be no rest or ease in it. Who goes there old is buried there. The young spend their lives trying to get out of it. But the way out of it is narrow and steep like the path to heaven. It almost seems to be the path to heaven, so hard is the struggle to get through it. It is white with the bones of those who have died in it, as the way to Jerusalem was once with the bones of the Crusaders. Some, giving up the struggle, settle there, marry, and have children there, little ones who never lose the mark of their nativity. The trampling of the hard-footed necessities has told upon them. Their hearts are furrowed by the track of hopes passing into disappointments. They know no other land than poverty, and are haunted by strange misconceptions of the land of the rich, the people who live in it, and the people who get to it. Who of us, who now inherit want as surely as our fathers did wealth, had not at one time or another made a pilgrimage to that Gibraltar of memory, the home of our childhood, of our Olympian beginnings? Leaving behind us the sordid little rented house in which care and anxiety have whitened the hair and wrinkled the face, we have threaded the streets to stand on the sidewalk opposite some grim, gaunt, battered old brick mansion, filled with shops below, and a mongrel lot of tenants above, trying to fit our past into or upon it. Is that the balcony, we ask ourselves, from which our gala days we used to look upon a gala world? Did that grim story hold our nursery, where of mornings we used to lie and watch the white angels pictured on the blue tester of our bed, and once caught them in the act of moving their wings? Was it there, when we woke suddenly at night, that the awful flickering of the taper in the corner, now brightening, now darkening the room, frightened us, opening and shutting, like the terrible eye of God? Is that the doorway through which our great past made its entrance and exit? Is that the courtyard where our slaves worked for us? That the building in which they were born to work for us? No, no! To you who have not made that pilgrimage, I say, do not attempt it. You will never find what you seek. Thread the way to it only in memory, if you would find it. And yet, ye who have been in this land we have described, who have buried some of your old ones there, and it may be some of your young ones, who have spent your life trying to get out of it, or helping others dearer than yourself on their way out of it. What think you of it after all? What in truth found you there in default of the one lack that sent you there? Love, hope, courage, light in darkness, strength in weakness, fortitude under injustice, self-respect in the face of indignity and humiliation. Did ye not find them growing there, growing naturally, not cultivated artificially, as they are of necessity in that other and upper land? Was less truth to be met there, or more falsehood from others, less self-sacrifice, less wifely devotion or family loyalty than in the land of your lost inheritance? Did you find the slim purse less charitable than the fat one, the heart under the shabby cloth less sympathetic than the one under the fine? But there is no use to ask it. Whatever the land of poverty lacks, it lacks not ideals, the beautiful ones that, as Schiller sings, fly from us one by one with our youthful years, leaving us at last to fare on alone without them to old age. They, as we know, wing their way more fondly down than up the narrow path toward the cradle in the hovel, rather than to the one in the palace. End of Section 11. The Pleasant Ways of St. Medard. Introduction, by Grace King.
Section 12 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. A Busher's Letters Home. Chapter 1 of You Know Me, Al, by Ring Lardner. Terre Haute, Indiana, September 6th. Friend Al. Well, Al, old pal, I suppose you seen in the paper where I been sold to the White Sox. Believe me, Al, it comes as a surprise to me, and I bet it did to all you good old pals down home. You could have knocked me over with a feather when the old man come up to me and says, "Jack, I've sold you to the Chicago Americans." I didn't have no idea that anything like that was coming off. For 5 minutes I was just dumb and couldn't say a word. He says, "We aren't getting what you are worth, but I want you to go up to that big league and show those birds that there is a Central League on the map." He says, "Go and pitch the ball you been pitching down here, and there won't be nothing to it." He says, "All you need is the nerve, and Walsh or no one else won't have nothing on you." So I says I would do the best I could, and I thanked him for the treatment I got in Terre Haute. They always was good to me here, and though I did more than my share, I always felt that my work was appreciated. We are finishing second, and I done most of it. I can't help but be proud of my first year's record in professional baseball, and you know I am not boasting when I say that, Al. Well, Al, it will seem funny to be up there in the big show, when I never was really in a big city before. But I guess I seen enough of life not to be scared of high buildings, Al? I will just give them what I got, and if they don't like it, they can send me back to the old Central, and I will be perfectly satisfied. I didn't know anybody was looking me over, but one of the boys told me that Jack Doyle, the White Sox scout, was down here looking at me when Grand Rapids was here. I beat them twice in that series. You know Grand Rapids never had a chance with me when I was right. I shut them out in the first game, and they got 1 run in the second on account of Flynn misjudging that fly ball. Anyway, Doyle liked my work, and he wired Comiskey to buy me. Comiskey come back with an offer, and they accepted it. I don't know how much they got. But anyway, I am sold to the big league, and believe me, Al, I will make good. Well, Al, I will be home in a few days, and we will have some of the good old times. Regards to all the boys, and tell them I am still their pal and not all swelled up over this big league business. Your pal, Jack. Chicago, Illinois, September 14th. Old Pal. Well, Al, I have not got much to tell you. As you know, Comiskey wrote me that if I was up in Chi this month to drop in and see him. So I got here Thursday morning and went to his office in the afternoon. His office is out to the ballpark, and believe me, it's some park and some office. I went in and asked for Comiskey, and a young fellow, he says, "He is not here now, but can I do anything for you?" I told him who I am, and says I had an engagement to see Comiskey. He says, "The boss is out of town hunting, and did I have to see him personally?" I says I wanted to see about signing a contract. He told me I could sign as well with him as Comiskey, and he took me into another office. He says, "What salary did you think you ought to get?" And I says I wouldn't think of playing ball in the big league for less than $3,000 per annum. He laughed and says, "You don't want much. You better stick round town till the boss comes back." So here I am, and it is costing me $1 a day to stay at the hotel on Cottage Grove Avenue, and that don't include my meals. I generally eat at some of the cafes round the hotel, but I had supper downtown last night, and it cost me 55 cents. If Comiskey don't come back soon, I won't have no more money left. Speaking of money, I won't sign no contract unless I get the salary you and I talked of, $3,000. You know what I was getting in Terre Haute, $150 a month, and I know it's going to cost me a lot more to live here. I made inquiries round here and find I can get room and board for $8 a week, but I will be out of town half the time and will have to pay for my room when I am away, or look up a new one when I come back. Then I will have to buy clothes to wear on the road in places like New York. When Comiskey comes back, I will name him $3,000 as my lowest figure, and I guess he will come through when he sees I am in earnest. I heard that Walsh was getting twice as much as that. The papers say Comiskey will be back here sometime tomorrow. He has been hunting with the president of the league, so he ought to feel pretty good. But I don't care how he feels. I am going to get a contract for $3,000, and if he don't want to give it to me, he can do the other thing. You know me, Al. Yours truly, Jack. Chicago, Illinois, December 16th. Dear friend Al, well, I will be home in a couple of days now, but I wanted to write you and let you know how I come out with Comiskey. I signed my contract yesterday afternoon. He is a great old fellow, Al, and no wonder everybody likes him. He says, "Young man, will you have a drink?" But I was too smart and wouldn't take nothing. He says, "You was with Terre Haute?" I says, "Yes, I was." He says, "Doyle tells me you were pretty wild." I says, "Oh, no, I got good control." He says, "Well, do you want to sign?" I says, "Yes, if I get my figure." He asks what is my figure, and I says, $3,000 per annum. He says, "Don't you want the office furniture too?" Then he says, "I thought you was a young ball player. I didn't know you wanted to buy my park." We kidded each other back and forth like that a while. And then he says, "You better go out and get the air and come back when you feel better." I says, "I feel okay now, and I want to sign a contract because I have got to get back to Bedford." Then he calls the secretary and tells him to make out my contract. He give it to me, and it calls for $250 a month. He says, "You know we always have a city serious here in the fall where a fellow picks up a good bunch of money." I hadn't thought of that, so I signed up. My yearly salary will be $1,500, besides what the city serious brings me. And that is only for the first year. I will demand $3,000 or $4,000 next year. I would have started home on the evening train, but I ordered a suit of clothes from a tailor over on Cottage Grove, and it won't be done till tomorrow. It's going to cost me $20, but it ought to last a long time. Regards to Frank and the bunch. Your pal, Jack. Paso Robles, California, March 2nd. Old pal Al. Well, Al, we've been in this little burg now a couple of days, and it's bright and warm all the time, just like June. Seems funny to have it so warm this early in March, but I guess this California climate is all they said about it, and then some. It would take me a week to tell you about our trip out here. We came on a special train, de-luxe, and it was some train. Every place we stopped, there was crowds down to the station to see us go through, and all the people looked me over like I was a actor or something. I guess my height and shoulders attracted their attention. Well, Al, we finally got to Oakland, which is across part of the ocean from Frisco. We will be back there later on for practice games. We stayed in Oakland a few hours and then took a train for here. It was another night in a sleeper, and believe me, I was tired of sleepers before we got here. I have rode one night at a time, but this was 4 straight nights. You know, Al, I am not built right for a sleeping car berth. The hotel here is a great big place and got good eats. We got in at breakfast time, and I made a bee-line for the dining room. Kid Gleason, who is a kind of assistant manager to Callahan, come in and sat down with me. He says, "Leave something for the rest of the boys, because they will be just as hungry as you." He says, "Ain't you afraid you will cut your throat with that knife?" He says, "There ain't no extra charge for using the forks." He says, "You oughtn't to eat so much because you're overweight now." I says, "You may think I am fat, but it's all solid bone and muscle." He says, "Yes, I suppose it's all solid bone from the neck up." I guess he thought I would get sore, but I will let them kid me now, because they will take off their hats to me when they see me work. Manager Callahan called us all to his room after breakfast and give us a lecture. He says there would be no work for us the first day, but that we must all take a long walk over the hills. He also says we must not take the training trip as a joke. Then the colored trainer give us our suits, and I went to my room and tried mine on. I ain't a bad-looking guy in a White Sox uniform, Al. I will have my picture taken and send you boys some. My roommate is Allen, a left-hander from the Coast League. He don't look nothing like a pitcher, but you can't never tell about them damn left-handers. Well, I didn't go on the long walk because I was tired out. Walsh stayed at the hotel, too, and when he seen me, he says, "Why didn't you go with the bunch?" I says I was too tired. He says, "Well, when Callahan comes back, you better keep out of sight, or tell him you are sick." I says, "I don't care nothing for Callahan." He says, "No, but Callahan is crazy about you." He says, "You better obey orders and you will get along better." I guess Walsh thinks I am some rube. When the bunch come back, Callahan never said a word to me. But Gleason come up and says, "Where was you?" I told him I was too tired to go walking. He says, "Well, I will borrow a wheelbarrow someplace and push you round." He says, "Do you sit down when you pitch?" I let him kid me because he has not saw my stuff yet. Next morning, half the bunch, mostly veterans, went to the ballpark, which isn't no better than the one we got at home. Most of them was veterans, as I say, but I was in the bunch. That makes things look pretty good for me, don't it, Al? We tossed the ball round and hit fungos and run round, and then Callahan asks Scott and Russell and I to warm up easy and pitch a few to the batters. It was warm and I felt pretty good, so I warmed up pretty good. Scott pitched to them first and kept laying them right over with nothing on them. I don't believe a man gets any batting practice that way. So I went in, and after I lobbed a few over, I cut loose my fast one. Lord was to bat, and he ducked out of the way, and then throwed his bat to the bench. Callahan says, "What's the matter, Harry?" Lord says, "I forgot to pay up my life insurance." He says, "I ain't ready for Walter Johnson's July stuff." Well, Al, I will make them think I am Walter Johnson before I get through with them. But Callahan come out to me and says, "What are you trying to do, kill somebody?" He says, "Save your smoke because you're going to need it later on." He says, "Go easy with the boys at first or I won't have no batters." But he was laughing, and I guess he was pleased to see the stuff I had. There is a dance in the hotel tonight, and I am up in my room writing this in my underwear while I get my suit pressed. I got it all mussed up coming out here. I don't know what shoes to wear. I asked Gleason, and he says, "Wear your baseball shoes, and if any of the girls gets fresh with you, spike them." I guess he was kidding me. Write and tell me all the news about home. Yours truly, Jack. Paso Robles, California, March 7th. Friend Al. I showed them something out there today, Al. We had a game between two teams. One team was made up of most of the regulars, and the other was made up of recruits. I pitched 3 innings for the recruits and shut the old birds out. I held them to 1 hit, and that was a ground ball that the recruit shortstop Johnson ought to have ate up. I struck Collins out, and he is one of the best batters in the bunch. I used my fastball most of the while, but I showed them a few spitters, and they missed them a foot. I guess I must have got Walsh's goat with my spitter, because him and I walked back to the hotel together, and he talked like he was kind of jealous. He says, "You will have to learn to cover up your spitter." He says, "I could stand a mile away and tell when you was going to throw it." He says, "Some of these days I will learn you how to cover it up." I guess, Al, I know how to cover it up all right without Walsh learning me. I always sit at the same table in the dining room, along with Gleason and Collins and Bodie and Fournier and Allen, the young left-hander I told you about. I feel sorry for him because he never says a word. Tonight at supper, Bodie says, "How did I look today?" Kid Gleason says, "Just like you always do in the spring. You looked like a cow." Gleason seems to have the whole bunch scared of him, and they let him say anything he wants to. I let him kid me too, but I ain't scared of him. Collins then says to me, "You got some fastball there, boy." I says I was not as fast today as I am when I am right. He says, "Well, then I don't want to hit against you when you are right." Then Gleason says to Collins, "Cut that stuff out." Then he says to me, "Don't believe what he tells you, boy. If the pitchers in this league weren't no faster than you, I would still be playing ball, and I would be the best hitter in the country." After supper, Gleason went out on the porch with me. He says, "Boy, you have got a little stuff, but you have got a lot to learn." He says, "You field your position like a washwoman, and you don't hold the runners up." He says, "When Chase was on second base today, he got such a lead on you that the little catcher couldn't have shot him out at third with a rifle." I says, "They all thought I fielded my position all right in the Central League." He says, "Well, if you think you do it all right, you better go back to the Central League where you are appreciated." I says, "You can't send me back there because you could not get waivers." He says, "Who would claim you?" I says, "St. Louis and Boston and New York." You know, Al, what Smith told me this winter. Gleason says, "Well, if you're not willing to learn, St. Louis and Boston and New York can have you, and the first time you pitch against us we will steal 50 bases. Then he quit kidding and asked me to go to the field with him early tomorrow morning, and he would learn me some things. I don't think he can learn me nothing, but I promised I would go with him. There is a little blonde kid in the hotel here who took a shine to me at the dance the other night, but I am going to leave the skirts alone. She is real society and a swell dresser, and she wants my picture. Regards to all the boys. Your friend, Jack. P.S. The boys thought they would be smart tonight and put something over on me. A boy brought me a telegram, and I opened it, and it said, "You are sold" to Jackson in the Cotton States League. For just a minute they had me going, but then I happened to think that Jackson is in Michigan and there's no Cotton States League around there. Paso Robles, California, March 9th. Dear friend Al, you have no doubt read the good news in the papers before this reaches you. I have been picked up to go to Frisco with the first team. We play practice games up there about 2 weeks, while the second club plays in Los Angeles. Poor Allen had to go with the second club. There's 2 other recruit pitchers with our part of the team, but my name was first on the list, so it looks like I had made good. I knowed they would like my stuff when they seen it. We leave here tonight. You got the first team's address, so you will know where to send my mail. Callahan goes with us, and Gleason goes with the second club. Him and I have got to be pretty good pals, and I wish he was going with us, even if he don't let me eat like I want to. He told me this morning to remember all he had learned me and to keep working hard. He didn't learn me nothing I didn't know before, but I let him think so. The little blonde didn't like to see me leave here. She lives in Detroit, and I may see her when I go there. She wants me to write, but I guess I better not give her no encouragement. Well, Al, I will write you a long letter from Frisco. Yours truly, Jack. Oakland, California, March 19th. Dear old pal, they have gave me plenty of work here, all right. I have pitched 4 times, but have not went over 5 innings yet. I worked against Oakland 2 times and against Frisco 2 times, and only 3 runs have been scored off me. They should have ought to have had 1, but Rhodey misjudged a easy fly ball in Frisco, and Weaver made a wild peg in Oakland that let in a run. I am not using much but my fastball, but I have got a world of speed, and they can't foul me when I am right. I whiffed 8 men in 5 innings in Frisco yesterday, and could have did better than that if I had have cut loose. Manager Callahan is a funny guy, and I don't understand him sometimes. I can't figure out if he is kidding or in earnest. We rode back to Oakland on the ferry together after yesterday's game, and he says, "Don't you never throw a slow ball?" I says, I don't need no slow ball with my spitter and my fast one. He says, no, of course you don't need it, but if I was you, I would get one of the boys to learn it to me. He says, and you better watch the way the boys fields their positions and holds up the runners. He says, to see you work, a man might think they had a rule in the Central League forbidding a pitcher from leaving the box or looking toward first base. I told him the Central didn't have no rule like that. He says, and I noticed you taking your wind-up when what's-his-name was on second base there today. I says, yes, I got more stuff when I wind up. He says, of course you have, but if you wind up like that with Cobb on base, he will steal your watch and chain. I says, maybe Cobb can't get on base when I work against him. He says, that's right, and maybe San Francisco Bay is made of grape juice. Then he walks away from me. He give one of the youngsters a awful bawling out for something he done in the game at supper last night. If he ever talks to me like he done to him, I will take a punch at him. You know me, Al. I come over to Frisco last night with some of the boys, and we took in the sights. Frisco is some live town, Al. We went all through Chinatown and the Barber's Coast. Seen lots of swell dames, but they was all painted up. They have beer out here that they call steam beer. I had a few glasses of it, and it made me logy. A glass of that Terre Haute beer would go pretty good right now. We leave here for Los Angeles in a few days, and I will write you from there. This is some country, Al, and I would love to play ball round here. Your pal, Jack. P.S. I got a letter from the little blonde, and I suppose I got to answer it. Los Angeles, California, March 26th. Friend Al. Only 4 more days of sunny California, and then we start back east. We got exhibition games in Yuma and El Paso, Texas, and Oklahoma City, and then we stop over in St. Joe, Missouri for 3 days before we go home. You know, Al, we open the season in Cleveland, and we won't be in Chi no more than just passing through. We don't play there till April 18th, and I guess I will work in that series all right against Detroit. Then I will be glad to have you and the boys come up and watch me, as you suggested in your last letter. I got another letter from the little blonde. She has went back to Detroit, but she give me her address and telephone number, and believe me, Al, I am going to look her up when we get there, the 29th of April. She is a stenographer, and she was out here with her uncle and aunt. I had a run-in with Kelly last night, and it looked like I would have to take a wallop at him, but the other boys separated us. He is a bush outfielder from the New England League. We was playing poker. You know the boys plays poker a good deal, but this was the first time I got in. I was having pretty good luck, and was about $4 to the good, and I was thinking of quitting because I was tired and sleepy. Then Kelly opened the pot for 50 cents, and I stayed. I had 3 sevens. No one else stayed. Kelly stood pat, and I drawed 2 cards, and I catched my 4th 7. He bet 50 cents, but I felt pretty safe even if he did have a pat hand. So I called him. I took the money, and told them I was through. Lord and some of the boys laughed, but Kelly got nasty and begun to pan me for quitting and for the way I played. I says, well, I won the pot, didn't I? He says, yes, and he called me something. I says, I got a notion to take a punch at you. He says, oh, you have you? And I come back at him. I says, yes, I have I? I would have busted his jaw if they hadn't stopped me. You know me, Al. I worked here 2 times, once against Los Angeles and once against Venice. I went the full 9 innings both times, and Venice beat me 4-2. I could have beat them easy with any kind of support. I walked a couple of guys in the 4th, and Chase drops a throw, and Collins lets a fly ball get away from him. At that I would have shut them out if I had wanted to cut loose. After the game, Callahan says, you didn't look so good in there today. I says, I didn't cut loose. He says, "Well, you been working pretty near 3 weeks now, and you ought to be in shape to cut loose." I says, "Oh, I am in shape all right." He says, "Well, don't work no harder than you have to, or you might get hurt, and then the league would blow up." I don't know if he was kidding me or not, but I guess he thinks pretty well of me, because he works me lots oftener than Walsh or Scott or Benz. I will try to write you from Yuma, Texas, but we don't stay there only a day, and I may not have time for a long letter. Yours truly, Jack. Yuma, Arizona, April 1st. Dear old Al, just a line to let you know we are on our way back east. This place is in Arizona, and it sure is sandy. They haven't got no regular ball club here, and we play a pickup team this afternoon. Callahan told me I would have to work. He says, "I am using you because we want to get through early, and I know you can beat them quick." That is the first time he has said anything like that, and I guess he is wising up that I got the goods. We was talking about the athletics this morning, and Callahan says, "None of you fellows pitch right to Baker." I was talking to Lord and Scott afterward, and I said to Scott, "How do you pitch to Baker?" He says, "I use my fadeaway." I says, "How do you throw it?" He says, "Just like you throw a fastball to anybody else." I says, "Why do you call it a fadeaway then?" He says, "Because when I throw it to Baker, it fades away over the fence." This place is full of Indians, and I wish you could see them, Al. They don't look nothing like the Indians we saw in that show last summer. Your old pal, Jack. Oklahoma City, April 4th. Friend Al, coming out of Amarillo last night, I and Lord and Weaver was sitting at a table in the dining car with a old lady. None of us were talking to her, but she looked me over pretty careful and seemed to kind of like my looks. Finally she says, "Are you boys with some football club?" Lord nor Weaver didn't say nothing, so I thought it was up to me, and I says, "No, ma'am, this is the Chicago White Sox Ball Club." She says, "I knew you were athletes." I says, "Yes, I guess you could spot us for athletes." She says, "Yes, indeed, and specially you. You certainly look healthy." I says, "You ought to see me stripped." I didn't see nothing funny about that, but I thought Lord and Weaver would die laughing. Lord had to get up and leave the table, and he told everybody what I said. All the boys wanted me to play poker on the way here, but I told them I didn't feel good. I know enough to quit when I am ahead, Al. Callahan and I sat down to breakfast all alone this morning. He says, "Boy, why don't you get to work?" I says, "What do you mean? Ain't I working?" He says, "You ain't improving none. You have got the stuff to make a good pitcher, but you don't go after bunts, and you don't cover first base, and you don't watch the base runners." He made me kind of sore talking that way, and I says, "Oh, I guess I can get along all right." He says, "Well, I am going to put it up to you. I am going to start you over in St. Joe day after tomorrow, and I want you to show me something. I want you to cut loose with all you've got, and I want you to get round the infield a little and show them you aren't tied in that box." I says, "Oh, I can field my position if I want to." He says, "Well, you better want to, or I will have to ship you back to the sticks." Then he got up and left. He didn't scare me none, Al. They won't ship me to no sticks after the way I showed on this trip, and even if they did, they couldn't get no waivers on me. Some of the boys have begun to call me 4-7s, but it don't bother me none. Yours truly, Jack. St. Joe, Missouri, April 7th. Friend Al, it rained yesterday, so I worked today instead, and St. Joe done well to get 3 hits. They couldn't have scored if we had played all week. I give a couple of passes, but I catched a guy flat-footed off of first base, and I come up with a couple of bunts and throwed guys out. When the game was over, Callahan says, "That's the way I like to see you work. You looked better today than you looked on the whole trip. Just once you wound up with a man on, but otherwise you was all okay." So I guess my job is cinched, Al, and I won't have to go to New York or St. Louis. I would rather be in Chi anyway, because it is near home. I wouldn't care, though, if they traded me to Detroit. I hear from Violet right along, and she says she can't hardly wait till I come to Detroit. She says she is strong for the Tigers, but she will pull for me when I work against them. She is nuts over me, and I guess she has saw lots of guys, too. I sent her a stick pin from Oklahoma City, but I can't spend no more dough on her till after our first payday, the 15th of the month. I had $30 on me when I left home, and I only got about 10 left, including the 5 spot I won in the poker game. I have to tip the waiters about 30 cents a day, and I seen about 20 picture shows on the coast, besides getting my clothes pressed a couple of times. We leave here tomorrow night and arrive in Chi the next morning. The second club joins us there, and then that night we go to Cleveland to open up. I asked one of the reporters if he knowed who was going to pitch the opening game, and he says it would be Scott or Walsh, but I guess he don't know much about it. These reporters travel all round the country with the team all season and send in telegrams about the game every night. I ain't seen no Chi papers, so I don't know what they've been saying about me. But I should worry, eh, Al? Some of them are pretty nice fellows, and some of them got the swell head. They hang round with the old fellows and play poker most of the time. We'll write you from Cleveland. You will see in the paper if I pitch the opening game. Your old pal, Jack. Cleveland, Ohio, April 10th. Old friend Al. Well, Al, we are all set to open the season this afternoon. I have just ate breakfast and am sitting in the lobby of the hotel. I eat at a little lunch counter about a block from here, and I saved 70 cents on breakfast. You see, Al, they give us $1 a meal, and if we don't want to spend that much, all right. Our rooms at the hotel are paid for. The Cleveland papers says Walsh or Scott will work for us this afternoon. I asked Callahan if there was any chance of me getting into the first game, and he says, I hope not. I don't know what he meant, but he may surprise these reporters and let me pitch. I will beat them, Al. LaJoy and Jackson is supposed to be great batters, but the bigger they are, the harder they fall. The second team joined us yesterday in Chi, and we practiced a little. Poor Allen was left in Chi last night, with 4 others of the recruit pitchers. Looks pretty good for me, eh, Al? I only seen Gleason for a few minutes on the train last night. He says, well, you ain't took off much weight. You're hog fat. I says, oh, I ain't fat. I didn't need to take off no weight. He says, one good thing about it, the club don't have to engage no berth for you because you spend all your time in the dining car. We kidded along like that for a while, and then the trainer rubbed my arm and I went to bed. Well, Al, I just got time to have my suit pressed before noon. Yours truly, Jack. Cleveland, Ohio, April 11th. Friend Al. Well, Al, I suppose you know by this time that I did not pitch and that we got licked. Scott was in there, and he didn't have nothing. When they had us beat 4-1 in the 8th inning, Callahan told me to go out and warm up, and he put a batter in for Scott in our 9th. But Cleveland didn't have to play their 9th, so I got no chance to work. But it looks like he means to start me in one of the games here. We got 3 more to play. Maybe I will pitch this afternoon. I got a postcard from Violet. She says, beat them Naps. I will give them a battle, Al, if I get a chance. Glad to hear you boys have fixed it up to come to Chi during the Detroit series. I will ask Callahan when he is going to pitch me and let you know. Thanks, Al, for the papers. Your friend, Jack. St. Louis, Missouri, April 15th. Friend Al. Well, Al, I guess I showed them. I only worked 1 inning, but I guess them Browns is glad I wasn't in there no longer than that. They had us beat 7-1 in the 6th, and Callahan pulls Benz out. I honestly felt sorry for him, but he didn't have nothing, not a thing. They was hitting him so hard I thought they would score 100 runs. a right-hander named Baumgartner was pitching for them, and he didn't look to have nothing either, but we ain't got much of a batting team, Al. I could hit better than some of them regulars. Anyway, Callahan called Benz to the bench and sent for me. I was down in the corner, warming up with Kuhn. I wasn't warmed up good, but you know I got the nerve, Al, and I run right out there like I meant business. There was a man on second and nobody out when I come in. I didn't know who was up there, but I found out afterward it was Schotten. He's the center fielder. I was cold and I walked him. Then I got warmed up good, and I made Johnston look like a boob. I give him 3 fast balls, and he let 2 of them go by and missed the other one. I would have handed him a spitter, but Schock kept signing for fast ones, and he knows more about them batters than me. Anyway, I whiffed Johnson. Then up come Williams, and I tried to make him hit at a couple of bad ones. I was in the hole with 2 balls and nothing, and come right across the heart with my fast one. I wish you could have saw the hop on it. Williams hit it straight up, and Lord was camped under it. Then up come Pratt, the best hitter on their club. You know what I done to him, don't you, Al? I give him 1 spitter, and another he didn't strike at. That was a ball. Then I come back with 2 fast ones, and Mr. Pratt was a dead baby. And you notice they didn't steal no bases, neither. In our half of the 7th inning, Weaver and Schock got on, and I was going up there with a stick, when Callahan calls me back and sends Easterly up. I don't know what kind of managing you call that. I hit good on the training trip, and he must have knew they had no chance to score off me in the innings they had left, while they were liable to murder his other pitchers. I come back to the bench pretty hot, and I says, "You're making a mistake." He says, "If Comiskey had have wanted you to manage this team, he would have hired you." Then Easterly pops out, and I says, "Now I guess you're sorry you didn't let me hit." That sent him right up in the air, and he bawled me awful. Honest, Al, I would have cracked him right in the jaw if we hadn't been right out where everybody could have saw us. Well, he sent Chicot in to finish, and they didn't score no more, and we didn't neither. I rode down in the car with Gleason. He says, "Boy, you shouldn't ought to talk like that to Cal. Some day he will lose his temper and bust you one." I says, "He won't never bust me." I says, "He didn't have no right to talk to me like that." Gleason says, "I suppose you think he's going to laugh and smile when we lost 4 out of the first 5 games?" He says, "Wait till tonight and then go up to him and let him know you are sorry you sassed him." I says, "I didn't sass him, and I ain't sorry." So after supper I seen Callahan sitting in the lobby, and I went over and sit down by him. I says, "When are you going to let me work?" He says, "I wouldn't never let you work, only my pitchers are all shot to pieces." Then I told him about you boys coming up from Redford to watch me during the Detroit series, and he says, "Well, I will start you in the 2nd game against Detroit." He says, "But I wouldn't if I had any pitchers." He says, "A girl could get out there and pitch better than some of them have been doing." So you see, Al, I am going to pitch on the 19th. I hope you guys can be up there, and I will show you something. I know I can beat them Tigers, and I will have to do it even if they are Violet's team. I noticed that New York and Boston got trimmed today, so I suppose they wish Comiskey would ask for waivers on me. No chance, Al. Your old pal, Jack. P.S. We play 11 games in Chi and then go to Detroit, so I will see the little girl on the 29th. Oh, you Violet. Chicago, Illinois, April 19th. Dear old pal. Well, Al, it's just as well you couldn't come. They beat me, and I am writing you this so as you will know the truth about the game and not get a bum steer from what you read in the papers. I had a sore arm when I was warming up, and Callahan should never ought to have sent me in there. And Schock kept signing for my fastball. and I kept giving it to him because I thought he ought to know something about the batters. Weaver and Lord and all of them kept kicking them round the infield, and Collins and Bodie couldn't catch nothing. Callahan ought never to have left me in there when he seen how sore my arm was. Why, I couldn't have threw hard enough to break a pane of glass, my arm was so sore. They sure did run wild on the bases. Cobb stole 4, and Bush and Crawford and Veach about 2 apiece. Schock didn't even make a peg half the time. I guess he was trying to throw me down. The score was 16-2 when Callahan finally took me out in the 8th, and I don't know how many more they got. I kept telling him to take me out when I seen how bad I was, but he wouldn't do it. They started bunting in the 5th, and Lord and Chase just stood there and didn't give me no help at all. I was all okay till I had the first 2 men out in the first inning. Then Crawford come up. I wanted to give him a spitter, but Schock signs me for the fast one, and I give it to him. The ball didn't hop much, and Crawford happened to catch it just right. At that, Collins ought to have catched that ball. Crawford made 3 bases, and up come Cobb. It was the first time I ever seen him. He hollered at me right off the reel. He says, "You better walk me, you busher." I says, "I will walk you back to the bench." Schock signs for a spitter, and I gives it to him, and Cobb misses it. Then, instead of signing for another one, Schock asks for a fast one, and I shook my head no, but he signed for it again, and yells, "Put something on it." So I throwed a fast one, and Cobb hits it right over second base. I don't know what Weaver was doing, but he never made a move for the ball. Crawford scored, and Cobb was on first base. First thing I knowed, he had stole second, while I held the ball. Callahan yells, "Wake up out there!" And I says, "Well, why don't your catcher tell me when they are going to steal?" Schock says, "Get in there and pitch and shut your mouth." Then I got mad, and I walked Veach and Moriarty. But before I walked Moriarty, Cobb and Veach pulled a double steal on Schock. Gaynor lifts a fly, and Lord drops it, and 2 more come in. Then Stanage walks, and I whiffs their pitcher. I come into the bench, and Callahan says, "Are your friends from Bedford up here?" I was pretty sore, and I says, "Why don't you get a catcher?" He says, "We don't need no catcher when you're pitching, because you can't get nothing past their bats." Then he says, "You better leave your uniform in here when you go out next inning, or Cobb will steal it off your back." I says, "My arm is sore." He says, "Use your other one and you'll do just as good." Gleason says, "Who do you want to warm up?" Callahan says, "Nobody." He says, "Cobb is going to lead the league in batting and base stealing anyway, so we might as well give him a good start." I was mad enough to punch his jaw, but the boys winked at me not to do nothing. Well, I got some support in the next inning, and nobody got on. Between innings I says, "Well, I guess I look better now, don't I?" Callahan says, "Yes, but you wouldn't look so good if Collins hadn't jumped up on the fence and catched that one off Crawford." That's all the encouragement I got, Al. Cobb come up again to start the 3rd, and when Schock signs me for a fast one, I shakes my head. Then Schock says, "All right, pitch anything you want to." I pitched a spitter, and Cobb bunts it right at me. I would have threw him out a block, but I stubbed my toe on a rough place and fell down. This is the roughest ground I ever seen, Al. Veach bunts, and for a wonder Lord throws him out. Cobb goes to second. And honest, Al, I forgot all about him being there, and first thing I knowed he had stole third. Then Moriarty hits a fly ball to Bodie, and Cobb scores, although Bodie ought to have threw him out at 20 feet. They batted all round in the 4th inning and scored 4 or 5 more. Crawford got the luckiest 3-base hit I ever see. He popped one way up in the air, and the wind blowed it against the fence. The wind is something fierce here, Al. At that, Collins ought to have got under it. I was looking at the bench all the time, expecting Callahan to call me in, but he kept hollering, "Go on and pitch. Your friends wants to see you pitch." Well, Al, I don't know how they got the rest of their runs, but they had more luck than any team I ever seen. And all the time Jennings was on the coaching line, yelling like an Indian. Some day, Al, I'm going to punch his jaw. After Veach had hit one in the 8th, Callahan calls me to the bench and says, "You're through for the day." I says, "It's about time you found out my arm was sore." He says, "I ain't worrying about your arm, but I'm afraid some of our outfielders will run their legs off, and some of them poor infielders will get killed." He says, "The reporters just sent me a message saying they had run out of paper." Then he says, "I wish some of the other clubs had pitchers like you so we could hit once in a while." He says, "Go in the clubhouse and get your arm rubbed off. That's the only way I can get Jennings sore," he says. Well, Al, that's about all there was to it. It will take 2 or 3 stamps to send this, but I wanted you to know the truth about it. The way my arm was, I never ought to have went in there. Yours truly, Jack. Chicago, Illinois, April 28th. Friend Al. Just a line to let you know I am still on earth. My arm feels pretty good again, and I guess maybe I will work at Detroit. Violet writes that she can't hardly wait to see me. Looks like I got a regular girl now, Al. We go up there the 29th, and maybe I won't be glad to see her. I hope she will be out to the game the day I pitch. I will pitch the way I want to next time, and them Tigers won't have such a picnic. I suppose you seen what the Chicago reporters said about that game. I will punch a couple of their jaws when I see them. Your pal, Jack. Chicago, Illinois, April 29th. Dear old Al. Well, Al, it's all over. The club went to Detroit last night, and I didn't go along. Callahan told me to report to Comiskey this morning, and I went up to the office at 10 o'clock. He give me my pay to date and broke the news. I am sold to Frisco. I asked him how they got waivers on me, and he says, "Oh, there was no trouble about that because they all heard how you tamed the Tigers." Then he patted me on the back and says, "Go out there and work hard, boy, and maybe you'll get another chance some day." I was kind of choked up, so I walked out of the office. I ain't had no fair deal, Al, and I ain't going to no Frisco. I will quit the game first and take that job Charlie offered me at the billiard hall. I expect to be in Bedford in a couple of days. I have got to pack up first and settle with my landlady about my room here, which I engaged for all season, thinking I would be treated square. I am going to rest and lay round home a while and try to forget this rotten game. Tell the boys about it, Al, and tell them I never would have got let out if I hadn't worked with a sore arm. I feel sorry for that little girl up in Detroit, Al. She expected me there today. Your old pal, Jack. P.S. I suppose you seen where that lucky left-hander Allen shut out Cleveland with 2 hits yesterday. The lucky stiff. End of Section 12, A Busher's Letters Home, Chapter 1 of You Know Me, Al, by Ring Lardner. Recording by Maria Casper.
Section 13 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 13. The Brook Kerith, a Syrian Story by George Moore. It was at the end of a summer evening, long after his usual bedtime, that Joseph, sitting on his grandmother's knee, heard her tell that Kish, having lost his asses, sent Saul his son to seek them in the land of the Benjamites and the land of Cilicia, whither they might have strayed. But they were not in these lands, son, she continued, nor in Zulp, whither Saul went afterwards. And being then tired out with looking for them, he said to the servant, We shall do well to forget the asses, lest my father should ask what has become of us. But the servant, being of a mind that Kish would not care to see them without the asses, said to young Saul, Let us go up into yon city, for a great seer lives there, and he will be able to put us in the right way to come upon the asses. But we have little in our wallet to recompense him, Saul answered, only half a loaf and a little wine at the end of the bottle. We have more than that, the servant replied, and opening his hand he showed a quarter of a shekel of silver to Saul, who said he will take that in payment. Whereupon they walked into Arimathea, casting their eyes about for somebody to direct them to the seer's house. And seeing some maidens at the well come to draw water, they asked them if the seer had been in the city that day, and were answered that he had been seen and would offer sacrifice that morning, as had been announced. He must be on his way now to the high rock, one of the maidens cried after them, and they pressed through the people till none was in front of them but an old man walking alone, likewise in the direction of the rock. And overtaking him, they asked if he could point out the seer's house to them, to which he answered sharply, I am the seer, and fell at once to gazing on Saul, as if he saw in him the one that had been revealed to him. For you see, son, seers have foresight, and the seer had been warned overnight that the Lord would send a young man to him. So the moment he saw Saul, he knew him to be the one the Lord had promised, and he said, Thou art he whom the Lord has promised to send me for anointment. But more than that I cannot tell thee, being on my way to offer sacrifice. But afterwards we will eat together, and all that has been revealed to me I will tell. You understand me? Son, the old woman crooned. The Lord had been with Samuel before times, and had promised to send the king of Israel to him for anointment, and the moment he laid eyes on Saul he knew him to be the king, and that was why he asked him to eat with him after sacrifice. Yes, Granny, I understand, but did the Lord set the asses astray, that Saul might follow them and come to Samuel to be made a king? I dare say there was something like that at the bottom of it, the old woman answered, and continued her story till her knees ached under the boy's weight. The child's asleep, she said, and on the instant he awoke, crying, No, Granny, I wasn't asleep. I heard all you said, and would like to be a prophet. A prophet, Joseph, and to anoint a king? But there are no more prophets or kings in Israel. And now, Joseph, my little prophet, 'tis bedtime, and past it. Come. I didn't say I wanted to anoint kings, he answered, and refused to go to bed, though manifestly he could hardly keep awake. I'll wait up for father. Now what can the child want his father for at this hour, she muttered, as she went about the room, not guessing that he was angry and resentful, that her words had wounded him deeply, and that he was asking himself in his corner if she thought him too stupid to be a prophet. I'll tell thee no more stories, she said to him, but he answered that he did not want to hear her stories, and betwixt feelings of anger and shame his head drooped, and he slept in his chair till the door opened and his father's footsteps crossed the threshold. Now he said to himself, Granny will tell father that I said I'd like to be a prophet, and feigning sleep he listened, determined to hear the worst that could be said of him. But they did not speak about him, but of the barrels of salt fish that were to go to Beth Shemesh on the morrow, which was their usual talk. So he slipped from his chair and bade his father good night. A resentful good night it was, and his good night to his grandmother was still more resentful, but she found an excuse for his rudeness, saying that his head was full of sleep, a remark that annoyed him considerably, and sent him upstairs wishing that women would not talk about things they did not understand. I'll ask father in the morning why Granny laughed at me for saying I'd like to be a prophet. But as morning seemed still a long way ahead, he tried to find a reason, but could find no better one than that prophets were usually old men. But I shall be old in time to come, and have a beard. Father has a beard, and they can't tell that I won't have a beard, and a white one too. So why should they? His senses were numbing, and he must have fallen asleep soon after, for when he awoke it seemed to him that he had been asleep a long time, several hours at least. So many things had happened, or seemed to have happened. But as he recovered his mind, all the dream happenings melted away, and he could remember only his mother. She had been dead 4 years, but in his dream she looked as she had always looked, and had scolded Granny for laughing at him. He tried to remember what else she had said, but her words faded out of his mind, and he fell asleep again. In this second sleep an old man rose up by his bedside and told him that he was the prophet Samuel, who, though he had been dead 1,000 years, had heard him say he would like to be a prophet. But shall I be a prophet? Joseph asked, and as Samuel did not answer, he cried out as loudly as he could, "Shall I? Shall I?" "What ails thee, son?" he heard his grandmother calling to him, and he answered, "An old man, an old man." "Ye are dreaming," she mumbled between sleeping and waking. "Go to sleep like a good boy, and don't dream any more." "I will, Granny, and don't be getting up. The bedclothes don't want settling. I am well tucked in," he pleaded, and fell asleep praying that Granny had not heard him ask Samuel if he would be a prophet. A memory of his dream of Samuel came upon him while she dressed him, and he hoped she had forgotten all about it. But his father mentioned at breakfast that he had been awakened by cries. "It was Joseph crying out in his dream, Dan, disturbed thee last night. Such cries, 'Shall I? Shall I?' And when I asked, 'What ails thee?' the only answer I got was, 'An old man.'" Dan, Joseph's father, wondered why Joseph should seem so disheartened, and why he should murmur so perfunctorily that he could not remember his dream. But if he had forgotten it, why trouble him further? If we are to forget anything, it were well that we should choose our dreams. At which piece of incredulity his mother shook her head, being firm in the belief that there was much sense in dreams, and that they could be interpreted to the advantage of everybody. Dan said, "If that be so, let him tell thee his dream." But Joseph hung his head and pushed his plate away, and seeing him so morose, they left him to his sulks and fell to talking of dreams that had come true. Joseph had never heard them speak of anything so interesting before, and though he suspected that they were making fun of him, he could not do else than listen, till becoming convinced suddenly that they were talking in good earnest, without intention of fooling him, he began to regret that he had said he had forgotten his dream, and rapped out, "He was the prophet Samuel." "Now what are you saying, Joseph?" his father asked. Joseph would not say any more, but it pleased him to observe that neither his father nor his granny laughed at his admission, and seeing how interested they were in his dream, he said, "If you want to know all, Samuel said he had heard me say that I'd like to be a prophet. That was why he came back from the dead." "But, father, is it true that we are his descendants? He said that I was." "A most extraordinary dream," his father answered, "for it has always been held in the family that we are descended from him. Do you really mean, Joseph, that the old man you saw in your dream told you he was Samuel, and that you were his descendant?" "How should I have known if he hadn't told me?" Joseph looked from one to the other and wondered why they had kept the secret of his ancestor from him. "You laughed at me yesterday, Granny, when I said I'd like to be a prophet. Now what do you say? Answer me that." And he continued to look from one to the other for an answer, but neither had the wit to find an answer, so amazed were they at the news that the prophet Samuel had visited Joseph in a dream. And satisfied at the impression he had made, and a little frightened by their silence, Joseph stole out of the room, leaving his parents to place whatever interpretation they pleased on his dream. Nor did he care whether they believed he had spoken the truth. He was more concerned with himself than with them, and conscious that something of great importance had happened to him. He ascended the stairs, pausing at every step, uncertain if he should return to ask for the whole of the story of Saul's anointment. It seemed to him to lack courtesy to return to the room in which he had seen the prophet till he knew these things, but he could not return to ask questions. Later he would learn what had happened to Samuel and Saul, and he entered the room, henceforth to him a sacred room, and stood looking through it, having all the circumstances of his dream well in mind. He was lying on his left side when Samuel had risen up before him, and it was there, upon that spot, in that space, he had seen Samuel. His ancestor had seemed to fade away from the waist downwards, but his face was extraordinarily clear in the darkness, and Joseph tried to recall it. But he could only remember it as a face that a spirit might wear, for it was not made up of flesh, but of some glowing matter, or stuff, such as glowworms are made of. Nor could he call it ugly or beautiful, for it was not of this world. He had drawn the bedclothes over his head, but, impelled he knew not why, for he was nearly dead with fright, he had poked his head out to see if the face was still there. The lips did not move, but he had heard a voice. The tones were not like any he heard before, but he had listened to them all the same, and if he had not lost his wits again in an excess of fear, he would have put questions to Samuel. He would have put questions if his tongue had not been tied back somewhere in the roof of his mouth. But the next time he would not be frightened and pull the bedclothes over his head. And convinced of his own courage, he lay night after night thinking of all the great things he would ask the old man, and of the benefit he would derive from his teaching. But Samuel did not appear again, perhaps because the nights were so dark. Joseph was told the moon would become full again, but sleep closed his eyes when he should have been waking, and in the morning he was full of fear that perhaps Samuel had come and gone away, disappointed at not finding him awake. But that could not be, for if the prophet had come, he would have awakened him as he had done before. His ancestor had not come again, a reasonable thing to suppose, for when the dead return to the earth, they do so with much pain and difficulty, and if the living whom they come to instruct cannot keep their eyes open, the poor dead wander back and do not try to come between their descendants and their fate again. But I will keep awake, he said, and resorted to all sorts of devices, keeping up a repetition of a little phrase. He will come tonight when the moon is full, and lying with one leg hanging out of bed, and these proving unavailing, he strewed his bed with crumbs. But no ancestor appeared, and little by little he relinquished hope of ever being able to summon Samuel to his bedside, and accepted as an explanation of his persistent absence that Samuel had performed his duty by coming once to visit him, and would not come again unless some new necessity should arise. It was then that the conviction began to mount into his brain that he must learn all that his grandmother could tell him about Saul and David, and learning from her that they had been a great trouble to Samuel, he resolved never to allow a thought into his mind that the prophet would deem unworthy. To become worthy of his ancestor was now his aim, and when he heard that Samuel was the author of 2 sacred books, it seemed to him that his education had been neglected, for he had not yet been taught to read. Another step in his advancement was the discovery that the language his father, his granny, and himself spoke was not the language spoken by Samuel, and every day he pressed his grandmother to tell him why the Jews had lost their language in Babylon, till he exhausted the old woman's knowledge, and she said, "Well now, son, if you want to hear any more about Babylon, you must ask your father, for I have told you all I know." And Joseph waited eagerly for his father to come home, and plagued him to tell him a story. But after a long day spent in the counting house, his father was often too tired to take him on his knee and instruct him, for Joseph's curiosity was unceasing and very often wearisome. "Now, Joseph," his father said, "you will learn more about these things when you are older." "And why not now?" he asked, and his grandmother answered that it was change of air that he wanted, and not books. And they began to speak of the fierce summer that had taken the health out of all of them, and of how necessary it was for a child of that age to be sent up to the hills. Dan looked into his son's face, and Rachel seemed to be right. A thin, wan little face that the air of the hills will brighten, he said, and he began at once to make arrangements for Joseph's departure for a hill village, saying that the pastoral life of the hills would take his mind off Samuel, Hebrew, and Babylon. Rachel was doubtful if the shepherds would absorb Joseph's mind as completely as his father thought. She hoped, however, that they would. As soon as he hears the sound of the pipe, his father answered. A prophecy this was, for while Joseph was resting after the fatigue of the journey, he was awakened suddenly by a sound he had never heard before, and one that interested him strangely. His nurse told him that the sound he was hearing was a shepherd's pipe. The shepherd plays and the flock follows, she said. And when may I see the flock coming home with the shepherd, he asked. Tomorrow evening, she answered, and the time seemed to him to loiter, so eager was he to see the flocks returning and to watch the she-goat milked. And in the spring, as his strength came back, he followed the shepherds and heard from them many stories of wolves and dogs, and from a shepherd lad, whom he had chosen as a companion, he acquired knowledge of the plumage and the cries and the habits of birds, and whither he was to seek their nests. It had become his ambition to possess all the wild birds' eggs, one that was easily satisfied till he came to the egg of the cuckoo, which he sought in vain, hearing of it often, now here, now there, till at last he and the shepherd lad ventured into a dangerous country in search of it, and remained there till news of their absence reached Magdala, and Dan set out in great alarm with an armed escort to recover his son. He was very angry when he came upon him, but the trouble he had been put to, and the ransom he had had to pay were very soon forgotten, so great was his pleasure at the strong, healthy boy he brought back with him, and whose first question to Rachel was, "Are there cuckoos in Magdala? Father doesn't know." His grandmother could not tell him, but she was willing to make inquiries, but before any news of the egg had been gotten, the hope to possess it seemed to have drifted out of Joseph's mind, and to seem even a little foolish when he looked into his box, for many of his eggshells had been broken on the journey. "See, Granny," he said, but on second thoughts he refused to show his chipped possessions. "But thou wast once as eager to learn Hebrew," his grandmother said, and the chance words spoken as she left the room awakened his suspended interests. As soon as she returned, she was beset by questions, and the same evening his father had to promise that the best scribe in Galilee should be engaged to teach him. A discussion began between Dan and Rachel as to the most notable and trustworthy, and it was followed by Joseph so eagerly that they could not help laughing. The questions he put to them regarding the different accomplishments of the scribes were very minute, and the phrase, "But this one is a Greek scholar," stirred his curiosity. "Why should he be denied me because he knows Greek?" he asked, and his father could only answer that no one can learn two languages at the same time. "But if he knows two languages," Joseph insisted. "I cannot tell thee more," his father answered, "than that the scribe I've chosen is a great Hebrew scholar." He was no doubt a great scholar, but he was not the man that Joseph wished for. Thin and tall and of gentle appearance and demeanor, he did not stir up a flame for work in Joseph, who, as soon as the novelty of learning Hebrew had worn off, began to hide himself in the garden. His father caught him one day sitting in a convenient bough, looking down upon his preceptor fairly asleep on a bench, and after this adventure he began to make a mocking stock of his preceptor, inventing all kinds of cruelties, and his truancy became so constant that his father was forced to choose another. This time a younger man was chosen, but he succeeded with Joseph not very much better than the first. After the second there came a third, and when Joseph began to complain of his ignorance, his father said, "Well, Joseph, you said you wanted to learn Hebrew, and you have shown no application, and three of the most learned scribes in Galilee have been called in to teach you." Joseph felt the reproof bitterly, but he did not know how to answer his father, and he was grateful to his grandmother for her answer. Joseph isn't an idle boy, Dan, but his nature is such that he cannot learn from a man he doesn't like. Why don't ye give him Azariah as an instructor? Has he been speaking to thee about Azariah? Dan asked. Maybe, she said, and Dan's face clouded. End of chapter 13. The Brook Kerith, a Syrian Story, Chapter 1, by George Moore.
Section 14 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 14 Leatherface by Baroness Orczy. Prologue. Mons, September 1572. It lacked 2 hours before the dawn on this sultry night early in September. The crescent moon had long ago sunk behind a bank of clouds in the west, and not a sound stirred in the low-lying land around the besieged city. To the south the bivouac fires of Alva's camp had died out one by one, and here the measured tread of the sentinels on their beat alone broke the silence of the night. To the north, where valorous Orange, with a handful of men, undisciplined, unpaid, and rebellious, vainly tried to provoke his powerful foe into a pitched battle, relying on God for the result, there was greater silence still. The sentinels, wearied and indifferent, had dropped to sleep at their post. The troops, already mutinous, only held to their duty by the powerful personality of the prince, slept as soundly as total indifference to the cause for which they were paid to fight could possibly allow. In his tent even Orange, tired out with ceaseless watching, had gone to rest. His guards were in a profound sleep. Then it was that from the south there came a stir, and from Alva's entrenchments waves of something alive that breathed in the darkness of the night were set in motion, like when the sea rolls inward to the shore. Whispered words set this living mass on its way, and anon it was crawling along, swiftly and silently, more silently than incoming waves on a flat shore. On and on, always northward in the direction of the Prince of Orange's camp, like some gigantic snake that creeps with belly close to the ground. Don Ramon, whispered a voice in the darkness, let Captain Romero deal with the sentinels and lead the surprise attack, whilst you yourself make straight for the prince's tent. Overpower his guard first, then seize his person. 200 ducats will be your reward, remember, if you bring Orange back here, a prisoner, and a ducat for each of your men. These were the orders, and Don Ramon de Ligny sped forward with 600 arquebusiers, all picked men. They wore their shirts over their armour, so that in the mêlée which was to come they might recognize one another in the gloom. Less than a league of flat pasture land lay between Alva's entrenchments at St. Florian near the gates of the beleaguered Mons, and Orange's camp at Hermigny. But at St. Florian men stirred and planned and threatened, whilst at Hermigny even the sentinels slept. Noble-hearted Orange had raised the standard of revolt against the most inexorable oppression of an entire people which the world had ever known, and he could not get more than a handful of patriots to fight for their own freedom against the tyranny and the might of Spain, whilst mercenary troops were left to guard the precious life of the indomitable champion of religious and civil liberties. The moving mass of de Ligny's arquebusiers had covered half a league of the intervening ground. Their white shirts, only just distinguishable in the gloom, made them look like ghosts. Only another half league, less perhaps, separated them from their goal, and still no one stirred in Orange's camp. Then it was that something roused the sentinels from their sleep. A rough hand shook first one then the other by the shoulder, and out of the gloom a peremptory voice whispered hurriedly, "Quick! Awake! Sound the alarm! An encamisada is upon you! You will all be murdered in your sleep!" And even before the drowsy sentinels had time to rouse themselves or to rub their eyes, the same rough hand had shaken the prince's guard. The same peremptory voice had called, "Awake! The Spaniards are upon you!" In the prince's tent a faint light was glimmering. He himself was lying fully dressed and armed upon a couch. At the sound of the voice, of his guards stirring, and of the noise and bustle of awakening camp, he sat up just in time to see a tall figure in the entrance of his tent. The feeble light threw but into a dim relief this tall figure of a man, clad in dark, shapeless woolen clothes, wearing a hood of the same dark stuff over his head and a leather mask over his face. "Leatherface!" exclaimed the prince as he jumped to his feet. "What is it?" "A night attack," replied a muffled voice behind the mask. 600 arquebusiers. They are but half a league away. I would have been here sooner, only the night is so infernally dark. I caught my foot in a rabbit hole and nearly broke my ankle. I am as lame as a Jew's horse, but still in time," he added as he hastily helped the prince to adjust his armour and straighten out his clothes. The camp was alive now with call to arms and rattle of steel, horses snorting and words of command flying to and fro. Don Ramon de Linea, a quarter of a league away, heard these signs of troops well on the alert, and knew that the surprise attack had failed. 600 arquebusiers, though they be picked men, were not sufficient for a formal attack on the Prince of Orange's entire cavalry. Even mercenary and undisciplined troops will fight valiantly when their lives depend upon their valour. De Linea thought it best to give the order to return to camp. And the waves of living men, which had been set in motion an hour ago, now swiftly and silently went back the way they came. Don Ramon, when he came once more in the camp at St. Florian and in the presence of Alva's captain-in-chief, had to report the failure of the night attack which had been so admirably planned. The whole camp at Hermigny was astir, he said as he chawed the ends of his heavy moustache, for he was sorely disappointed. I could not risk an attack under those conditions. Our only chance of winning was by surprise. "Who gave the alarm?" queried Don Frederic de Toledo, who took no pains to smother the curses that rose to his lips. "The devil, I suppose," growled Don Ramon de Linea savagely. And out at Hermigny, in Orange's tent, the man who is called Leatherface was preparing to go as quietly and mysteriously as he had come. "They won't be on you, Monseigneur," he said, "now that they know your troops are astir. But if I were you," he added grimly, "I would have every one of those sentinels shot at dawn. They were all of them fast asleep when I arrived." He gave the military salute, and would have turned to go without another word, but that the prince caught him peremptorily by the arm. "In the meanwhile, Messire, how shall I thank you again?" he asked. "By guarding your precious life, Monseigneur," replied the man simply. "The cause of freedom in the Low Countries would never survive your loss." "Well," retorted the Prince of Orange with a winning smile, "if that be so, then the cause of our freedom owes as much to you as it does to me. Is it the 10th time, or the 12th, that you have saved my life?" "Since you will not let me fight with you." "I'll let you do anything you wish, Messire, for you would be as fine a soldier as you are a loyal friend. But are you not content with the splendid services which you are rendering to us now? Putting aside mine own life, which mayhap is not worthless, how many times has your warning saved mine and my brother's troops from surprise attacks? How many times have Noircarmes or Don Frederic's urgent appeals for reinforcements failed, through your intervention, to reach the Duke of Alva until our own troops were able to rally? Ah, Messire, believe me, God Himself has chosen you for this work." "The work of a spy, Monseigneur," said the other, not without a touch of bitterness. "Nay, if you call yourself a spy, Messire, then shall the name of spy be henceforth a name of glory to its wearer, synonymous with the loftiest patriotism and the noblest self-sacrifice." He held out his hand to the man with the mask, who bent his tall figure over in dutiful respect. "You see how well I keep to my share of the compact, Messire. Never once, even whilst we were alone, hath your name escaped my lips. For which act of graciousness, Monseigneur, I do offer you my humble thanks. May God guard your Highness through every peril. The cause of justice and of liberty rests in your hands." After another deeply respectful bow he finally turned to go. He had reached the entrance of the tent, when once more the Prince spoke to him. "When shall I see you again, Leatherface?" he asked cheerily. "When your Highness's precious life or the safety of your army are in danger," replied the man. "God reward you," murmured Orange fervently, as the man with the mask disappeared into the night. Book 1. Brussels. Chapter 1. The Blood Council. 1. Less than a month later, and tyranny is once more triumphant. Mons has capitulated. Orange has withdrawn his handful of mutinous troops into Holland. Valenciennes has been destroyed, and Mechlin, beautiful, gracious, august Mechlin, with her cathedrals and her trade halls, her ancient monuments of art and civilization, has been given over for 3 days to the lust and rapine of Spanish soldiery. 3 whole days! E'en now we think on those days and shudder. Shudder at what we know, at what the chroniclers have told us, the sacking of churches, the pillaging of monasteries, the massacre of peaceful, harmless citizens. 3 whole days during which the worst demons that infest hell itself, the worst demons that inspire the hideous passions of men, greed, revenge, and cruelty, were let loose upon the stately city whose sole office had been that she had for 24 hours harboured Orange and his troops within her gates and closed them against the tyrant's soldiery. Less than a month and Orange is a fugitive, and all the bright hopes for the cause of religious and civil freedom are once more dashed to the ground. It seems as if God himself hath set his face against the holy cause. Mons has fallen, and Mechlin is reduced to ashes, and over across the borders the King of France has caused 10,000 of his subjects to be massacred, one holy day, the feast of St. Bartholomew, 10,000 of them, just because their religious beliefs did not coincide with his own. The appalling news drove Orange and his small army to flight. He had reckoned on help from the King of France. Instead of that promised help, the news of the massacre of 10,000 Protestants. Catholic Europe was horror-stricken at the crime committed in the name of religion. But in the Low Countries, Spanish tyranny had scored a victory. The ignoble Duke of Alva triumphed, and the cause of freedom, in Flanders, in Hainault, and Brabant, received a blow from which it did not again recover for over 300 years. 2. Outwardly the house where the Duke of Alva lodged in Brussels was no different to many of the same size in the city. It was built of red brick, with stone base and finely carved cornice, and had a high slate roof with picturesque dormer windows therein. The windows on the street level were solidly grilled and were ornamented with richly carved pediments, as was the massive doorway too. The door itself was of heavy oak, and above it there was a beautifully wrought niche which held a statue of the Virgin. On the whole it looked a well-constructed, solid, and roomy house, and Mademoiselle de Jassy, its owner, had placed it at the disposal of the Lieutenant Governor when he first arrived in Brussels, and he had occupied it ever since. The idler, as he strolled past the house, would hardly pause to look at it, if he did not happen to know that behind these brick walls and grilled windows a work of oppression more heinous than this world had ever known before was being planned and carried out by a set of cruel and inexorable tyrants against an independent country and a freedom-loving people. Here in the dining hall the Duke of Alva would preside at the meetings of the Grand Council, the Council of Blood, sitting in a high-backed chair which had the arms of Spain emblazoned upon it. Juan de Vargas and Alberic de Rio usually sat to the right and left of him. Del Rio, indolent and yielding, a mere tool for the carrying out of every outrage, every infamy which the fiendish brain of those tyrants could devise, wherewith to crush the indomitable spirit of a proud nation, jealous of its honour and of its liberties, and de Vargas, Alva's double and worthy lieutenant, no tool he, but a terrible reality, active and resourceful in the invention of new forms of tyranny, new fetters for the curbing of stiff-necked Flemish and Dutch burghers, new methods for wringing rivers of gold out of a living stream of tears and blood. De Vargas. The very name stinks in the nostrils of honest men even after the lapse of centuries. It conjures up the hideous image of a human bloodhound, lean and sallow of visage, with drooping, heavy-lidded eyes and a flaccid mouth, a mouth that sneered and jested when men, women, and children were tortured and butchered, eyes that gloated at sight of stake and scaffold and gibbet, and within the inner man a mind intent on the science of murder and rapine and bloodshed. Alva the will that commanded, Vargas the brain that devised, Del Rio the hand that accomplished. Men sent by Philip II of Spain, the most fanatical tyrant the world has ever known, to establish the abhorrent methods of the Spanish Inquisition in the Low Countries, in order to consolidate Spanish rule there and wrest from prosperous Flanders and Brabant and Hainault, from Holland and the Dutch provinces, enough gold to irrigate the thirsty soil of Spain. The river of gold which will flow from the Netherlands to Madrid shall be a yard deep. So had Alva boasted when his infamous master sent him to quell the revolt which had noble-hearted Orange for its leader, a revolt born of righteous indignation and an unconquerable love of freedom and justice. To mould the Netherlands into abject vassals of Spain, to break their independence of spirit by terrorism and by outrage, to force Spanish ideas, Spanish culture, Spanish manners, Spanish religion upon these people of the North, who loathed tyranny and worshipped their ancient charters and privileges, that was the task which the Duke of Alva set himself to do, a task for which he needed the help of men as tyrannical and unscrupulous as himself. Granvelle had begun the work, Alva was completing it. The stake, the scaffold, the gibbet, for all who had one thought of justice, one desire for freedom. Mons razed to the ground, Valenciennes a heap of ruins and ashes, Mechlin a hecatomb, men, women, and children outraged and murdered, whole families put to the torture to wring gold from unwilling givers, churches destroyed, monasteries ransacked. That was the work of the Grand Council, the odious Council of Blood, the members of which have put to shame the very name of religion, for they dared to pretend that they acted in its name. Alva, de Vargas, Del Rio, a trinity of fiends whose deeds would shame the demons in hell. But there were others, too, and, O ye gods, were they not infinitely more vile, since their hands reeked with blood of their own kith and kin? Alva and his 2 bloodhounds were strangers in a strange land, owing allegiance to Spain alone. But Councillor Hessels sat on this same infamous board, and he was a patrician of Brabant. And there was Pierre Arsène, president of Artois. There was Berlaymont and Viglius and Hopper, gentlemen, save the mark, and burghers of Flanders or Hainault or the Dutch provinces. And who can name such creatures without a shudder of loathing? 3. As for don Ramon de Linea, he was just the usual type of Spanish soldier, a grandee of Spain, direct descendant of the Cid, so he averred, yet disdained to prove it. For in him there was no sense of chivalry, just personal bravery and no more, the same kind of bravery you would meet in a tiger or in a jaguar. In truth, there was much in common between don Ramon and the wild feline tribes that devastated the deserts. He had the sinuous movements, the languorous gestures of those creatures, and his eyes, dark and velvety at times, at others almost of an orange tint, had all the cruel glitter which comes into the eyes of the leopard when he is out to kill. Otherwise don Ramon was a fine-looking man, dark-skinned and dark-eyed, a son of the South, with all those cajoling ways about him which please and so often deceive the women. He it was who had been in command at Mechlin, entrusted by General de Noircarmes with the hideous task of destroying the stately city, and he had done it with a will. Overproud of his achievements, he had obtained leave to make personal report of them to the Lieutenant Governor, and thus it was that on the 2nd day of October 1572 he was present at the council board, talking with easy grace and no little satisfaction of all that he had done, of churches which he had razed to the ground, the houses which he had sacked, of the men, women, and children whom he had turned out naked and starving into the streets. "We labored hard for 3 days," he said, "and the troops worked with a will, for there were heavy arrears of pay due to them, and we told them to make up those arrears in Mechlin, since they wouldn't get any money from headquarters. Oh, Mechlin got all that she deserved. Her accursed citizens can now repent at leisure of their haste in harbouring Orange and his rebel troops." His voice was deep and mellow, and even the guttural Spanish consonants sounded quite soft when he spoke them. Through half-closed lids his glance swept from time to time over the eager faces around the board, and his slender hands emphasized the hideous narrative with a few graceful gestures. He looked just the true type of grand seigneur telling a tale of mild adventure and of sport, and now and then he laughed, displaying his teeth, sharp and white like the fangs of a leopard's cub. No one interrupted him, and Councillor Hessels fell gradually, as was his wont, into a gentle doze from which he roused himself now and again in order to murmur drowsily, "To the gallows with them all." Viglius and Hopper and de Berlaymont tried hard to repress a shudder. They were slaves of Spain, these gentlemen of the Low Countries, but not Spanish born, and were not accustomed from earliest childhood to listen, not only unmoved, but with a certain measure of delight, to these tales of horror. But there was nothing in what Don Ramon said of which they disapproved. They were, all of them, loyal subjects of the king, and the very thought of rebellion was abhorrent to them. But it was passing strange that the Duke of Alva made no comment on the young captain's report. There he sat, at the head of the table, silent and moody, with one bony fist clenched above a letter which lay open beneath his hand, and which bore a large red seal with the royal arms of Spain impressed upon it. Not a word of praise or blame did he speak. His heavy brows were contracted in a sullen frown, and his protruding eyes were veiled beneath the drooping lids. De Vargas, too, was silent. De Vargas, who loved to gloat over such tales as Don Ramon had to tell. De Vargas, who believed that these rebellious Low Countries could only be brought into subjection by such acts of demoniacal outrage as the Spanish soldiery had just perpetrated in Mons and in Mechlin. He, too, appeared moody to-day, and the story of a sick woman and young children being dragged out of their beds and driven out to perish in the streets while their homes were being pillaged and devastated, left him taciturn and unmoved. Don Ramon made vain pretence not to notice the lieutenant governor's moodiness, nor yet de Vargas's silence, but those who knew him best, and de Vargas was among these, plainly saw that irritation had seized upon his nerves. He was talking more volubly, and his voice had lost its smoothness, whilst the languor of his gestures had given place to sharp, febrile movements of hands and shoulders which he tried vainly to disguise. "Our soldiers," he was saying loudly, "did not leave a loaf of bread in the bakeries or a bushel of wheat in the stores of Mechlin. The rich citizens we hanged at a rate of 20 a day, and I drew orders for the confiscation of their estates to the benefit of our most gracious king and suzerain lord. I tell you, we made quick work of all the rebels. Stone no longer stands on stone in Mechlin to-day. Its patricians are beggars, its citizens are scattered. We have put to the torture and burned at the stake those who refused to give us their all. A month ago Mechlin was a prosperous city. She gave of her wealth and of her hospitality to the rebel troops of Orange. Today she and her children have ceased to be. Are you not satisfied?" He brought his clenched fist crashing down upon the table, surely a very unusual loss of restraint in a grandee of Spain, but obviously he found it more and more difficult to keep his temper under control, and those dark eyes of his were now fixed with a kind of fierce resentment upon the impassive face of the Duke. Councillor Hessels, only half awake, reiterated with drowsy emphasis, "To the gallows with them. Send them all to the gallows." Still the Duke of Alva was silent, and de Vargas did not speak. Yet it was the Duke himself who had given the order for the destruction of Mechlin, as a warning to other cities, he had said. And now he sat at the head of the table, sullen, moody, and frowning, and Don Ramon felt an icy pang of fear gripping him by the throat. The thought that censure of his conduct was brewing in the lieutenant governor's mind caused him to lose the last vestige of self-control, for he knew that censure could have but one sequel, quick judgment and the headman's axe. "Are you not satisfied?" he cried hoarsely. "What more did you expect? What more ought we to have done? What other proof of zeal does King Philip ask of me?" Thus directly challenged, the Duke raised his head and looked the young man sternly in the face. "What you have done, Messire," he said slowly, and the cold glitter in his steely eyes held it in more real and calculating cruelty than the feline savagery of the other men. "What you have done is good, but it is not enough. What use is there in laying low an entire city, when the one man whose personality holds the whole of this abominable rebellion together still remains unscathed? You hanged 20 noted citizens a day in Mechlin, you say," he added, with a cynical shrug of his shoulders. "I would gladly see every one of them spared, so long as Orange's head fell on the scaffold." Orange has disbanded his army and has fled almost alone into Holland," said don Ramon sullenly. "My orders were to punish Mechlin and not to run after the Prince of Orange." "The order to bring the Prince of Orange alive or dead to Brussels and to me takes precedence of every other order, as you well know, Messire," retorted Alva roughly. "We decided on that unanimously at the meeting of the Grand Council on the day that I sent Egmont and Horn to the scaffolds and Orange refused to walk into the trap which I had set for him." "He always escapes from traps which are set before him," now broke in de Vargas in his calm, even expressionless voice. "During the siege of Mons, according to Don Frederick's report, no fewer than 6 surprise night attacks, all admirably planned, failed because Orange appeared to have received timely warning." "Who should know that better than I, Señor?" queried don Ramon hotly. "Seeing that I led most of those attacks myself. They were splendidly planned, our men as silent as ghosts, the night darker than hell. Not a word of the plan was breathed until I gave the order to start. Yet some one gave the alarm. We found Orange's camp astir every time we had to retire. Who but the devil could have given the warning?" "A spy more astute than yourselves," quoth Alva dryly. "Nay," here interposed Del Rio blandly. "I am of the same opinion as don Ramon de Linea. There is a subtle agency at work which appears to guard the life of the Prince of Orange. I myself was foiled many a time when I was on his track, with Riberas, who wields a dagger in the dark more deftly than any man I know. I also employed Lorenzo, who graduated in Venice in the art of poisons, but invariably the Prince slipped through our fingers, just as if he had been put on his guard by some mysterious emissary." "The Loyalists in Flanders," quoth President Viglius under his breath, "declare that the agency which works for the safety of the Prince of Orange is a supernatural one. They speak of a tall, man-like figure whose face is hidden by a mask, and who invariably appears whenever the Prince of Orange's life is in danger. Some people call this mysterious being Leatherface, but no one seems actually to have seen him. It sounds as if he were truly an emissary of the devil." And as the President spoke, a strange silence fell around the council board. Every cheek had become pale, every lip quivered. De Vargas made a quick sign of the cross over his chest. Alva drew a small medal from the inside of his doublet and kissed it devoutly. These men who talked airily of rapine and of violence perpetrated against innocent people, who gloated over torture and misery which they loved to inflict, were held in the cold grip of superstitious fear, and their trembling lips uttered abject prayers for mercy to the God whom they outraged by every act of their infamous lives. 4. When the Duke of Alva spoke again, his voice was still unsteady. "Devil or no devil," he said with an attempt at dignified composure, "His Majesty's latest orders are quite peremptory. He desires the death of Orange. He will have no more cities destroyed, and no more wholesale massacres until that great object is attained. Pressure has been brought to bear upon him. The Emperor, it seems, has spoken authoritatively and with no uncertain voice. It seems that the destruction of Flemish cities is abhorrent to the rest of Europe." "Rebel cities!" ejaculated de Berlaymont hotly. "Aye, we know well enough that they are rebel cities," quoth Alva fiercely. "But what can we do, when a milk-livered weakling wears the imperial crown? Our gracious king himself dares not disregard the Emperor's protests, and in his last letter to me he commands that we should hold our hand, and neither massacre a population nor destroy a town unless we have proof positive that both are seething with rebellion." "Seething with rebellion!" exclaimed don Ramon. "Then what of Ghent, which is a very nest of rebels?" "Ah," retorted Alva, "Ghent by the mass! Señors, all of you who know that accursed city, bring me proof that she harbours Orange or his troops. Bring me proof that she gives him money. Bring me proof that plots against our government are hatched within her walls. I have moral proofs that Orange has been in Ghent lately, that he is levying troops within her very walls. I know that he has received promises of support from some of her most influential citizens." "Nay, then, let your Highness but give the order," broke in don Ramon once more. "My soldiers would spend 3 fruitful days in Ghent." "As I pointed out to His Highness yesterday," rejoined de Vargas in mellifluous tones, "we should reduce Ghent to ashes before she hatches further mischief against us. Once a city hath ceased to be, it can no longer be a source of danger to the state. And," he added blandly, "there is more money in Ghent than in any other city of Flanders." "And more rebellion in one family there than in the whole population of Brabant," assented Councillor Arsens. "I have lived in that accursed city all my life," he continued savagely, "and I say that Ghent ought not to be allowed to exist a day longer than is necessary for massing together 2 or 3 regiments of unpaid soldiery and turning them loose into the town, just as we did in Mechlin." The others nodded approval. "And by the Mass," resumed don Ramon. "Enough, Messire," broke in the Duke peremptorily. "Who are you, I pray? Who are you all to be thus discussing the orders of His Majesty the King? I have transmitted to you His Majesty's orders just as I received them from Madrid yesterday. It is for you, for us all, to show our zeal and devotion at this critical moment in our nation's history, by obeying blindly, wholeheartedly, those gracious commands. Do we want our King to be further embarrassed by a quarrel with the Emperor? And what are those orders, I ask you? Wise and Christian-like as usual. His Majesty doth not forbid the punishment of rebel cities. No, all he asks is that we deliver Orange unto him, Orange, the arch-traitor, and that in future we prove conclusively to Europe and to Maximilian that when we punish a Flemish city, we do so with unquestioned justice." He paused, and his prominent, heavy-lidded eyes wandered somewhat contemptuously on the sullen faces around the board. "Proof, seigniors," he said, with a light shrug of the shoulders. "Proofs are not difficult to obtain. All you want is a good friend inside the city to keep you well informed. The paid spy is not sufficient. Ofttimes he is clumsy and himself an object of suspicion. Orange has been in Ghent, seigniors. He will go again. He has disbanded his army, but at his call another will spring up. In Ghent, mayhap, where he has so many friends, where money is plentiful and rebellion rife. We must strike at Ghent before she becomes an open menace." "You'll never strike at Orange," broke in Councillor Arsens obstinately, "while that creature Leatherface is at large." "He is said to hail from Ghent," added Viglius with conviction. "Then by the Mass, seigniors," interposed Alva fiercely, "the matter is even more simple than I had supposed, and all this talk and these murmurings savour of treason, meseems. Are you fools and dolts to imagine that when His Majesty's orders were known to me I did not at once set at work to fulfil them? We want to strike at Ghent, seigniors, and want proofs of her rebellion. His Majesty wants those proofs, and he wants the death of Orange. We all desire to raze Ghent to the ground. Then will you give me your close attention, and I will e'en tell you of my plans for attaining all these objects and earning the approval of our gracious King and recognition from the rest of Europe." "Then should not don Ramon de Linea retire?" questioned President Viglius. "Surely His Highness's decision can only be disclosed to members of his council." "Let don Ramon stay," interposed de Vargas, with unanswerable authority, even as the young man was preparing to take his leave. "The matter is one that in a measure will concern him, seeing that it involves the destinies of the city of Ghent, and that His Highness is pleased to give him the command of our troops stationed in that city." 5. Don Ramon de Linea glanced up at Vargas with a look of agreeable surprise. The command of the troops in Ghent! Of a truth this was news to him, and happy news indeed. Rumour was current that the Duke of Alva, Lieutenant Governor of the Low Countries and Captain General of the forces, was about to visit Ghent, and the captain in command there would thus be in a position of doing useful work, mayhap of rendering valuable services, and in any case of being well before the eyes of the Captain General. All the young man's elegant, languid manner had come back to him. He had had a fright, but nothing more, and commendation, in the shape of this important promotion, had allayed all his fears. His being allowed to be present at a deliberation of the Grand Council was also a signal mark of favour granted to him, no doubt in recognition of his zeal and loyalty whilst destroying the noble city of Mechlin for the glory of King Philip of Spain. He now resumed his seat at the board, selecting with becoming modesty a place at the bottom of the table, and feeling not the least disconcerted by the wrathful, envious looks which President Viglius and one or two other Netherlanders directed against him. "The plan, seigniors, which I have in my mind," resumed the Duke, after a slight pause, could never have come to maturity but for the loyal cooperation of Señor Juan de Vargas and of his equally loyal daughter. Let me explain," he continued, seeing the look of astonishment which spread over most of the faces around the board. "It is necessary, in view of all that we have said just now, that I should have a means, a tool I might say, for the working out of a project which has both the death of Orange and the punishment of Ghent for its aim. I have told you that I am morally certain that Orange is operating in Ghent at the present moment. Is it likely that he would leave such a storehouse of wealth and rebellion untouched? Heresy is rampant in Ghent, and treachery goes hand in hand with it. Our spies unfortunately have been unable to obtain very reliable information. The inhabitants are astute and wary. They hatch their plots with devilish cunning and secrecy. Obviously, therefore, what we want is a loyal worker, an efficient and devoted servant of the King in the very heart of the civic life of the town. If only we can get to know what goes on in the intimate family circles of those townsfolk, I feel sure that we shall get all the proofs that the King desires of the treachery of Ghent." He paused for a moment in order to draw breath. Absolute silence, the silence of tense expectation, hung around the council board. The Netherlanders hung obsequiously on the tyrant's lips. Del Rio leaned back in his chair, seemingly indifferent, and de Vargas was closely watching don Ramon de Linea, the young man who was trying to appear calmly interested, but the restless look in his eyes and a slight tremor of his hand betrayed inward agitation. "Some of you revered seigniors," continued the Duke of Alva after a while, in powerful compelling tones, "will perhaps have guessed by now what connection there is in my mind between that vast project which I have just put before you and the daughter of my loyal coadjutor, Don Juan de Vargas. I have arranged that she shall marry a man of influence and position in Ghent, so that she can not only keep me informed of all the intrigues which are brewing in that city against the government of our gracious King, but also become the means whereby we can lure Orange to his doom, capture that mysterious Leatherface, and then deliver Ghent over to don Ramon's soldiery." He struck the table repeatedly with his fist as he spoke. There was no doubting the power of the man to accomplish what he wanted, as well as the cruelty and vindictiveness wherewith he would pursue any one who dared to attempt to thwart him in his projects. No one thought of interrupting him. Don Ramon kept his agitation under control as best he could, for he felt that de Vargas's eyes still watched him closely. "A very admirable idea," now murmured Viglius obsequiously. As usual on these occasions, it was obvious that he and the other Netherlanders were mere figureheads at the council board. Alva was directing, planning, commanding. De Vargas had been the confidant, and Del Rio would always be the ready tool when needed. But Viglius, de Berlaymont, Hessels, and the others were mere servile listeners, ready to give the approbation which was expected of them, and withholding every word of criticism. 6. And doth Donna Leonora de Vargas enter into all these far-reaching schemes? Now asked don Ramon coldly. Meseems they are above a woman's comprehension. De Vargas's persistent glance was irritating his nerves. He threw a challenging look, wholly defiant, across the table at the older man. "My daughter, Messire," said the latter loftily, "is above all a true Spaniard. She has been brought up to obey and not to discuss. She is old enough now to forget all past youthful follies," he added, answering don Ramon's defiant glance with one that conveyed a threat. "Her devotion to her church, her king, and her country, and her hatred of Orange and all rebels will influence her actions in the way the Lieutenant Governor desires." Don Ramon was silent. He had understood the threat which de Vargas's glance had expressed, and he knew what the other meant when he spoke of past youthful follies. It meant the breaking off of a pleasing romance, a farewell to many an ambitious dream. Don Ramon suppressed a sigh of anger and of disappointment. Donna Leonora de Vargas was beautiful and wealthy, but it were not wise to let her father see how hard he, Ramon, had been hit. He took no further part in the discussion, and after a while he succeeded in appearing wholly indifferent to its sentimental side. But he listened attentively to all that was said, and when he met de Vargas's glance, which now and then was fixed mockingly upon him, he answered it with a careless shrug of his shoulders. "And now," rejoined Pierre Arsens, who was president of Artois and a patrician of Hainault, "may we ask if His Highness has already chosen the happy man who is to become the husband of such a pattern of womanhood?" My choice has naturally fallen on the son of Mynheer Charles van Ryck, the High Bailiff of Ghent," replied Alva curtly. "A family of traitors if ever there was one," growled Alberic del Rio savagely. "I know them. The father is all right, so is the younger son Mark. Younger, I believe, by only a couple of hours. A wastrel and something of a drunkard, so I understand. But the mother and the other son are impudent adherents of Orange. They have more than once drawn the attention of the Chief Inquisitor on themselves, and if I had my way with such cattle, I would have had the men hanged and the women burned long before this." "Van Ryck," said Alva coolly, "is High Bailiff of Ghent. He is a good Catholic, and so is his wife. He is a man of great consideration in the city, and his sons are popular. It has not been thought expedient to interfere with them up till now. But, bearing my schemes in mind, I have caused the man to be severely warned once or twice. These warnings have reduced him to a state of panic, and lately when my scheme had matured, I told him that my desire was that one of his sons should wed Don Juan de Vargas's daughter. He had no thought of refusal. In fact, his acceptance was positively abject." "And on what grounds was the marriage suggested to him?" questioned President Arsens. "Grounds, Messire?" retorted the Duke. "We give no grounds or reasons for our commands to our Flemish subjects. We give an order and they obey. I told Mynheer van Ryck that I desired the marriage, and that was enough." "Then," interposed President Viglius, with an attempt at jocularity, "we shall soon be able to congratulate two young people on a happy event." "You will be able to do that to morrow, Messire," quoth the Duke. "Señor de Vargas goes to Ghent for the purpose of affiancing the two young people together. The marriage ceremony will take place within the week. His Majesty hath approved of my scheme. He desires that we should expedite the marriage. Señor de Vargas is willing. Messer de Ryck would not think of objecting. Don Lenora is heart free. Why should we delay?" "Why indeed?" murmured don Ramon under his breath. "Donna Lenora," resumed Alva sententiously, "is indeed lucky in that, unlike most women, she will be able to work personally for the glory of her king and country. If through her instrumentality we can bring Orange to the block and Ghent to her knees, there is no favour which her father could not ask of us." As he said this, he turned to de Vargas and stretched out his hand to him. De Vargas took the hand respectfully and bent over it in dutiful obedience. "Now, señors," resumed the Duke more gaily, and once more addressing the full council board, "you know the full reason of my projected journey to Ghent. I go ostensibly in order to inaugurate the statue of our sovereign king erected by my orders in the market-place, but also in order to ascertain how our loyal worker will have progressed in that time. Donna Lenora de Vargas will have been the wife of Messire van Ryck for over a sennight by then. She will, and I mistake not, have much to tell us. In the meanwhile, Señor de Vargas will take up his residence in the city as vicarius criminalis. He will begin his functions tomorrow by presiding over the engagement of his daughter to the son of the High Bailiff. There will be much public rejoicing and many entertainments during the week, and on the day of the wedding ceremony. To these, señors, you are graciously bidden. I pray you go and mingle as far as you can with the crowd of uncouth and vulgar burghers, whose treachery seems to pierce even through their ill-fitting doublets. I pray you also to keep your eyes and ears open. If my conjectures are correct, much goes on in Ghent of which the Holy Inquisition should have cognizance. We are out on a special campaign against cunning traitors, and Ghent is our first objective. When we turn our soldiery loose into the city, yours, señors, will be the first spoils. Ghent is rich in treasure and money. Those first spoils will be worth winning. Until that happy day, I bid you au revoir, gentle sirs, and let your toast be at every banquet, to the destruction of Ghent and to the death of Orange." After which long peroration the Lieutenant Governor intimated with a casual wave of his beringed hand that the sitting of the Grand Council was at an end. The illustrious councillors rose with alacrity. They were now in rare good humour. The parting speech of His Highness tickled their cupidity. The first spoils at the sacking of Ghent should mean a fortune for every member of the board. General de Noircarmes had made a huge one at the sacking of Mons, and even younger officers like don Ramon de Ligny had vastly enriched themselves when Mechlin was given over to the soldiers. One by one now the grave seigneurs withdrew, having taken respectful leave of His Highness. To the salute of the Netherlanders, of Vigli and Hessels, of Berlaymont and the others, the Duke responded with a curt bow. To de Vargas and Del Rio, and also to don Ramon, he nodded with easy familiarity. However obsequious the Netherlanders might be, however proven their zeal, their Spanish masters never allowed them to forget that there was a world of social distinction between a grandee of Spain and the uncouth burghers and even patricians of this semi-civilized land. 7. Having made his last obeisance before the Duke of Alva and taken leave of the grave seigneurs of the Grand Council, don Ramon de Linea bowed himself out of the room with all the ceremony which Spanish etiquette prescribed. As he did so he noticed that at a significant sign from Alva, de Vargas and Alberic del Rio remained behind in the council chamber, even while all the Netherlanders were being dismissed. He watched these latter gentlemen, as one by one they filed quickly out of the house, loath even to exchange a few friendly words with one another on the doorstep in this place where every wall had ears and every nook and cranny concealed a spy. He watched them with an air of supercilious contempt, oblivious of the fact that he himself had been not a little scared by the black looks cast on him by the all-powerful tyrant and merciless autocrat. The scare had been unpleasant, but it was all over now. Fate, that ever-fickle jade, seemed inclined to smile on him. The penniless scion of a noble race, he seemed at last on the high road to fortune. The command of the troops in Ghent was an unexpected gift of the goddess, whilst the sacking and looting of Mechlin had amply filled his pockets. But it was a pity about Donna Lenora. Don Ramon paused in the vast panelled hall, and instinctively his eyes wandered to the mirror, framed in rich Flemish carved wood, which hung upon the wall. By Our Lady, he had well nigh lost his self-control just now, under de Vargas's mocking gaze, and also that air of high breeding and sang-froid which became him so well. The thought of Donna Lenora, even in connection with her approaching marriage, caused him to readjust the set of his doublet, and the stiff folds of his ruffle, and his well-shaped hand wandered lovingly up to his silky moustache. A sound immediately behind him caused him to start and turn. An elderly woman wrapped in a dark shawl, and wearing a black veil right over her face and head was standing close to his elbow. "Inez," he exclaimed, "what is it?" "Hist! I beg of you, señor," whispered the woman. "I am well nigh dead with terror at thought that I might be seen. The señorita knew that you would be here today. She saw you from the gallery above, and sent me down to ask you to come to her at once." "The señorita," broke in don Ramon impatiently, and with a puzzled frown. "Is she here?" "Señor de Vargas won't let her out of his sight now. When he hath audience of the lieutenant governor or business with the council, he makes the señorita come with him. The Duke of Alva hath given her a room in this house, where she can sit while her father is at the council." "By heavens above, why all this mystery?" "The señorita will tell your graciousness," said the woman. "I beg of you to come at once. If I stay longer down here I shall die of fright." And like a scared hen, old Inez trotted across the hall, without waiting to see if don Ramon followed her. The young man seemed to hesitate for a moment. The call was a peremptory one, coming as it did from a beautiful woman whom he loved. At the same time, all that he had heard in the council chamber was a warning to him to keep out of de Vargas's way. The latter, if Inez spoke the truth, was keeping his daughter almost a prisoner, and it was never good at any time to run counter to Señor de Vargas. The house was very still. The Netherlanders had all gone. 2 serving men appeared to be asleep on the porch. Otherwise there came no sign of life from any part of the building. The heavy oak doors which gave on the anteroom of the council chamber effectually deadened every sound which might have come from there. Don Ramon smiled to himself and shrugged his shoulders. After all, he was a fool to be so easily scared. A beautiful woman beckoned, and he had not been forbidden to see her, so, after that one brief moment of hesitation, he turned to follow Inez up the stairs. The woman led the way round the gallery, then up another flight of stairs along a narrow corridor, till she came to a low door beside which she stopped. "Go in, I pray you, señor," she said. "The señorita expects you." The young man walked unannounced into the small room beyond. There came a little cry of happy surprise out of the recess of a wide dormer window, and the next moment don Ramon held Lenora de Vargas in his arms. 8. Lenora, with the golden hair and the dark velvety eyes. Thus do the chroniclers of the time speak of her, notably the Sieur de Varnwyck, who knew her intimately. Thus too did Velasquez paint her a few years after these notable events, all in white, for she seldom wore coloured gowns, very stately, with the small head slightly thrown back, the fringe of dark lashes veiling the lustre of her luminous eyes. But just at this moment there was no stateliness about Donna Lenora. She clung to Don Ramon, just like a loving child that had been rather scared and knows where to find protection, and he accepted her caresses with an easy, somewhat supercilious air of condescension. The child was so pretty, and so very much in love. He patted her hair with gentle, soothing gesture, and thanked kind fate for this pleasing gift of a beautiful woman's love. "I did not know that you were in Brussels," he said after a while, and when he had led her to a seat in the window and sat down beside her. "All this while I thought you were still in Segovia." His glance was searching hers, and his vanity was pleasantly stirred by the fact that she was pale and thin, and that those wonderful luminous eyes of hers looked as if they had shed many tears of late. "Ramon," she whispered, "you know." "The Duke of Alva," he replied dryly, "gave me official information." Then seeing that she remained silent and dejected, he added peremptorily, "Lenora, how long is it since you have known of this proposed marriage?" "Only 3 days," she replied tonelessly. "My father sent for me about a month ago. The Duchess of Medina Coeli was coming over to the Netherlands on a visit to her lord, and I was told that I must accompany her. We started from Laredo in the Esperanza on the 10th of last month, and we landed at Flushing a week ago. Oh, at first I was so happy to come. It is 9 months and more since you left Spain, and my heart was aching for a sight of you." "Then, when did you first hear?" 3 days since, when we arrived in Brussels. The Duchess herself took me to my father's house, and then he told me that he had bade me come because the Lieutenant Governor had arranged a marriage for me with a Netherlander." Don Ramon muttered an angry oath. "Did he, your father I mean, never hint at it before?" he asked. "Never. A month ago he still spoke of you in his letters to me. Had you no suspicions, Ramon?" "None," he replied. "It was he, of course, who obtained for you that command under Don Frederick, who took you out of Spain." "It was a fine position, and I accepted it gladly and unsuspectingly." "It must have been the beginning. He wanted you out of my way already then, though he went on pretending all this while that he favoured your attentions to me. He thought that I would soon forget you. How little he knows me! And now he has forbidden me to think of you again. Since I am in Brussels he hardly lets me out of his sight. He only leaves the house in order to attend on the Duke, and when he does he brings me here with him. Inez and I are sent up to this room, and I am virtually a prisoner." "It all seems like an ugly dream, Lenora," he murmured sullenly. "Ay, an ugly dream," she sighed. "Ofttimes since my father told me this awful thing, I have thought that it could not be true. God would not allow anything so monstrous and so wicked. I thought that I must be dreaming, and must presently wake up and find myself in the dear old convent at Segovia, with your farewell letter to me under my pillow." She was gazing straight out before her, not at him, for she felt that if she looked on him all her fortitude would give way and she would cry like a child. This she would not do, for her woman's instinct had already told her that all the courage in this terrible emergency must come from her. He sat there, moody and taciturn, all the while that she longed for him to take her in his arms and to swear to her that never would he give her up, never would he allow reasons of state to come between him and his love. "There are political reasons, it seems," she continued, and the utter wretchedness and hopelessness with which she spoke were a pathetic contrast to his own mere sullen resentment. "My father has not condescended to say much. He sent for me and I came. As soon as I arrived in Brussels he told me that I must no longer think of you. That childish folly, he said, must now come to an end. Then he advised me that the Lieutenant Governor had arranged a marriage for me with the son of Messire Van Ryck, High Bailiff of Ghent, that we were to be affianced to-morrow and married within the week. I cried, I implored, I knelt to my father and begged him not to break my heart, my life. I told him that to part me from you was to condemn me to worse than death." "Well, and?" he queried. "You know my father, Ramon," she said with a slight shudder. almost as well as I do. Do you believe that any tears would move him?" He made no reply. Indeed, what could he say? He did know that Juan de Vargas knew that such a man would sacrifice without pity or remorse everything that stood in the way of his schemes or his ambition. "I was not even told that you would be in Brussels today. Ines only heard of it through the Duke of Alva's serving men. Then she and I watched for you, because I felt that I must at least be the first to tell you the awful, awful news. Oh," she exclaimed with sudden vehemence, "the misery of it all! Ramon, can you not think of something? Can you not think? Are we going to be parted like this, as if our love had never been, as if our love were not sweet and sacred and holy, the blessing of God which no man should have the power to take away from us?" She was on the point of breaking down, and don Ramon, with one ear alert to every sound outside, had much ado to soothe and calm her. This he tried to do, for selfish as he was, he loved this beautiful woman with that passionate if shallow ardour which is characteristic in men of his temperament. "Lenora," he said, after a while, "it is impossible for me to say anything for the moment. Fate and your father's cruelty have dealt me a blow which has half stunned me. As you say, I must think. I am not going to give up hope quite as readily as your father seems to think. By Our Lady, I am not just an old glove that can be so lightly cast aside. I must think. I must devise. But in the meanwhile—" He paused, and something of that same look of fear came into his eyes which had been there when in the council chamber he had dreaded the Duke of Alva's censure. "In the meanwhile, my sweet," he added hastily, "you must pretend to obey. You cannot openly defy your father, nor yet the Duke of Alva. You know them both. They are men who know neither pity nor mercy. Your father would punish you if you disobeyed him. He has the means of compelling you to obey. But the Duke's wrath would fall with deathly violence upon me. You know as well as I do that he would sacrifice me ruthlessly if he felt that I was likely to interfere with any of his projects, and your marriage with the Netherlander is part of one of his vast schemes." The look of terror became more marked upon his face, his dark skin had become almost livid in hue, and Lenora clung to him, trembling, for she knew that everything he said was true. They were like two birds caught in the net of a remorseless fowler. To struggle for freedom were worse than useless. De Vargas was a man who had attained supreme power beside the most absolute tyrant the world had ever known. Every human being around him, even his only child, was a mere pawn in his hands for the great political game in which the Duke of Alva was the chief player. A mere tool for the fashioning of that monstrous chain which was destined to bind the Low Countries to the chariot wheels of Spain. A useless tool, a superfluous pawn he would throw away without a pang of remorse. This don Ramon knew, and so did Lenora. But in Ramon that knowledge reigned supreme and went hand in hand with terror, whilst in the young girl there was all the desire to defy that knowledge and to make a supreme fight for love and happiness. "I must not stay any longer now, my sweet," he said after a while. "If your father has so absolutely forbidden you to see me, then I have tarried here too long already." He rose and gently disengaged himself from the tender hands which clung so pathetically to him. "I cannot let you go, Ramon," she implored. "It seems as if you were going right out of my life, and that my life would go with you if you went." "Sweetheart," he said a little impatiently, "it is dangerous for me to stay a moment longer. Try and be brave. I'll not say farewell. We'll meet again." "How?" "Let Ines be at the corner of the Broodhuis this evening. I'll give her a letter for you. In the meanwhile I shall have seen your father. Who knows his decision may not be irrevocable. After all, you are the one being in the world he has to love and care for. He cannot wilfully break your heart and destroy your happiness." She shook her head dejectedly, but the next moment she looked up, trying to seem hopeful. She believed that he suffered just as acutely as she did, and, womanlike, did not want to add to his sorrow by letting him guess too much of her own. She contrived to keep back her tears. She had shed so many of late that their wellspring had mayhap run dry. He folded her in his arms, for she was exquisitely beautiful, and he really loved her. Marriage with her would have been both blissful and advantageous, and his pride was sorely wounded at the casual treatment meted out to him by de Vargas. At the same time, the thought of defiance never once entered his head, for defiance could only end in death, and don Ramon felt quite sure that even if he lost his beautiful fiancée, life still held many compensations for him in the future. Therefore he was able to part from Lenora with a light heart, whilst hers was overweighted with sorrow. He kissed her eyes, her hair, her lips, and murmured protestations of deathless love, which only enhanced her grief and inflamed all that selfless ardour of which her passionate nature was capable. Never had she loved Don Ramon de Linea as she loved him at this hour of parting. Never, perhaps, would she love as fondly again. And he with a last tender kiss airily bade her to be brave and trustful, and finally waved her a cheery farewell. End of section 14. Leatherface by Baroness Orsi.
Section 15 of 1916 First Chapters collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters collection by Various, Section 15, Tasker Jevons, The Real Story by May Sinclair. Chapter 1. Of course, this story can't be published as it stands just yet, not, if I'm to be decent, for another generation, because, thank heaven, they're still alive. They've had me there, as they've always had me everywhere. How they managed it, I can't think. I don't mean merely at the end, though that was stupendous, but how they ever managed it. It seems to me they must have taken all the risks, always. I suppose if you asked him, he'd say, that's how. It was certainly the way they managed the business of living. Perhaps it's why they managed it on the whole so well. I remember how when I was shilly-shallying about that last job of mine, he said, take it, take it. If you can risk living at all, my dear fellow, you can risk that. And he added, if I'd only your luck. Well, that's exactly what he did have. He had my luck. I mean, the luck I ought to have had all the time, from the beginning to the very end. But there is one thing he can't take from me, and that is the telling of this story. He can hold it up as long as he lives, as long as she lives, as he has held up pretty nearly everything where I was concerned, but he can't take it from me. He doesn't want it. Even he, with his infernal talent, couldn't do anything with it. Unscrupulous as he was, and I assure you he'd stick at nothing. He'd take his mother's last agony if he wanted it badly enough. Indecent as he was, he'd stick at that. I don't mean he couldn't take his wife, part of her anyhow, at a pinch, and I don't mean he couldn't take himself, his own emotions, his own eccentricities if he happened to want them, and his own meannesses if nobody else's, so to speak, would do. But he couldn't and wouldn't take his own big things, particularly not that last thing. When I say that I can't publish this story yet as it stands, I'm not forgetting that I have published the end of it already, but only in the way of business. To publish that sort of thing was what I went out for. It was all part of my special correspondence job. And when you think that it was just touch and go, why, if I hadn't bucked up and taken that job when he told me to, I might have missed him. No amount of hearing about him would have been the same thing. I had to see him. What I wrote then doesn't count. I had to tell what I saw just after I had seen it. I had to take it as I saw it, a fragment snapped off from the rest of him and dated October 11th, 1914, as if it didn't belong to him, as if he were only another splendid instance. And of course I had to leave her out. Told like that, it didn't amount to much. This is the real telling. I must get away from the end, right back to the beginning, I suppose, to be accurate. The very beginning was the day I first met him in 1906. No, 1905 it must have been. It was at Blackheath Football Ground, the last match of the season, when Woolwich Arsenal played East Kent and beat them by 2 goals and a try. He was there as a representative of the press, doing the match for some sporting paper. He held me up at the barrier. Yes, he held me up in the first moment of our acquaintance, while he fumbled for his pass. He had given the word press with an exaggerated aplomb that showed he was young to his job, and the gatekeeper challenged him. It was, in fact, the exquisite self-consciousness of the little man that made me look at him, and he caught me looking at him. He blushed, caught himself blushing, and smiled to himself with the most delicious appreciation of his own absurdity. And as he stood there fumbling and holding me up while he argued with the gatekeeper, who didn't know him, I got his engaging twinkle. It was as if he looked at me and said, "See me swank just then? Funny, wasn't it?" He hung about on the edge of the crowd for a while with his hands in his pockets, sucking his little blond mustache and looking dreamy and rather incompetent. I was a full-blown journalist even then, and I remember feeling a sort of pity for his youth. He was so obviously on his maiden trip, and obviously, I fancied, doomed never to arrive in any port. Well, I came upon him afterwards at a crisis in the game. He was taking notes in shorthand with a sort of savagery between his tense and concentrated glares at the scrimmage that was then massed in the center of the field. Woolwich Arsenal and East Kent, locked in each other's bodies, now struggled and writhed and butted like two immense beasts welded together by the impact of their battle, now swayed and quivered and snorted as one beast torn by a solitary and mysterious rage. Self-consciousness had vanished from my man. He stood leaning forward with his legs a little apart. His boyish face was deeply flushed. He had sucked and bitten his blond mustache into a wisp. He was breathing heavily with his mouth ajar. His very large and conspicuous blue eyes glittered with a sort of passion. He wore those eyes in his odd little ugly face like some inappropriate decoration. All these symptoms declared that he was on. They made up a look that I was soon to know him by. I remember marveling at his excitement. I remember also discussing the match with him as we went back to town. It must have been then that he began to tell me about himself, that his name was James Tasker Jevons, that he lived or hoped to live by going about the country and reporting the big cricket and football matches. At least he called it reporting. I shouldn't think there has ever been any reporting like it before or since. I told him I was out for my paper, the Morning Standard, too. Not exactly reporting in his sense. I little knew what his sense was when I put it that way. And there I left it. You see, I didn't want to rub it into the poor chap that the stranger he had been unfolding himself to so quaintly was a cut above his job. But he saw through it. I don't know how he managed to convey to me that my delicacy needn't suffer. Anyhow, he must have had some scruples of his own, since he waited for another context before remarking quietly that what I was doing now he would be doing in another 6 months. And he was. These things, he said, took time, and he gave himself 6 months. Yes, in less than 6 months he was holding me up again in my own paper. I had to wait till he was out before I could get in. He didn't seem to boast so much as to trace for my benefit the path of some natural force, some upward tending indestructible energy that happened to be him. All this I remember, but I cannot remember by what stages we arrived at dining together, as we did that night in a little restaurant in Soho. Perhaps there was no stages. We may have simply leaped by one bound at that consummation. He had swung himself into my compartment as the train was leaving the platform at Blackheath, so I suppose it was destiny. After that I was tempted to conceive that he fastened on me on something that he had need of, but I think it was rather that I fell to his mysterious attraction. While we dined, he informed me further that he had been reporting football matches for 6 weeks. Before that he had been proofreader for a firm of printers for about a year. Before that he had been a compositor. And before that again he had worked in an office with his father, who was registrar of births, marriages, and deaths for some parish down in Hertfordshire. He chucked that because he found that the registration of births, marriages, and deaths was spoiling his handwriting quite as much as his handwriting was spoiling the registration of births, marriages, and deaths. He was, he said, cultivating a careless scholarly hand. He liked his present job because it took him out pretty often into the open air. Also, he liked looking on at football matches and prize fights. He said it made him feel manly. You should have seen him sitting there and telling me these things in a gentle, throaty, and rather thick voice, with a Cockney accent and a sort of tenor ring in it, and a queer, humorous intonation that was like an audible twinkle, as if he saw himself as he thought I must see him, mainly in the light of absurdity. You should have seen his face, its thin cheeks, its vivid flush, its queer, inquisitive, contradictory nose that showed a slender, high bridge and a tilted, pointed end in profile and three-quarters, and turned suddenly, all broad and blunt in a full view, and his mouth that stood ajar with excitement, and even in moments of quiescence failed to hide the tips of two rather prominent white teeth pressed down on the lower lip. I don't say there was anything unmanly about Jevons's figure, he wasn't noticeably undersized, or about his mouth and jaw. I knew a great general with a mouth and jaw like that, and he was one of the handsomest figures in the service. I'm not hinting at anything like effeminacy in Jevons, only at a certain oddity that really saved him. If he'd been handsome, he'd have been dreadful. His flush, his decorative eyes, his dark eyebrows and eyelashes, his sleek light brown hair would have made him vulgar. As it was, his queerness gave them a sort of point. I dwell on these physical details because afterwards I found myself continually looking at him as if to see where his charm lay, to see, I suppose, what she saw in him. If anybody had asked me that night what I saw in him myself beyond an ordinary little journalist on the make, I don't suppose I could have told them, but there's no doubt that I felt his charm, or that night would have been the end instead of the beginning. We sat in the restaurant when he had done telling me about himself. I remember we sat quite a long time discussing an English writer, our contemporary, whom I rather considered I had discovered. In those days I used to apply him as an infallible test. Jevons had read every word of him. It was he, in fact, who brought him into the conversation. He confessed afterwards that he had done it on purpose. He had been testing me. Even so, our acquaintance might have lapsed, but for the thing that happened when the waiter came up with the bill. My share of it was 3 and 2pence, and I found myself with only 9pence in my pocket. I had to borrow half a crown from Jevons. You mayn't see anything very dreadful in that. I didn't at the time, and there wasn't. The dreadful thing was that I forgot to pay him back. Yes, something happened that put Jevons and his half-crown out of my head for long enough. I forgot to pay him, and he had to go without his dinner for 3 nights in consequence. It was his last half-crown. He told me this as an immense joke long afterwards, and Viola Thesiger cried. That crying of hers, that childlike softening and breaking down under him, in itself so unexpected I didn't know she could do it, that sudden and innocent catastrophe was the first sign to me that I was done for, wiped out. There wasn't any violence or any hysteria about it, only grief, only pity. It was an entirely simple, gentle, and beautiful performance, and it took place in my rooms after Jevons had left us. But as I say, this was long afterwards. The agony of my undoing was a horribly protracted affair. I needn't say that what happened, I mean the thing that made me forget all about Jevons and his half-crown, was Viola Thesiger. I had his address, but the next day, the day after the match, was Sunday, so I couldn't get the postal order I had meant to send him, and on Monday she walked into my rooms at 10 in the morning. The appointment, I may remark, was for 9:30. I had fixed that early hour for it because I wanted to get it done with. I wasn't going to have my morning murdered with violence when it was 2 hours old. Neither did I intend it to be poisoned by the thought of this interview hanging over me at the end. I had just sent for Pavitt, my man, and told him that if Miss Thesiger called he was on no account to let her in. He was to say that the appointment was for 9:30 and that Mr. Furnival was now engaged. She would have to call again at 3 if she wished to see him. When engaging a typist, it is as well to begin as you mean to go on, and I was anxious to let Miss Thesiger know at once that I was not a man who would stand any nonsense. I was abominably busy that morning. And Pavitt let her in. It was the first time he had failed in this way. He never explained or apologized for it afterwards. He seemed to think that when I had seen Miss Thesiger I would see, even more vividly than he did, how impossible it was to do otherwise, unless he had relinquished all claim to manhood and to chivalry. The look he sent me from the threshold as he retreated backwards, drawing the door upon himself like a screen, and shutting me in alone with her, said very plainly, "You may curse, sir, and you may swear, but if you think you'll get out of it any better than I have, you're mistaken." Yes, it was something more than her appearance and her manner, though they, in all conscience, were enough. I do not know what appearance and what manner, if any, are proper to a young woman calling on a young man at his rooms to seek employment. The mere situation may, for all I know, bristle with embarrassments. Anyhow, I can imagine that in some hands it might have moments, let us say, of extreme difficulty on either side. Miss Thesiger's appearance and her manner were perfect, but they didn't suggest by any sign or shade that she was a young woman seeking employment, that she was a young woman seeking anything, but rather that she was a young woman to whom all things naturally came. She approached me very slowly. Her adorable little salutation, with all its maturity, its gravity, was somehow essentially young. She was rather tall, and her figure had the same serious maturity in youth. She carried her small head high and held her shoulders well back, so that she got a sort of squareness into the divine slope of them. People hadn't begun to slouch forward from the hips in those days. A squareness that agreed somehow with the character of her small face. I didn't know then whether it was a pretty face or not. I dare say it was a bit too odd and square for prettiness, and as for beauty, that had all gone into the lines of her body, which was beautiful, if you like. When you looked carefully, you got a little square white forehead and straight eyebrows of the same darkness as her hair, and very distinct on the white, and eyes also very dark and distinct, and fairly crystalline with youth, and a little white and very young nose that started straight and ended absurdly in a little soft knob that had a sort of kink in it, and a mouth which would have been too large for her face if it hadn't made room for itself by tilting up at the corners, and then a little square white chin and jaw. They were thrust forward, but so lightly and slenderly that it didn't matter. It doesn't sound, does it, as if she could have been pretty, let alone beautiful, and yet she managed that little head of hers and that little odd face so as to give an impression of beauty or of prettiness. It was partly the oddness of the face and head coming on the top of all that symmetry, that perfection, that made the total effect of her so bewildering. I can't find words for the total effect. I don't know that you ever got it all at once, and I certainly didn't get it then. And if I were to tell you that what struck me first about her was something perverse and willful and defiant, this would be misleading. She smiled in her mature, perfunctory manner as she took the chair I gave her. She cast out her muff over my writing table and flung back the furs that covered her breast and shoulders, as if she had come to stay, as if it were 4 o'clock in the afternoon and I had asked her to tea for the first time. I remember saying, "That's right, I'm afraid this room is a bit warm, isn't it?" as if she had done something uninvited and a little unexpected, and I wished to reassure her, as if too I desired to assert my position as the giver of assurances. And it was I who needed them, not she. She hadn't been in that room 5 minutes before she had created a situation that bristled with difficulty and danger. To begin with, she was so young. She couldn't have been then a day or older than 21. My first instinct, at least I suppose it was my first, was to send her away, to tell her that I was afraid she wouldn't do, that she was too unpunctual, and that I had found between 9:30 and 10 o'clock somebody who would suit me rather better. Any lie I could think of, so long as I got out of it, so long as I got her out of it. I don't know how it was she so contrived to impress me as being in for something, some impetuous adventure, some enterprise of enormous uncertainty. It may have been because she looked so well cared for and expensive. I do not understand these matters, but her furs and her tailor-made suit of dark cloth and the little black velvet hat with the fur tail in it were not the sort of clothes I had hitherto seen worn by typists seeking for employment, so that I doubted whether financial necessity could have driven her to my door, or else I had a premonition. She herself had none. She was guileless and unaware of taking any risks, and that, I think, was what disturbed me. The situation bristled because she so ignored all difficulty or danger. Please don't imagine that I regarded myself as dangerous or even difficult, or her as being, in any vulgar sense, out for adventure, or as balancing herself even for amusement on any perilous edge. It was not what she was out for. It was, as I say, what she might possibly be in for, and what she would in consequence let me in for too. She made me feel responsible. "Let me see," I said. "It's typing, isn't it?" I began raking through drawers and pigeonholes, pretending to find her letter and the sample of her work that she had sent me, though I knew all the time that they lay under my hand, hidden by the blotter. I wanted to give myself time. I wanted to create the impression that I was old at this game, that I had to do with scores and scores of young women seeking employment, to make her realize the grim fact of competition, to saturate her with the idea that she was only one of scores and scores, all docketed and pigeonholed, any one of whom might have superior qualities, when it would be easy enough to say, "I'm sorry, but the fact is I rather think I've engaged somebody already." "Yes," she said, "it's typing. I can't do anything else. But if you want shorthand, I could learn it." This gave me an opening. "Well, I'm sorry, but the fact is, did you like what I sent you?" That staggered me. I hadn't allowed for her voice. For a moment I wondered wildly what had she sent me. "Oh yes, I liked it, but," I began again. She leaned forward this time, peering under my elbow. The minx! I'm convinced she knew the infernal thing was there. "I see," she said, "you've lost it. Don't bother. I can do another. As long as you liked it, that's all right." I remember thinking violently, "It isn't all right. It's all wrong. And the more I like it, if I do like it, the worse it's going to be." But all I said was, "You wrote from Canterbury, didn't you?" "Yes." It was as if she challenged me with, "Why not? Why shouldn't one write from Canterbury?" And she stuck out her little chin as her eyes opened fire on me at close range. "Do you live there?" I said. "Yes," she corrected herself. "My people live there." "Oh, because in that case, I'm sorry, but the fact is, I'm afraid." I floundered and she watched me floundering. Then I plunged. "I must have a typist who lives in London." And I might have added, "a typist who won't open fire on me at close range." "But," she said, "I do. At least I'm going to morrow evening." I must have sat staring then quite a long time, not at her, but at one of Roland Simpson's sketches on the wall in front of me. She followed, but not quite accurately, the direction of my thoughts. "If you want references, I can give you heaps. General Thesiger's my uncle." "Why? Do you know him?" I had ceased staring. He was not the general I knew, but she had spoken a sufficiently distinguished name. I said as much. "Of course lots of people know him," she went on with a sort of radiant rapidity, "and he knows lots of people. But I wouldn't write to him if I were you. He'll only be rude and ask you who the devil you are. There's my father, Canon Thesiger. It's no good writing to him either. It'll worry him. And there's no, you mustn't bother the Archbishop. But there's the Dean. You might write to him. And there's Colonel Braithwaite and Mrs. Braithwaite. They're all dears. You might write to any of them. Only I'd much rather you didn't." "Why?" I said. I thought I was entitled to ask why. "Because," she said, "it'll only mean a lot more bother for me." I believe I meditated on this before I asked her, "Why should it?" "Because it isn't easy to get away and earn your own living in this country. And they'll try, poor dears, to stop me. And they can't." If they don't, I said, are you sure it won't mean a lot of bother for them? Not, she said gravely, if they're left alone and not worried. It will, of course, if you go and write and stir them all up again. I see. For the moment, then, they are placated. Rather. I wondered on what grounds. We settled that last night. Then I said, forgive my asking so many questions, your people know you had this appointment with me. Her eyebrows took a little tortured twist in her pity for my stupidity. Oh, no, that would have upset them all for nothing. It doesn't do to worry them with silly details. You see, they don't know anything about you. It was exquisite, the innocence with which she brought it out. But, I insisted, that's rather my point. You don't know anything about me either, do you? Yes, I do. I knew, she said, the minute I came into the room. If it comes to that, you don't know anything about me. I said I did. I knew the minute she came into the room. And she faced me with, well then, you see, as if that settled it. I suppose it did settle it. I must have decided that since nobody could stop her, and I wasn't after all a villain, if she insisted on being somebody's typist, she had very much better be mine. You see, she was so young, I wanted to protect her. Not that there was anything helpless and pathetic about her, anything except her innocence, that appealed to me for protection. On the contrary, she struck me as a creature of high courage and defiance. That, of course, was what constituted the danger. She would insist on taking risks. Presently I heard myself saying, yes, the Close, Canterbury, I've got that, but where am I to find you here? She gave me an address that made me whistle. I asked her if she knew anything whatever about the people of the house. She said she didn't. She had chosen it because it had a nice green door, and there was an Angora cat on the doorstep, a large orange cat with green eyes. Had she actually taken rooms there? No, but she had chosen them. I think she said because they had pretty chintz curtains. She was going to take them now. She had her hand on the door. She was eager, like a child that has got off at last after irritating delay. I closed the door against her precipitate flight. I said I thought we could settle that here, over the telephone, and I settled it. Having settled it, I sent Pavitt, my man, to get rooms for her that afternoon in Hampstead, with his sister-in-law, in a house overlooking the heath. I said I couldn't promise her chintz curtains and a green door and an orange Angora cat with green eyes, but I thought she would be fairly comfortable with Mrs. Pavitt. She was. She told me a week later that the Hampstead rooms had chintz curtains, and there was a Persian kitten, too, a blue Persian with yellow eyes. There was, but I didn't tell her who put them there. The kitten alone, it was a purebred Persian, cost me 3 guineas, and to this day she thinks that Pavitt, who brought it to her, found it on the heath. Yet, with all my precautions, there was trouble when Canterbury heard about my typist. She had become my typist, though I had never said a word about engaging her. This, of course, was owing to the criminal secrecy with which Viola conducted her affairs. The minor canon wrote to me as if I had seduced, or was about to seduce, his daughter. He had upset himself by rushing up to take her back to Canterbury and finding that she wouldn't go with him. I think in his excitement he ordered me to give her up. He was a guileless and indeed a holy man, and it's always the guileless and the holy people who raise the uncleanest scandals. And Mrs. Thesiger wrote, and the General and the Dean. And I've no doubt the Archbishop would have written too if I hadn't unearthed my General at his club and asked him if he knew the Thesigers, and found out that he did, and employed him to arrange the horrid business for me as best he could. I said he might tell them that if the girl had been left to them to look after her, she would have got into rooms in, I named the street and testified to the sinister character of the house. And my General wrote and explained to the other General and to the minor canon what a thoroughly nice chap I was, and how lamentably they had misunderstood what I believed he was pleased to call my relations with Miss Thesiger. I'm not at all sure that he didn't even go farther and stick in a lot about my family and suggest that I was eligible to the extent that, though my fortunes were still to make, I had, besides private means that enabled me to live in spite of journalism, considerable expectations. He knew an aunt of mine better, it would seem, than I did. In short, that I was a thoroughly nice chap, and that the father of 7 daughters, 5 unmarried, might do far worse than cultivate my acquaintance. He must have gone quite as far as that, or farther, otherwise I couldn't account for the peculiarly tender note that the minor canon put into the letter of apology that he wrote me, still less for the invitation I received by the same post from Mrs. Thesiger to spend Whitsuntide with them at Canterbury. Viola had said she was going home for Whitsuntide. Dear lady, she was herself the daughter of a canon, and she had lived all her life in a cathedral close, and the atmosphere of a cathedral close may foster innocence, but I cannot think it could have been entirely responsible for the kind of indiscretion Mrs. Thesiger was guilty of. Neither do I think Mrs. Thesiger was entirely responsible herself. She is a nice woman, and I'm sure she couldn't have written as she did unless my friend the General had led her to believe that there was some sort of an understanding between me and Viola. But still, for all she knew about me, I might have been a villain. Not perhaps the gross villain the minor canon took me for, but a villain in some profound and subtle way inappreciable to my friend the General. Well, of course I didn't spend Whitsuntide with the Thesigers at Canterbury. It would have been sheer waste of Viola. For the worst of all this confounded rumpus was that it made me put off proposing to Viola till she had forgotten all about it. She would never have listened to me while the trail of the scandal still lingered. In fact, it was only the marked coldness of my manner to her just then that saved me. It saved me to suffer. I didn't know it was possible to suffer as she made me suffer. I mean, as they made me, between them. It didn't begin all at once. It didn't begin really for another 3 months, the end of those 6 months that Jevons had given himself. Not even then, not, you may say, for a whole year, because he gave himself another 6 months as soon as he saw her. He was always giving himself these periods of time, as if, with his mania for taking risks, he was always having some prodigious bet on himself. I never knew a man back his own enterprises as he did. But until he turned up again, I was happy. I say I, not we. I don't know whether Viola was happy or not, though she looked it. I had enough sense to see that her happiness, if she was happy, had nothing to do with me, except in so far as I was the humble means, under Providence, of the definite escape from Canterbury. For I very soon saw what had been the matter with her. She was one of 9, the youngest, but one of 7 daughters. The minor canon had only been able to educate one of the 7 properly, because he had had a son at Sandhurst and the other was still reading for the bar, which is pretty expensive too if you're as amiably stupid as Bertie Thesiger. I mention Bertie because though he doesn't come into the story, his stupidity and his amiability combined to tighten the situation considerably for Viola. And Mrs. Thesiger had only been able to marry off 2 of her 7 daughters. Of the others, one, the one who had been to Girton, was a high school teacher in Canterbury, and she lived at home. One was a trained nurse and lived at home between cases. That left 3 girls living continually at home, and, as Viola put it, eating their heads off. These were the circumstances which Viola, with some omissions, recited by way of justification for her revolt, the fact being that she would have revolted anyway. She was, as I have said, a creature of high courage and vitality, and she was tied up much too tight in that cathedral close, besides being much too well fed, and she longed to do things. To do them with her hands and with her head. She was tired of playing tennis on the velvet lawns of the canons' gardens. She was tired of calling on the canons' wives and talking to their daughters. I am aware that Canterbury is a garrison town, and that other resources and other prospects, I suppose, were open to Viola. But Viola was tired of talking to the garrison. I think she would have been tired in any case, even if the garrison hadn't been bespoken, as it were, by her unmarried sisters. It is, humanly speaking, impossible that even in a garrison town 7 sisters will all marry into the service, as I fatuously suppose Mrs. Thesiger must have realized when she asked me to Canterbury. It always bored Viola to do what her family did, and what her family, just because they did it, expected her to do, and somehow in the long hours spent in the cathedral close she had acquired a taste for what she called literature, what she innocently believed to be literature. She was of an engaging innocence in this respect, so that typing authors' manuscripts appealed to her as a vocation that combined one of the highest forms of cerebral activity with I don't know what glamour of romantic adventure. Her enthusiasm, her veneration for the written word, made her an admirable typist. But not all at once. To say that she brought to her really horrible task a respect and meticulous devotion would give you no idea of the child's attitude. It was a blind, savage superstition that would have been exasperating if it had not been so heartrending. It cleared gradually until it became intelligent cooperation. I trained her for 6 months. I don't suppose I ever worked harder than I did in that first half year of her. I mean, my output was never greater, for every blessed thing I wrote was an excuse for going to see her, or for her coming to see me. It was a perpetual journeying between my rooms in Brunswick Square and her rooms in Hampstead overlooking the Heath. The more I wrote, the more I saw of her. I trained her for 6 months until Jevons was ready for her. When I tell you that she reverenced my performances, you may imagine in what spirit she approached his. For their meeting, as for what happened afterwards, I alone am responsible. I brought it on myself, by sheer quixotic fuss and interference with what, after all, wasn't my affair, for little Jevons most decidedly was not. I might easily have let that sleeping dog lie. He certainly did sleep in some obscure kennel of London. He had slept ever since I had left him at the door of that restaurant in Soho. He slept almost for the 6 months he had then given himself. And then, before, according to his own schedule, he was quite due, he appeared in the columns, in my columns, of the Morning Standard. I had almost forgotten his existence, but when I saw his name, James Tasker Jevons, stick out familiarly under the big headlines, I remembered that that name on a card with an address had been lying in my left-hand writing table drawer all this time. I remembered that it was there because he had lent me half a crown and that I had never paid him. Then he came back to me. He lived again. I sent him a postal order and an apology. I referred, very handsomely, as I thought, to his cuckoo's nesting in my paper. I informed him, in fact, that he did it better than I did, and because I had worked myself up to a pitch of affability and generosity, I asked him to come and see me at such time as he should be free. And because also I was indifferent and lazy and didn't want to be seriously bothered with him, instead of asking him to lunch or dine with me, I said I was generally free myself between 4 and 5. Between 4 and 5 was an hour when Viola was very apt to come in. In the instant that followed the posting of that letter, I saw what I had done, and I wrote to him the next day asking him to dinner in order that he should not come in between 4 and 5. For some weeks, whenever I fancied he was about due at 4 o'clock, I wrote and asked him to dinner. That was how I fastened him to me. There wasn't any sense in which he fastened on me. I wasn't by any means his only hope. I may say at once I was prostrated as any slave before his conversation. I shall never forget the radiance of his twinkle when he told me he had been sacked 3 weeks ago from the sporting paper that had provided him with his sole visible means of subsistence. It was his blessed, only he didn't call it blessed, style that had dished him, the suicidal élan that he brought to the business. He was warned, he said. He was aware that his existence as a reporter hung by the bare thread of statement, wearing thinner and thinner, on which he weaved his fantastic web. His editor told him he was engaged to report football, not to play it with the paper. But he couldn't help it. He had got, he said, the ensanguined habit. Still, I was not to imagine that he bungled things. He jolly well knew his way about. In his wildest flights there was a homing impulse. He was preparing a place for himself all the time. That it happened to be my place didn't seem to afflict him in the least. Like St. Paul, he knew how to abound, and he knew how to abstain. His abstinence, in fact, gave the measure of his abundance. He held himself in for 5 perilous weeks, and when he let himself rip again, it was with a burst that landed him in the front page of the Morning Standard. What he sketched for me had no resemblance to the career of a peaceful man of letters. It was a hot race, a combat as bloody, his own word, as those contests of which he was the delighted eye-witness. He had come thin and worn out of the struggle, but you gathered that he had borne himself in it with coolness and deliberate caution. His phrases produced a false effect of vehemence and excitement. You saw that he had simply followed out a calculated scheme, not one step of which had miscarried, and you felt that his most passionate affairs would be conducted with the same formidable precision. I ought to have felt it, for we were precious soon in the thick of it. of his most passionate affair. I had dined him, I suppose, about 3 times, and I had lunched him twice, and I had had tea with him once in his bedroom. He was living in one room in a street off the Euston Road, and he called it his bedroom because it looked so much more that than anything else. I might have let it go at that, but I didn't. I had seen his bedroom. I took the liberty of inquiring into his finances. They were, he said, as yet undeveloped. He had a scheme of his own for improving them, but while it was maturing, he certainly was, open to offers of work. I got him some translation. He was a fairly good French scholar. Then it was the fatality of the proceedings that impressed them on my memory. Then I forgot to say that at that time I was reader to a firm of publishers. These things are in themselves so inessential to the story. I turned over to him any books that came more into his province than mine. His province, I can tell you, was pretty extensive too. He began by doing me the honour to consult me about any instances that seemed doubtful. And so you see how carefully I had prepared his path for him. One afternoon he turned up at my rooms uninvited between 4 and 5. He said he remembered I had told him I should be free at that hour. He remembered. Yes, I don't think Tasker Jevons ever forgot anything likely to be useful to him in his life. And he hadn't been with me 10 minutes before Viola Thesiger came in. He was saying, "Why the heaven-afflicted idiot," his author, "should think it necessary," when Viola came in. She came in, and suddenly I made up my mind that she was beautiful. I hadn't seen it before. I don't know why I saw it now. It may have been some turn of her small, squarish head that surprised me with subtle tendernesses and curves, or more likely it may have been her effect on him. I may have seen her with his eyes. I don't know. I hardly like to think he saw anything in her I hadn't seen first. He stopped talking. They looked at each other. I introduced him. Not to have introduced him would have struck him as a slight. I ordered tea at once in the hope of hastening his departure. He had been curiously silent since she had come in, but he didn't go. He just sat there, saying nothing, but looking at her furtively now and again, and blinking, as if looking at her hurt him. Whenever she said anything, he stared, with his mouth a little open, breathing heavily. She hadn't paid very much attention to him. Then suddenly, as if intrigued by his silence, she said, "Who is the heaven-afflicted idiot?" I said, "Ask Mr. Jevons." She did. Jevons didn't answer her. He simply looked at her and blinked. Then he looked away again. "Come," I said, "you might finish what you were going to say." "I don't know," he muttered. "That I was going to say anything. Oh, yes, that thing you sent me. Why the silly blighter should suppose it's necessary to stick in a storm at sea when it's quite obvious he hasn't seen one. He talks about a brig when he means a bark, and from the way he navigates her you'd say the wind blew all ways at once in the Atlantic." I said it might for all I knew, and I asked him if he'd ever seen a storm at sea himself. It seemed he had. He'd been ordered a sea voyage for his health after a spell of printing, and his uncle, who was a sea captain, took him with him to Hong Kong in his ship, and he had been all through the cyclone in the Pacific. I got him with some difficulty, for he had become extremely shy. I got him to tell us about it. He did. And by the time he had finished with us, we had all been through a cyclone in the Pacific. It was too much. The little beast could talk almost as well as he wrote. A fellow who can write like Tasker Jevons has no business to talk at all. Viola left soon after 6. He had outstayed her. I went downstairs with her. When I came back to him, he was still staring at the doorway she had passed through. "Who's that girl?" he said. I said she was my typist. He meditated and brought out as the result, "Do you mind telling me how much she charges you?" I told him. He looked dejected. "I can't afford her," he said presently. "No, I can't possibly afford her. Not yet." He paused. "Do you mind giving me her address?" "I thought you said you couldn't afford her." "I can't. Not yet. But I will afford her. I will. I give myself another—" He stopped. His mouth fell ajar, and I saw his lips moving as he went through some inaudible calculations. "Another 6 months." He hid his face in his hands and ran his fingers through his hair. Then, as if he conceived himself to be unobserved behind this shelter, he let himself go, and I became the witness of an agony, a passion, a self-abandoned nakedness, to the utter shedding of all reticences and decencies, with nothing but those thin hands and that hair between me and it. "I'll work," he said, "I'll work like 100 bloody niggers, like 10,100,000,000,000 sweated tailors in a stinking cellar. I'll pinch, I'll skimp and save, I'll deny myself butter, I'll wear celluloid collars and sell my dress suit. My God! I'd sell the coat off my back and the shoes off my feet. I'd sell my own mother's body off her deathbed and go without any dinner for 9 months to see her again for 5 minutes. Just to see her for 5 minutes, 5 unprintable little minutes that another man wouldn't know what to do with, wouldn't use for tying up a bootlace in." Pause. I didn't know it hurt. I didn't know a girl's face could land you one like this, and her eyes jab you, and her voice turn round and round in your stomach like a circular saw. That's what it feels like, exactly. Dry up, you old geyser yourself. I'm getting it, not you. You'd spout if you'd had to sit tight with all the gas in the shop blazing away under you for the last hour. If you can turn it off at the meter, turn it. I can't. No, I won't have another cup of tea, and I won't get up and clear out. I'm going to sit here another 5 minutes. I'm not well, I tell you, and it relieves me to talk about it. I don't care if you don't listen or if you do. I'm past caring. Do you notice that I didn't speak a word to her, not one blessed word the whole time? I should have choked if I'd tried to. I didn't want to look at her, to think of her. That's why I told that rotten story, just to keep myself going. What a blethering idiot she must have thought me. What a putrid ass. The sea, and me, and the way she looked at me. I said, "Do you mean to say, Jevons, it didn't happen?" And he groaned, "Oh, it happened, all right. I can't invent things to save my life. God, it isn't even as if she was pretty. I could understand that." He grabbed his throat suddenly and began to cough. I tried to be kind to him. "Look here," I said, "old chap, I'm awfully sorry if it takes you this way, but it's no good." He turned on me coughing and choking. I cannot remember all he said or half the things he called me, but it was something like this: "You sniveling defective cough, you septic idiot cough, you poisonous and polluted ass cough, 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 you scarlet imbecile." I have to water down the increasing richness of his epithets. "You last diminutive purple embryo of an epileptic stock. Do you suppose I don't know that?" No good? Of course it's no good yet. I got to wait for another 6 months, and you can take it from me. If a fellow knows what he wants and doesn't try to get it, doesn't know how to get it in 6 months, and doesn't find out, he's no good, if you like. These words didn't strike me at the time as having any personal application. He was to repeat them later on, however, in circumstances which I defy anybody to have foreseen. I cannot recall the precise phases of their remarkable friendship. I wasn't present at its earliest stages. I had my first intimation of its existence one evening in the winter of 1905. When he dropped in on me to consult me, he said, about a rather delicate matter in which I gathered there lurked for his inexperience the most frightful pitfalls of offence. That he should come to me in this spirit was evidence that a certain chastening had been going on in him. The delicate matter was this: he had given Miss Thesiger a lot of work, the typing of a whole book, in fact, and he had immense difficulty in getting to this part of it. She had refused to take any payment. She had got it into her head that he was hard up. He had sent her a cheque 3 times, and 3 times she had returned it. She was as obstinate as a mule about it, and now she was saying that she had never meant him to pay her. She had done the whole thing out of friendship, which of course was very pretty of her, but it put him in a beastly position. He had never been precisely in that position before, and he didn't know what to do about it. He didn't want to offend her, and yet he didn't see, did I, how he could let her do it. It was, he said, all the wrong way about, according to his notions, and for the life of him he didn't know what to do. It might seem to me incredible that such virgin innocence as his should exist in a world where the rules for most sorts of conduct were fairly settled. He had lived all his life in an atmosphere of births, marriages, and deaths, and he knew all the rules for the registration of them. That was about all he did know, and it was the most infernally hard luck to be stumped like this at the very beginning, just when he wanted most awfully to do the right thing. Besides, it had knocked him all to bits, the sheer prettiness of it. He had laid bare for me all the curious intricacies of a soul tortured by its own delicacy. There was agony in his eyes. If he were to take this kindness from a lady, would it, in my opinion, or would it not, be cricket? I didn't like to tell him that he had brought his agony on himself by his imprudence in employing a typist when he couldn't afford one, so I only said that if I knew the lady he would find her uncommonly hard to move. He hadn't any hope, he said, of moving her, but did I think that if he made her a present, say the collected works of George Meredith, it would meet the case? I said it would meet the case all right, but that in my opinion it would spoil its prettiness. If Miss Thesiger didn't want to be paid in one way, she wouldn't at all care about being paid in another. Perhaps Miss Thesiger liked being pretty. Hadn't he better leave it at that, anyhow, for the present? You see, I looked on Viola and Viola's behaviour as infinitely more my concern than his. I found myself replying for her as she would have wished me to reply, as if I could claim an intenser appreciation of her motives than was his, as if she and I were agreed about this question of helping Tasker Jevons, and I were the custodian of her generosity. He said he supposed it wouldn't hurt him to leave it at that. It wasn't as if it wouldn't be all one in the long run. He gave himself 3 months. I supposed he meant to pay her in. 3 weeks later I heard that Jevons was actually living up in Hampstead in the same house as Viola. I didn't hear it from Viola, but from my man Pavitt, who had it from his sister-in-law, and what Pavitt came to tell me was that Mr. Jevons had been ill. I went up to Hampstead that afternoon to see him. I found him in a back room at the top of the house, sitting by the fire in an easy chair wrapped in a blanket. He was as thin as a lath, and his face was a bright yellow. The very whites of his eyes were yellow. I would have said you never saw a more miserable object, but that Jevons was not miserable. He was happy, and as far as his devastated condition would allow him, he looked happy. This face, yellow with jaundice, was doing its best to smile. The smile was a grimace, not an affair of the lips at all, but of the deep crescent lines drawn at right angles to them. Still, he was smiling in a sort of ecstasy. He was smiling at Viola, who sat in the chair facing him on the other side of the hearth. She looked as if she had been there for ages, also as if she had been sitting up all night. She was smiling, too, straight at Jevons. What I saw was the beatitude of his response. He tried to smile at me, too, as I came in, but the effort was a failure. He wasn't really a bit glad to see me. Viola got up and left me with him. I wasn't to stay with him for more than 10 minutes, she said. It was the first day he had been allowed to sit up. I sat with him for 15 minutes. He was lodged as before in one room, but its domestic character was disguised by many ingenious devices, giving you the idea that it was nothing but his study. Well, there he was, haggard and yellow with jaundice, utterly pitiable as to his appearance and surroundings. Yet he looked at me in positively a sort of triumph, as much as to say, yes, here I am, and you, with all your superior resources, haven't managed half so well. And I thought that he, not knowing Viola so well as I did, was suffering from a lamentable delusion. He said she had been awfully good to him, but it was rather hard luck on him, wasn't it, that he should have gone and turned this beastly colour? I said rather loftily I didn't suppose it mattered to Viola what colour he turned. What could it matter to her? She came in presently and took me down to her sitting room and gave me tea. She owned to having sat up 3 nights with Jevons. She couldn't have believed it possible that anybody could be so ill. For 3 days and 3 nights the poor thing hadn't been able to keep anything down, not even a drop of water, but today she had been feeding him on the whites of eggs beaten up with brandy. She seemed to me to be obsessed with Jevons's illness, and I made her come out with me for 10 minutes for a blow on the heath. I tried to lead her mind to other things, and she listened politely. Then there was silence, and presently I felt her arm slide into mine. She had these adorable impulses of confidence. "Funny," she said. "What does jaundice come from?" I said it generally came from chill. She frowned, as if she were not satisfied with that explanation, and there was another silence. Then she began again. "Would being unhappy, very, very unhappy, give it you?" I thought I saw how her mind was working, and I advised her to put that idea out of her head. Happiness, I said, wouldn't be good for Jevons. She said, "Oh, wouldn't it?" And after prolonged meditation, "I wonder if he'll stay that funny yellow colour all his life." I found out from her that he had been living in that top room above hers for 3 weeks, ever since he had finished his book. It looked as if he had become frantic when he saw the end of his pretexts and occasions for meeting her, and had cast off all prudence, and had followed her, determined to live under the same roof. I looked on it as a madness that possessed him, but that it should ever possess her, that was inconceivable. End of section 15 of Tasker Jevons, The Real Story by May Sinclair, Chapter 1. Section 16 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. Section 16, The Home and the World by Rabindranath Tagore. Chapter 1, Bimala's Story. Mother, today there comes back to mind the vermilion mark at the parting of your hair, the sari which you used to wear with its wide red border, and those wonderful eyes of yours, full of depth and peace. They came at the start of my life's journey like the first streak of dawn, giving me golden provision to carry me on my way. The sky which gives light is blue, and my mother's face was dark, but she had the radiance of holiness, and her beauty would put to shame all the vanity of the beautiful. Everyone says that I resemble my mother. In my childhood I used to resent this. It made me angry with my mirror. I thought that it was God's unfairness which was wrapped round my limbs, that my dark features were not my due, but had come to me by some misunderstanding. All that remained for me to ask of my God in reparation was that I might grow up to be a model of what woman should be, as one reads it in some epic poem. When the proposal came for my marriage, an astrologer was sent who consulted my palm and said, "This girl has good signs, she will become an ideal wife." And all the women who heard it said, "No wonder, for she resembles her mother." I was married into a Rajah's house. When I was a child, I was quite familiar with the description of the prince of the fairy story, but my husband's face was not of a kind that one's imagination would place in fairyland. It was dark even as mine was. The feeling of shrinking which I had about my own lack of physical beauty was lifted a little. At the same time, a touch of regret was left lingering in my heart. But when the physical appearance evades the scrutiny of our senses and enters the sanctuary of our hearts, then it can forget itself. I know from my childhood's experience how devotion is beauty itself in its inner aspect. When my mother arranged the different fruits, carefully peeled by her own loving hands on the white stone plate, and gently waved her fan to drive away the flies while my father sat down to his meals, her service would lose itself in a beauty which passed beyond outward forms. Even in my infancy I could feel its power. It transcended all debates or doubts or calculations. It was pure music. I distinctly remember after my marriage, when early in the morning I would cautiously and silently get up and take the dust of my husband's feet without waking him, how at such moments I could feel the vermilion mark upon my forehead shining out like the morning star. One day he happened to awake and smiled as he asked me, "What is that, Bimala? What are you doing?" I can never forget the shame of being detected by him. He might possibly have thought that I was trying to earn merit secretly, but no, that had nothing to do with merit. It was my woman's heart, which must worship in order to love. My father-in-law's house was old in dignity from the days of the Badshahs. Some of its manners were of the Moguls and Pathans, some of its customs of Manu and Parashar. But my husband was absolutely modern. He was the first of the house to go through a college course and take his M.A. degree. His elder brother had died young of drink and had left no children. My husband did not drink and was not given to dissipation. So foreign to the family was this abstinence that to many it hardly seemed decent. Purity, they imagined, was only becoming in those on whom fortune had not smiled. It is the moon which has room for stains, not the stars. My husband's parents had died long ago, and his old grandmother was mistress of the house. My husband was the apple of her eye, the jewel on her bosom, and so he never met with much difficulty in overstepping any of the ancient usages. When he brought in Miss Gilby to teach me and be my companion, he stuck to his resolve in spite of the poison secreted by all the wagging tongues at home and outside. My husband had then just got through his B.A. examination and was reading for his M.A. degree, so he had to stay in Calcutta to attend college. He used to write to me almost every day, a few lines only, and simple words, but his bold, round handwriting would look up into my face, oh, so tenderly. I kept his letters in a sandalwood box and covered them every day with the flowers I gathered in the garden. At that time the prince of the fairy tale had faded like the moon in the morning light. I had the prince of my real world enthroned in my heart. I was his queen. I had my seat by his side. But my real joy was that my true place was at his feet. Since then I have been educated and introduced to the modern age in its own language, and therefore these words that I write seem to blush with shame in their prose setting. Except for my acquaintance with this modern standard of life, I should know quite naturally that just as my being born a woman was not in my own hands, so the element of devotion in woman's love is not like a hackneyed passage quoted from a romantic poem to be piously written down in round hand in a schoolgirl's copybook. But my husband would not give me any opportunity for worship. That was his greatness. They are cowards who claim absolute devotion from their wives as their right. That is a humiliation for both. His love for me seemed to overflow my limits by its flood of wealth and service. But my necessity was more for giving than for receiving, for love is a vagabond who can make his flowers bloom in the wayside dust better than in the crystal jars kept in the drawing-room. My husband could not break completely with the old-time traditions which prevailed in our family. It was difficult, therefore, for us to meet at any hour of the day we pleased. I knew exactly the time that he could come to me, and therefore our meeting had all the care of loving preparation. It was like the rhyming of a poem. It had to come through the path of the meter. After finishing the day's work and taking my afternoon bath, I would do up my hair and renew my vermilion mark and put on my sari, carefully crinkled, and then bringing back my body and mind from all distractions of household duties, I would dedicate it at this special hour with special ceremonies to one individual. That time each day with him was short, but it was infinite. My husband used to say that man and wife are equal in love because of their equal claim on each other. I never argued the point with him, but my heart said that devotion never stands in the way of true equality. It only raises the level of the ground of meeting. Therefore, the joy of the higher equality remains permanent. It never slides down to the vulgar level of triviality. My beloved, it was worthy of you that you never expected worship from me. But if you had accepted it, you would have done me a real service. You showed your love by decorating me, by educating me, by giving me what I asked for and what I did not. I have seen what depth of love there was in your eyes when you gazed at me. I have known the secret sigh of pain you suppressed in your love for me. You loved my body as if it were a flower of paradise. You loved my whole nature as if it had been given you by some rare providence. Such lavish devotion made me proud to think that the wealth was all my own which drove you to my gate. But vanity such as this only checks the flow of free surrender in a woman's love. When I sit on the Queen's throne and claim homage, then the claim only goes on magnifying itself. It is never satisfied. Can there be any real happiness for a woman in merely feeling that she has power over a man? To surrender one's pride in devotion is woman's only salvation. It comes back to me today how in the days of our happiness the fires of envy sprung up all around us. That was only natural, for had I not stepped into my good fortune by a mere chance and without deserving it? But Providence does not allow a run of luck to last forever unless its debt of honor be fully paid, day by day, through many a long day, and thus made secure. God may grant us gifts, but the merit of being able to take and hold them must be our own. Alas for the boons that slip through unworthy hands. My husband's grandmother and mother were both renowned for their beauty, and my widowed sister-in-law was also of a beauty rarely to be seen. When in turn fate left them desolate, the grandmother vowed she would not insist on having beauty for her remaining grandson when he married. Only the auspicious marks with which I was endowed gained me an entry into this family. Otherwise I had no claim to be here. In this house of luxury, but few of its ladies had received their meed of respect. They had, however, got used to the ways of the family and managed to keep their heads above water, buoyed up by their dignity as Ranas of an ancient house, in spite of their daily tears being drowned in the foam of wine, and by the tinkle of the dancing girls' anklets. Was the credit due to me that my husband did not touch liquor, nor squander his manhood in the markets of woman's flesh? What charm did I know to soothe the wild and wandering mind of men? It was my good luck, nothing else. For fate proved utterly callous to my sister-in-law. Her festivity died out while yet the evening was early, leaving the light of her beauty shining in vain over empty halls, burning and burning with no accompanying music. His sister-in-law affected a contempt for my husband's modern notions. How absurd to keep the family ship, laden with all the weight of its time-honored glory, sailing under the colors of his slip of a girl-wife alone. Often have I felt the lash of scorn. A thief who had stolen a husband's love, a sham hidden in the shamelessness of her new-fangled finery, the many-colored garments of modern fashion with which my husband loved to adorn me, roused jealous wrath. Is not she ashamed to make a show widow of herself, and with her looks too? My husband was aware of all this, but his gentleness knew no bounds. He used to implore me to forgive her. I remember I once told him, "Women's minds are so petty, so crooked, like the feet of Chinese women." He replied, "Has not the pressure of society cramped them into pettiness and crookedness? They are but pawns of the fate which gambles with them. What responsibility have they of their own?" My sister-in-law never failed to get from my husband whatever she wanted. He did not stop to consider whether her requests were right or reasonable, but what exasperated me most was that she was not grateful for this. I had promised my husband that I would not talk back at her, but this set me raging all the more inwardly. I used to feel that goodness has a limit which, if passed, somehow seems to make men cowardly. Shall I tell the whole truth? I have often wished that my husband had the manliness to be a little less good. My sister-in-law, the Bara-Rani, was still young and had no pretensions to saintliness. Rather, her talk and jest and laugh inclined to be forward. The young maids with whom she surrounded herself were also impudent to a degree. But there was none to gainsay her, for was not this the custom of the house? It seemed to me that my good fortune in having a stainless husband was a special eyesore to her. He, however, felt more the sorrow of her lot than the defects of her character. End of section 16. First chapter, Bimala's story, from The Home and the World by Rabindranath Tagore.
Section 17 of 1916, First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB, 1916, First Chapters Collection by Various. William, Chapter 1 of 17, by Booth Tarkington. William Sylvanus Baxter paused for a moment of thought in front of the drug store at the corner of Washington Street and Central Avenue. He had an internal question to settle before he entered the store. He wished to allow the young man at the soda fountain no excuse for saying, "Well, make up your mind. What's it going to be, can't you?" Rudeness of this kind, especially in the presence of girls and women, was hard to bear. And though William Sylvanus Baxter had borne it upon occasion, he had reached an age when he found it intolerable. Therefore, to avoid offering opportunity for anything of the kind, he decided upon chocolate and strawberry, mixed, before approaching the fountain. Once there, however, and a large glass of these flavors and diluted ice cream proving merely provocative, he said languidly, an affectation, for he could have disposed of half a dozen with gusto, "Well, now I'm here, I might as well go one more. Fill her up again. Same." Emerging to the street, penniless, he bent a fascinated and dramatic gaze upon his reflection in the drug store window. And then, as he turned his back upon the alluring image, his expression altered to one of lofty and uncondescending amusement. That was his glance at the passing public. From the heights, he seemed to bestow upon the world a mysterious derision. For William Sylvanus Baxter was 17 long years of age, and had learned to present the appearance of one who possesses inside information about life, and knows all strangers and most acquaintances to be of inferior caste, costume, and intelligence. He lingered upon the corner a while, not pressed for time. Indeed, he found many hours of these summer months heavy upon his hands, for he had no important occupation, unless some intermittent dalliance with a work on geometry, anticipatory of the distant autumn, might be thought important, which is doubtful, since he usually went to sleep on the shady side porch at his home with the book in his hand. So, having nothing to call him elsewhere, he lounged before the drug store in the early afternoon sunshine, watching the passing to and fro of the lower orders and bourgeoisie of the middle-sized Midland city which claimed him, so to speak, for a native son. Apparently quite unembarrassed by his presence, they went about their business, and the only people who looked at him with any attention were pedestrians of color. It is true that when the gaze of these fell upon him, it was instantly arrested, for no colored person could have passed him without a little pang of pleasure and of longing. Indeed, the tropical violence of William Sylvanus Baxter's tie, and the strange brilliancy of his hat, might have made it positively unsafe for him to walk at night through the Negro quarter of the town. And though no man could have sworn to the color of that hat, whether it was blue or green, yet its color was a saner thing than its shape, which was blurred, tortured, and raffish. It might have been the miniature model of a volcano that had blown off its cone and misbehaved disastrously on its lower slopes as well. He had the air of wearing it as a matter of course, and with careless ease, but that was only an air. It was the apple of his eye. For the rest, his costume was neutral, subordinate, and even a little neglected in the matter of a detail or two. One pointed flap of his soft collar was held down by a button, but the other showed a frayed thread where the button once had been. His low patent leather shoes were of a luster not solicitously cherished, and there could be no doubt that he needed to get his hair cut, while something might have been done, too, about the individualized hirsute prophecies which had made independent appearances here and there upon his chin. He examined these from time to time by the sense of touch, passing his hand across his face and allowing his fingertips a slight tapping motion wherever they detected a prophecy. Thus he fell into a pleasant musing and seemed to forget the crowded street. End of William, Section 17 of 17 by Booth Tarkington.
Section 18 of 1916 First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1916 First Chapters Collection by Various. The Mysterious Stranger by Mark Twain. It was in 1590, winter. Austria was far away from the world and asleep. It was still the Middle Ages in Austria, and promised to remain so forever. Some even set it back centuries upon centuries, and said that by the mental and spiritual clock it was still the age of belief in Austria. But they meant it as a compliment, not a slur, and it was so taken, and we were all proud of it. I remember it well, although I was only a boy, and I remember too the pleasure it gave me. Yes, Austria was far from the world and asleep, and our village was in the middle of that sleep, being in the middle of Austria. It drowsed in peace in the deep privacy of a hilly and woodsy solitude, where news from the world hardly ever came to disturb its dreams, and was infinitely content. At its front flowed the tranquil river, its surface painted with cloud forms and the reflections of drifting arks and stone boats. Behind it rose the woody steeps to the base of the lofty precipice. From the top of the precipice frowned a vast castle, its long stretch of towers and bastions mailed in vines. Beyond the river, a league to the left, was a tumbled expanse of forest-clothed hills, cloven by winding gorges, where the sun never penetrated, and to the right a precipice overlooked the river, and between it and the hills just spoken of lay a far-reaching plain dotted with little homesteads, nested among orchards and shade-trees. The whole region for leagues around was the hereditary property of a prince, whose servants kept the castle always in perfect condition for occupancy, but neither he nor his family came there oftener than once in 5 years. When they came, it was as if the Lord of the world had arrived, and had brought all the glories of its kingdoms along. And when they went, they left a calm behind which was like the deep sleep which follows an orgy. Eseldorf was a paradise for us boys. We were not overmuch pestered with schooling. Mainly, we were trained to be good Christians, to revere the Virgin, the Church, and the saints above everything. Beyond these matters we were not required to know much, and in fact not allowed to. Knowledge was not good for the common people, and could make them discontented with the lot which God had appointed for them, and God would not endure discontentment with his plans. We had 2 priests. One of them, Father Adolf, was a very zealous and strenuous priest, much considered. There may have been better priests in some ways than Father Adolf, but there was never one in our commune who was held in more solemn and awful respect. This was because he had absolutely no fear of the devil. He was the only Christian I have ever known of whom that could truly be said. People stood in deep dread of him on that account, for they thought that there must be something supernatural about him, else he could not be so bold and so confident. All men speak in bitter disapproval of the devil, but they do it reverently, not flippantly. But Father Adolf's way was very different. He called him by every name he could lay his tongue to, and it made everyone shudder that heard him, and often he would even speak of him scornfully and scoffingly. Then the people crossed themselves and went quickly out of his presence, fearing that something fearful might happen. Father Adolf had actually met Satan face to face more than once, and defied him. This was known to be so. Father Adolf said it himself. He never made any secret of it, but spoke it right out. And that he was speaking true there was proof in at least one instance, for on that occasion he quarrelled with the enemy, and intrepidly threw his bottle at him. And there upon the wall of his study was the ruddy splotch where it struck and broke. But it was Father Peter, the other priest, that we all loved best and were sorriest for. Some people charged him with talking around in conversation that God was all goodness and would find a way to save all his poor human children. It was a horrible thing to say, but there was never any absolute proof that Father Peter said it, and it was out of character for him to say it too, for he was always good and gentle and truthful. He wasn't charged with saying it in the pulpit, where all the congregation could hear and testify, but only outside, in talk, and it is easy for enemies to manufacture that. Father Peter had an enemy, and a very powerful one, the astrologer who lived in a tumbled old tower up the valley, and put in his nights studying the stars. Everyone knew he could foretell wars and famines, though that was not so hard, for there was always a war, and generally a famine somewhere. But he could also read any man's life through the stars in a big book he had, and find lost property, and everyone in the village except Father Peter stood in awe of him. Even Father Adolf, who had defied the devil, had a wholesome respect for the astrologer when he came through our village wearing his tall pointed hat and his long flowing robe with stars on it, carrying his big book, and a staff which was known to have magic power. The bishop himself sometimes listened to the astrologer, it was said, for besides studying the stars and prophesying, the astrologer made a great show of piety, which would impress the bishop, of course. But Father Peter took no stock in the astrologer. He denounced him openly as a charlatan, a fraud with no valuable knowledge of any kind, or powers beyond those of an ordinary and rather inferior human being, which naturally made the astrologer hate Father Peter and wish to ruin him. It was the astrologer, as we all believed, who originated the story about Father Peter's shocking remark, and carried it to the bishop. It was said that Father Peter had made the remark to his niece, Marget, though Marget denied it and implored the bishop to believe her and spare her old uncle from poverty and disgrace. But the bishop wouldn't listen. He suspended Father Peter indefinitely, though he wouldn't go so far as to excommunicate him on the evidence of only one witness. And now Father Peter had been out a couple of years, and our other priest, Father Adolf, had his flock. Those had been hard years for the old priest and Marget. They had been favourites, but of course that changed when they came under the shadow of the bishop's frown. Many of their friends fell away entirely, and the rest became cool and distant. Marget was a lovely girl of 18 when the trouble came, and she had the best head in the village, and the most in it. She taught the harp, and earned all her clothes and pocket money by her own industry. But her scholars fell off one by one now. She was forgotten when there were dances and parties among the youth of the village. The young fellows stopped coming to the house, all except Wilhelm Meidling, and he could have been spared. She and her uncle were sad and forlorn in their neglect and disgrace, and the sunshine was gone out of their lives. Matters went worse and worse all through the 2 years. Clothes were wearing out. Bread was harder and harder to get. And now at last the very end was come. Solomon Isaacs had lent all the money he was willing to put on the house, and gave notice that tomorrow he would foreclose. End of section 18. The Mysterious Stranger by Mark Twain.
Section 19, Chapter 1 of 1916, First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. 1916, First Chapters Collection by Various. Chapter 1. "Well, now we've done all we can and all I mean to do," said Alice Hooper, with a pettish accent of fatigue. "Everything's perfectly comfortable, and if she doesn't like it, we can't help it. I don't know why we make such a fuss." The speaker threw herself with a gesture of fatigue into a dilapidated basket chair that offered itself. It was a spring day, and the windows of the old schoolroom in which she and her sister were sitting were open to a back garden, untidily kept, but full of fruit trees just coming into blossom. Through their twinkling buds and interlacing branches could be seen gray college walls, part of the famous garden front of St. Cyprian's College, Oxford. There seemed to be a slight bluish mist over the garden and the building, a mist starred with patches of white and dazzling green leaf. And above all there was an evening sky, peaceful and luminous, from which a light wind blew towards the two girls sitting by the open window. One, the elder, had a face like a Watteau sketch, with black velvety eyes, hair drawn back from a white forehead, delicate little mouth, with sharp indentations at the corners, and a small chin. The other was much more solidly built, a girl of 17, in a plump phase, which however an intelligent eye would have read as not likely to last, a complexion of red and brown, tanned by exercise, an expression in her clear eyes which was alternately frank and ironic, and an inconvenient mass of golden brown hair. "We make a fuss, my dear," said the younger sister, "because we're bound to make a fuss. Connie, I understand, is to pay us a good round sum for her board and lodging, so it's only honest she should have a decent room." "Yes, but you don't know what she'll call decent," said the other rather sulkily. "She's probably been used to all sorts of silly luxuries." "Why, of course, considering Uncle Risborough was supposed to have 20-odd thousand a year. We're paupers, and she's got to put up with us. But we couldn't take her money and do nothing in return." Nora Hooper looked rather sharply at her sister. It fell to her in the family to be constantly upholding the small, daily traditions of honesty and fair play. It was she who championed the servants, or insisted, young as she was, on bills being paid, when it would have been more agreeable to buy frocks and go to London for a theatre. She was a great power in the house, and both her languid, incompetent mother and her pretty sister were often afraid of her. Nora was a home student, and had just begun to work seriously for English literature honours. Alice, on the other hand, was the domestic and social daughter. She helped her mother in the house, had a head full of undergraduates, and regarded the Eights week and Commemoration as the shining events of the year. Both girls were, however, at one in the uneasy or excited anticipation with which they were looking forward that evening to the arrival of a newcomer, who was, it seemed, to make part of the household for some time. Their father, Dr. Ewen Hooper, the holder of a recently founded classical readership, had once possessed a younger sister, of considerable beauty, who, in the course of an independent and adventurous career, had captured, by no ignoble arts, a widower who happened to be also an earl and a rich man. It happened while they were both wintering at Florence, the girl working at paleography in the Ambrosian Library, while Lord Risborough, occupying a villa in the neighbourhood of the Torre San Gallo, was giving himself to the artistic researches and the cosmopolitan society which suited his health and his tastes. He was a dilettante of the old sort, incurably in love with living, in spite of the loss of his wife and his only son, in spite also of an impaired heart, in the physical sense, and various other drawbacks. He came across the bright girl student, discovered that she could talk very creditably about manuscripts and illuminations, gave her leave to work in his own library, where he possessed a few priceless things, and presently found her company, her soft voice, and her eager, confiding eyes quite indispensable. His elderly sister, Lady Winifred, who kept house for him, frowned on the business in vain, and finally departed in a huff to join another maiden sister, Lady Marcia, in an English country ménage, where for some years she did little but lament the flesh-pots of Italy, Florence. The married sister, Lady Langmoor, wrote reams of plaintive remonstrances, which remained unanswered. Lord Risborough married the girl student, Ella Hooper, and never regretted it. They had one daughter, to whom they devoted themselves, preposterously, their friends thought, but for 20 years they were 3 happy people together. Then virulent influenza, complicated with pneumonia, carried off the mother during a spring visit to Rome, and 6 weeks later Lord Risborough died of the damaged heart which had held out so long. The daughter, Lady Constance Bledlow, had been herself attacked by the influenza epidemic which had killed her mother, and the double blow of her parents' deaths, coming on a neurasthenic condition, had hit her youth rather hard. Some old friends in Rome, with the full consent of her guardian, the Oxford reader, had carried her off, first to Switzerland and then to the Riviera for the winter. And now in May, about a year after the death of her parents, she was coming for the first time to make acquaintance with the Hooper family, with whom, according to her father's will, she was to make her home till she was 21. None of them had ever seen her, except on 2 occasions, once at a hotel in London, and once some 10 years before this date, when Lord Risborough had been DCL'd at the Encania as a reward for some valuable gifts which he had made to the Bodleian, and he, his wife, and his little girl, after they had duly appeared at the All Souls' luncheon and the official fête in St. John's Gardens, had found their way to the house in Holywell and taken tea with the Hoopers. Nora's mind, as she and her sister sat waiting for the fly in which Mrs. Hooper had gone to meet her husband's niece at the station, ran persistently on her own childish recollections of this visit. She sat in the window-sill with her hand behind her, chattering to her sister. "I remember thinking when Connie came in here to tea with us, 'What a stuck-up thing you are!' And I despised her, because she couldn't climb the mulberry in the garden, and because she hadn't begun Latin. But all the time I envied her horribly, and I expect you did too, Alice. Can't you see her black silk stockings, and her new hat with those awfully pretty flowers made of feathers? She had a silk frock, too, white, very skimp and short, and enormously long black legs, as thin as sticks, and her hair in plaits. I felt a thick lump beside her, and I didn't like her at all. What horrid toads children are! She didn't talk to us much, but her eyes seemed to be always laughing at us, and when she talked Italian to her mother, I thought she was showing off, and I wanted to pinch her for being affected." "Why, of course she talked Italian," said Alice, who was not much interested in her sister's recollections. "Naturally, but that didn't somehow occur to me. After all, I was only 7. "I wonder if she's really good-looking," said Alice slowly, glancing, as she spoke, at the reflection of herself in an old, dilapidated mirror, which hung on the schoolroom wall. "The photos are," said Nora decidedly. "Goodness, I wish she'd come and get it over. I want to get back to my work, and till she comes I can't settle to anything." "Well, they'll be here directly. I wonder what on earth she'll do with all her money. Father says she may spend it, if she wants to. He's trustee, but Uncle Risborough's letter to him said she was to have the income if she wished, now. Only she's not to touch the capital till she's 25. "It's a good lot, isn't it?" said Nora, walking about. "I wonder how many people in Oxford have 2,000 a year. A girl, too. It's really rather exciting." "It won't be very nice for us. She'll be so different." Alice's tone was a little sulky and depressed. The advent of this girl cousin, with her title, her good looks, her money, and her unfair advantages in the way of talking French and Italian, was only moderately pleasant to the eldest Miss Hooper. "What, you think she'll snuff us out?" laughed Nora. "Not she. Oxford's not like London. People are not such snobs." "What a silly thing to say, Nora, as if it wasn't an enormous pull everywhere to have a handle to your name, and lots of money." "Well, I really think it'll matter less here than anywhere. Oxford, my dear, or some of it, pursues the good and the beautiful," said Nora, taking a flying leap onto the window-sill again, and beginning to poke up some tadpoles in a jar which stood on the window-ledge. Alice did not think it worth while to continue the conversation. She had little or nothing of Nora's belief in the other-worldliness of Oxford. At this period, some 30-odd years ago, the invasion of Oxford on the north by whole new tribes of citizens had already begun. The old days of university exclusiveness in a ring fence were long done with, the days of much learning and simple ways, when there were only 2 carriages in Oxford that were not doctors' carriages, when the wives of professors and tutors went out to dinner in chairs drawn by men, and no person within the magic circle of the university knew anybody to speak of in the town outside. The university, indeed, at this later moment, still more than held its own, socially, amid the waves of new population that threatened to submerge it, and the occasional spectacle of retired generals and colonels, the growing number of broughams and victorias in the streets, or the rumours of persons with smart or county connections to be found among the rows of new villas spreading up the Banbury Road, were still not sufficiently marked to disturb the essential character of the old and beautiful place. But new ways and new manners were creeping in, and the young were sensitively aware of them, like birds that feel the signs of coming weather. Alice fell into a brown study. She was thinking about a recent dance given at a house in the Parks, where some of her particular friends had been present, and where, on the whole, she had enjoyed herself greatly. Nothing is ever perfect, and she would have liked it better if Herbert Pryce's sister had not, past all denying, had more partners and a greater success than herself, and if Herbert Pryce himself had not been, just a little, casual and inattentive. But after all, they had had 2 or 3 glorious supper dances, and he certainly would have kissed her hand while they were sitting out in the garden, if she had not made haste to put it out of his reach. "You never did anything of the kind till you were sure he did not mean to kiss it," said Conscience. "I did not give myself away in the least," was Vanity's angry reply. "I was perfectly dignified." Herbert Pryce was a young fellow and tutor, a mathematical fellow, and therefore Alice's father, for whom Greek was the only study worth the brains of a rational being, could not be got to take the smallest interest in him. But he was certainly very clever, and it was said he was going to get a post at Cambridge, or something at the Treasury, which would enable him to marry. Alice suddenly had a vague vision of her own wedding, the beautiful central figure. She would certainly look beautiful in her wedding dress, bowing so gracefully, the bridesmaids behind, in her favourite colours, white and pale green, and the tall man beside her. But Herbert Pryce was not really tall, and not particularly good-looking, though he had a rather distinguished hatchet face, with a good forehead. Suppose Herbert and Vernon and all her other friends were to give up being nice to her as soon as Connie Bledlow appeared? Suppose she was going to be altogether cut out and put in the background? Alice had a kind of uneasy foreboding that Herbert Pryce would think a title interesting. Meanwhile Nora, having looked through an essay on Piers Plowman, which she was to take to her English literature tutor on the following day, went aimlessly upstairs and put her head into Connie's room. The old house was panelled, and its guest room, though small and shabby, had yet absorbed from its oaken walls and its outlook on the garden and St. Cyprian's a certain measure of the Oxford charm. The furniture was extremely simple. A large hanging cupboard made by curtaining one of the panelled recesses of the wall, a chest of drawers, a bed, a small dressing table and glass, a carpet that was the remains of one which had originally covered the drawing room for many years, an armchair, a writing table, and curtains which, having once been blue, had now been dyed a serviceable though ugly dark red. In Nora's eyes it was all comfortable and nice. She herself had insisted on having the carpet and curtains redipped, so that they really looked almost new, and the one mattress on the bed made over. She had brought up the armchair, and she had gathered the cherry blossoms, which stood on the mantelpiece, shining against the darkness of the walls. She had also hung above it a photograph of Watts' Love and Death. Nora looked at the picture and the flowers with a throb of pleasure. Alice never noticed such things. And now, what about the maid? Fancy bringing a maid! Nora's sentiments on the subject were extremely scornful. However, Connie had simply taken it for granted, and she had been housed somehow. Nora climbed up an attic stair and looked into a room which had a dormer window in the roof, 2 strips of carpet on the boards, a bed, a washing stand, a painted chest of drawers, a table with an old looking-glass, and 2 chairs. "Well, that's all I have," thought Nora defiantly. But a certain hospitable or democratic instinct made her go downstairs again and bring up a small vase of flowers, like those in Connie's room, and put it on the maid's table. The maid was English, but she had lived a long time abroad with the Risboroughs. Sounds! Yes, that was the fly stopping at the front door. Nora flew downstairs in a flush of excitement. Alice, too, had come out into the hall, looking shy and uncomfortable. Dr. Hooper emerged from his study. He was a big, loosely built man, with a shock of grizzled hair, spectacles, and a cheerful expression. A tall, slim girl, in a gray dust cloak and a large hat, entered the dark-panelled hall, looking round her. "Welcome, my dear Connie," said Dr. Hooper, cordially, taking her hand and kissing her. "Your train must have been a little late." 20 minutes, said Mrs. Hooper, who had followed her niece into the hall. And the draughts in the station, Ewan, were something appalling. The tone was fretful. It had even a touch of indignation, as though the speaker charged her husband with the draughts. Mrs. Hooper was a woman between 40 and 50, small and plain, except for a pair of rather fine eyes, which in her youth, while her cheeks were still pink, and the obstinate lines of her thin slit mouth and prominent chin were less marked, had beguiled several lovers, Ewan Hooper at their head. Dr. Hooper took no notice of her complaints. He was saying to his niece, "This is Alice, Constance, and Nora. You'll hardly remember each other again after all these years." "Oh, yes, I remember quite well," said a clear, high-pitched voice. "How do you do? How do you do?" And the girl held a hand out to each cousin in turn. She did not offer to kiss either Alice or Nora, but she looked at them steadily, and suddenly Nora was aware of that expression of which she had so vivid, although so childish, a recollection, as though a satiric spirit sat hidden and laughing in the eyes, while the rest of the face was quite grave. "Come in and have some tea. It's quite ready," said Alice, throwing open the drawing-room door. Her face had cleared suddenly. It did not seem to her, at least in the shadows of the hall, that her cousin Constance was anything of a beauty. "I'm afraid I must look after Annette first. She's much more important than I am." And the girl ran back to where a woman in a blue serge coat and skirt was superintending the carrying in of the luggage. There was a great deal of luggage, and Annette, who wore a rather cross, flushed air, turned round every now and then to look frowningly at the old gabled house into which it was being carried, as though she were more than doubtful whether the building would hold the boxes. Yet, as houses went in the older parts of Oxford, Medburn House, Holywell, was roomy. "Annette, don't do any unpacking till after tea," cried Lady Constance. "Just get the boxes carried up and rest a bit. I'll come and help you later." The maid said nothing. Her lips seemed tightly compressed. She stepped into the hall and spoke peremptorily to the white-capped parlour-maid, who stood bewildered among the trunks. "Have those boxes," she pointed to 2 large American Saratogas and 2 smaller trunks, "carried up to her ladyship's room. The other 2 can go into mine." "Miss," whispered the agitated maid in Nora's ear, "we'll never get any of those boxes up the top stairs, and if we put them 4 into her ladyship's room, she'll not be able to move." "I'll come and see to it," said Nora, snatching up a bag. "They've got to go somewhere." Mrs. Hooper repeated that Nora would manage it, and languidly waved her niece towards the drawing-room. The girl hesitated, laughed, and finally yielded, seeing that Nora was really in charge. Dr. Hooper led her in, placed an armchair for her beside the tea-table, and stood closely observing her. "You're like your mother," he said at last, in a low voice. "At least in some points." The girl turned away abruptly, as though what he said jarred, and addressed himself to Alice. Poor Annette was very sick. It was a vile crossing. "Oh, the servants will look after her," said Alice indifferently. "Everybody has to look after Annette, or she'll know the reason why," laughed Lady Constance, removing her black gloves from a very small and slender hand. She was dressed in deep mourning, with crape still upon her hat and dress, though it was more than a year since her mother's death. Such mourning was not customary in Oxford, and Alice Hooper thought it affected. Mrs. Hooper then made the tea, but the newcomer paid little attention to the cup placed beside her. Her eyes wandered round the group at the tea-table. Her uncle, a man of originally strong physique, marred now by the student's stoop, and by weak eyes, tried by years of Greek and German type. Her aunt. What a very odd woman Aunt Ellen is, thought Constance. For, all the way from the station, Mrs. Hooper had talked about scarcely anything but her own ailments and the Oxford climate. She told us all about her rheumatisms and the east winds, and how she ought to go to Buxton every year, only Uncle Hooper wouldn't take things seriously. And she never asked us anything at all about our passage, or our night journey, and there was a net as yellow as an egg and as cross. However, Dr. Hooper was soon engaged in making up for his wife's shortcomings. He put his niece through many questions as to the year which had elapsed since her parents' death, her summer in the high Alps, and her winter at Caen. I never met your friends, Colonel and Mrs. King. We are not military in Oxford, but they seem, to judge from their letters, to be very nice people, said the professor, his tone quite unconsciously suggesting the slightest shade of patronage. "Oh, they're dears," said the girl warmly. "They were awfully good to me." "Caen was very gay, I suppose?" "We saw a great many people in the afternoons. The Kings knew everybody, but I didn't go out in the evenings." "You weren't strong enough?" "I was in mourning," said the girl, looking at him with her large and brilliant eyes. "Yes, yes, of course," murmured the reader, not quite understanding why he felt himself a trifle snubbed. He asked a few more questions, and his niece, who seemed to have no shyness, gave a rapid description, as she sipped her tea, of the villa at Caen in which she had passed the winter months, and of the half-dozen families with whom she and her friends had been mostly thrown. Alice Hooper was secretly thrilled by some of the names which dropped out casually. She always read the accounts in the Queen or the Sketch of smart society on the Riviera, and it was plain to her that Constance had been dreadfully in it. It would not apparently have been possible to be more in it. She was again conscious of a hot envy of her cousin, which made her unhappy. Also, Connie's good looks were becoming more evident. She had taken off her hat, and all the distinction of her small head, her slender neck, and sloping shoulders was more visible. Her self-possession, too, the ease and vivacity of her gestures. Her manner was that of one accustomed to a large and varied world, who took all things without surprise as they came. Dr. Hooper had felt some emotion, and betrayed some, in this meeting with his sister's motherless child, but the girl's only betrayal of feeling had lain in the sharpness with which she had turned away from her uncle's threatened effusion. "And how she looks at us," thought Alice. "She looks at us through and through, yet she doesn't stare." But at that moment Alice heard the word "prince," and her attention was instantly arrested. "We had some Russian neighbors," the newcomer was saying, "Prince and Princess Yaroslav, and they had an English party at Christmas. It was great fun. They used to take us out riding into the mountains or into Italy." She paused a moment, and then said carelessly, as though to keep up the conversation, "There was a Mr. Falloden with them, an undergraduate at Marmion College, I think. Do you know him, Aunt Ellen?" She turned towards her aunt. But Mrs. Hooper only looked blank. She was just thinking anxiously that she had forgotten to take her tabloids after lunch, because Ewan had hustled her off so much too soon to the station. "I don't think we know him," she said vaguely, turning towards Alice. "We know all about him. He was introduced to me once." The tone of the eldest Miss Hooper could scarcely have been colder. The eyes of the girl opposite suddenly sparkled into laughter. "You didn't like him?" "Nobody does. He gives himself such ridiculous airs." "Does he?" said Constance. The information seemed to be of no interest to her. She asked for another cup of tea. "Oh, Falloden of Marmion," said Dr. Hooper. "I know him quite well. One of the best pupils I have. But I understand he's the heir to his old uncle, Lord Dagnall, and is going to be enormously rich. His father's a millionaire already, so of course he'll soon forget his Greek. A horrid waste." "He's detested in college." Alice's small face lit up vindictively. "There's a whole set of them. Other people call them the Bloods. The Dons would like to send them all down." "They won't send Falloden down, my dear, before he gets his first in Greats, which he will do this summer. But this is his last term. I never knew anyone write better Greek iambics than that fellow," said the reader, pausing in the middle of his cup of tea to murmur certain Greek lines to himself. They were part of the brilliant copy of verses by which Douglas Falloden of Marmion, in a fiercely contested year, had finally won the Ireland, Ewan Hooper being one of the examiners. "That's what's so abominable," said Alice, setting her small mouth. "You don't expect reading men to drink and get into rows." "Drink?" said Constance Bledlow, raising her eyebrows. Alice went into details. "The Dons of Marmion," she said, "were really frightened by the spread of drinking in college, all caused by the bad example of the Falloden set." She talked fast and angrily, and her cousin listened, half scornfully, but still attentively. "Why don't they keep him in order?" she said at last. "We did." And she made a little gesture with her hand, impatient and masterful, as though dismissing the subject. And at that moment Nora came into the room, flushed either with physical exertion or the consciousness of her own virtue. She found a place at the tea-table, and panting a little, demanded to be fed. "It's hungry work carrying up trunks." "You didn't!" exclaimed Constance, in large-eyed astonishment. "I say, I am sorry. Why did you? I'm sure they were too heavy. Why didn't Annette get a man?" And sitting up, she bent across the table, all charm suddenly, and soft distress. "We did get one, but he was a wretched thing. I was worth two of him," said Nora triumphantly. "You should feel my biceps. There." And slipping up her loose sleeve, she showed an arm, at which Constance Bledlow laughed, and her laugh touched her face with something audacious, something wild, which transformed it. "I shall take care how I offend you." Nora nodded over her tea. "Your maid was shocked. She said I might as well have been a man." "It's quite true," sighed Mrs. Hooper. "You always were such a tomboy, Nora." "Not at all, but I wish to develop my muscles. That's why I do Swedish exercises every morning. It's ridiculous how flabby girls are. There isn't a girl in my lecture I can't put down. If you like, I'll teach you my exercises," said Nora, her mouth full of tea cake, and her expression half friendly, half patronizing. Connie Bledlow did not immediately reply. She seemed to be quietly examining Nora, as she had already examined Alice, and that odd gleam in the eyes under depths appeared again. But at last she said, smiling, "Thank you, but my muscles are quite strong enough for the only exercise I want. You said I might have a horse, Uncle Ewan, didn't you?" She turned eagerly to the master of the house. Dr. Hooper looked at his wife with some embarrassment. "I want you to have anything you wish for, in reason, my dear Connie, but your aunt is rather exercised about the proprieties." The small dried-up woman behind the tea-urn said sharply, "A girl can't ride alone in Oxford. She'd be talked about at once." Lady Connie flushed mutinously. "I could take a groom, Aunt Ellen." "Well, I don't approve of it," said Mrs. Hooper, in the half-plaintive tone of one who must speak although no one listens. "But of course your uncle must decide." "We'll talk it over, my dear Connie, we'll talk it over," said Dr. Hooper cheerfully. "Now wouldn't you like Nora to show you to your room?" The girls went upstairs together, Nora leading the way. "It's an awful squash in your room," said Nora abruptly. "I don't know how you'll manage." "My fault, I suppose, for bringing so many things. But where else could I put them?" Nora nodded gravely, as though considering the excuse. The newcomer suddenly felt herself criticized by this odd schoolgirl, and resented it. The door of the spare room was open, and the girls entered upon a scene of chaos. Annette rose from her knees, showing a brick-red countenance of wrath that strove in vain for any sort of dignity. And again that look of distant laughter came into Lady Connie's eyes. "My dear Annette, Why aren't you having a rest, as I told you? I can do with anything to-night." "Well, my lady, if you tell me how you'll get into bed, unless I put some of these things away, I should be obliged," said Annette, with a dark look at Nora. "I've asked for a wardrobe for you, and this young lady says there isn't one. There's that hanging cupboard," she pointed witheringly to the curtained recess. "Your dresses will be ruined there in a fortnight. And there's that chest of drawers. Your things will have to stay in the trunks as far as I can see, and then you might as well sleep on them. It would give you more room." With which stroke of sarcasm Annette returned to the angry unpacking of her mistress's bag. "I must buy a wardrobe," said Connie, looking round her in perplexity. "Never mind, Annette, I can easily buy one." It was now Nora's turn to colour. "You mustn't do that," she said firmly. "Father wouldn't like it. We'll find something. But do you want such a lot of things?" She looked at the floor, heaped with every variety of delicate mourning: black dresses, thick and thin, for morning and afternoon, and black and white or pure white for the evening. And what had happened to the bed? It was already divested of the twilled cotton sheets and Marcella quilt which were all the Hoopers ever allowed either to themselves or their guests. They had been replaced by sheets of the finest and smoothest linen, embroidered with a crest and monogram in the corners, and by a coverlet of old Italian lace lined with pale blue silk, while the down pillows at the head, with their embroidered and lace-trimmed slips, completed the transformation of what had been a bed and was now almost a work of art. And the dressing-table! Nora went up to it in amazement. It too was spread with lace lined with silk, and covered with a toilet set of mother of pearl and silver. Every brush and bottle was crested and initialed. The humble-looking glass, which Nora, who was something of a carpenter, had herself mended before her cousin's arrival, was standing on the floor in a corner, and a folding mirror framed in embossed silver had taken its place. "I say, do you always travel with these things?" The girl stood open-mouthed, half astonished, half contemptuous. "What things?" Nora pointed to the toilet table and the bed. Connie's expression showed an answering astonishment. "I have had them all my life," she said stiffly. "We always took our own linen to hotels and made our rooms nice." "I should think you'd be afraid of their being stolen." Nora took up one of the costly brushes and examined it in wonder. "Why should I be? They're nothing. They're just like other people's." With a slight but haughty change of manner, the girl turned away and began to talk Italian to her maid. "I never saw anything like them," said Nora stoutly. Constance Bledlow took no notice. She and Annette were chattering fast, and Nora could not understand a word. She stood by, awkward and superfluous, feeling certain that the maid, who was gesticulating, now towards the ceiling and now towards the floor, was complaining both of her own room and of the kitchen accommodation. Her mistress listened carelessly, occasionally trying to soothe her, and in the middle of the stream of talk Nora slipped away. "It's horrid, spending all that money on yourself," thought the girl of 17 indignantly. "And in Oxford, too. As if anybody wanted such things here." Meanwhile, she was no sooner gone than her cousin sank down on the armchair and broke into a slightly hysterical fit of laughter. "Can we stand it, Annette? We've got to try. Of course you can leave me if you choose." "And I should like to know how you'd get on then," said Annette grimly, beginning again upon the boxes. "Well, of course I shouldn't get on at all. But really we might give away a lot of these clothes. I shall never want them." The speaker looked frowning at the stacks of dresses and lingerie. Annette made no reply, but went on busily with her unpacking. If the clothes were to be got rid of, they were her perquisites. She was devoted to Constance, but she stood on her rights. Presently a little space was cleared on the floor, and Constance, seeing that it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the Hoopers supped at 1/2 past, took off her black dress with its crape and put on a white one, high to the throat and long-sleeved, a French demi-toilette, plain and even severe in make, but cut by the best dressmaker in Nice. She looked extraordinarily tall and slim in it, and very foreign. Her maid clasped a long string of opals, which was her only ornament, about her neck. She gave one look at herself in the glass, holding herself proudly, one might have said arrogantly. But as she turned away, and so that Annette could not see her, she raised the opals and held them a moment softly to her lips. Her mother had habitually worn them. Then she moved to the window and looked out over the Hoopers' private garden, to the spreading college lawns, and the gray front beyond. "Am I really going to stay here a whole year, nearly?" she asked herself, half laughing, half rebellious. Then her eye fell upon a medley of photographs, snaps from her own camera, which had tumbled out of her bag in unpacking. The topmost one represented a group of young men and maidens standing under a group of stone pines in a Riviera landscape. She herself was in front, with a tall youth beside her. She bent down to look at it. "I shall come across him, I suppose, before long." And raising herself, she stood a while thinking, her face alive with an excitement that was half expectation and half angry recollection. End of Section 19. Lady Connie, by Mrs. Humphrey Ward.
Section 20 of 1916, First Chapters Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Centerville, Virginia, USA. 1916, First Chapters Collection, by Various. Section 20, Mr. Britling Sees It Through, by H. G. Wells. Book 1. Matching's Easy at Ease. Chapter the First. Mr. Derrick Visits Mr. Britling. 1. It was the 6th day of Mr. Derrick's first visit to England, and he was at his acutest perception of differences. He found England in every way gratifying and satisfactory, and more of a contrast with things American than he had ever dared to hope. He had promised himself this visit for many years, but being of a sunny rather than energetic temperament, though he firmly believed himself to be a reservoir of clear-sighted American energy, he had allowed all sorts of things, and more particularly the uncertainties of Miss Mamie Nelson, to keep him back. But now there were no more uncertainties about Miss Mamie Nelson, and Mr. Derrick had come over to England just to convince himself and everybody else that there were other interests in life for him than Mamie. And also, he wanted to see the old country from which his maternal grandmother had sprung. Wasn't there even now in his bedroom in New York a watercolor of Market Saffron Church, where the dear old lady had been confirmed? And generally he wanted to see Europe, as an interesting sideshow to the excursion, he hoped, in his capacity of the rather underworked and rather over-salaried secretary of the Massachusetts Society for the Study of Contemporary Thought, to discuss certain agreeable possibilities with Mr. Britling, who lived at Matching's Easy. Mr. Derrick was a type of man not uncommon in America. He was very much after the fashion of that clean and pleasant-looking person one sees in the advertisements in American magazines, that agreeable person who smiles and says, "Good, it's the Fizzgig brand," or "Yes, it's a Wilkins, and that's the best," or "My shirt front never rucks, it's a Chesson." But now he was saying, still with the same firm smile, "Good, it's English." He was pleased by every unlikeness to things American, by every item he could hail as characteristic. In the train to London he had laughed aloud with pleasure at the checkerboard of little fields upon the hills of Cheshire. He had chuckled to find himself in a compartment without a corridor. He had tipped the polite yet kindly guard magnificently, after doubting for a moment whether he ought to tip him at all, and he had gone about his hotel in London saying, "Lordy, Lordy, my word," in a kind of ecstasy, verifying the delightful absence of telephone, of steam heat, of any dependent bathroom. At breakfast, the waiter, out of Dickens it seemed, had refused to know what cereals were, and had given him his egg in a china egg cup, such as you see in the pictures in Punch. The Thames, when he sallied out to see it, had been too good to be true, the smallest thing in rivers he had ever seen, and he had had to restrain himself from affecting a marked accent and accosting some passer-by with the question, "Say, but is this little wet ditch here the historical River Thames?" In America, it must be explained, Mr. Derrick spoke a very good and careful English indeed, but he now found the utmost difficulty in controlling his impulse to use a high-pitched nasal drone and indulge in dry Americanisms and poker metaphors upon all occasions. When people asked him questions, he wanted to say "Yep" or "Sure," words he would no more have used in America than he could have used a bowie knife. But he had a sense of role. He wanted to be visibly and audibly America eyewitnessing. He wanted to be just exactly what he supposed an Englishman would expect him to be. At any rate, his clothes had been made by a strongly American New York tailor, and upon the strength of them, a taximan had assumed politely but firmly that the shillings on his taximeter were dollars, an incident that helped greatly to sustain the effect of Mr. Derrick, in Mr. Derrick's mind, as something standing out with an almost representative clearness against the English scene. So much so that the taximan got the dollars. Because all the time he had been coming over, he had dreaded that it wasn't true. That England was a legend, that London would turn out to be just another thundering great New York, and the English exactly like New Englanders. 2. And now, here he was on the branch line of the little old Great Eastern Railway, on his way to Matching's Easy in Essex, and he was suddenly in the heart of Washington Irving's England. Washington Irving's England! Indeed it was. He couldn't sit still and just peep at it. He had to stand up in the little compartment and stick his large, firm-featured, kindly countenance out of the window as if he greeted it. The country under the June sunshine was neat and bright as an old-world garden, with little fields of corn surrounded by dog-rose hedges, and woods and small rushy pastures of an infinite tidiness. He had seen a real deer park. It had rather tumble-down iron gates between its shield-surmounted pillars, and in the distance, beyond all question, was Bracebridge Hall nestling among great trees. He had seen thatched and timbered cottages, and half a dozen inns with creaking signs. He had seen a fat vicar driving himself along a grassy lane in a governess cart drawn by a fat gray pony. It wasn't like any reality he had ever known. It was like traveling in literature. Mr. Britling's address was the Dower House, and it was, Mr. Britling's note had explained, on the farther edge of the park at Claverings. Claverings! The very name for some stately home of England. And yet this was only 42 miles from London. Surely it brought things within the suburban range. If Matching's Easy were in America, commuters would live there. But in supposing that, Mr. Derrick displayed his ignorance of a fact of the greatest importance to all who would understand England. There is a gap in the suburbs of London. The suburbs of London stretch west and south, and even west by north. But to the northeastward there are no suburbs. Instead, there is Essex. Essex is not a suburban county. It is a characteristic and individualized county which wins the heart. Between dear Essex and the centre of things lie two great barriers, the East End of London and Epping Forest. Before a train could get to any villadom with a cargo of season ticket holders, it would have to circle about this rescued woodland and travel for 20 unprofitable miles, and so, once you are away from the main Great Eastern lines, Essex still lives in the peace of the 18th century, and London, the modern Babylon, is, like the stars, just a light in the nocturnal sky. In Matching's Easy, as Mr. Britling presently explained to Mr. Derrick, there are half a dozen old people who have never set eyes on London in their lives, and do not want to. Aye, fussin' about that. Mr. Robinson, he went to London, he did. That's how he hurt his foot. Mr. Derrick had learnt at the main line junction that he had to tell the guard to stop the train for Matching's Easy. It only stopped by request. The thing was getting better and better. And when Mr. Derrick seized his grip and got out of the train, there was just one little old Essex station master, and porter, and signalman, and everything, holding a red flag in his hand, and talking to Mr. Britling about the cultivation of the sweet peas which glorified the station. And there was the Mr. Britling, who was the only item of business and the greatest expectation in Mr. Derrick's European journey, and he was quite unlike the portraits Mr. Derrick had seen, and quite unmistakably Mr. Britling all the same, since there was nobody else upon the platform, and he was advancing with a gesture of welcome. "Did you ever see such peas, Mr. Dick?" said Mr. Britling by way of introduction. "My word," said Mr. Derrick, in a good old farmer hayseed kind of voice. "Aye," said the station master, in singularly strident tones, "it be a rare year for sweet peas." And then he slammed the door of the carriage in a leisurely manner and did dismissive things with his flag, while the two gentlemen took stock, as people say, of one another. 3. Except in the doubtful instance of Miss Mamie Nelson, Mr. Derrick's habit was good fortune. Pleasant things came to him. Such was his position as the salaried secretary of this Society of Thoughtful Massachusetts Businessmen, to which allusion has been made. Its purpose was to bring itself expeditiously into touch with the best thought of the age. Too busily occupied with practical realities to follow the thought of the age through all its divagations and into all its recesses, these Massachusetts businessmen had had to consider methods of access more quintessential and nuclear, and they had decided not to hunt out the best thought in its merely germinating stages, but to wait until it had emerged and flowered to some trustworthy recognition, and then, rather than toil through recondite and possibly already reconsidered books and writings generally, to offer an impressive fee to the emerged new thinker, and to invite him to come to them, and to lecture to them, and to have a conference with them, and to tell them simply, competently, and completely at first hand just all that he was about. To come, in fact, and be himself, in a highly concentrated form. In this way, a number of interesting Europeans had been given very pleasant excursions to America, and the Society had been able to form very definite opinions upon their teaching. And Mr. Britling was one of the representative thinkers upon which this Society had decided to inform itself. It was to broach this invitation, and to offer him the impressive honorarium by which the Society honored not only its guests, but itself, that Mr. Derrick had now come to Matching's Easy. He had already sent Mr. Britling a letter of introduction, not indeed intimating his precise purpose, but mentioning merely a desire to know him. And the letter had been so happily phrased, and its writer had left such a memory of pleasant hospitality on Mr. Britling's mind during Mr. Britling's former visit to New York, that it had immediately produced for Mr. Derrick an invitation not merely to come and see him, but to come and stay over the weekend. And here they were shaking hands. Mr. Britling did not look at all as Mr. Derrick had expected him to look. He had expected an Englishman in a country costume of golfing tweeds, like the Englishmen in country costume one sees in American illustrated stories. Drooping out of the country costume of golfing tweeds, he had expected to see the mildly unhappy face, pensive even to its drooping mustache, with which Mr. Britling's publisher had for some faulty and unfortunate reason familiarized the American public. Instead of this, Mr. Britling was in a miscellaneous costume, and mildness was the last quality one could attribute to him. His mustache, his hair, his eyebrows bristled. His flaming, freckled face seemed to bristle too. His little hazel eyes came out with a ping and looked at Mr. Derrick. Mr. Britling was one of a large but still remarkable class of people who seem at the mere approach of photography to change their hair, their clothes, their moral natures. No photographer had ever caught a hint of his essential Britlingness and bristlingness. Only the camera could ever induce Mr. Britling to brush his hair, and for the camera alone did he reserve that expression of submissive martyrdom Mr. Derrick knew. And Mr. Derrick was altogether unprepared for a certain casualness of costume that sometimes overtook Mr. Britling. He was wearing now a very old blue flannel blazer, no hat, and a pair of knickerbockers. Not tweed breeches, but tweed knickerbockers, of a remarkable bagginess, and made of one of those virtuous socialistic homespun tweeds that drag out into woolly knots and strings wherever there is attrition. His stockings were worsted and wrinkled, and on his feet were those extraordinary slippers of bright-colored, bast-like interwoven material one buys in the north of France. These were purple with a touch of green. He had, in fact, thought of the necessity of meeting Mr. Derrick at the station at the very last moment, and had come away from his study in the clothes that had happened to him when he got up. His face wore the amiable expression of a wire-haired terrier disposed to be friendly, and it struck Mr. Derrick that for a man of his real intellectual distinction, Mr. Britling was unusually short. For there can be no denying that Mr. Britling was, in a sense, distinguished. The hero and subject of this novel was at its very beginning a distinguished man. He was in the who's who of 2 continents. In the last few years he had grown with some rapidity into a writer recognized and welcomed by the more cultivated sections of the American public, and even known to a select circle of British readers. To his American discoverers he had first appeared as an essayist, a serious essayist, who wrote about aesthetics and Oriental thought and national character and poets and painting. He had come through America some years ago as one of those Kahn scholars, those promising writers and intelligent men endowed by Auguste Kahn of Paris, who go about the world nowadays in comfort and consideration as the traveling guests of that original philanthropist, to acquire the international spirit. Previously he had been a critic of art and literature, and a writer of thoughtful third leaders in the London Times. He had begun with a Pembroke Fellowship and a prize poem. He had returned from his world tour to his reflective yet original corner of the Times, and to the production of books about national relationships and social psychology that had brought him rapidly into prominence. His was a naturally irritable mind, which gave him point and passion, and moreover he had a certain obstinate originality and a generous disposition, so that he was always lively, sometimes spacious, and never vile. He loved to write and talk. He talked about everything. He had ideas about everything. He could no more help having ideas about everything than a dog can resist smelling at your heels. He sniffed at the heels of reality. Lots of people found him interesting and stimulating. A few found him seriously exasperating. He had ideas in the utmost profusion about races and empires and social order and political institutions and gardens and automobiles and the future of India and China and aesthetics and America and the education of mankind in general, and all that sort of thing. Mr. Derrick had read a very great deal of all this expressed opinionativeness of Mr. Britling. He found it entertaining and stimulating stuff, and it was with genuine enthusiasm that he had come over to encounter the man himself. On his way across the Atlantic, and during the intervening days, he had rehearsed this meeting in varying keys, but always on the supposition that Mr. Britling was a large, quiet, thoughtful sort of man, a man who would, as it were, sit in attentive rows like a public meeting and listen. So Mr. Derrick had prepared quite a number of pleasant and attractive openings, and now he felt was the moment for some one of these various, simple, memorable utterances. But in none of these forecasts had he reckoned with either the spontaneous activities of Mr. Britling or with the station master of Matching's Easy. Oblivious of any conversational necessities between Mr. Derrick and Mr. Britling, this official now took charge of Mr. Derrick's gripsack, and, falling into line with the two gentlemen as they walked towards the exit gate, resumed what was evidently an interrupted discourse upon sweet peas, originally addressed to Mr. Britling. He was a small elderly man, with a determined-looking face and a sea voice, and it was clear he overestimated the distance of his hearers. "Mr. Darling, what's head gardener up at Clavering's, 'e can't get sweet peas like that, try 'ow 'e will. Tried everything 'e has. Sand ballast 'e's tried. Seed same as me. 'E came along 'ere only the other day, 'e did, and 'e says to me, 'e says, 'Darned if I can see why a station master should beat a professional gardener at his own game,' 'e says, 'but you do, and in your orf time too, so's to speak,' 'e says. 'I've tried sile,' 'e says." "Your first visit to England?" asked Mr. Britling of his guest. "Absolutely," said Mr. Derrick. "I says to 'im, 'There's one thing you 'aven't tried,' I says," the station master continued, raising his voice by a Herculean feat still higher. "I've got a little car outside here," said Mr. Britling. "I'm a couple of miles from the station. I says to him, I says, 'Have you tried the vibration of the trains?' I says. 'That's what you haven't tried, Mr. Darling. That's what you can't try,' I says. 'But you rest assured that that's the secret of my sweet peas,' I says. 'Nothing less and nothing more than the vibration of the trains.'" Mr. Derrick's mind was a little confused by the double nature of the conversation, and by the fact that Mr. Britling spoke of a car when he meant an automobile. He handed his ticket mechanically to the station master, who continued to repeat and endorse his anecdote at the top of his voice, as Mr. Britling disposed himself and his guest in the automobile. "You know you 'aven't 'urt that mudguard, sir, not the slightest bit that matters," shouted the station master. "I've been a-looking at it 'ere. It's my fence that suffered the most, and that's only strained the post a little bit. Shall I put your bag in behind, sir?" Mr. Derrick assented, and then, after a momentary hesitation, rewarded the station master's services. "Ready?" asked Mr. Britling. "That's all right, sir," the station master reverberated. With a rather wide curve, Mr. Britling steered his way out of the station into the high road. 4. And now, it seemed, was the time for Mr. Derrick to make his meditated speeches. But an unexpected complication was to defeat this intention. Mr. Derrick perceived, almost at once, that Mr. Britling was probably driving an automobile for the first, or second, or at the extremest, the third time in his life. The thing became evident when he struggled to get it into the high gear, an attempt that stopped the engine, and it was even more startlingly so when Mr. Britling narrowly missed a collision with a baker's cart at the corner. "I pressed the accelerator," he explained afterwards, "instead of the brake. One does at first. I missed him by less than a foot." The estimate was a generous one. And after that Mr. Derrick became too anxious not to distract his host's thoughts to persist with his conversational openings. An attentive silence came upon both gentlemen that was broken presently by a sudden outcry from Mr. Britling and a great noise of tormented gears. "Damn!" cried Mr. Britling. And "How the devil!" Mr. Derrick perceived that his host was trying to turn the car into a very beautiful gateway, with gatehouses on either side. Then it was manifest that Mr. Britling had abandoned this idea, and then they came to a stop a dozen yards or so along the main road. "Missed it," said Mr. Britling, and took his hands off the steering wheel and blew stormily, and then whistled some bars of a fretful air, and became still. "Do we go through those ancient gates?" asked Mr. Derrick. Mr. Britling looked over his right shoulder and considered problems of curvature and distance. "I think," he said, "I will go round outside the park. It will take us a little longer, but it will be simpler than backing and maneuvering here now. These electric starters are remarkably convenient things. Otherwise now I should have to get down and wind up the engine." After that came a corner, the rounding of which seemed to present few difficulties, until suddenly Mr. Britling cried out, oh, damn!" Then the two gentlemen were sitting side by side in a rather sloping car that had ascended the bank and buried its nose in a hedge of dog rose and honeysuckle, from which two missel thrushes, a blackbird, and a number of sparrows had made a hurried escape. 5. "Perhaps," said Mr. Britling without assurance, and after a little peaceful pause, "I can reverse out of this." He seemed to feel some explanation was due to Mr. Derrick. "You see, at first, it's perfectly simple. One steers round a corner, and then one doesn't put the wheels straight again, and so one keeps on going round, more than one meant to. It's the bicycle habit. The bicycle rights itself. One expects a car to do the same thing. It was my fault. The book explains all this question clearly, but just at the moment I forgot." He reflected and experimented in a way that made the engine scold and fuss. "You see, she won't budge for the reverse. She's embedded. Do you mind getting out and turning the wheel back? Then if I reverse, perhaps we'll get a move on." Mr. Derrick descended, and there were considerable efforts. "If you just grip the spokes, yes, so. 1, 2, 3. No, well, let's just sit here until somebody comes along to help us. Oh, somebody will come, all right. Won't you get up again?" And after a reflective moment, Mr. Derrick resumed his seat beside Mr. Britling. 6. The two gentlemen smiled at each other to dispel any suspicion of discontent. "My driving leaves something to be desired," said Mr. Britling with an air of frank impartiality. "But I have only just got this car for myself, after some years of hired cars. The sort of lazy arrangement where people supply a car, driver, petrol, tires, insurance, and everything at so much a month. It bored me abominably. I can't imagine now how I stood it for so long. They sent me down a succession of compact, scornful boys, who used to go so fast when I wanted to go slow, and slow when I wanted to go fast, and who used to take every corner on the wrong side at top speed, and charge dogs and hens for the sport of it, and all sorts of things like that. They would not even let me choose my roads. I should have got myself a car long ago and driven it, if it wasn't for that infernal business with the handle one had to do when the engine stopped. But here, you see, is a reasonably cheap car, with an electric starter, American, I need scarcely say, and here I am, going at my own pace." Mr. Derrick glanced for a moment at the pretty disorder of the hedge in which they were embedded, and smiled and admitted that it was certainly much more agreeable. Before he had finished saying as much, Mr. Britling was talking again. He had a quick and rather jerky way of speaking. He seemed to fire out a thought directly it came into his mind, and he seemed to have a loaded magazine of thoughts in his head. He spoke almost exactly twice as fast as Mr. Derrick, clipping his words much more, using much compacter sentences, and generally cutting his corners, and this put Mr. Derrick off his game. That rapid attack while the transatlantic interlocutor is deploying is indeed a not infrequent defect of conversations between Englishmen and Americans. It is a source of many misunderstandings. The two conceptions of conversation differ fundamentally. The English are much less disposed to listen than the American. They have not quite the same sense of conversational give and take, and at first are apt to reduce their visitors to the role of auditors, wondering when their turn will begin. Their turn never does begin. Mr. Derrick sat deeply in his slanting seat with half a face to his celebrated host, and said, "Yep," and "Sure," and "That is so," in the dry, grave tones that he believed an Englishman would naturally expect him to use, realizing this only very gradually. Mr. Britling, from his praise of the enterprise that had at last brought a car he could drive within his reach, went on to that favorite topic of all intelligent Englishmen, the adverse criticism of things British. He pointed out that the central position of the brake and gear levers in his automobile made it extremely easy for the American manufacturer to turn it either as a left-handed or a right-handed car, and so adapt it either to the continental or to the British rule of the road. No English cars were so adaptable. We British suffered much from our insular rule of the road, just as we suffered much from our insular weights and measures. But we took a perverse pride in such disadvantages. The irruption of American cars into England was a recent phenomenon. It was another triumph for the tremendous organizing ability of the American mind. They were doing with the automobile what they had done with clocks and watches and rifles. They had standardized and machined wholesale, while the British were still making the things one by one. It was an extraordinary thing that England, which was the originator of the industrial system and the original developer of the division of labor, should have so fallen away from systemic manufacturing. He believed this was largely due to the influence of Oxford and the established church. At this point, Mr. Derrick was moved by an anecdote. It will help illustrate what you are saying, Mr. Britling, about systemic organization, if I tell you a little incident that happened to a friend of mine in Toledo, where they were setting up a big plant with a view to capturing the entire American and European market in the class of the $1,000 car. There's no end to such little incidents, said Mr. Britling, cutting in without apparent effort. You see, we get it on both sides. Our manufacturer class was, of course, originally an insurgent class. It was a class of distended craftsmen. It had the craftsman's natural expertise and natural radicalism. As soon as it prospered and sent its boys to Oxford, it was lost. Our manufacturing class was assimilated in no time to the conservative classes, whose education has always had a Mandarin quality, very, very little of it, and very cold and choice. In America, you have so far had no real conservative class at all. Fortunate continent. You cast out your Tories, and you were left with nothing but Whigs and Radicals. But our peculiar bad luck has been to get a sort of revolutionary who was a Tory Mandarin too. Ruskin and Morris, for example, were as reactionary and anti-scientific as the dukes and the bishops. Machine haters, science haters, rule of thumbites to the bone. So are our current socialists. They've filled this country with the idea that the ideal automobile ought to be made entirely by the hand labor of traditional craftsmen, quite individually, out of beaten copper, wrought iron, and seasoned oak. All this electric starter business and this electric lighting outfit I have here is perfectly hateful to the English mind. It isn't that we are simply backward in these things, we are antagonistic. The British mind has never really tolerated electricity, at least not that sort of electricity that runs through wires, too slippery and glib for it. Associates it with Italians and fluency general, with Volta, Galvani, Marconi, and so on. The proper British electricity is that high-grade, useless, long-sparking stuff you get by turning round a glass machine, stuff we used to call frictional electricity. Keep it in Leyden jars. At Clavering's here they still refuse to have electric bells. There was a row when the Solomonses, who were tenants here for a time, tried to put them in. Mr. Derrick had followed this cascade of remarks with a patient smile and a slowly nodding head. What you say, he said, forms a very marked contrast indeed with the